Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3 hours and 8 minutes as Jonah swings and hits one to deep right. Frazier going back. He's at the track looking up. It's gone over the Rangers bullpen. Jonah Heim says, take all the time you want. I'll turn that fastball around and make it a 3-run home run. Jonah's blast makes it 6-1 Rangers.
And that basically did it. That was church at that point. Good morning, everybody. Sean and RJ here. Sean's out. He is in Mexico, or at least he's traveling today to Mexico. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton Russell alongside Ryan in the back. And the Rangers get themselves a 6-3 victory over the White Sox. And there was no play at the plate in this one.
How much did you love the petty of Jonah Heim when he hits the home run and he motions for the challenge?
Oh, yes. It's very nice.
Man. I love that. That's BDE, as the kids say.
Is it?
Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah.
That's what I have.
And so,
do you?
Well, not right now, but sometimes.
I love it. And I love, and look, they're still talking about Jonah Heim here on ESPN. I do. I love Jonah Heim. I am the president of the Jonah Heim fan club. You know, Chop, there's a lot of people, like if you ask them, where they're from, whatever else, and they'll kind of identify as like, hey, I'm an American. I'm a Texan. I'm such a Jonah Heim fan. I just identify as a Hyman in myself. That's me.
Jesus.
What about him? He died for your sins.
Wow. I didn't think we were going to go there so early.
Oh, you have to do it at 5:30 if you're going to do it.
Yeah, no, I guess you had to do it.
You know how long I've been waiting? You know how long I've been waiting to say that?
Yeah.
But Sean has been here every time Jonah Heim's made a play, and I'm like, oh, can't say today. Sean's here. Dad'll get mad. So
Cats away, man. Cats away.
Oh, unethical life hacks today is going to be.
I am not looking forward to that at all.
Sean is not here to swap back any of them.
No, it's okay. You don't need to worry about that. We'll be good. We'll be good either way. 7 innings, 2 runs for Martin Perez. I thought it was a much needed start for him.
Yeah, especially with how much it feels like he's struggled on the road lately. And that was something that I was just trying to pull up, was looking at his road numbers here. But yeah, I mean, the fact that he got you 100 pitches, Spores comes in, Will Smith comes in. That's how much are we, and I know it was a 3-run game last night, whatever, but how much do we look at what Spores and Smith are doing and say, hey, that if they keep this up, if they continue to pitch like they are in the back end of the bullpen, that's just as critical as any other performance they've gotten from any other guys this year. Because Spores and the fresh pitch, as Sean calls him, have been so huge in stabilizing the back end of the bullpen over the last month or so.
He has been. I think with Spores, I'm almost like waiting. I'm waiting for the bottom to fall, because he has had seasons where he's had a 6 or an 8 ERA. So I'm just kind of like waiting, right? It's like, when's it going to happen? But some guys turn a corner and they figure out a pitch. They get a little bit more movement, a little more velocity. And all of a sudden, bam, they're a much different pitcher than they were. So it is big, though. If you can get him to continue to pitch like this, does it change your outlook at the trade deadline? No. They still absolutely need to go get a back end bullpen guy. I'm not convinced that any position is any maybe the closer position is still available.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced it isn't.
I wouldn't say that Will Smith has done anything to just own that job and prevent you from going out and getting somebody, but I do think that. So that's interesting. When you say you still think they should make a move for a bullpen arm, which I agree, you would prefer it's the back end of the bullpen. You're not looking for some of this middle relief that's giving them problems. No. Middle relief, I'm looking for a guy that can end a victory. I'm not looking for a guy who's going to let you, in a game where your starter gets blown up, is going to eat innings. I'm not looking for that. You can find that guy. I'm not looking to chase wins. I want to hold down victories. So I need a back end bullpen guy. I'll tell you, he had some nasty stuff the other night. I've said I want Joe Kelly. He's the guy I want. Well, and he's
a little nutty.
We
hate his delivery too.
Do you like his demeanor though?
I like his attitude.
I can't ever figure out with you which one, when you're going to like that kind of attitude and when you're not. I feel like sometimes it drives you up a wall, and other times with certain guys, you like the energy.
In a bullpen guy, I like it because I don't have to see it very often.
Oh,
it's 10 minutes and he's out. If it's for the whole game, I get tired of that.
So you kind of need that that wild thing mindset.
Yes, absolutely.
Little bit. See,
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I don't remember if we had a chance to mention this yesterday, but you talking about, going and getting Joe Kelly. Bob Nightingale had a note yesterday in his USA Today notebook where he said several veterans in the Chicago White Sox organization have privately expressed that they would welcome a trade, and considering the way they're playing, may soon get their wish. None of the players, however, have formally asked the White Sox front office to trade them. So, I mean, I hear White Sox are, if guys are discontent and looking to get out of Chicago, I immediately think of several guys we've seen so far this series. Dylan Cease, Michael Kopech.
You want to bring in Dylan Cease here? Man, I'm all in.
Man, he has been really good over the last 4 starts or so.
Yep.
He struggled early the season, but man, that's a guy who's got some good stuff. He's got some swing and miss stuff. He's way up near the top of the league in terms of whiff rate. I like Michael Kopech, who pitched last night for them, and he's somebody who's it's not clicked for him, the tools. He's local. Trained out at APEC.
Well,
where Derek Holland works out.
So he's about to have Tommy John.
Stop that. No, but Michael Kopech is a guy that I like. I like his stuff a lot. I like his tools. He's somebody that needs to still put it together. He's a couple years into this now, and you're hoping it would click a little bit. But then, I mean, Joe Kelly absolutely would seem to be one of these guys that you'd want to call about if the White Sox are having a fire sale.
Yeah, I would absolutely call on several of these White Sox players. If they get Dylan Cease, I'm all in on that one. I like Kopech too as well, and Kelly. It's amazing. They've got guys you want, but they're a terrible team. Go figure. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean,
and they're like 4 games out of first place because that division just sucks.
The division's awful. Yeah,
and that's the thing. It's like, you pick on the White Sox. They're going to be out of it. They're going to be 12 games under 500 the whole year, but they're going to be 5 games out of first place the whole year.
No, you're right. You're right. It's wild. The division stinks. The division is not every division should have a playoff team. I don't believe. I hate divisions. Get rid of them. Get rid of divisions.
How much does Cease, if you were to go make a move for Cease, where does he end out setting up in this rotation? Is he immediately your second best starter?
Yes, I think that's at worst.
So if you're, let's say you make a trade for Cease, you move prospects, obviously not anybody.
He's got upside too.
What's the 4-man rotation in the opening playoff series if you add Cease?
Well, just in no particular order, Evaldi, Cease.
But in order, like if you were going to stack the series. I would think Evaldi, Cease, Gray.
Probably.
Would you go Perez over Heaney?
Oh, Heaney is out, man. I am so out on him.
Why?
Throw him in the bull because I'm out.
Do you think that would work? Do you think Heaney's stuff? Because I mean, he is a guy who'll get some strikeouts. Do you think Heaney's stuff would play better in a bullpen for a playoff run? As just a come in, get a strikeout type of guy.
As opposed versus compared to who?
As opposed to him starting. Like, do you think that him coming in, would he have more value being able to come in and do that as opposed to starting?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I would have him as a starter. Bullpen guy. Think with the bullpen guys, man. I want guys to throw gas. He throws 91, 92.
Yeah, he doesn't throw gas.
Yeah,
but
that's a problem. And I don't want a 91, 92 guy in my rotation anyway. I want 96.
Well, I mean, that's not going to be the case with everybody.
Yeah,
but I forget you do hate Greg Maddux.
I don't hate Greg Maddux. I just recognize that John Smoltz is better.
You just think that Greg Maddux is Andrew Heaney.
The right-handed Andrew Heaney.
Yeah, that's what he is.
He's more the right-handed Mike Bassick. Couldn't throw him over 90. Barely through 90.
Man.
Just cookieing it up there.
Poor
bag
Andrew
of nothing.
Heaney. Poor Andrew Heaney. Didn't he have a run? Didn't he strike out 10 guys in a row at one point?
Yeah,
this
he
year?
also had 10 runs in a row. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Look at that, Peyton. Look at that.
Sorry,
Peyton firing off shots today.
Coming to my side. So I mean, 6-3. Perez pitched well, but they we're bullpen wise. We still want somebody else. Started pitching wise. I mean, look, they could use a fourth. or they could use another starter, another guy at the top of the rotation, not a fourth starter.
And Cease, you think Cease qualifies as that?
I do, don't you?
Yeah, no, I would agree. I'm just making sure that you think that's obviously not. Nobody's going to be DeGrom. We've talked about that. But is that?
He's nasty, man.
He is.
He's just like your mom. He's nasty.
Well, I mean, shoot, it's 17 years. I mean, there's a lot of decay sets in. No, but when you look at Cease, he's really good. The control has been an issue for him. Obviously, when he walks a lot of guys, it's like 4.5 per 9.
I know, it's a lot.
I think
that's why his whip's so skewed.
He led he's led the majors in walks two times in the last 3 seasons heading into this year. And then this year he's actually got a walk rate that's higher than the previous 2 years. He's at 4.1. The thing is, he gets 10, 11, 12 strikeouts per 9 innings. He doesn't give up a lot of hits. It's just the control sometimes can be a problem.
That's the issue. That's it. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. We got more drama in golf. We got Zion's girl at it again. Boy, get you through your weekend here at 105 through the fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Sean's out. Bobby, myself, RJ, Chobby, Peyton, Ryan. We just love the commercial break. We talk about this every time. Bobby is flummoxed. He cannot believe that he is born in the same generation as Peyton Russell.
That doesn't seem, we need to change the definition. Look, we've changed the definition of a lot of words in recent years.
Oh, really? Give me a few. Yeah. Come on, let's hear it.
I mean,
let's hear it.
I think you can Google them. You can find them out, right? Pew Research Center, because we're looking this up, because I know you're about to talk about a study about Gen Z, and so I was like, is Peyton Gen Z? I want to see if I can refer to him as that. And it says, Pew Research in 2019 said anyone born between 1981 and 1996 is considered a millennial.
I've tried to tell y'all. I thought this whole thing was a bit of Gen Z, Peyton, Gen Z that. I said, I'm not Gen Z.
But here's the thing. You are also, it's asinine to claim you and Sean are the same generation. That's nuts. You and Sean are not the same generation at all.
We're close.
That is fair. What year were you born?
96.
So Sean would be the very beginning of millennial. He would be the very end, and then I'm right in the middle. I'm 89.
But your generations can't be 5 years long. That'd be too much. We'd be on the 17th letter of the alphabet right now.
But it should be, what, 7? What do you think is a generation, reasonably?
15, 20 years.
Really?
I don't know. I think so, right?
No, I mean, I think that's the actual definition. But I'm saying, in
baby
practice,
boomers are 20 years. 46 to 80 to 64, right?
Yeah,
something like that. Mine was only 15.
But that was about a baby boom. That was about a phenomenon.
Yeah, so
you guys were Gen X.
This one says millennials 81 to 96. I've also seen others that say 81 to 95.
Let's go by that one.
So
okay.
you're fringe, man. You're more like you're like Gen Y almost. Like you're fringe.
Dude, we should play How Young is Peyton Russell again tomorrow. We haven't played that in a while.
Good. We haven't played it in a while.
Do I get to sit in there?
Yeah, and then I get to ring you up from the other side.
Yeah.
I'm the last year of Gen X, and I'm happy to say that. We are forgotten. Everybody blames. I love it too, because everyone blames the baby boomers for everything, and then everyone says that the millennials are the ones that are getting screwed over, and we're just kind of in the middle. We're the middle child. We're the middle child, man.
Yeah, you are very forgettable.
Yeah, we'll mess you up though. We will mess you up. So the reason that we brought that up also is because of Zion. Zion's one part of it, but also what's going on within that generation themselves. So here is Zion's girl, Mariah Mills. She has been banned from Twitter now.
Damn.
She was going to expose him. She was harassing him. She was threatening to out him with video of their sex tapes. Now, this could have been, and this is another discussion, like how would you be upset if a sex tape of yours got released? And I think the answer to that is it depends. Are you bringing the thunder or not?
I just didn't slurp him like you did.
If you're bringing the thunder, I don't think anybody cares. But if you get out there and you look like you don't know what you're doing, that could be very bad for Zion.
Yeah, and I mean, if you listen to Restroom Revelations the other day from Zach Wolchuk, would sound like he wouldn't love it if his tape came out.
Yeah.
So, but also if you listen to that segment, it sounds like Lucius wouldn't mind if he had one and it came out.
Right. So that's the issue. Like, also, like if you're Zion, could you not just take matters into your own hands and just release it yourself and take all the power back?
Do you take it?
Because that here's what it shows. It shows I don't care. I don't care if this thing's out there. So I'm going to take all the power, all the control. We saw this with a celebrity. Celebrities have released their own nudes. They got word that they had been hacked and they were getting threatened, extorted. If you don't give us money, we're going to release your nude pics. And they just said, all right, I'll release it myself. And they did. And they gained all the power back. It's a BDE move, man.
Here's the problem. If Twitter's banning her for this, how do you feel if you're Zion? Do you go, what a relief, she's lost this platform? Or do you go, nope, this pushes over the final domino in her crazy, and she's going to go, oh, you're going to ban me? Let's get even louder. I don't have my platform now. Now it's definitely getting released. I was making a threat, but now I'm definitely I think if I was in Zion's position, I'd be more uneasy because I feel like this will make her go more scorched earth now that she's banned.
It's a good question. You don't know. I don't know how that would work, but you got to trying to get inside the head of some people, you just don't know. You can't get in the head of anybody, really. So I have no idea. But if I was Zion, I'd just release it myself, man. I would release it, no doubt about it. And this brings us to Gen Z. I'm sorry, Peyton. But there is a sex recession going on.
Oh, then you are definitely not a millennial. You are Gen Z.
The generation that invented spending large amounts of time of their life in the bed, called bed rotting, isn't doing much with that time while in the bed. They have apparently disrupted their feelings and abilities to feel pleasure. All this toxic messaging that's going on social media, that generation has basically given up on relations. The COVID pandemic kept them inside. They like to spend a lot of time inside on video games or doing stuff anyway, just by themselves. The fact that they have grown up on cell phones has killed their ability to communicate personally. So it's a sex recession going on right now.
So, like, is this physically or emotionally numb? Like, this is emotionally numb, right?
It's emotionally, yeah.
Okay, so I know what this is actually called. There's a clinical psychological term for this. It's called anhedonia. Anhedonia refers to the reduced ability to experience pleasure. Peyton, would you say that you have an inability to feel pleasure?
No. I feel pleasure all the time.
I bet you do.
Wow. All right.
No, this is do you?
But no, I mean, it's true. I mean, I can see how this is.
Why though? That's what I don't understand. Like, why? Like, it's literally the most basic primal thing that animals do is eat, and that. Like, they eat food and they do that. Like, that's literally, it's instinctive. We can't get rid of it.
Well, but you need two to tango in this situation. I don't think it's always the guy's fault.
Hasn't that?
Oh, wow. Russell blaming women.
Yeah. Well,
boy, it's a good thing we're knocking all this out before 6 a.m.
Yeah,
don't want to have this happen in prime.
No way.
What is didn't that used to be, hasn't that historically been considered a sign of depression? Is disinterest in sex, unless you're Andy McDowell and Sex Lies and Videotape, and then it's just you don't like it.
Right. That's a good point. I think it is.
So, like, I mean, does this just mean this whole generation's depressed? I do seriously wonder, and we won't get political with it or anything else.
Whoa.
But I do wonder a lot of times, like, how much did the whole COVID lockdown experience for a generation that was already not as, I don't know what the word is. They were not as connected to each other, I feel like, as previous generations.
not as outgoing.
Yeah, well, not even that. It's just they don't, like, connect on a really personal level. I don't feel like, not as a rule, but I feel like a lot of them don't. It's a lot of interaction through the phones. Like, you talking about how, like, you FaceTime everybody. Like, that's a connection for them.
Oh my God, my kids, when they play with video games, like my youngest, he'll get on his phone, he'll put FaceTime on, and like 6 of his friends are on there just playing video games together
And not talking.
And they say a few words. That's it. Like, it's like not all of them have headsets, but like that's all they do.
And so, man, I feel like they were already kind of trending that direction, and then COVID the lockdown just made it worse.
Yeah, and also, like, some of them are like 13. They're not.
I'll be really interested to see
the.
One day, there's 15 years from now, we're gonna get some psychological study that says, like, how the COVID lockdowns 15 years ago impacted interpersonal relationships or something.
It definitely did. There is no doubt, and I don't think that's limited just to Gen Z. I think it affected every generation's relationships. I don't think there's a question about that.
Yeah, I think it set everybody back a little bit.
It totally did. All right, 5:30, 5:45, the 5 o'clock hour is in the books. Who made Dak Prescott break down in tears yesterday over at SMU? It was Bobby. It wasn't Bobby. We'll find out next to the Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Sean is on a little vacation, a little Mexican vacation. He'll be out back next week, but it's a great time, though, without Sean here to really dive into some of Bobby's more sinister thoughts. I think we're going to get that throughout the show today.
Ooh, yeah. This might be,
it's bad. It's bad. It's a bad day.
Sean has said before that we've talked about it, that if there was ever, like, if we ever did like a show swap, like, let's say, we should probably do that sometime, where we like just kind of have like a draft of sorts, and everybody just for one day like kind of changes up their shows and like is on different. If we ever got a combination of me, Eric, and Bassick, and didn't have somebody like Sean there to make sure we didn't get fired, we might all three get fired.
Yeah, that'd be the last show
by
you guys
the end
ever
of
do.
that
Oh,
show.
For sure, 100%. Hundo P.
It would
Not a doubt.
it would not be good. I don't even know that you need Eric involved. If it was just me and Mike, that might get into trouble.
I mean, that could do it. That could do it. Plus, you guys saw a lot of baseball, which would be good. That'd be good. That'd be a good part of it.
Yes.
So yesterday, Dak was at SMU, Bobby?
He was at the PWC SMU Athletic Forum luncheon at the Hilton Anatole.
Is that Price Waterhouse Coopers?
Sure. I mean, you can.
I think it's an accounting firm.
Yeah, I mean, you can come up with whatever acronym you want. I can come up with a few that I can't say on the air.
All right.
I mean, Sean has instilled a little bit of
very good.
Decorum in me, I guess. But he was at the PWC SMU Athletic Forum luncheon, and Leah Asimakopoulos from the Dallas Morning News had an article about some of the things that he talked about. Talked about a few different things, Chop. He talked about Ezekiel Elliott, Jalen Tolbert, just in general how things are going, approaching the season, and says a daily occurrence for Dak Prescott this offseason has been looking out the window to his backyard just to be surprised by which combination of teammates he may find there. Prescott's mansion.
Hang on. Stop.
I'm stopped.
They just show up at his house unannounced?
I think it's more like he looks out the
window.
window.
Pop in?
No. I think it's he's surprised by the combination. So I think it's like he looks out there and goes, "Wow!" Like more just kind of stops and reflects a little bit. Look at all these different guys I have out here in my backyard.
Okay.
Prescott's mansion in Prosper. That's
Well.
interesting. Couldn't she have just said Prescott's home? Like she didn't need to say mansion.
It's property.
Property. Yeah. Well, we try to move away from the ownership language, but
Jeez.
Prescott's mansion in Prosper features a 55-yard artificial turf practice field, which has played host to daily workouts for him and his teammates throughout the offseason. Some days he sees the defensive linemen and defensive backs out there early running drills. So he's got defensive guys hanging out there. Other times he recruits the wide receivers to join him. It's awesome that they feel comfortable enough to use my field, he said Wednesday. But when Prescott addressed the media Wednesday, he was fresh off a backyard workout of his own with former Cowboys center Ezekiel Elliott.
Oh, look at that. Okay, now, stop again.
Uh-huh.
Do these guys not have access to the facility year-round?
So they do. Here's the only thing I'm not sure of. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's any restricted access at the end of minicamp.
Like you can use the weight room all year, right?
I think so. I'm gonna have to ask somebody, but I know they can use. So they are limited leading up to OTAs and minicamp. Obviously, they're allowed to be at the facility and work out there and do whatever they want. They're limited, obviously, in terms of they can't work with coaches or there's like limitations on how much interaction they can have. I don't know if that's applied year round though, or if it's just like, at the end of minicamp, okay, you can still be at the facility and work out and do whatever you want. But you just can't have interactions with coaches, or if it's you can't even be in the building. I don't know how they approach it. I do know a lot of times guys just prefer during this period not to go in.
Yeah, I get it. Because I saw a photo the other day, and by the other day I mean like a week ago, of Dak and like CD and Zeke all at some football field house in like Salina.
Mm-hmm.
And they were indoors, obviously, because it was probably 5 million degrees. They didn't want to be outside. But I absolutely love the fact they're still hanging out and training with Zeke. If you want a Dak leadership thing, then that's that right there. He's not leaving his boy stranded.
Well, and this is something that he's done before. So when Dez was released, he continued to work out with Dez. And he continued to, run routes and, get some work. And it's not unusual in, when we've referenced before the baby tight end who shall not be named. When we've referenced him before and his pops, how I mentioned that I've met them in the training circles. It's not unusual for Patrick Mahomes to be in DFW working, getting in throwing sessions, and he's throwing to a bunch of receivers who he doesn't play with or whatever else. Guys will get in work with anybody they can. They get into these off-season workout groups and try to work as much as they can with as many guys as they can. And so it's just staying sharp, getting drills in. And sometimes bonds are formed there. Richie James recently went to Kansas City. He was somebody who had been with the Giants previously, the 49ers. And I remember 5 years ago being at a workout where Patrick Mahomes and Richie James were getting in a bunch of workout time together, and they clicked and they had a good time. And so those sorts of relationships are built there. But it's not unusual for Zeke to continue to work out. I think some people hear that and go, "Wow, look, they're still keeping this up." It's not unusual that you'd still work out with them. He did the same with Dez. Worked out with Dez for a long time, helped throw him, and was telling people, "Hey, he looks good," and that's what he's doing here as well. Prescott said, "That's my best friend. We'll continue to work, continue to push each other. He looks great. I'm excited for whatever opportunity he has coming up, and I'm always his biggest fan." I think that, because there was some chatter yesterday of, "Oh, look, he says he looks great. This is advocating for him to return." I think this is the let me down easy line. Chop.
You think so?
Yeah. He says, "That's my best friend. He looks great." And he goes, "Excited for whatever opportunity he has coming up." It's more like, best of luck in the future. And so when you say, "I'm excited for whatever opportunity he has coming up," that does not sound like, "and I hope it's here."
Oh, she'll find someone else. That is.
That is what that is.
That's or he'll find someone else. That's what that is.
Dak was asked about the running back market. He said, "I think the running back position is tough. All those guys are dynamic backs, can still play." Talking about Dalvin Cook, Leonard Fournette, Kareem Hunt, Zeke. He said, "All those guys can still play, have a lot left in the tank. I hope all of them make the right decision and not just jump on whatever's fast. You're never surprised about what this league does. You always have to understand it's a business and try to not to take anything personal." One of the guys who is also getting some praise from Dak Prescott is Jalen Tolbert. And he had been at the Wednesday morning workout, and he's put in a ton of work this offseason. Coaches have been raving about it. He, I know, gave an interview to Haley Sutton at DallasCowboys.com this offseason where he talked about this offseason just feels completely different for him. And Dak said that Jalen Tolbert is itching to get better. Anytime I ask, he's the first one responding in terms of asking, like, "Hey, who wants to come and work out?" He's there with the right approach. And this is something that we've talked about recently with Tolbert. In fact, I mentioned it yesterday, is that my son, when he first played football in 7th grade and played wide receiver, that was the one thing he was always on top of, was turning and looking over at the ref and thumbs up. Okay, I'm on the line of scrimmage. I'm lined up correctly. Jalen Tolbert was making mistakes that 7th graders, the first time they played football, weren't making at the position. And I think that tells you it's not, he clearly has played football now. I mean, he only started playing football his sophomore year of high school, I think. So he's still relatively raw. But he's not a guy who, I think, he was making mistakes last year that don't add up at all. And I think that speaks to...
dumbfounded.
He is dumbfounded. I think that speaks to how much he was thrown off by everything and got in his head a little bit.
That is, that's right there how you could tell somebody didn't play the sport growing up necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you get drilled in your head by a coach at 12 years old. Like that's what that is. If you see somebody, base running mistakes in baseball, perfect example. That's somebody who was poorly coached as a kid. Who's coached as a kid, maybe he didn't start playing the game till later in life, and they missed that. because high school coaches may not coach that. They're too busy focused on more advanced stuff. That's something you learn in middle school at Pop Warner.
Which I think he knew, though. I think that just speaks to how much he was in his own head, is that he was making mistakes like that. We're not even knowing how to line up and check in with the official. I think that's just what that is.
Okay.
I mean, that he was so rattled. Do you ever get to a point where you've made a series of mistakes, whatever it may be, and then you become so flustered that you start making mistakes that are completely inexcusable?
Absolutely.
I think that's kind of where he was at. So if he's got a different thought process and he's in a better headspace and he's getting in this time with Dak now, that's great. And by the way, I just looked it up, Chop. The rule for the team facility, players may be at the club facility no more than 4 hours per day during the offseason, no more than 4 days per week, and not during the weekends. And they are not allowed on the field for more than 90 minutes a day. So if they want to get in an extended workout, they have to do it somewhere else.
Wow. So they can't even lift 5 days a week there.
Doesn't look like it.
Well, that would explain why you see him at...
And that was over the weekend, wasn't it, Salina?
Yeah.
So they weren't allowed at the facility over the weekend.
Yeah.
And if it was a Friday, they may have been there Monday through Thursday.
Okay.
Understood. And Dak is works a ton, almost too much at times. People get frustrated with it. So that was just some of what he had to say about Jalen Tolbert, Ezekiel Elliott. The viral moment, though, Chop, was when Jonah Javad from WFAA Channel 8 had asked him about what he wants his legacy to be, and we have the audio of that.
I want to be right there with those two guys that say won a Super Bowl for this organization. And then as a person, I want to be a hell of a player. So he's a great player, one of the best Hall of Fame type player that when I'm done, they can say he was that type of player, but the person he was way better. And really, just as much as I hope I impact and inspire other people, you guys got me today. Got me this morning. A man my mom would be proud of, really. Yeah. Y'all got me.
Look at that. Made him Roy Firestone right there.
He got very emotional.
Peyton, you know who Roy Firestone is?
He played for the Chargers, didn't he?
No, it was the Tigers.
Oh.
He was baseball.
Well, all right. Well.
I don't remember who Roy Firestone is.
You don't know Roy Firestone either?
No, get him out, Chop.
I don't remember it. Like it's the name sounds familiar. I don't know who it is though, off the top of my head.
He was all right. You've seen
Now you're gonna make me Google.
Dang it, Jerry Maguire.
Oh yeah, I've seen Jerry Maguire.
All right, he was the ESPN. He did the conversations on ESPN.
Yeah.
Where he would always make whoever they were with cry like every time.
Yeah,
like that was his goal of every interview, was just to make them break down in tears. It was like some sport. It was always like an athlete interview,
which I always think is kind of crappy when you're trying to do it.
I mean, I don't know if you try to do it officially.
No. But I mean, there are some people who definitely I think try to do it with the questions that they ask. But Dak Prescott getting a little emotional there, and I think that we've had this discussion some recently, and one of the common things I saw on Twitter yesterday in response to this, Chop, was that, oh, this is great. I root for him as a person, and this is great as a person, but it means nothing in terms of his ability. It means nothing in terms of his play. I still think that's wrong, and I know you don't believe in the intangibles so much as a real asset, and that's fine. But
I don't not believe in them.
No, but you don't think they weight very heavily at all. Like, I think that because whenever I think we read it the wrong way. When Stephen Jones talks about Dak as a leader and the intangibles and who he is in terms of how he commands the huddle, or Cole Beasley talks about it last week and says Dak's the greatest I've ever seen huddle presence. Brandon Cooks, first thing he brings up is, oh my gosh, this guy, like I'd run into a fire for this guy.
Yeah.
Is that I think that when we naturally jump to, oh, look, they're avoiding saying something really praiseworthy about him and his skill set, I think NFL people and players view it the other way, where they say, no, this is the highest praise I can give because everybody's got talent in this league. Everybody's good at this. This is somewhere where he separates himself. And this, at that position, the quarterback position, the intangibles and the demeanor and the character, whatever else, I think matters more at that position than it does at any other position in professional sports. And because you have to,
I agree with that. I agree with that, like leadership and such.
And so because that, I think that is that is a trait. That is a legitimate trait that you have to discuss at the position. It's something that Dak has in spades.
No, I agree with that. I mean, he's a really good leader. And I'm not against believing in the intangibles at all. I just don't want to make that like the main. I always think it like this: when the first thing someone says about you is that you're a really hard worker, it's because you're not really good at your job, and that's all you have. You know what I mean?
You're Rudy. You're Rudy Rudiger.
Right.
Do you know who Rudy Rudiger is?
He was a host for.
Dear God.
Just stop it.
Oh my
but you know what I mean? Like, if somebody says like he's a great leader as a quarterback, that means to tell me that he doesn't really throw the football very well.
I do get it, but that's exactly why I say I think they highlight that is because look, everybody do you know what I mean? Like how everybody in this league has arm talent. You don't get to this level without arm talent. Like all these guys have these sorts of things that
There's
do.
a separating factor.
And so because of it, that is a legitimate trait that you need at the position, that this guy is different in a way that nobody else is like.
Okay. Yes, I agree.
And so I think that does matter. I do think and especially that position, this sport, that position, this football team, and what you're asked to do. Like, I'll be honest. I think the lack of that intangible probably harmed Romo at times in terms of his ability to finish.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he wanted to lead. He
wasn't Kyler-like, but he just didn't have that naturally, and you have to do it at that position whether you got the trade or not.
You're forced to, either way. All right, good stuff, Bobby. We got a little bit of breaking news on the Titanic submarine, but a major trade in the NBA. And are the Mavs about to get the number one pick tonight? It's next to the Fan. Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. Got a little bit of breaking news that happened just moments ago. The submarine that went down looking for the Titanic still has not been found. But at 6:08, it did, according to their timer, run out of oxygen. So it had 96 hours since it left. It could have ran out earlier if it's even still in one piece. Because if they panicked, it could have ran out earlier, but this is when the timer ended.
And because I know you said it was deeper than it's allowed to be.
Well, no, it's deeper than it's certified to be. It's been down there before.
No, that's what I mean, though. So it's not certified or permitted to go down there, but it's gone down that deep before, right?
Uh-huh.
And
you know who was on there is, but not this time, but in a previous one. And we'll do more on this at 8:20. There's some wild stories about this, but
Cardi B is now in the news about
Cardi
this.
B is in the news going after the stepson, who's back in the news because he is, throwing out basically everything he can to get this OnlyFans model. Kid sounds like a winner. But like there's been the Simpsons writer has been on this before.
Oh. Wow.
Mike Rice?
Mike Rice. I don't know that guy. Let me look him up.
Reiss. Anyway, he said it went down there and there was like problems with the ship. We had gone down there. Went down there and we get down there to the bottom and we're like, all right, let's see. Where is this ship? They couldn't find it. They were like traveling around trying to find it. It doesn't sound like it's a real like precise pinpoint exploration.
No, I mean, and that's the problem. Like, the depths you're talking about and what they knew about it, it sounded like they were looking for a needle in a stack of needles. Like, what are you even specifically looking for? Like, how are you going to be able to identify this, find it, whatever else? So it's sad.
Yeah, for sure. Like they had been talking this thing. I thought this thing got to the bottom and all that. No, an hour and a half into the trip is when they lost contact with it.
Damn, how fast can... Like how... I mean, I guess that could have happened if they were going down too fast. Because you've got to... Don't you have to like go down levels, kind of pause, adjust to the pressure?
So they corkscrew down.
Yeah.
They spiral down, long circles. It takes 2 hours, 45 minutes to get down to the bottom. And then 2:45 to get back up. Because you got to pressurize. Or depressurize, whatever it is, right? So you gotta do a very slow, gradual, way down. So that's what happened with potentially with this. They went down too fast. Thing got crushed. They depressurized, whatever. Who knows?
Jeez.
But they ran out of oxygen about 15, 17 minutes ago. So that's sad to hear. We don't know. We have no idea if they haven't been found yet. So keep you updated. As we get more on that. There was a big trade in the NBA last night. I think it was big. Kristaps Porzingis, our old friend, heading to Boston. Listen to this. Along with pick number 25 and a first-round pick next year.
So the Celtics got Porzingis and 2 first-round picks.
Right.
For what?
Memphis,
Jaylen Brown?
No. Memphis gets Marcus Smart.
Okay. Shout out to former Flower Mound Marcus alum, Marcus Smart.
The Wizards.
Go Marauders.
The Wizards get a second-round pick this year, number 35. Tyus Jones, Mike Muscala, and Danilo Gallinari. What is going on?
That doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, I guess is Washington just like full-on purging everybody and trying to reset?
I have no idea. This is wild. Like, how is KP and 2 firsts going to Boston?
Even with his injury history and his contract and everything else,
year.
that is a steal.
He had a great year.
Kuzma just opted out.
Mm-hmm.
So like, there's no Kuzma, no Porzingis, they might go like 8-74 next year. Washington. Jeez.
Yeah. They're like. This is highway robbery. How does this happen? And this is right after another trade last night between these two teams that almost happened involving the Clippers. But the Clippers didn't there was injury concerns.
Those happen.
There was injury concerns with one of the players that the Clippers were going to get.
This Porzingis deal last night was just a wave, a roller coaster where it was like Woj was like, it's happening. And then late last night, he's like, nope, it's off. No, this is done. Teams are moving on. And then a couple hours later, it's like, oh, no, it's happening again. It's on. And now there's first round picks going. It's like, geez.
I just don't know. Because Boston just became the best team in the East. I think easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, assuming
KP's their third best player, and he's tremendous for a three.
Assuming Porzingis can
stay
work himself. Well, stay healthy and work himself in, because it obviously at times didn't work here.
Right.
So,
but, we saw when he went to Washington, he could be a good player.
Because
he was 23 a night.
Yeah, because he was allowed to do it. I mean, he was the 1 or a 2 on any given night in Washington. In fact, he split basically the 1 role with Beal. And so this one, he's going as the definitive third, I feel like.
Yeah, but in Washington, career high in points per game, assists per game, field goal percentage, his second best 3-point field goal percentage of his career, his player efficiency rating, that PER, he was 17th in the NBA. He was the 17th most efficient player in the NBA. Higher than Ja, Kyrie, Booker, Fox, Brunson, Beal, Donovan Mitchell. Had all those guys. This is a steal for Boston. Now, I think the big question here, does Marcus Smart have to dye his hair today?
Ooh.
He can't keep the Celtics green, right?
No. Yeah, he's going to have to go.
I like the move for Memphis. He's a tough guy.
Oh, I love the move. Like, Marcus Smart is probably going to be, when you talk about it, Memphis, Steven Adams trying to keep everybody in line. He's kind of the dad there who's trying to keep all the little Peyton Russell Gen Zers that are running around. He's trying to keep them in line. Marcus Smart and Steven Adams, they're together. They're going to stay on top of somebody like Ja. That sounds almost like a culture move as much as it is a basketball move.
I love it. I love it for them. I really, really do. But this is Marcus he's got to either cut it or dye it back normal immediately. He can't walk around Celtics hair again, right? Not in front of the day.
Or powder blue.
You go to powder blue.
Mm-hmm.
Or, he could just, not dye it at all because he's an adult.
There you go.
Either one.
Wow.
I'm just joking.
What? Jeez.
All the things we've said this morning, that's the one that
That's
you're like,
the one.
wow, cancelable right there.
That's going to cause a tweet.
Boy, his reaction right there confirms he's Gen Z.
Yeah, for sure.
Whoa, you say people can't dye their hair? Wow,
Yeah,
Chop.
I didn't say that they can't. I said they can't. Okay, so KP
Stands for can't play.
Stands for can't play to Boston. This is, I don't want to say this is clickbait, but I loved this article. I saw this yesterday. CBS came out with a trade idea for every team in the NBA draft lottery.
Mm-hmm.
Ranging from the realistic to utter fantasy. And boy, do they hit utter fantasy right off the bat.
Let's hear it.
San Antonio,
Where are they picking?
number 1.
Ooh.
Who are they getting? Wemby, who is, according to Woj, what? The greatest prospect in the history of team sports.
Yes.
If he becomes Kevin Durant or Akeem Olajuwon, his career is a disappointment.
Yeah, he has to be better than LeBron. Not only that, not only does he have to be better than LeBron, he has to be better than Bonds. He has to be better than Tom Brady. Like if he is the greatest prospect in the history of professional sports, he needs to be the greatest player in the history
He needs
of
to
professional
be
sports.
or close to it.
Yep.
So, knowing that, the Mavs get the number 1 pick and Doug McDermott for Luka Doncic. Like I said, they started off with a bang here with utter fantasy.
No.
And you keep Kyrie? I don't know.
You do keep Kyrie.
And,
Man,
and you keep the 10th pick.
And you keep the 10th pick.
Boy, Chop seems like it's now wheels are turning in his head a little bit.
Well, wheels are turning. Like, if you tell me that his career is going to end up like Kareem, then yes, I'll make the deal. But I've already got a borderline all-time great. I mean, like, you want me to take the chance that this one's better? It's a high risk, man.
Obviously, it's tough given the context that we know now. But like think of the hype that existed when LeBron was coming out. So let's say that shifts to today, and it's LeBron coming out now. We've never seen LeBron James, and he's coming out now, and this question was asked. Obviously, you'd rather have LeBron's career than Luka's, because LeBron's right now the second greatest player in the history of basketball. So, but if that was the question now, not knowing how it was going to turn out, just knowing what people had said about LeBron James as a prospect, would you have traded Luka for, the number 1 pick to pick LeBron?
I suppose.
So you don't view Wembanyama as a better prospect than LeBron then?
I don't know.
We're talking about it, Chop. Come on.
I have no idea if he's a better prospect than LeBron.
No, but you don't want to do it for Wembanyama, it doesn't sound like. But you would want to do it for LeBron.
Here's the tough part. I know what LeBron's career became.
That's why I say
it's tough for me to say that in the moment. Right, I know what LeBron's career became. I don't know what Wembanyama's going to be.
682, y'all are idiots. Luka shouldn't be traded at all for anyone. I didn't say that. Yeah. I'm not in favor of the trade. I said no. That was the first thing I said when I did that. So
it's tough. It's like, if you tell me he's going to be Kareem, then yeah, I'll make the trade. But if you can't tell me that, so I can't make the deal. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. It's great. I love the thought process this guy went through, but you don't trade all-time greats necessarily. This would be the equivalent of the Bills having Josh Allen, and even though and the greatest quarterback prospect in history is number 1, they have the number 1 pick. Like, are you going to move on from Josh Allen for who's already the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL? To get the greatest prospect in history? I don't know that you do that.
Yeah, because it's a gamble. You know what you have in Luka. Even if you are not the biggest Luka fan, or you think Luka's flawed, or you think building around Luka is too difficult, or whatever else you want to say.
That everybody who leaves Luka becomes better.
Yes, that's not accurate. Dinwiddie had a resurgence here. All right, he helped get Dwight Powell paid. I think that Luka is right now one of the 3 best players in the NBA. Regardless of what Woj says, if Wembanyama has a career that equals Luka's, like in terms of his ability equals Luka, again, forgetting what Woj has to say about it, the Spurs are thrilled. And Wembanyama's a success if he's a player of Luka's caliber.
Yeah, there's no way I'm doing it. I can't. If you tell me he's Kareem, yes. But
you know why? Because Kareem rises to the top.
Oh, look at you.
6:35. I'm already breaking this stuff out. We got 3 more shows after this without Sean.
Yeah, we do.
So I mean, this is just getting started. Yeah. This is going to be bad for a few days for you, Chop.
It's going to be bad. Like Zion was supposed to be the next LeBron. Look what happened to him. The Mavs should do this all the time. Luka just missed the playoffs. Remember, Luka's lazy, has shown us what he can do. I would trade.
Yeah, Luka has shown us what he can do, which is 30, 10, and 10. Like, he's a stud.
Wemby's closer to Bol than Kareem. Wow. I'd trade Luka Harden in a heartbeat. Woo! I'm taking the trade. Luka's gone when the deal's up. Boy, that's the other thing you got to factor in is Luka going to ask out. This is interesting. Like, I would still say no, because you've already got a top 5 player. But man, if you told me he's Kareem, he's LeBron, and that is what his career turns out to be, then you got to say yes. Have to say yes. Ooh. All right. Interesting. KP traded to Boston, 2 first-round picks. Marcus Smart to Memphis, and then the Mavs. That rumor, not a rumor, a fake rumor about trading Luka to San Antonio for number 1.
It's a fake rumor.
NBA draft day. It's good stuff. Love hearing that. Is Aaron Rodgers the new spokesperson? Is he the new spokesperson for all things drugs? It's next to the fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, NBA Draft Day, we have
At 7 o'clock, get you caught up on the Rangers win 6-3 over the Chicago White Sox from last night.
No interference calls last night for the Rangers.
Not for the Rangers, but there was another play at the plate gone wrong in Major League Baseball. We will get into that coming up at 7 o'clock during headlines. Did you see where Aaron Rodgers was and has been this week?
I'm going to guess the New York Jets practice facility, because he is locked in and he is ready to win a Super Bowl for the New York Football Jets.
No.
Oh.
I mean, he is ready to win a Super Bowl and he is locked in, but yesterday he wasn't, or this week, I should say. So Aaron Rodgers has been very open about non-conventional medicine. I can't believe we've gotten to the point where shrooms are now being referred to as non-conventional medicine, but here we are. I support that. The Jets quarterback is slated along with Jaden Smith.
Former Cowboys linebacker.
No, I believe this is Jaden Smith of Will Smith fame, right?
Oh, okay.
The next Karate Kid or something?
Yep.
And wait for it, former Texas Governor Rick Perry are speaking, at a psychedelic advocacy group in Denver.
What is so I know you teased Aaron Rodgers, but sorry, Rick Perry, you said?
What are you damn talking about?
What are you damn talking
Yeah,
about?
noted.
I know he had evolved in recent years on marijuana policy, I guess. I had no idea he was now like, hey, let's get some sugar cubes. Let's drop some acid, baby.
Noted.
Do not mark that page.
Yeah. Like, apparently Rick Perry was just walking around zooted all the time.
Explains a lot.
I mean, my goodness. But so they're working towards decriminalizing psychedelic mushrooms in Colorado, right? And that's what this multidisciplinary association for psychedelic studies is doing. So Aaron Rodgers, Jaden Smith, and former Governor Perry are speaking at this conference in Colorado about psychedelic drugs. And, you know, obviously, like, Oregon was the first state to establish a regulatory framework for, is it psilocybin, the psychedelic compound found in these mushrooms?
Sure.
They did this in 2020. So, like, Jaden Smith shared the ego dissolution he felt when using psychedelic drugs. Apparently, this is like, you know, this is more of a newer medicine that I've heard. I actually heard like great things about like microdosing this to, you know, overcome like depression and other things. But Aaron Rodgers is speaking at this conference. And then you know the New York media on this one. You know the New York media is like, well, why is he watching film?
Well, I mean, it's a good question. Maybe he just wants the colors on the film to look a little more vivid.
That green could pop, man.
It does.
It could pop.
It does. Now, see, this is.
But like of the list of all the speaking engagements your quarterback could do, like how far down the list of events you wouldn't want him to do before you got to psychedelic drugs?
Yeah, I mean, let's just
even knowing that, you know, they've become much more mainstream in terms of helpful in, you know, healing than thought of before. They're not just for recreation, even though they are. They are for recreation, but they also are used literally for like as medicine. But like seriously, how far down that list do you not want? If Dak Prescott's going to go talk to a psychedelic drug conference,
dude, we are losing our minds here if he does that. Regardless of, again, like Choppy said, I'm sure there will be some people melting down and going like, it helps. Okay, that's fine. That's not the point. The point is obviously it's still taboo in the mainstream. So how much do you want somebody being associated with that? I'm trying to think. What you're right. What are some other topics or conferences that you wouldn't want your quarterback appearing? Oh, I know. I got a great one. Either political party's convention. I think I'd rather have my quarterback at the psychedelics conference than showing up to either, you know, political party's convention during a presidential race.
Oh, for sure.
So I'd rather have the psychedelics over the politics, for sure.
I agree. I mean, I'm sure there's a list. I'm sure there's a short list.
People do love lists.
People love lists. But like I find it funny. Like it's going to be humorous that, you know, people are going to lose their minds about this. But
I think that. But no, this is the Aaron Rodgers experience. Like this is what it is. And so I don't know. I'm really bummed Sean is not here today. In fact, I'm probably going to bring it up next Wednesday as soon as he's back, because I think that he would be feeling a little uneasy about how locked in A-Rod is if he saw the story. So
I mean, look, we've seen Aaron, and you know there's people who have said that, you know, he has admitted to playing games on Percocet before, and there was that video.
Percocet, Molly Percocet.
It's a good song. There's a video out there of him just looking baked out of his mind after halftime.
Oh yeah, and he just was not making. He
didn't blink.
No,
he looked like Brooks Koepka at the Florida Panthers game, over clapping, not a blink in sight.
He is
suited.
Do you want your quarterback to be Phil Jackson? Like, I don't know that that's
what a winner.
I don't know that that's what you're looking for. So
it might.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Rodriguez. See, this is what happens when we start calling him A-Rod. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure New York would love it if he was Phil Jackson, not the New York Knicks version of Phil Jackson. But yeah, a winner.
Yeah,
because he does need to win a title.
So speaking of win a title, we saw this. We saw this yesterday and decided, yeah, you know, we can make this into a talking point. there was a question that was asked: who needs a title more, Rodgers or Kevin Durant?
So specifically, Kevin Durant in Phoenix, Aaron Rodgers in New York.
Yeah. I mean, just the title, just another title.
I don't know. Nobody's going to probably Aaron Rodgers, because is anybody going to cut Durant a break if he wins? They're going to say, great, you now did it with Booker and Ayton and like you did it with another super team. You still have done nothing on your own. You couldn't do it in Brooklyn. You couldn't, like, nobody's going to cut any slack for him. Aaron Rodgers, I honestly don't think it really impacts either legacy if neither one of them wins again. Aaron Rodgers is at the end of his career. He's already got his Super Bowl. Even though it's just one, it's still one. It's not going to hang over his head the way it does somebody like Barkley.
Right. The issue is, like, he's only been to one, too. That's the other issue.
Yeah, and that's a problem. But, I mean, statistically, he's great. He's got all these, highlight reel moments over his career. He does have a title. I think that he's somebody who maybe he's largely viewed as a choke. Here's how big it can be. One of the biggest chokers in the history of playoffs. Who's somebody you think of in any sport and you go, playoff choker? Because to me, it was one answer.
A-Rod.
For the longest time. A-Rod's a good one. For me, it was one answer for a long time. It was David Price. That David Price could never win. You remember how long it took for him to get a win in the playoffs?
Yeah,
and
Kershaw had that same.
And then he got
Manning the same thing.
He got the weakest victory against Texas when he was with the Blue Jays. I think it was like coming out of the pen or something, but it was weak and he didn't even pitch well, but he won. So you could never say again, he didn't have a single victory in the postseason, and it immediately ended things. So I think the fact that Aaron Rodgers already has one, it's not going to quiet anything.
Yeah. Manning had that for a long time.
Do you think the second title?
Stop it.
Do you think the second title at the end of Peyton's career changed the narrative or improved the narrative for him at all? I don't. I think we talk about him exactly the same.
I think it kind of did. I don't know, like, because he went to 2 Super Bowls in 4 years there. I think that kind of changed. His last 4 years, I think, changed the narrative a little bit.
Because I looked at it as, and I mean, in 2015, you remember his arm didn't work.
No.
But
in 2013, he had a great year. They went to the Super Bowl.
And
so he went to 4.
Yeah, but I mean, are we talking? I think we're still talking about Aaron Rodgers the same if Aaron Rodgers had been to 4 and he'd only won 1, or 3 and won 1.
Yeah, so I think, look, I think Rodgers is the answer, because if he gets another one, I think you could put him in the category. Like, right now,
he'll become a mega star if he wins a Super Bowl for the Jets. Like, just being in New York and stuff like that, it moves the needle for him a ton. I don't think it damages him if he doesn't win one, and I don't think it moves the needle at all for KD if he wins one in Phoenix. I think he still is talked about exactly the same and criticized.
Here's the issue for KD. He's kind of fringe top 10 right now, right? I think he needs like 2 or 3 more really to move his standing. He can't get ahead of MJ, LeBron, Bird, Magic, Kareem, Wilt, Kobe, Duncan, Russell, Hakeem, or Shaq. That's 11. Like, I don't know how he gets ahead of any of those guys. Maybe there's one that he can get ahead of. But he's in that.
You didn't say Dirk.
Well, Dirk's not a top 11 player of all time. He's probably number 15.
He's a top 6.
Dirk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. He's not, but I mean, I do think that
he's in the Jerry West, Elgin, Oscar category, I think, right now.
Which Elgin never won one.
He didn't win one?
I don't believe so.
So he's in that category, I think, with those guys. Rodgers is in the Steve Young, Brett Favre, like Aikman category. And there's the other tier of the Brady, Montana, Manning category. And I think that if he gets a second one, he might be able to get into that
I think
tier.
Aaron Rodgers is all. I think there's a lot of people who would argue he's in the top 5 now.
I think he's close, but like, I think the top 3 is its own tier kind of thing, and then you got like.
What do you think is who? Montana, Brady, Manning?
I think so.
Okay, no, I mean, I think I didn't.
Is that standard? Is that kind of? Like,
I think so. I mean, I view it as that's the top right there.
Like that's your tier 1 of Emma Holmes. Like that's your tier one. I'm serious.
Eventually.
Yeah, that's your tier one all time. And then your next tier is like your Steve Young and Aikmans and Rogers and Favres and Elways and Marinos. I mean, is that kind of where we are?
Yeah, probably. But see, I still think, I don't know. I feel like maybe if tier one is Montana, Brady, Manning, then tier two, I feel those names you just mentioned there, I feel like there's a fracture somewhere. Like there's a tier 2A and a tier 2B. And
right.
Rodgers would be up more in 2A because I think there is still some separation. Rodgers very much is similar. If you look at the efficiency and the mobility and the way that he played the game, it's and the fact that he won one Super Bowl, it's very similar to Steve Young, and following an all-time great and having to step in and do that.
Yeah.
It's very similar in that respect.
I think you're right, and I think Steve Young is one of the most overrated there is. I'm sorry, underrated.
I was gonna say, what the hell is wrong with you?
Underrated.
Damn.
I know, underrated. All right, Rangers win. NBA draft latest rumors. Another play at the plate gone wrong. Coming up next here in headlines on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let's get you over to the all.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a drive high into the air, deep left center. Benintendi and Robert going back. Robert leaps at the wall, and he will not get it. Ezekiel Duran goes yard. His 9th home run of the season with a man on board gives Texas a 3-1 lead.
Matt Hicks with the call in a game you heard right here on 105 through The Fan. Rangers, a 6-3 victory. 6-3 over the Chicago White Sox, the Pale Hose, as they're affectionately referred to.
Is that what they're called?
Yes, they call it the Pale Hose.
Oh.
I don't know why. Because pale white. There you go.
Oh,
Pale Hose.
yeah.
And hose are socks.
I was going to say, it sounded like one of Peyton's states that doesn't get out in the sun very much.
All right. 6-3 Rangers get the victory. Martin Perez, 7 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, just 2 strikeouts in 100 pitches, and he gets the victory over Texas product Michael Kopech.
Yeah, look, it's a good bounce back game. I loved the Jonah Heim home run. He did it there too. They're doing the. I just noticed that he did it on the single too. He is doing the review.
Oh
sign.
yeah, baby.
So he's signaling for the review on every base hit now. It looks like. Is that going to be the guys in the dugout did it to him? Is that the new claw?
I hope it is.
Remember the claw?
Oh,
the,
of course.
The ducks on the
How do you
pond?
not remember the claw?
I mean, Peyton was what? You were 6 when they were doing the claw?
No, I was 14. So yes, I did it. I had the T-shirt, the claw T-shirt, and the antlers on the back.
Okay, that was an awful shirt. I actually hated that shirt, but
yeah, the antlers. I didn't care for the antlers necessarily.
Speed.
Huh?
I got speed.
yeah,
Antlers.
we knew what it
We
meant.
knew what it meant. We knew what it
Well,
meant.
You boomers, I don't know.
No, we you know, trust me, you guys didn't
Gen
thought you
X
just liked-
and millennial, sir.
Y'all
Not
didn't
boomers.
invent the term "run like a deer."
The what?
What? That's what comes for "run like a deer." Yeah, it's like, you know, I liked the claw. I didn't care for the antlers, but
I liked the claw as a celebration. I did not like the shirt. The shirt design looked goofy, like the actual claw thing. But I like it. If they're gonna do the headphone replay
baby.
celebration,
Yep.
every hit, every clutch
hit.
moment, you go like this. The only problem is, what if you do it on an actual controversial play and then it gets overturned? And then,
oh, so if you do that,
And the other team goes out. Let's review
Wait
it.
a second, we
they're
want to review
That's
this.
a good idea, Jonah
Yeah.
Heim. We wouldn't have even thought to have looked at that. But no, it was great to see them bounce back, get the victory. This should have been a sweep. Well, maybe not should have been a sweep. It was tied. But
Yeah, it was
I
tied.
mean,
Can't say
if the right thing is called, I still think they win that game the other
They
night
also
because
should
they're
have blown
better
the
than
lead.
Chicago.
Too. They also should have blown the lead.
There is that. We didn't talk enough yesterday about the fact that the bullpen couldn't hold it up. I mean, Grant Anderson was asked to throw 34 pitches. That was an extensive relief appearance there. And so either way, good to see them get back on track. You also got the loss from the Angels. Astros won yesterday. That's not great, but they're up 5.5 on the Astros now, 6 on the Angels. And so they are in a comfortable spot. I think I saw something yesterday that said they are currently like 85% by, I can't remember which projection, but 85% chance
win the
of
division?
making the playoffs.
Oh, I would think it'd be higher than that. I'm disappointed it's only 85%.
Well,
I mean, I think if you were to simulate the rest of the season, I mean, even if they go
if
5,
Jonah Heim stops blocking the plate, then maybe their odds would be better.
all right, they're 18 games over 500. Is my math right?
I believe so.
46 to 28.
Yep.
All right, so even if they go 500 the rest of the way, that's still 90 wins.
Man, Peyton, they just have to go 3 games. They have to win 3 games above 500 or whatever it is.
Man, what a
in order
receipt
for you
that
to
will
get
be.
your
Yeah.
that'll be the biggest receipt you say in 93.
Yeah. So like, yeah, if they play 5, they're 18 games over. 18 games over is 90 and 72. If they play 500 ball the rest of the way, they're a 90-win team. 90-win teams make the playoffs.
They got to survive July, though. July's tough. I know we're not even through June yet, but July is tough. They have the Astros. They have the Dodgers, Tampa Bay again. It's a tough month.
It is.
July.
It is a tough month. There's no doubt about it. The end of June, I mean, they got the Yankees starting, and now they're without Judge, and they can't hit. I saw a stat yesterday. Luis Ariz, going into last night's game, had more hits than the entire Yankees team, not named Aaron Judge.
So take Judge out of the equation, and
If you
Luis
remove
Ariz
Judge-
has more hits than the Yankees team.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable. That was going into last night. Now, last night they may have eclipsed it, but that is a insane statistic.
I mean, yeah, when you're picking up 5 hits every game or whatever it is.
I mean, he's going to have 240 hits this year.
Ooh. Do you think so? Yeah.
He's at 104.
Yeah, he probably will.
We're 60
last
games
night
in, 65 games in.
He went 2 for 5 last night.
He's got 104 hits in the year. He's got 100 games left or 90 games left. He's going to have 240 hits.
Is he going to get the hit record?
What is it, 240?
It was forever. It was George Sisler with like 257, and then Ichiro broke it. I think Ichiro finished with like 260.
I don't think he'll get the hit record, but he's having a great year. So the Rangers win. It was a good win. Last night they are off today, traveling to the Bronx, where they will take on the Yankees. We had to play at the plate in our game on Tuesday night, and last night. Now remember.
Now when you say our game, you mean like. You're talking about your
Rangers
kids'
White
games.
No, Rangers White Sox. Remember that play at the plate?
Yep.
Jonah Heim. The same night, the Padres had a play at the plate where they were not called for blocking. Maybe that played into what happened last night with a play at the plate, and Gary Sanchez gets called. He's now with he's bounced around now with the Padres. He gets called for blocking the play. I showed you the video of this. This was
Do you think that's a dirty play by Sanchez?
Stop it. I thought this was so egregiously bad as well. Now, he is blocking the base path, but the ball took him in there, A, but B, he is about 15 feet up the line. Like, there's no plate. He's outside the batter's box.
Yeah.
He's 5 feet outside the batter's box, like up the line, and they overturned it, and they said that he was blocking the plate. They have got to fix this rule. They have got to fix this. This is terrible, in my opinion, interpretation of what blocking the plate is, and their manager, Bob Melvin, wasn't happy.
There's got to be some feel involved for something like that. It's an awful call and it had an impact on the game.
From your viewpoint, why shouldn't it have been called based on the fact the runner was out by so much, or?
Oh, I think all the way around. The base runner's way down the line towards their dugout. At some point in time, you have to go get him. The throw took him up the line as well. Based on where he started, it looked like they showed the replay from when the throw was already on the way. And as a catcher, you have to have some feel for that. You got to also understand the impact and where the runner was, and it just, to me, was just one of the worst calls I've seen this year.
One of the rules is if it's obvious that the runner is not going to be safe because he's so far up the line, the ball beats him by so much, then it's not blocking the plate.
Well, you also have to go get, like, if the ball, you're allowed to go get the ball.
Yeah, this is terrible. Like, they are screwing this up all over the place. That was a terrible interpretation, I think, of the rule.
Major League Baseball can't get out of its own way. Like, they are for all of the positives that they have in terms of the rule changes and how those have been implemented and the excitement around the game and the excitement around the World Baseball Classic, they have consistently gotten in their way this year with the umpiring and some of the replay stuff. And so there's got to be some sort of a change. And I mean, I know this is something that we complain about in every sport is the officiating problems, right, and how it seems to be kicking up. I just think that there's got to be just some way to simplify all these rules so that you can take out just the nonsense.
Right. That's it. You got to do it. All right. So that was in the San Diego game. NBA draft is tonight. Bobby Belt, will the Mavs pick at 10 or will they deal it?
Well, they will pick at 10. Will they keep the pick is the question. That is the pick. I think that everybody seems to say they're going to deal it. So the one area where I feel a little bit like, okay, maybe they will actually keep this pick is the fact that Jake Fisher said they wouldn't. And so since he said that, if we're following history, they will pick at 10 and sign that guy to a lifetime contract. And so that's how I look at that. But I would prefer they keep the pick. I got to say, there's a lot of, Bassick talks to basketball folks.
Yeah, folks. You put the L in there. Interesting.
It made me perk up a little when I saw on his Twitter yesterday that Bassick said, I think the Mavericks want Derek Lively. Like, that was who Bassick was tweeting yesterday. He thinks they want. So it makes me go, Mike, who you talking to? So you talking to somebody? And then Coop yesterday saying, that's who I want. I want Derek Lively. So it's like, okay.
That's interesting reading between the lines. I don't like Derek Lively. I'm sorry. Like that, you can't sell me on a guy who scored 4 points in 2 NCAA tournament games. You just can't sell me on that.
He did play better down the stretch. Like Coop had talked about that yesterday.
So 6.5 points a night?
Well, it was actually 7.8. Well, okay, Chop? 7.8, 8 rebounds. And
scoring title, here we come.
And 3 blocks in 24 minutes a game. And so, look,
somebody loved him. Okay, he was the
number 1 recruit on ESPN.
Yeah.
And Jaden Hardy was the number 2, and they bought low on him.
Yeah, a highly respected recruit coming out of high school. And you don't go to Duke because you stink. You just don't out of high school. So he is definitely somebody who everybody has loved for a long, long time. But, man, I just don't know. I just don't know that I could sign up for a guy who can't score in a modern NBA. Last night, so yesterday, we were following this Kristaps Porzingis trade a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. It was KP to the Celtics. You were going to get the Wizards getting somebody, and they were going to get like Danilo Gallinari, and then the Clippers were going to get Malcolm Brogdon, among others. Mm-hmm. Well, there was concerns that the Clippers had about Brogdon's health, so that fell through. Well, the Celtics were like, we still want KP, and the Wizards were like, we still want to get rid of him. They made the trade anyway. They made a different trade. So the Celtics now, listen to this compensation, they get Porzingis, number 25 overall in the pick in this year's draft, and a first-round pick of the Warriors next year. The Grizzlies get Marcus Smart, who has to dye his hair, I think, immediately.
Well, somebody pointed out on the fan text, I did not know this either. I guess he dyes his hair green not for the Celtics. It's for his mother who died, and she always wanted him to put green in his hair.
So it has nothing to do with the fact that it's the Celtics?
I guess not. That's what he said last year anyway. He gave an interview where he said it's about his mom who died.
Huh. So it's just convenient.
That's a very Sean Sharif take of you to go after the guy who's mourning the mother.
Well, I don't think I went after the guy who's mourning the mother.
I'm kidding. Nobody take that out of context. I'm just kidding about Chop. But apparently it's not even related to the Boston Celtics.
That's very coincidental that it was the same color.
He did stuff with his hair all the time, I guess, in high school, and his mom said, I wish you'd do more green, and then when she died, he did it.
Okay. Interesting. Well, maybe he continues to dye it, but he dyes it a Memphis color now. Maybe blue. Or maybe he keeps the green. Who knows? So Marcus Smart goes to the Grizzlies, and the Wizards get a second-round pick, and then Tyus Jones, Danilo Gallinari, Mike Muscala. I don't know how Boston's getting KP and 2 first-round picks. That, to me, is highway robbery in this trade. Because he had a good year last year. Really good year.
I mean, this is... he was very good last year, and he was very efficient. Yeah. And it's...
So the player gets better when they leave Luka.
Stop it. This is fascinating to me that you've got, Washington just emptying their roster for not a very impressive return.
They're going to be awful.
They look like they just want to be terrible for a few years. It's that 76ers approach.
Oh, trust the process?
Yeah, where you absolutely aggressively tank until you're good for a couple years.
You know what that's called?
Organic tanking?
Being smart.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Team building, baby.
Sure.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it an awful lot. All right, that is headlines here on 105.3
Headlines.
The Fan. Oh, man, one of my favorite segments, if not my favorite segment of the week, unethical life hacks coming up next. We got the next position group in Love of the Star. Bobby, what are we going to do with that one?
We're going to talk about cornerbacks next here on The Fan.
It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's Bobby Belt.
10, 5, victory! Cowboys win!
This is Love of the Star.
Where's the rest of it?
No, you don't get the rest of it.
Oh, he doesn't get the rest of it.
I liked the one you played yesterday.
I think you should just do like ad-lib it. Just do it on the fly.
I don't like that as much. Okay. All right, so we are continuing to go through our roster inventory. We're just kind of breaking down the Cowboys position groups ahead of training camp. We have already done the backfield. That's quarterbacks and running backs. We've done the pass catchers, receivers, and tight ends. Offensive line was Monday. Defensive line Tuesday. Yesterday was linebackers. And just to make sure that we finish this clean, because I'm a little OCD, we're going to break up the secondary. So we have one for today and tomorrow.
Oh,
Instead
okay.
Of just and no, I'm not doing a special teams one. I don't think you guys want us to
What about a coaching staff one?
We can do a coaching staff inventory next week. Like, we can keep it going into next week a little bit if we want to do that. But today we are going to do the corners, because we're going to break up the corners and the safeties. I'm not going to do a breakdown on the long snapper, the kicker, because I don't think the kicker's on the roster right now.
Robbie Gould?
And the punter. Maybe it ends out being Robbie Gould. We'll just have to see. Okay, so as it stands right now, the Cowboys have, depending on how you count certain guys, the Cowboys have 12 corners on the roster, RJ Choppy.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I said it depends on how you count the guys is because there's couple of undrafted free agents, D'Angelo Mandel, Miles Brooks, guys who are not going to make the team, by the way. They may end up on the practice squad, though, but there are those guys who are kind of like hybrid DB types. Like, they may be asked to play some safety. The one that's interesting to note in terms of if we count him in the corner group is Israel Mukuamu.
Okay.
So Israel Mukuamu was a 6th-round pick for the Cowboys out of South Carolina in 2021, and he had played some safety at South Carolina, but he finished his career playing corner for the Gamecocks. And he is a guy who, when he got picked, we interviewed him right here on the Fan immediately after, and he had said that, I'm going to come there, I'm going to be the best corner in the league. That's what I'm going to do. And then Stephen Jones went out there in the press conference and went, hey, yeah, he's a safety. That's where we're playing him. We're playing him at safety.
Okay.
And so Israel Mukuamu, I think, has always wanted to play corner. He's 6'4", he's 212, 34-inch arms, good athlete, but really long and physical, and the type of guy that you would think Dan Quinn, coming from the Seattle system and those long press corners, you would think Mukuamu would make sense at. But they did play him at safety for his initial time here. Last year, when they were having some injuries at cornerback and they were having some stuff come up at camp, he was asked to play a little bit of corner. And I will forever remember standing out there on the Oxnard field next to Broadus. And Brian will always tell you one of the things that you look for on a corner's tape, that when you see it show up on tape, you go, oh, okay, that's different. That's something that if you can do that, there's a lot you can do on the football field. And it's when you take a receiver and you stay in his hip pocket as he drags across the field. So if you got one guy starting on one hash and he comes across to the other side of the field and you carry him the entire way to the other hash without losing him, that's a special trait usually.
It is.
And we were standing out there at practice. Mukuamu had to step in and he got CeeDee Lamb in the slot. And he carried CeeDee Lamb all the way across the field and broke up a pass. And I went, oh, that was interesting, but it's one play. 3-4 plays later, they're lined up again. CeeDee's in the slot. CeeDee drags across the formation or drags across to the other hash. And Mukuamu stays in his hip pocket the entire time again and knocks the pass away. And it's like, man, that's 2 times he stuck to CeeDee Lamb. And CeeDee Lamb, you couldn't cover him in Oxnard last year. And Mukuamu was the only guy who stuck with him twice. And so I think they saw those traits. They had him play a little bit of a hybrid role last year. He stepped in, did a little bit of corner, a little bit of safety in the little bit that he was asked to play. But this year, we're seeing him early on in camp playing a lot more with the corners. And so I think we're putting Mukuamu in with the cornerback group. But as it stands now, there are 12 guys on the roster who play corner chop. And they typically will carry 5, 6, 7 if they're carrying a guy who is just a special teamer and they need to still carry 6 corners. They will sometimes carry it and call 7. But that's very rare. Typically, I think we're looking at just 6 here.
Real quick on Israel Mukuamu. How many countries do you think you can name your child after? Total sidebar off the rails.
Let's see here.
It's a handle. I mean, you don't see him in Canada.
It's funny. The first one I jumped to was I was thinking, can you name him Canada? I don't know. Just probably maybe just Israel.
I think that's it. There's a handful. There's maybe like 5.
Istanbul,
Turkey,
you could, I guess so.
Anyway,
USSR.
These are the things that go through my head.
It's interesting. All right, so when we look at this corner group, we got to make some immediate cuts here.
Yep.
Chop. And so the easiest ones to cut to me, the 2 undrafted free agents, D'Angelo Mandel, Miles Brooks, and then Sheldrick Redwine, who they added late last year. He's been in the league for a couple years, but
his last name is really Redwine?
Yes.
That's amazing.
And he may hang around on the practice squad. It just kind of depends. All right, so we've got 3 guys cut there. This is where you're going to have a little bit of some difficult cuts, though, I think, moving forward. Because
God, what is his nickname?
Whose?
Redwine.
I don't know.
It's got to be
UB40?
No, it's got to be like, Cab, Shiraz.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not bad.
Malbec.
That's a good one. So you've got 9 corners left on the roster, so we got to find probably 3 cuts. So here are the names on the roster right now, RJ Choppy. Right. Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs, Stephon Gilmore.
Okay, I don't think either of those are
all of those
candidates
guys
to be cut.
Are
just throwing that one out
on.
There. Yeah, I'm just going to guess.
And now here come some of the questions. CJ Goodwin, who is just a special teamer, but has survived.
There's value there.
Several cuts because he is so good on special teams.
All right.
Kelvin Joseph, who is playing a lot more nickel. Burt Mantost, Jordan Lewis, Eric Scott, a 6th-round pick out of Southern Miss, who they traded up for and we're really excited about, has gotten some work with the first team during these mini camps.
He's a rookie?
Yes. Rookie from Southern Miss, a guy they traded up for. They traded a pick for next year to go up and get him. And he's somebody who's gotten more first-team reps during OTAs and minicamp with the corner group than Kelvin Joseph has. And so he's ahead of Kelvin Joseph, it appears right now. Then you've got Nashawn Wright, their 3rd-round pick from 2021. And then the guy we just mentioned there, Israel Mukuamu, who has stuck on the roster each of the last 2 years and has the flexibility to play safety. So.
And you need to cut how many of them?
You need to cut probably 3.
Woo!
And there's going to be...
you're keeping 6 corners.
I think you have to. Yeah.
Yeah. In today's league, you got to. There's times you play 4, 5 at a time.
So I think for sure, I shouldn't say for sure on any of this. This is the interesting thing when you look at these names to me. None of these strike me as absolutely they're on the roster, and none of them strike me as, well, absolutely they're cut. All 6 of them appear a little difficult. I'm gonna say right now, I think Kelvin Joseph gets cut. I think he's out. He's had too many issues.
Jordan Lewis told us that.
Yeah, there was that whole thing where he listed off the different guys on the team and didn't mention old boss man Fat. But Kelvin Joseph, to me, he's had too many issues. It still has not clicked for him. He's still working with the second team. He's still out there, dropping his Dat Piff mixtape.
I'll tell you this. Jordan Lewis better make the team and not Kelvin Joseph. Because if Kelvin makes it and they move on from Jordan Lewis, that is an easy Twitter revenge for Boss Man Fat.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. That is an easy revenge right there.
Here's the biggest problem. Might be the biggest saving grace for Kelvin Joseph right now. You need a special teamer in that group. And there's 2 elite special teamers in the group. It's Kelvin Joseph, who is really good on special teams.
And then
Goodwin. And Kelvin, not well, but will play, actually gets defensive snaps. Goodwin doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're keeping Goodwin, you're talking about, you would either then have to debate expanding the number of corners on your roster to 7 because you need 6 to play and 1 who's just going to be on special teams, or you're talking about you're then only keeping 5 corners for actual play.
How much does, and this goes to, how much power does the special teams coach wield?
A lot. This one does. Bones Fossil.
So there you go.
A lot.
So if he's got a lot of power, then there's a chance that he makes it. A good one.
Now,
good one for good win.
Exactly. If you were to release
Scott's safe too. He was drafted this year, right?
Yes.
So
it was 6th round though, but they did trade capital for him.
I would think. I mean, unless he is just completely can't play.
I think if you were to ask them who could potentially be this year's Deron Bland, they would say Eric Scott.
Okay.
In terms of not just with the defensive backs, but who can be that guy from your draft class? I think they would say Eric Scott has a potential to be that guy, somebody who we think can step up and, come from relative anonymity to step in and be a significant contributor for us.
So is there a chance that the 3 cuts then are Lewis, Wright, and Israel?
So I think you would keep Goodwin and cut Joseph.
All right.
And so at that point, though, I think you're only holding 6 corners. So that means you're only playing with 5. And then you would probably have a couple stashed away on the practice squad. So your cuts at that point, if you're keeping Scott and Goodwin, you need to get 2 more cuts out of Nashawn Wright, 3rd round pick from 2021, Israel Mukwamu, and Jordan Lewis. And Jordan Lewis is somebody that if you were to release him, they save almost $5 million on the cap.
Yikes. He's gone. Boss Man's gone. And Wright's probably gone. So keep Scott, Goodwin, and Israel.
And I don't think you're wrong. That's my inclination, too.
I'm never wrong.
That's my inclination, too, is that you're keeping Scott. That'd be Goodwin, Scott, and Mukwamu that get kept. And so that means you're releasing Nashawn Wright, Jordan Lewis, and Kelvin Joseph. If you're releasing Wright and Joseph, how much does that reflect poorly on somebody who it's very dangerous to say anything negative about? Not that there's usually negative things to say anything about him in this town, but there's a very high approval rating. How poorly does that reflect on Dan Quinn? That was 2021. That was his draft. Those were corners that he I think had a lot of say in bringing in.
You're gonna miss. I mean, I don't think it reflects poor. He's not a personnel. He's not a GM.
No, but he did have a. Here are my parameters. This is what I need. And he had I think he was a big part of the reason Kelvin Joseph is here. I think he said, yeah. I can handle him. I can help him.
I don't blame Rod Marinelli for.
You shouldn't, because he's a Tolo.
Taco. Was it Taco or was it
Taco?
It was Tristan Hill too, right?
Tristan Hill and Taco both frequently get assigned to.
I don't blame him for them. I mean, guys miss.
Yep.
All these scout, like, Philadelphia, I think they just realize that scouts are not perfect, and that's why they continue to, draft the same position over and over again. Like, we missed on this guy, let's move on from him. I don't blame Rod. Rod missed. Okay, I'm sure he's hit on guys too.
This is, I think, when you look at the 2021 draft class, that is the shining example of get me as many darts to throw at the board. You're one of the proponents of that, right?
Yeah,
weighted darts. As much draft capital to throw as possible.
Weighted dart throws, man.
So when you talk about the 21 draft class, I think when you look at it and you think about some of the hits from that draft, you go, man, that was a successful draft. You got Micah Parsons. You got Oso Odigizua. You got Chauncey Golston. You got Israel Mukuamu in the 6th round. You got Matt Farniak in the 7th. Like, that's a pretty good draft.
Yeah.
Right? And then you look at it, and if we're talking about releasing Nahshon Wright and Kelvin Joseph, then you're looking at, well, we're also 2 years into this, and your 2nd-round pick, Kelvin Joseph, is gone. Your 3rd-round pick, Nahshon Wright, is gone. Your 4th-round picks, Josh Ball and Jabril Cox, might be gone.
Wow.
And so that's why, but you know what? They made 11 picks in that draft or whatever it is, and that's why you want as many darts as you can. That's the dirty secret they don't totally tell you about the Jimmy Johnson era, is there were a lot of misses.
Oh, of course.
A lot.
That's the thing. If you hit on the quarterback, it doesn't matter.
Well, it wasn't just that. It was they just had so many picks.
I know.
You look at the 91 draft, they made...
Wasn't the draft like 12 rounds, though, at the time?
It was, but in the 91 draft, they made something like 22, 23 picks.
Who cares if you miss on half of them?
And that's exactly it, is that you did have... For the, Russell Maryland and Alvin Harper, and those guys were success. You also had Kelvin, Pritchett, and you had, Godfrey Miles in the 3rd round. Like, you had those sorts of things.
All right, yeah.
For the, the Kevin Smith and Robert Jones in the top of the 2nd round, you picked Jimmy Smith, who ended up being a great receiver for Jacksonville, but did nothing for you here. And you had Clayton Holmes in the 3rd round, at the top of the 3rd round. The 93 draft really wasn't great. I mean, Kevin Williams was a decent return guy, but he didn't have an impact the way you would think. Darren Smith was a decent linebacker for you, but you really didn't get much in that 93 draft either.
No, that's that. But again, like the Chiefs can miss on a lot of picks right now.
Yeah.
They can miss. Mahomes makes up for it.
They can absolutely afford to do that. But that, I think, is the argument for the model of collect as many draft picks as you can, throw as many darts as you can.
Yep, I love it.
So that's
that. Love of the star.
That's it.
Of the star. Let's hook the Tolos up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Post Malone. The music superstar is coming back home to the Metroplex to rock out Dos Equis Pavilion on August 5th. Get information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we got a little ticket giveaway there. At 8 o'clock, we're going to find out if Deion Sanders might be considering a move to the NFL after his Colorado days are over. But my favorite segment of the week, every week, unethical and uncensored version of Unethical Life Hacks.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold, the great CA.
The great CA. Now, normally, and Sean's out today, so normally he's got quite the censored hand in some of these life hacks.
What would you guess?
He wants to know exactly what Bobby has.
There is minimum probably 2 a week that he says no to. And
I would say that.
I would guess on the high end, we've had as many as 4 or 5 that have been smacked back before.
I would say that. That's probably true. I have no idea what's coming here. I don't like to know. I like to be surprised, and let's just go for it. If they're a little bit too risque, Peyton's got a dump button over there.
I got one right here. I can do it.
If you think it works, then go ahead.
There have been several times I've said something and immediately thought to myself, I wish I had a dump button right next to me, so I could dump myself 2 seconds later. Because I think about it in those 2 seconds ago, that wasn't smart. All right, so we are doing unethical life hacks here, and we bring these to you, again, like Chris Arnold just said, it's a public service announcement, essentially. We're not encouraging you to do these things. We're letting you know about the pitfalls of life. And if these are dumb hacks, like if there's a hole in it and you go, that wouldn't work because of XYZ, truckwreck.com fan text. You can let us know why it wouldn't work. 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. You can also let us know on the Twitch and the YouTube if you're hanging out in the chats over there. And also, if you have any unethical life hacks of your own, you can submit them to us. I'm going to start off before we go to the list of them. I've got 2 news stories to tie in here, Chop.
All right.
To unethical life hacks. And the first one, and she's going to kill me, but that's fine.
Oh, no.
Kristen told me last week, we were talking about some story in the news. I don't remember what. In fact, I'll lead off with this story in the news. Tampa woman left her mansion and an inheritance to 7 cats.
Oh, man.
From the Tampa Bay Times. After her son died, Nancy Sauer's 2 great loves became shopping and her cats. That was on display Friday during an estate sale at the home of Sauer, who died in November. There were more than 50 Dale Tiffany floor and table lamps, around 5,000 pieces of jewelry, yada, yada, yada. But here's the thing. Her 7 Persian cats, she was a little worried that nobody would take care of them. So she stipulated that her cats must remain at the home and that they receive an inheritance. And the deal is that the house is not to be sold until her last cat passes away. And so this is where Kristen's unethical life hack comes in. Kristen was saying last week, she was like, you know, if you just befriend like lonely elderly people, they'll probably leave you their stuff.
Oh my God.
Now, she said she wasn't saying it as like an endorsement. She was just thinking out loud, like, that's a thing. She claimed she was not endorsing it, but I think this is another example of it. Nobody to leave it to but the cats. If you would have just been okay with cats and befriended this lady, she would have left you her house, it sounds like.
Okay, so that's fair. You know, I've always thought of like a great idea would be to have a real estate company,
sure,
that focuses solely on divorced couples,
like selling their home.
Yeah, like
ooh,
you know, divorced couple realty.
Why not just become why not have a divorce attorney get his realtor's license
or that?
That's a good idea.
That'd be a good idea too. I should tell my divorce attorney that one. But like, you know, so I've always thought that was good. This is much more sinister, but I understand. Like, you know, my kids are like, their next door neighbor, or a couple houses down. She was an elderly lady. They were like, you know, and they like became very, very close with her.
Mm-hmm.
But she had family, so she left obviously the stuff to them.
Damn. So their play didn't work.
I don't think that was their play.
Oh.
You know, she was just an elderly lady. She was like from Eastern Europe or something, just a very nice lady. And, you know, they became like, they would go check on her all the time. And, you know, I was really proud of them for doing that. But, you know, they didn't get anything out of it. Obviously, she had family. They get that. But yeah, if you want to, you got to find out, though, they have no family. Like you don't know that. This is why it's a long play.
Yeah, it is a long play. I mean, and that's why you got to be very selective, I guess, in terms of how long the play is.
Peyton, are you friends with any elderly other than me?
What's elderly? 40 plus?
Oh my gosh. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
I mean, my neighbors are like 50 plus, so I'm friends with them.
They have kids?
Yes. Yeah, they all have kids.
See, this is like you know the Billy Currington song, People Are Crazy? This old man and me, we're at the bar, and that whole song is about,
crazy.
I just was nice to this old man at the bar who was rich, and he hated his family, so he left me his millions.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like, so, I mean, that's the kind of thing you're looking at. The other story here, and this one is an unethical life hack, but it ended up costing them. A restaurant must pay workers $140,000, according to CNN, after they allegedly hired a fake priest to extract confessions of workers' sins. So this restaurant in California has been ordered by the feds to make these payments. They said that an employee testified that the owner, who operates 2 locations of this Mexican restaurant in Northern California, hired a fake priest to hear confessions during work hours and, quote, get the sins out, including asking them if they had been late for work, stolen money from the restaurant, or had bad intentions toward their employer. I mean,
that's evil.
That is. It's an unethical life hack. Now
So-
they got paid, but I mean, if they wouldn't have gotten caught, they probably would have said it was worth it. We found
The
out.
life hack is find a priest.
No, this is not even a priest. This was somebody they
No, a
had
fake priest.
pretend to be a priest.
Find a fake priest, but you got to assume that all your employees are Catholic.
I mean,
Like, if you're not, you don't care about the
here's the
priest.
thing. I'm guessing it says it was a Mexican restaurant.
Oh,
so I'm guessing it's a lot of. I mean, if you
Go
have,
on.
No, I'm just saying, like that's
say
that's demographics. Like the vast majority
Yeah, you're
is
right. No,
is
I'm
Catholic.
just messing with you.
And so it is. It didn't end out working out for him though. They have to pay $140,000. But I think I would have caught on to this pretty quick if the priest was like trying to suggest sins to me. Like, well, have you were you maybe late today, or did you doctor your time?
How did they find out though? That's what I want to know. How did they find out that it was a fake priest?
That is not totally clear. And then there's other things that this restaurant's in trouble for. They denied overtime pay. Managers were paid bonuses from the employee tip pool. So
sounds
this
like a
is
great place to work.
This is a pretty terrible place. This is maybe the hub of unethical life hacks. Okay,
What is their BBB rating? That's what I want to know. My gosh.
yeah, big beautiful boy. So here's now we're gonna go to the actual life hacks and move away from the news ones here. This is one of the ones that Sean swatted away, but he's not here to stop now.
All right.
Peyton,
Yeah,
if you
I don't know what this is.
Ryan, you're still in school, right? You're still taking tests and exams and everything. All right, here's the unethical life hack. Learn how to read Braille. Create a cheat sheet for a test. Put it in your hoodie pocket. You can feel the answers with your fingers without looking away for your test.
Yeah, I'm sure it's easy to learn Braille.
I mean,
I'm sure it's probably like learning any other language, right?
I would guess it's probably a little easier.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, because it's like you've got to learn the alphabet. You just learn the alphabet, what the feel is, and then it's like reading. You're reading the Braille, like their letters.
So there's no words in Braille, it's just letters?
Yes. I
But
think
then
so,
you have to
anyway.
spell out the letters. I mean, the test would
Yeah, I could see how spelling would be hard.
Yeah.
That is difficult.
I mean, the test would be 5 hours long if I had to do that.
So, but you'd pass.
And
you know?
then, like, are you just using your thumb? Can you read Braille with one finger? Or do you need to use your entire hand to go over top of it?
Or are you a two finger? Or if you're bold, maybe you're a three finger.
Yeah, you
guy.
might. I mean, I don't know. Like that's I like it. Like if it's easy to learn and doable, I could be into this. I mean, it's not offensive. It's just, Braille's just a language,
right?
It's just like learning. It's like learning another language to go in to spy on somebody.
I think the reason why that one got killed, honestly, when Sean was here, is because the way I wrote the T's, which he wouldn't read on the air. I think it was like something like an actually useful way to use Braille or something like that. I think
Braille's pretty useful for people who can't see.
No, I know. That was why I was trying to just get Sean to read it, and he wouldn't. It wasn't what I was saying. I just wanted Sean to have to say that into a microphone. All right, next one here. Peyton, if you need to learn to become a great fighter, learn the moves that are illegal in MMA. Just find out what's illegal in MMA, learn those moves, and they cause so much damage that's why they're banned. So learn the rabbit punch and other things like that, and then just use them in a street fight.
Or you can just learn how to actually fight instead of doing
fight.
But what if you're not good?
Yeah, it's true. You would think though, like the real moves are easy, are just as easy to learn, right?
Yeah, but I would guess they take
No.
more. Like the idea is that those are so damaging. Like you can't do those.
Right, you can't like kick somebody in the junk.
Right.
Okay,
and
so
that's a great move to use in real life.
That's an easy one.
Well, I can just pop a seat of someone, you know?
I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
What about the just do a reverse the rear naked choke?
Yeah, just do that. Take pictures of inconveniences when they occur to later use as an excuse to get out of something.
So
you got a flat tire, there's a leak in your house, just take a picture of it. And so the next time you need an excuse, be like, send it, be like, oh my gosh, guys, my bathroom flooded.
Everyone should have a folder on their phone of this. I need to get one. Everyone should have a positive COVID test on their phone somewhere.
I knew somebody who did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to stay somewhere like longer. They were having to head back for work, and they like got a picture of a COVID test and sent it to their employer.
But this is why people need to adapt to FaceTime. Bosses could call you out on. What if you got a FaceTime from Spittle right after you sent that? And he said, Show me.
Well, he's an
Wrong.
Android
That's
guy
why
for a while.
you that is why you don't adopt to FaceTime. If you have the technical capability to do it, you're then available to answer, and then you have to come up with a plan. If you're just like, I don't know, I'm a technology idiot, like then they can't do it.
No, this is also you say I look like crap. I'm not doing that right now. Also, I don't think that I have no idea. Do you have to provide proof? Can they ask you what you're sick
like
of?
legally?
Yeah, I don't know the rules to that.
I think now I don't know if you have to, but I think now it would probably help punctuate it a little bit.
Life hack. How to
just
sue your company.
Just not they don't even request it. Just volunteer it. Like, hey, gosh, guys, look, that's the way you do it. All right, this is an unethical life hack, and it harms Sean Sharif's pocketbook as a big AMC investor. But this is something that I've done. If you're going to the movies, it says by yourself, but really this works with your family too. Go, and it's a theater with assigned seating. Just buy the seat next to the aisle seat. So don't buy the very last seat. Start with the second seat, and then if you've got 5 people like me, leave that one seat empty, buy 2, leave a seat empty, and buy 3. And then you have single seats there. There's not a lot of people just going to the movies by themselves, so they're probably not going to buy a seat to sit in the middle of people. So then you end up getting 7 seats and can kind of spread out and have a lot of
you got to
space.
buy 2 extra tickets?
No, you don't. If I have 5 people going to the theater, Chop, all right, I'm going to leave the aisle seat empty, standalone, not buying that one. I'm then buying the 2 seats there for 2 of my kids.
Oh.
Then I'm leaving a seat empty, and then I'm buying 3 more. And people are not likely to buy those 2 empty seats because they're single standalone. And so then you get basically 7 seats to kind of like have your kids spread out and do whatever you want.
Gotcha. Okay. I like that. That's a good one because and this is relatively new within the last 8-10 years where you can't just walk into a theater anymore without buying a specific seat.
Yeah, a lot of theaters now do the specific seats.
Yeah, there's very few very few theaters that don't have the food service.
Okay, this is probably not a good one. This is one that I would guess Sean would have said don't do that.
Uh-oh.
Create and print stickers with music festival logos and QR code to your Venmo that remind people to tip the trash collector volunteers at the music festivals you go to. Put them on random tables and outside the restroom areas.
Okay, so
you're lying.
This is
stealing.
called unethical life pro tips or unethical life hacks.
So you're putting
Peyton,
your Venmo as a QR code.
I'm not.
But
someone else out there
but
might.
you label it as like support the trash.
No, you don't
people.
even just say that. You just say remember to tip the trash people, and then you just happen to put your QR code down there, and then people are Venmoing you tips. I saw this recently. I was at
that is amazing.
I saw this recently. Somebody had stuck on their car like a QR code for a Venmo, and it's like, I help rescue dogs. Please support the cause. I was like, how do you know that person really rescues dogs? What if they just put that on there and they're trying to play on somebody who, I want to help dogs. What a nice person. I'll Venmo them $10. Like, and then you just start stacking it up.
My mind's blown.
You're gonna lean into this one?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna have flyers all over town. I'm gonna have flyers.
What's the name gonna be though? What's the?
I don't know. I'll come up with something. I'll come up with something I'm gonna do or not do. But
Save Wikipedia.
No. Has anybody ever donated to Wikipedia?
I've never.
No chance.
And they're still up.
I've got 2 left, and one of them's really bad, so I want to save it for Sean because I thought, no, let's do it now because Sean may block it. All right, a small BB glued inside of a valve stem cap is a great and nearly undetectable way to cause regular car irritations. So the valve stem for the tire, you put a BB in there, you glue it in, maybe you spray paint it black so it's the same color as the cap. Then they fill up their tire, they squeeze that on, and it releases the air, and they're just going to be continuously frustrated. Why is my tire keep going flat?
Hell yeah.
That is a really evil one.
Oh, God, that's so evil. My gosh.
I bet you would, it would take a really long time for somebody. They'd probably like go replace the tire. So if you have
You'd have to buy new tires, yeah.
Yeah, if you have a really bad enemy or something, just like a BB in the cap, and then screw it on. They wake up the morning with a flat tire. They go, okay, I'll go fill it up with some air. They do, and they put it right back on. They come back out, and their tire's flat again.
And then they go to the store. They say, can you check for a nail? There's no nail.
They buy some Fix-A-Flat. Then they go to,
Oh, man. What an idea.
It's good, right?
What an idea. There's a guy who speeds through my neighborhood. Somebody ought to do that to his tires. Somebody ought to do that.
Somebody.
That would be me.
You know?
Guarantee.
Certainly wouldn't be you.
There's no chance I'm going to take that risk. Not a chance, but I might tell somebody to do it.
And the tire's going to have a Venmo sticker on it, too. You know who it is.
You might share the podcast of this segment to the Facebook group. Just like, hey, guys, listen to this. Isn't this interesting?
I might just do that.
Yeah.
You never know. Wow. Unethical life hacks. Great stuff, Bobby Bell. Is Deion Sanders heading to the NFL after his time's up at Colorado? And one last move for the Cowboys to make. That's coming up next here on 105.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105 The Fan. Sean's out. RJ Choppy here. Bobby Belt, Peyton, Ryan alongside as well. Good morning, everybody. Rangers get the 6-3 victory over the Chicago White Sox. We got to update the latest on the Titanic submarine, which at 6:08 this morning, they, according to the timer, ran out of oxygen. Still no word if they had more in the reserves that we don't know about, or if they haven't found it yet, obviously. So we'll get the latest on that coming up at 8:20. But, Bobby, you sent this in yesterday. Deion Sanders. They were talking. I mean, he just got to Colorado. I don't know why there's already a story about him possibly going to the NFL. What's going on with this?
Well, so he was talking with Bree Amaranthus from CowboysSI.com, run by one Michael Fisher. And in this discussion, he said something that I think is kind of interesting, because he was asked about if he'd ever consider the NFL. And via Pro Football Talk, his quote was, "I don't have any desire or ambition to coach in the NFL. I have a problem with men getting their checks and not doing their jobs. I would be too tough as a coach in the NFL because I still have those old school attributes." So, and then even though Deion did serve as assistant coach for the high school team his sons played on, he said he'll never be an assistant coach either. He said, "I'm not an assistant coach. That's not me. I'm a head coach." What's interesting to me is, wasn't he pretty routinely accused at the end of his time here in Dallas and his time in Washington of stealing checks?
What, at Prime Prep?
No. I mean, like, for his play. Like, how in was he?
Oh. Yeah, I mean.
And so I think it's just funny, the accusation of he's stealing checks. It's like, oh, that kind of got thrown at you near the end of your career as well. And I understand he had the turf toe thing and stuff like that, but
9-toe.
Yeah. And I think that's actually, like, legitimately the case now, isn't it? Or isn't he 8? He's had a couple.
Well, he's
lost 2.
Yeah, so Galloway used to call him 9-toe because he always had a turf toe injury.
Yeah, it was the turf toe.
And now, he has had 2 of his toes amputated because of blood flow issues. And then, I don't know if you saw this story, that he may have to have his left foot completely amputated totally because of blood flow issues. It sucks. Very sad.
Still probably run a 4.5 even then. Just saying.
All right, we'll go there. Okay. wasn't expecting that one. But no, I mean, look, I think he is. I think he does fit better as a college coach anyway. His motivational tactics, I think he likes the idea and the concept and the actual process of teaching, young men and becoming grown men. I think he likes that.
Sure. But
I think he's good at it too.
I have no proof of that. I think he is, though. He gets so much credit for me for the fact that, I don't know if I ever said it into a microphone. I don't know if the topic ever came up when he was first hired, but I know what I thought. I'll pull out the receipts on myself here. When he got hired at Jackson State, I was like, this is a gimmick, and this dude is like, there's nothing about Deion Sanders that says head coach to me. And I just thought, like, this is just a whole shtick. This is an attention-grabbing thing. And he went there, and he really did change things at Jackson State.
Oh, yeah, he did. And he helped out a lot of the, the HBCUs in general.
Yeah.
By raising kind of the publicity.
Yeah, gave a ton of attention to them. And it's something that he deserves a ton of credit for what he does as a head football coach. And I wouldn't have ever anticipated that. And so I can't discount that maybe he will really do a great job at Colorado. Maybe he would be a great CEO type of coach at the NFL. But I also think that he's probably right about, if he went in there and tried to do some of the things about, like, hey, no slides and socks, the stuff he instills at the college level that plays a little better.
Yeah, that wouldn't work in the NFL.
Would not work at the NFL. It's been talked about before. Jimmy Johnson would have trouble coaching today. Like in terms of implementing things like that, because of he was he was the law, and he
needed a young team.
You need a young team, and that's something that they say Harbaugh ran into in San Francisco. Jim Harbaugh, that it's like he had a certain way of doing things, and that certain way of doing things works with younger players, but as they aged and as they became veterans, they went, I don't have to put up with this anymore.
Right. You know who that guy is in Major League Baseball? Buck Showalter.
Yeah, Buck is the king of 3-4 years. It's great, and then it starts to turn really quickly.
And he's got a veteran team with the Mets, and they're like, yeah, dude, we're not into that. Now maybe he's changed, but that's interesting. I agree. Like, Deion's not made for the NFL. He's made for college.
Do you think he would have? Because we talk about there's just a short window. If he got a young football team, and he just got like maybe 3 years, maybe to go south after that, do you think of those 3 years he'd be successful?
Who's a quarterback?
Touche.
I mean, yeah, like if he's at Washington with Sam Howell or Atlanta with Desmond Ridder, I don't think so. But put him with a good quarterback, I think he can be.
I think he would be. What he tries to do, I think he would be a fantastic high school football coach. And he's already had success at the college level, and he may have continued success at Colorado. You know what my one thought is, though, is that with NIL and this sort of changing landscape in terms of what guys believe they're worth and things like that, is he basically gonna become obsolete once NIL as NIL continues to take shape? Because are these kids, which in the past would put up with that, are they going to view themselves as like, I'm a professional, I'm making a lot of money, like I don't have to take lip from you? Like, not a sense of entitlement necessarily, but like that they're going to feel more like the professional football players that wouldn't put up with it either.
Maybe. I mean, they might already, but they want to go to him because he's famous and he's going to get them publicity.
Yeah,
so who knows?
Aren't we seeing a little bit Saban already struggling with that?
Well, Saban's struggling with the aspect of he just can't hoard everybody anymore. Right?
Yeah.
So Alabama used to keep guys who didn't even play until their senior year, and they were just all of a sudden, they had depth on depth on depth. You just can't do that anymore with the NIL. They're not going to, and the transfer portal. So that, I think, is part of why it's a little more difficult to him, because he's still giving out NIL money.
Right.
And he's still, I mean, look, they were still favored in every game last year. They'll be favored in every game this year, probably too. It's just, they're still a good team. Let's not think they're not.
Yeah.
Didn't 2 years ago he had his greatest recruiting class ever? 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I do think though that he's clearly,
they just lose a lot.
He's lost a big advantage.
Yeah, the advantage was he could just keep and have everybody, and they would hoard him, and he would have backups who's filled in, and they were just as good, if not more talented, than the guy that was starting. Okay, let's move on here. One last offseason roster move for each NFL team. This is Field Yates. Field Yates. You like Field Yates? Are you a fan?
I actually do.
All right.
I like Field.
So we've all wrapped up the offseason workouts. We're in this is officially the dead period, right? The dead period of the NFL.
It is.
The season. The one last offseason move for the Dallas Cowboys, they list
Ezekiel Elliott.
No.
Oh, damn.
Robbie Gould.
Robbie Gould. How about any kicker in general?
Yeah.
Just fix the effing kicker situation.
Here's the write-up. This one feels as straightforward as it gets. The Cowboys have a major need for an established presence at kicker, and Gould's the best available. Maher, currently unsigned, had a regular season full of critical long-distance kicks. He became the only kicker in NFL history to miss 4 extra points in one game. Robbie, on top of being the 8th most accurate field goal kicker in history, has never missed a postseason kick.
He's the best.
He's the best. Never missed a postseason kick.
Do you think they have too much pride to just go back to Brett Maher?
Why would they have too much pride?
Like when they make that decision and then they look at it and go, it's really not better than what we had. Like, he's better than who we have in house and what's out there on the market. Because Brett Maher, to me, it's ridiculous. Like, I get it. He missed 4 extra points. He was in his head. That was all bad. Everything else. But he was just nails for them last year.
Yeah, he was
huge for them.
Look, the entire idea.
I don't believe Robbie Gould would be better than Brett Maher.
I mean, Maher had a great year. Robbie's had years like that. He's also had years where he's made, less than 80% of his field goal
He's
kicks.
not a 50-yard field goal guy anymore. Which maybe you'd probably want that, wouldn't you? Because if you get into that range of like the 37-yard line, then they'll just have to go for it. They won't kick.
I totally agree. He has had the career that the league average kicker has, right? Some years he's over 90%. Some years he's under 80%. But for the most part, he's in that 84 to 88%.
Kickers are the bullpen of football.
You never know what you're going to get year to year.
Yep.
You have no idea. Robbie is like, he's had a great career because he's been very, very consistent. He's been consistently among like the, kind of just a tick above the average kicker. And that's why his field goal percentage for his career is so high, because so many kickers have years where they're like Mason Crosby was like low 70s in percent of field goal kicking like a year ago or so.
Mason Crosby, he's still out there, isn't he? Does Mike McCarthy want to dip back into that? Well,
I'm fine with Maher if they bring him back. I'm fine with it.
He was good.
Are people not overrating a one game or 1 2-week stretch where he was like missing in practice too?
So I get it. I do understand with that position that they feel like if you break mentally, that's
done.
So critical.
How long are you done for?
I'll tell you this. They moved when they initially kept Maher and moved on from Dan Bailey. They moved on because they thought it was not like his physical and anything to do with him physically. They thought his head was broken.
Bailey.
Yeah. And that had just occurred at the final month of the previous season.
Wow.
They went, dude is broken. I mean, think about how often you get like a Blair Walsh situation or a Cody Parkey where like a huge miss is enough. The teams are like,
Cody Parkey.
Where a huge miss has teams go like, well, can't sign that guy ever again. He's probably broken.
Yeah, they lose their mind with kickers. Teams do, I think.
I mean, it doesn't help you remember the mic'd up segment from the Tampa Bay game. The visual is not helpful too of when that third extra point was missed or whatever, and Dak throws his helmet on the ground and screams, "Go for effing two."
Yeah.
Probably doesn't help when, that visual
When
gets
that
out
happens,
there. Yeah, it's a little bit like, well, it's tough to, I'm sure Brett Maher saw that in the locker room this week because he was during that week, and he was on the field before that and was just like, oh, I didn't know Dak was that upset. Like, and that probably rattles your confidence when the quarterback's
maybe it does.
Not a fan.
Maybe it does. I'd be okay though. I'd be okay with Brett Maher. The rest of the NFC East, I love what they say about the Giants. Extend Saquon Barkley. Yes, I agree. Extend Saquon Barkley.
It's the analytical move.
I hope they give him 4 years and $10 to $12 million a year. I hope they do. That'd be a perfect Giants move.
Why 10 to 12? Why not 15?
Maybe 15. Why? I don't want to be greedy. Like they would further ensure that this organization, this regime, never makes the playoffs again with Daniel Jones and my no-necked brother, Brian Daboll. Dabes. I hope they do. For the Philadelphia, they say sign Yannick Ngakoue.
Okay.
Fine.
I mean, their pass rush was pretty great last year, but
yeah, and I'm surprised with Washington that they didn't say extend or sign Chase Young. It says pad the linebacker depth.
Because I think they want to see it with Chase Young. They want to make sure he's healthy and competing at a high level.
Man, they're going to lose him for nothing.
And maybe that
Can they tag him?
Yeah, they could.
So there's no rule that if you decline a fifth year.
No, because remember the Giants were considering that with Daniel Jones, and then they got the deal done with him and tagged Barkley.
Oh, okay. So they could tag Chase if they wanted to.
Yes.
I'd extend it like that. That's me.
He was great his rookie year. He's been okay since then, maybe a little above average, but it's just he hasn't necessarily been able to
stay healthy. But you know what's going to happen? It's a contract year. He's going to be healthy. He's going to be great. You know that happens there all the time.
And then I am always of the opinion, especially at premium positions, you always pick up the fifth-year option, no matter how disappointing they've been.
That's true. I agree.
Because somebody will, if it works out, then you get them at a discount than what you'd have to pay him. Like if Chase Young balls out, they'll have to pay more. Or you'll find somebody who is willing to take a chance that goes, we had a good grade on that guy. We think we can fix him. Trade him to us.
What's the fifth-year option? Does the fifth-year option salary depend on your draft number?
Yeah. It's like where you were picked, and I think position. It's like a combination of it, but it varies from year to year.
So a quarterback pick number one would be higher than a defensive back pick number one or defensive end pick number one?
I believe so.
Okay, interesting. Good stuff. All right, there's a little bit of around the NFL, the last offseason move for each NFL team. We will give you an update on the Titanic submarine that ran out of oxygen. They still think they may have been able to conserve some. We'll give you the latest update, though, coming up next here on Sean and RJ on 105.
here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Swings here, and that one is cranked to left field. Benintendi turns around to the track, reaches up, and he is unable to catch it. He deflects it off the wall, so one run scores. Low up to second with a double, and we're tied up.
Rangers get the 6-3 victory over the Chicago White Sox. Martin Perez, 7 innings, just 2 earned runs. Jonah Heim, a big 3-run blast.
It was great, and he's got his new go-to celebration, the review signal, which I love. I wonder if that's gonna is Major League Baseball as petty as like the NFL typically is with some of their fines? Like, is he risking a fine here? Do you think?
It's a good question. I think they're all petty. I think they're all very, very sensitive.
I don't think you can prove that it was the review sign. He was
It is literally the sign.
It means he likes music.
Okay. You think that's what he's going to say?
They asked him on the post-game show with Jared and Matt after the game, and he just said generically, it's just having fun with the bullpen.
Okay. All right. If he says so. But it's good. It's good to get that victory. It's good to get the series victory. It would have been nice to clean up the sweep, especially against a bad baseball team. But you know what? You saw a couple different folks on display during this series that maybe you're going to have interest in. Maybe you've got interest in Dylan Cease.
I did. I have interest in Cease. I have interest in Joe Kelly. I have interest in Michael Kopech.
Yeah, and Kopech being a guy who would be the cheapest of those three because he's obviously the least consistent of the three, but Kopech is also a guy with really high upside. I was watching it last night. I think it's during Adolis' second at bat where it's just wild. Like you watch Kopech, he's throwing like 97 and the ball just starts out one way and just rips back, to the other side of the plate. At the last second. I mean, he's got a lot of talent in his arm.
Yeah.
And he's somebody that if he ever, puts it together, it clicks for him, he's going to be really special.
They have the day off, and then they head to the Bronx. The 3-game set, Dunning and Clark Schmidt, John Gray and Luis Severino, and then Andrew Heaney and Garrett Cole, who threw the ball to the backstop the other day on purpose because a guy was, complaining about the calls. He stepped out, he called time, and Cole didn't like it, so he just threw one about 20 feet over his head to the backstop.
And then, speaking of Joe Kelly, did a little bit of a Joe Kelly walking back to the dugout after where he's like, meh.
Yeah,
kind of made a little bit of a face.
He was pointing at him, like, don't do that.
Which I feel like is Garrett Cole, for how little he's been available in recent years, is he in a place to taunt right now?
Has he been injured?
Yeah, Cole's not been good. Not this year. I mean, I'm just talking about just in general over the last couple of years.
Interesting. I don't know. I didn't notice that he was unavailable. Maybe the first year there. Last year I thought he was pretty available. I had to go look on that one. All right. So the breaking news from this morning, 6:08 this morning, the Titanic ran out. The Titanic sub, that submarine, ran out of oxygen. Their emergency reserve. Now, they are still hopeful that they were able to conserve energy by staying calm. But the belief is that they ran out of oxygen. Now, one thing is to be known here is that these people on this sub are not tourists. These are like thrill seekers. These are like people who these are the people that are prepped for this.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they like this stuff. They eat this stuff. They don't love to die, which they might be dead already. They don't know, but they're like thrill seekers in general. I went and found this, and again, about 3.5 days ago, this little tiny submersible, which is about the size of a minivan, it's like 20 feet long. They basically describe it a minivan without seats, kind of thing. Was on its way on a 2-hour and 45-minute spiral journey down to 13,000 feet down to the Titanic. They wanted to see the Titanic. Now, there's no windows in this thing. You're looking through a screen, a camera. Like, you can watch this thing from the surface. And it takes 2:45 to get down. You see it, and then 2:45 to get back up. This one guy did there was an article.
The
by the way,
from The Simpsons.
What's that?
The writer from The Simpsons.
He was on it. Yep. Not this one, but he was on it before. So on this was the CEO of OceanGate, which is the company that puts this thing on.
So it's literally Watergate.
Yes. There's an adventurer and billionaire Hamish Harding who has the stepson who went to the Blink-182 concert. Titanic enthusiast and diver Paul Henry, and then British businessman and his son. So David Pogue called the vessel a minivan without seats. He's the CBS Sunday Morning correspondent. And he said that there's not much you can do if something goes wrong. There are multiple ways for this thing to return to the surface, which will work even if the power's out and if everyone is on board is passed out. He said he went down there. He says, my trip was not smooth. We made it 37 feet down. They ran into a mechanical problem and had to abort the dive. He was devastated. He didn't see it coming. But he since has learned that these dives rarely go as planned. That you have to sign waivers, quote, that would curl your toes. Basically, it's a list of 8 paragraphs that describe ways you could be permanently disabled or killed.
Jeez.
And that this company is not a tourist company. It's for rich, adrenaline junkie adventurers who thrive on risk. But for them, the risk is the life.
See, that's the thing. If you want to talk about, like you mentioned, there's no windows even, right?
Yeah.
So like you're kind of unaware other than just the camera, right?
Right.
So the thrill, it sounds like, is literally just the risk that it might not go well.
Right.
It's not that like you don't get. It's not like a bungee jumping or whatever. Which I mean, bungee jumping's safer than this. But like, it's not like bungee jumping where it's like, oh my gosh, you're jumping, but you're getting this like thrill and this rush, and you're experiencing something. It just sounds like the only thrill here is that, oh, this could go wrong at any second, and it's a little uneasy.
I can't wrap my head around this. This is so the oh, by the way, another breaking news right here. I just saw this. Sorry. The remote operated vessel that they are using to search for this thing, it's a Canadian vessel. It has just now reached the seafloor.
By the way, the fan text is saying that there is a single window. There is a window.
There's
one.
The story I read said there was no window. It was just a camera. But so Mike Rice he was a former passenger on this. He was one of the Simpsons writers. He took a trip on this last year with his wife. Said he wasn't overwhelmed or underwhelmed. It was a real struggle for them to get down to the wreckage. Our time was very, very short. On top of the danger of being 2.5 miles down, there was a hurricane coming at sea level, about to hit our boat. We had a tight window. We got to the bottom, and we were like, all right, where's the Titanic? We know it's around here somewhere, but they couldn't find it. Like, they weren't even pinpointing where they were going. This is insane.
So this exact thing has gotten lost before then.
Yeah. Like, he goes, this is a very, very scary thought that they were on this vessel that really wasn't equipped to go to this depth, but has been going to this depth for quite some time. Also, these are people who have lived on the edge for a long time. It's comfortable but not spacious. It's very hot and stuffy in the beginning. And then as you get down, the water gets to about 29, 30 degrees. It starts to get very, very cold in there. And when you're on the bottom, you're in coats and hats. It's very, very cold.
Yeah, you're way far away from the sun.
He also says 10 minutes into the ride, you're in pitch dark. You have lights from the submersible that you could see outside and internally. Without those, your light is gone at any depth below 100 meters. Complete darkness, no power, below freezing temperatures. That has to be scary as hell. A forensic psychiatrist describes the emotional turmoil that these people are going through. Part of them is still going to be clinging to hope. There's going to be part of them that believes they will be found, they'll be rescued. But as time passes, reality sets in. They have different reactions to their situation. So he says at some point over the last 4 days, they've become reflective upon their lives, literally staring into the jaws of death at other points. They're panicked, anxious. They're going to suffer from physical symptoms, hyperventilation, dizzy chest pains, overwhelmed emotionally, trying to come to grips with the fact that they're literally just waiting to die. the intense claustrophobic nature of the scenario they're in as they come to grips with the possibility that they're going to lose their lives adds the overall tension. This sounds like a nightmare.
I'm guessing like when the question was like, did they get lost or whatever? Like, it can't just be getting lost, because then you would think they would eventually realize we're lost, go back up to the surface, whatever else. Like, something clearly went wrong. But I can't wrap my head around why you would seek this trip out, even if you could look through the window, like the fan text is saying. I don't know why you would seek this out. What is the Chop? What is the like scare, like the least safe thrill that you engage in? That you get, like, do you have anything that's like, that's kind of risky, but I enjoy doing it, and so I keep doing it?
Being able to do something that 99% of the world can't do. Being able to say, like, oh, I went down that far in the ocean, because not everyone can do that, obviously.
I mean, not everyone can pay for it. It's not like an ability.
Right. So there's a flex, too. You can pay for it. You can afford it.
Also, like, more people have been to the moon than this deep in the ocean. I saw that on TV the other day.
And I wouldn't want to go to the moon.
I wouldn't.
Shop. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to take that trip to the moon.
What if you were guaranteed to live?
No.
Really?
No.
I'd be fascinated by it. I'd do it.
Well,
I'd rather go to space than the bottom of the ocean.
Driving as fast as I do on the current tires I have is pretty dangerous.
No tread on them?
No tread on it, and they're out of balance, so my car shakes like crazy.
Then why do you drive that fast? Because you enjoy it?
Well, I got to get where I'm going.
Because he wakes up 15 minutes before the show, so he has to get here.
Bro, Choppy drives. I remember there was one time we had a setup like this where Sean was out, and so I was coming in early, and I was driving down whatever that back road is that you take, Peyton. McKinney. Yeah. I was driving down McKinney, and some car was behind me and got impatient, just like ripped around, and I was like, geez. And got way ahead of me, and then I turned into the parking garage. I'm like, oh, that was Chop. Okay.
Ryan tells me stories all the time. He sees Chop on 30 come flying down.
I see Ryan on 30 flying by me in his that old box on wheels he used to have.
That was the joke, is that he was accusing you of what you said.
He was accusing me? Okay. All right. I didn't get that.
By the way, several articles this week are now, and I don't know if it's, I'm trying to see if there's an increase in searches or whatever else, but I found a dozen articles that were where you can stream Titanic for free. Within the news.
Like
this is evil. This is so bad.
How insensitive is it? By the way, the UK, I think it's tonight. They're airing a documentary tonight on this thing. How could you not wait for them to actually be found before you put the documentary out there?
That's South Park production time too. How do you turn it around that fast?
No kidding.
No, Bobby. They're not live documenting this thing.
I'm just saying that was fast. That was a quick turnaround right there.
Could we not, at least before you air this dang thing, could you not? Because it's 3:00 in London. They're gonna air this thing in 3 hours.
They saw all the jokes we had on Twitter about when the Queen died, and they said, you know what?
Oh my God!
Payback time.
By the way, my neighborhood group chat, y'all are going to hell.
The Hood Rats?
No, that's my friend group chat. This is my neighborhood group chat. These guys, man, the amount of these Titanic sub memes that I'm seeing, even I have a very, very, very dark sense of humor. Very dark. I don't think any joke is offensive. That's how dark my sense of humor is. I felt uneasy.
That says something.
I felt uneasy.
That says something right there.
We'll keep you updated when we find out, if we find out more on the Titanic submarine rescue mission. What is up in Below the Belt?
How likely are the Eagles to repeat as NFC East champions? That's next in Below the Belt.
Coming up today.
Why the Washington Commanders will take down the Philadelphia Eagles.
What? No, absolutely not.
I'm just kidding. That's not happening. But how likely is it?
0.
That the Philadelphia Eagles will repeat as NFC East champions. It's
9%.
something that's been talked about. Why 9? By the way, you just gave me chills when you said 9. Made me think of Romo.
Sorry. Because it's probably less than 50, so I had to go with 9.
Is this where does this rank on the most bizarre statistics, active statistics or active streaks in sports, Chop? Like, this should have been broken by now, shouldn't it?
The 18 years or whatever?
The last time that somebody won back-to-back NFC East titles, or consecutive because it was like a 4-year run, was the Eagles. They clinched their 4th straight NFC East title on November 28th, 2004. We're talking about, like, we're just think about how long ago this was. The last time somebody clinched a consecutive NFC East title was a couple weeks after like the Bush-Kerry election. So, like, put yourself, that's the last time it happened. We were about a month and a half removed from Kurt Schilling's bloody sock.
I would say I would put the Eagles' chance of repeating. Now, I think they have a better chance than most teams that win the division and failed to repeat. Like the Cowboys, I think should have repeated they won in 2019, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought they should have. Obviously, 2020 had so many issues there, right? There were so many issues around 2020.
Well, 19 was the season they started 3-0 and then
they missed the playoffs, right?
Yeah, so it would have 19 would have been the season they would have repeated or should have repeated.
They did not repeat. That was after the loss to the Rams the year before. I think it's at least 40%.
It's just it's unreal to me that this is.
It's a 2-horse race, though.
It's unreal that it's gone on as long as it has, though. In fact, here you go, Chop. Let's throw it back a little bit. The last time it was clinched, somebody clinched consecutive titles when the Eagles did it on November 28, 2004. This was the #1 song in the country.
There's always that one person that will always have your heart.
My Boo by Usher and Alicia Keys.
This was the #1 song.
The last time somebody won back-to-back titles in the NFC East, this was #1.
God.
In fact, let's throw out a couple more. Things that have happened more recently than somebody winning consecutive NFC East titles.
I'm just surprised it's not made it number one.
Live 8 was more recent than somebody winning back-to-back titles.
Live 8?
Yeah, the concert, the sequel to Live Aid that took place in 2005. Hurricane Katrina was more recent. That happened a year after, which is wild to think about.
It's wild to think it's almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's also nuts. The last time somebody won consecutive division titles, Pope John Paul II was still the Pope.
Wow.
Yeah. The Prince of Wales had still not married Camilla Parker.
Wait. Camilla and Charles weren't married yet?
Yep. Lance Armstrong still had not won his final Tour de France.
Well, I mean, technically he didn't win any.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. The BTK killer was arrested.
So
this has all happened more recently than somebody winning consecutive NFC titles.
Have you seen the Netflix show Mindhunter?
Yes.
My biggest disappointment is that they canceled the series, or they stopped it just as they were getting into BTK.
Yeah, that was a bummer. It took it went away for like 3 years though. The show did before they even picked up with season 2, and then they canceled it after season 2.
But I don't even think they canceled it. They just like stopped writing it. It was a weird situation. Like I wish they would come back and finish that.
Mike Bassick was in the big leagues.
Mike Bassick was in the big league.
Hank Aaron was still the all-time home run leader, wasn't he?
Because
that was 06, 07.
This is your list.
Something like that. Yeah, YouTube didn't exist the last time. Anyway, so they asked over at ESPN the question, who can win the division, and other early questions. What will it take for the Philadelphia Eagles to repeat as champs? And so this was a roundtable discussion with the ESPN reporters for the Eagles, Giants, Commanders, and Cowboys. So that includes Todd Acha. How big is the gap between Philadelphia and the rest of the division? You got Tim McManus saying not as wide as last season. The Eagles still have the best chance of making a splash. They have a 25.5% chance of reaching the Super Bowl compared to 13% for the Cowboys, 4.2% for the Giants, 2% for the Commanders. But says their division rivals could all take a step forward, whereas it wouldn't be a total shock if the Eagles took half a step back. Jordan Renan, the Giants beat reporter, says the Cowboys might think they were close, but the Giants know they weren't. Dable made it abundantly clear at the NFL's annual meetings when he interrupted a reporter who was talking about their 2022 season. Yeah, got smoked in the playoffs. There's still a gap separating the Eagles and the Giants, according to Jordan Renan. We already know about the Commanders. Todd Archer says the gap might not have been widened much this offseason despite the Eagles' additions of Georgia defenders Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith in the first round. Cowboys lost to the Eagles in Philly last season with Cooper Rush and beat them at AT&T Stadium upon Dak's return. The Cowboys made smart additions with Gilmore and Cooks that will make two of their better players, Trayvon Diggs and CeeDee Lamb, even better. The Eagles are the favorites, but the Cowboys are right there with them. Is the gap any wider between the Eagles and whoever's second than it was at the end of last season?
I don't think it's wider.
Is it the same, or it's negligible maybe?
I mean, the Cowboys lost it by one game. Right?
Yeah, and like Todd pointed out, they didn't have... Now, the other thing we need to point out is the Eagles didn't have Jalen Hurts, right? That was... Jalen Hurts missed that game back here at AT&T
Yes, it was Minshew.
So you didn't have, Cooper Rush played in Philly, Gardner Minshew played here at AT&T Stadium, and the better quarterback
won both games. Okay, I think these teams are very, very close. I don't know that the gap is widened. I think these teams are separated by probably, a one-game margin at best. So I think this is a very, very up-in-the-air division.
What do you think? Caesar Sportsbook has the odds to win the NFC East. Washington Commanders are plus 1,300. Giants are plus 700.
Okay.
Eagles, obviously the favorite. What do you think Vegas has the Cowboys and the Eagles at on odds to win the NFC East?
So the Commanders are plus 700?
1,300 for the Commanders, 700 for the Giants.
700 for the Giants. I would say that Cowboys are 4-1 and the Eagles are 3-1.
Cowboys are plus 165.
Oh, okay, so we're doing like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Eagles are minus 105.
So Eagles are basically even money, and Cowboys are 1.5 to 1.
Yep. So there you go. Those are the odds for that. Now, they asked each reporter the state of the quarterback situation in 2 words for the NFC East. Eagles said locked in. You had Jordan Rainon saying got paid. For the Commanders, it was latest hope. And for the Cowboys, I think this is fitting. If you had to give 2 words to the Cowboys quarterback situation, what would you say?
Dak health.
That's a good one. Peyton, you got 2 words for it?
Why'd you limit me to 2?
It's just the way that ESPN did it.
All right. Yeah, Dak health.
Dak health. I don't know.
Let's go with Todd Archer. Todd Archer's chose it's time. That's basically how you can boil it down for Dak.
Not allowed to say that.
Ooh. You're not allowed to say it's time?
No, Bruce Buffer's got the right. He's got that.
Does he? I mean, that was the Rangers slogan in 2010, wasn't it? It's time. That was all their advertising.
It was.
It says Prescott is entering his 8th season as the starter. The offense revolves around what he likes. He has a top defense. He is signed through 2024. But if he doesn't get the Cowboys to at least a championship game, will the organization give him another massive contract? That is very interesting quote there from Todd Archer, because that makes me wonder, does Todd not think he's... Would Todd say this is an addition to whatever massive contract he gets before the season, whatever extension he gets, or does he think they want to see something before they give him a deal, and so they're not going to work on an extension this offseason?
What do they want to see? Doesn't this team believe in him?
I think that like what Todd is saying there is you've got to have a certain level of accomplishment. They want to see, can you get us to a championship game? I still think this year is more about evaluating Mike McCarthy than it is Dak Prescott for them.
Look, we're really talking about a coach being the hot seat that has the 3rd most wins in the NFC in the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is what we're really talking about.
Yep.
And one of those years, he's lost his quarterback.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
It is what it is. Better win that NFC East. Better not let Philadelphia get back-to-back titles. But, I mean, that's going to have to happen at some point. I can't believe we've gone 20 years without somebody winning consecutive division titles. Anyway, that was Below the Belt.
All right. Below the Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. Oh, we've got a special guest in studio for an NBA draft edition of
Hello.
Coming up next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information.
time, and it's 9 o'clock on Sean and RJ on 105.3. The Fan of RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt.
Yeah,
Peyton and
baby.
Ryan alongside. Sean is out of town in Mexico. I don't know if he's there yet or not, but he's out of town.
I mean,
Mexican vacation.
How long is he gone?
That is the voice of Kevin Hagelin. He has gone several days.
And I wasn't sure if I was allowed to fist pump because I still have
we welcome
a
all
show after this.
You're
So
just fist pump because you're ready for your show.
What do you guys do?
yeah,
If we fist pump, what do you guys do?
nothing.
You guys don't have like a thing
Yeah.
you do?
I don't have like a.
For like 2 weeks, Corey high-fived all of us before the show started, and then he just quit doing it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I feel like your staples are deep. And then,
That's true.
Gentlemen, how is
Gentlemen.
ya?
How is you today?
All right. Well, why is Kevin Hagelin in studio with us? He is here to be the third contestant on another exciting episode of Hello.
That is right, Kevin. Thank you so much for being our third guy. It's no longer Sean here. It is RJ, Bobby, Kevin Hagelin. Is this the first time you've played this? No.
I'm very concerned because I've played this game twice before, and I did poorly both times. So I'm nervous, but hoping for redemption.
Okay.
I've never won.
Okay, well, I will say the rules again. This is NBA 10th overall pick high-low. So 4 more 10th overall picks in the NBA draft because tonight, if you didn't notice, it's the NBA draft. Breaking news. So the rules are simple. I will ask RJ, Bobby, or Kevin, high or low pitch. I will play a 10-second audio clip for 3 points. If you get that wrong, I will then give you 1 clue for 2 points. If you don't get that right, I will give you a second clue for 1 point.
Okay, so these are just
the 10?
Just 10th overall picks. No first overall, no
Do
second.
not
Just,
cheat. Do not look.
I got my email open.
they can't be the 9th. They can't be the 11th. They have to be the 10th overall pick.
I have no faith.
How many good 10th overall picks have there been?
One.
There's actually
There's
some
a
pretty
few.
good ones.
Yeah.
There's some good ones.
Okay.
RJ, you were the defending champ last time.
Won't be this time.
The floor is yours. High pitch, low pitch.
Let's go high, Gene.
High for 3 points.
I hurt my shoulder. That's why I was playing with the long sleeve on, and I'll get that looked at. But, I mean, I was doing all I could to try to help the team and try to give us positive contributions, and would like to play better tonight.
Paul George.
Ooh.
Yes, sir!
Oh, crap! That's my bet. That's my bet.
Oh, yeah! You already scored it as a yes. That counts.
That
counts.
Yes! See, I was going to say
Sorry,
he
that
doesn't
was-
usually lead in with a ooh if it's right. That's like his attempt to fake you out. So I
My
was kind of
bad.
surprised.
I wasn't even looking. I thought I had this instant replay thing down, but no, sorry, that
It
is
counts.
incorrect.
Once you score it,
You just got Jonah Heimed.
once you wow, good call. Good
We
call,
reviewed
man.
it. All right, clue number 1, RJ, for 2 points. Damian Lillard's right-hand man before heading to the Big Easy.
CJ McCollum.
Okay, there we go.
I called one of his games in the G League before I was unceremoniously fired for Jared Sandler.
Ooh.
I do still think it was unfair.
Did
that
you
he
research
got
10th
fired.
picks before?
No. But, I mean, how easy was that one?
Well, because I didn't know McCollum was, but
Neither
Paul,
did I.
Yes, he
Paul
was.
George was the 10th pick. I know
2013.
that.
2013. CJ.
Go ahead.
Kevin, high pitch.
Wait. Why does he get to? Why am I not second?
Well, because we go this way. What's
Yeah,
that? Is that
whatever.
clockwise?
I will take. You're doing a great job, by the way, Peyton. I will take low pitch, please.
Low. 3 points.
It means the world to me, Not the fact that I'm home, just put in a great organization, great coaches, I know it's going to develop me. And they, they take a lot of pride in me. They took a chance on me, and I'm just happy, man.
I'm gonna go Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce.
Because he gave me the ooh. Now I knew it was wrong.
Clue number 1 for 2 points, Kevin. He was a big part of the Suns' playoff run before getting eliminated by the Mavericks.
Mikal Bridges.
Kevin's on the board.
Wow.
Let's go. Let's go.
Sorry, I have to write down the score here. You guys got to keep talking.
We have it here.
Oh,
We
you
got
guys
it here.
keep score? Okay, cool.
I keep scrolling.
So RJ 2, Kevin 2, Bobby 0, High pitch.
You're losing.
Low pitch.
Hi, Gene.
High for 3 points.
The most busy summer that I've had, but I was able to, go home for a while and hang out with the family and friends and be able to go play with some professional players out in Vegas for a while and go to a Paul Pierce camp.
A child.
That's your guess.
That's
sorry,
You're gonna have to give me the clue, right? Yeah, I have no idea who. That doesn't sound like anybody older than 12.
This may have been a mistake to play the 10th pick. It's very, very difficult.
Let's go.
No, it's not. Clue number 1 for 2 points, Bobby. A March Madness legend who had quite the range.
Oh.
JJ Redick?
Hey.
It is not. Clue number 2. Never made a name for himself in the NBA, playing most of his time in China.
China. Oh, I know it. Yeah, I know. You know it too. You're gonna kick yourself.
Say a child again.
Yeah.
Grayson Allen.
Not close. No, same. I mean, kind of. But.
BYU. Utah.
Jimmer.
I'm gonna mark a 0. Mark it 0. Mark it 0.
RJ. You and Kevin are tied at 2. Bobby, no points. RJ,
I know what the score is.
Okay, sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
RJ, the floor is yours. High pitch, low pitch.
You know what? Let's go low.
Ooh, low. That's a good low.
Well, all series long, we've been able to penetrate their bigs, get deep, suck the D in, and then we got spot-up shooters. We got 3 of the most prolific three-point shooters in the history of the game out there.
What an amazing audio clip, aside from if you get this right.
This is a very famous Nosebleeds clip.
Did RJ listen to the nosebleed seats?
Paul George.
Oh! Clue number 1. The tattoo on his arm meant a lot to the city.
Jason Terry.
Back-to-back 2 points.
Right.
Very good. Very good.
That's a good clue. It's a good clue.
Was it good? Good.
Yeah,
okay, I thought it was too short. Sean might have thrown a pin at me.
Just as he just throw it against the glass, right?
Oh, he fires it.
Okay.
With his tiny little hands.
Have you guys thought about doing Sean holding the golf ball versus Wemby holding the baseball challenge?
Which looks bigger?
Yeah.
We should.
Okay. He's not here.
Kevin. High pitch, low pitch.
I'm gonna go high.
High again.
Being an agitator is like a slippery slope. You're Dylan Brooks. Like, you don't get 20 shots a night. You don't get 25 shots a night. Brian does. You don't think he's going to hit shots?
Do you know this?
I think so.
I have an idea. I don't think I know it, though. I'm not confident.
I'm gonna go back to my go-to on the first round. I'm gonna say Paul Pierce again.
Oh, sorry, incorrect. For 2 points.
Paul Pierce was the 10th pick?
Nope.
All right.
I thought he was in Dirk's draft, but I'm not sure about that.
Clue number 1, Kevin, for 2 points. Not a fan favorite around Dallas after what he did inside and outside the bubble.
Kawhi Leonard.
Why not?
15th.
No.
But why not?
NBA 10th overall pick, high-low, by the way. For 1 point, Kevin, his nickname can also be found as a movie rating.
Paul George. Damn it.
I did know that one.
What's bothering me now is that was my only guess I was going to have for a three-pointer. So now I'm screwed.
Bobby.
Hi, Peyton.
Oh, hey.
Are you agitated,
Yes,
Bobby?
he sounds it. He sounds so agitated.
All right. Here's a good high one.
I thought at worst I would go to Golden State. At worst. That was the 5th pick, I believe, or 4th or 5th pick at worst. And so once it got past top 5, I was weary in the green room.
That is Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce for 3 points. Bobby Belt's on the board.
I mean, at least I knew Paul Pierce was the 10th pick.
Yeah, he did.
That's good.
That was that was Antoine Jameson, I think.
You could have just kept guessing Paul Pierce and someone would have got it right.
Yes.
I don't think you should be allowed to do that, but okay. So the score is
Good thing you didn't create the game. So.
Well, I created this game. I did all the
Okay,
work.
so now, because I'm in the lead, do I go last? Is that what Bobby's
Yeah,
suggestion
so
was?
let's see here. Yeah, because if you get it at a 3, it's over. So we should probably bounce back to Hagee now.
So it's 4-3 to 3?
Yeah, because if he gets a 3, it's over. We lose. So it needs to go you, then me, and then Chop.
Let's go!
Kevin, high, low.
I'll go low. My confidence level is also low.
I just heard the language behind the bench, but it was just about one dude. He had said something to play before as well. I just didn't like the way he was talking to me for no reason, too. I don't even know that dude. I don't know anything about him.
Oh, are you psyching me out? I don't think that's even necessary. I'm in a lot of trouble already. Oh, he popped up on the TV. I'm pretty sure this isn't right. I'm going to say Marcus Smart.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. As soon as you play the clip, I was like, I'm in a lot of trouble.
Okay, well, I'll give you a clue for 2 points, Kevin. How about that?
Okay, I need this.
His dad can coach you to the playoffs, but always falls in a game 7.
Austin Rivers.
Oh, he got it. Wow.
That was too easy.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
in the lead. I think we should just wrap this up. What's the next segment? I'm the winner.
High.
Ooh, high for 3 points, Bobby.
I think it's gradually going away. I still have a little anger because of the way Jared Reinsdorf did the situation, calling the press conference.
Do you know it? You look like you might. Kurt Rambis.
I don't.
I love that pick.
Don't know who that is.
I love that pick.
Clue number 1, Bobby, for 2 points. This man was a part of the first three-peat with the Bulls before heading out to Los Angeles.
BJ Armstrong.
Ooh.
Damn it.
Bobby's done.
Bobby's done. I'll give you clue number 2 just because.
Thanks, Anita Baker.
He made 2 separate stops in Orlando before finishing up his career with a loss to Detroit in the finals.
Horace Grant.
Horace Grant.
That was just the one that I threw out.
That is correct.
I just want to give Bobby some trouble.
That was a bad clue. Your second clue. Your first clue.
Was it?
He signed with Orlando from Chicago.
No. Well, okay. He still went out west, though. It wasn't a immediate
Where
go.
west?
Los
The Lakers.
Angeles. I just said before he headed out there. I didn't mean immediately after the Bulls.
Poorly worded. I would challenge that.
Yeah, challenge.
Well, who's the challenge board? Is it just
it's
Peyton?
me. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
won't
okay,
he just overrule that
All right,
challenge?
let me look it up. Wikipedia.
Oh my gosh! Oh no! I'm sorry, Bobby.
That was That's exactly why I was confused. I was like, okay, it can't be Horace Grant, so I'm gonna guess BJ Armstrong because he would have been
Well,
right.
didn't
after.
he say the Bulls?
I don't know. I lost.
Chairman,
Whatever. I wasn't
owner
gonna.
in
I
the
wasn't gonna
clip?
win anyway. Whatever.
Okay.
Thanks,
so
Peyton.
now it's
5 to 4 to 4.
So
All right.
Chop gets a 3 or a 2, he wins.
Let's go. Let's make it interesting. Let's go low.
low.
We just don't quit as a unit. You know, we keep pounding and grinding, and and then we finally got there. You know, but there's no quit in our team. You know, I don't think it's really in our DNA at all.
It's another really top-notch clip right there.
Joe Kim Noah.
I'm sorry, not for 3 points. Maybe for 2 points. Clue number 1: a recent champion and has a twin brother currently in the league.
Oh,
Which one?
I'm still in the game, baby.
Markieff Morris.
Oh no.
Oh!
No.
Clue 2 for 1 point. Pretty well-known center in the NBA, but might not be much without Giannis.
Pretty well known center.
Oh. Do you know it?
You need this or you lose.
Brooke Lopez.
Damn it! All right.
So does that mean
It's a walk-off.
It's a tie?
It's a tie. He's got to have a walk-off.
You got to give the rules
Hang on
here.
a second. Please tell me you have a walk-off clip.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Well, I have like the clip.
This is a great song.
And you got to keep giving clues.
No, isn't it?
No, you just play
play the clip and then you start
fire
guessing.
You fire away answers.
That's how it is.
I re-listened to Troy's last high-low. That's how he did it. That's how he did it.
He kept saying, like,
No.
I mean, I can give like
just play it.
All right, go.
Okay. Wait. Just pick a high-low.
Yeah, you pick a high-low. Your pick. Dealer choice.
Okay, I'll go high here.
I feel good right now. I dropped a bunch of my weight. Lost like 15, 16 pounds already. I want to get down to about 280, 285. Right now I'm at 280, 289.
Oliver Miller.
Franz Wagner.
Charles Barkley.
What?
10th overall pick.
Yeah, we know.
Oliver Miller.
I already said it. Tractor Trailer.
I hope that's not a nickname because I wouldn't have got that.
Robert Trailer.
Robert Trailer. He died.
Marquise Morris. Marcus Morris.
Jared Lorenzen.
Robin Lopez.
Vita Blue.
Now you got to give clues to them.
Yeah.
Okay. 2005.
Well, that doesn't help.
That's when he was drafted.
Larry Markkinen.
Tyrus Thomas.
Tyson Chandler.
Oh.
They're out of city.
Los Angeles.
Shaq.
Mark Gasol. Paul Gasol.
Andrew Bynum. That's right. The champ is here.
Stole it.
No.
Any speeches? Anything, RJ?
No, I got nothing. That was tough, man. That was tough. You did that was a really good job. Yeah, no chance. No chance without those clues on that last one. No chance.
Yeah, no, 10th overall pick. But y'all just started to name former players at that point.
We're starting to name former players, man.
Okay.
All right, okay, good stuff.
Thank you, Kevin.
Young Peyton Russell. Thank you so much, Kevin Hagel.
Goodbye. I'll see you soon.
Have a good show today. Why even if this one player falls to 10, the Dallas Mavericks cannot take him. That's coming up next on The Fan. But first, let's get the...
3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
3 hours and 8 minutes as Jonah swings and hits one to deep right. Frazier going back. He's at the track looking up. It's gone over the Rangers bullpen. Jonah Heim says, take all the time you want. I'll turn that fastball around and make it a 3-run home run. Jonah's blast makes it 6-1 Rangers.
And they would go on to win 6-3. That's Hixie with the call. The game you heard right here, just like you hear every game that the Rangers play right here on 105.3. The Fan, they're off today. They're in New York tomorrow, take on the Yankees for a 3-game weekend set. They get the 6-3 win, take the series from Chicago, Bobby Belt.
They did, and it was a big one. You needed to, it was good to see them bounce back after what was clearly a very frustrating game for them the night before. And, come out there, take care of business. Martin Perez pitching well on the road. Those were all positive markers to see, and getting back on track, winning a series here after some of the struggles that you had recently.
Yeah, so after they had lost back-to-back series to the Angels and Tampa, they win the series with Toronto.
Yep, came back from down 6-0 to win that series.
Yep, and they win the series here with the White Sox. So back-to-back series victories after losing 5 of 6. 6 of 8. 7 of 9. They lost 7. Wow, they lost 7 of 9 of them.
They were struggling there when they lost to the Cardinals, then the Rays, then had that run against the Angels. It was not a good run for them.
No, not at all. But there you go. Now winners of 4 of the last 5 games, and like I said, they head to New York. Dane Dunning and Clark Schmidt tomorrow night. But you found this. This is something that I found to be quite disturbing. This is Brandon Miller, right?
Yeah, this is Brandon Miller who, when right before Sean left, I think it was yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, but in recent days, we've done the betting odds for the number 2 overall pick. And remember, it was going to be Scoot Henderson was the odds-on favorite to be the number 2 pick, and he was the favorite at 3 too somehow.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is the betting market has shifted, RJ Choppy, and Brandon Miller from Alabama is now a pretty heavy favorite to go number 2 overall to the Charlotte Hornets.
Okay.
And he was asked yesterday, he was getting interviewed by Complex Magazine. Scoop B is the one who was interviewing him. And I don't know, this is a funny clip to me for several reasons, but this is Scoop B asking Brandon Miller a very convoluted question that ends with a very bizarre answer from Brandon Miller.
Brandon, you said you were wearing black and red at the draft, right? Jordan wore black and red as a member of the Bulls. Here's my question, unrelated to that. You're young. Older people, young people often have this LeBron and Michael conversation. I'm not going to ask you who's the greatest because that's old. But because you've been in Michael's presence and because you grew up liking LeBron, as a young person, do you feel like that conversation is just overdone?
No, because I actually don't think LeBron is, the go to basketball. I think my go to basketball is Paul George. I always grew up watching him, so it's never just LeBron.
Okay, so if you had trouble hearing it there because that was a bad cell phone recording it, he said, no, I'm not tired of the LeBron versus MJ debate. I don't think that's overdone because I don't even have LeBron as the GOAT, even though I grew up watching him. My GOAT is Paul George. Old playoff P is the GOAT, Choppy. And before we get into that whole thing, what was that whole weird setup about you wear red and black, Jordan wore red and black? Nothing to do with my question. I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
What did that have to do with anything?
Very odd. That was very odd.
Such a weird setup. But either way, Brandon Miller, I think this drops him out of the draft.
All together out of the entire draft.
Yeah. I mean, look.
It wasn't the gun situation.
No.
It's his take on Michael Jordan. I'm sorry, on Paul George being the best player of all time.
Yeah, not the gun situation, not the pat down pregame celebration that he was doing. None of that. It's that he thinks Paul George is the GOAT.
Okay. So this is a lot like, he obviously grew up a Pacers fan, right? Had to have.
I guess so. Or just for some reason. Now, he's compared a lot to Paul George. Brandon Miller
so maybe he modeled his game after Paul. This is a lot like, there's people on Twitter who will say like Romo is the greatest quarterback that ever lived, and they try to explain that he is.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are some people that just love the players so much that to them that they're the GOAT. Whatever, I get it. That's what fans are about. There's somebody out there who thinks Dak is the best quarterback of all time. His name's Bobby Bell.
Right.
So there's people out there. If you want to say but it's weird to say that. You can say you modeled your game for somebody. There's nothing wrong. If Brandon Miller is drafted number 2 overall and he turns out to be Paul George, that's a great career. That's absolutely a hit with the number 2 pick.
Sure. But
right?
Brandon, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Paul George, if you got Paul George number 2 overall, you'd be happy with that. The thing that's funny there is, I think this speaks to something you've said recently. You made the point not long ago when we were talking about the term GOAT. Like, oh, he's goated. We were talking about overused words. And
everybody is goated.
And you had said that GOAT is used incorrectly.
Right. It used to be, it was bad to be the GOAT. Oh, he's the GOAT, man.
Well, not just that, but that, like, you say they assign greatest of all time to several
too
people.
many people.
And,
like when Dirk retired, everybody put the GOAT next to him.
Right.
Like, okay, all right, but he's great. But the GOAT is, at the time, maybe still is, it's Michael Jordan or LeBron James. Like, it's not, you may love Dirk, maybe the GOAT of Mavericks. He's the Mavs GOAT. But, nobody would say that he's better than Jordan. And that's just, but I think we overuse is it an acronym?
Yeah.
We overuse it.
So he's interchange. It sounds to me anyway, like he doesn't, I would hope he's not genuinely saying Paul George is the greatest player of all time. I guess it sounds like he's using it interchangeably to mean favorite. Like Paul George is my GOAT, like he's my favorite player.
Yeah, he's my favorite player.
I guess.
Yeah. You know what's underused is LOAT, luckiest of all time. We don't use that enough.
Who would be the LOAT? And don't say Tom Brady.
I was going to say
Tom Brady. I knew that's what you were going to say. All right, but you know what's interesting here too is that we talk about the betting odds changing to be the Charlotte Hornets. That's the odds-on favorites that the Hornets will take Brandon Miller number 2 overall. And that's interesting because there's this story yesterday from a couple different outlets. Mitch Kupchak was addressing the media on Wednesday. Mitch Kupchak, the Hornets general manager, and he confirmed that even though Michael Jordan is selling the team and he's getting, he's selling his majority stake, Michael Jordan is the one who has the final say on the Hornets number 2 pick.
How?
So the only thing I can think here, the only way that this would be okay, is that the individual buying the team, like part of the handshake deal or the stipulation is, I want that guy taken at number 2 overall. So since I'm not there yet to make the pick, but this is the team that I'm going to be buying, you need to make sure you guys take that guy because that's who I would take if I was there. So that's the only thing I can think is that if the incoming owner wants Brandon Miller and told Michael Jordan as part of the deal, hey, I'll buy the team from you, but you need to make sure that Brandon Miller is part of the package that I'm purchasing.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, and this is probably more likely, whoever's buying the team, whoever's buying the team hasn't researched the players. They haven't scouted. They haven't done any of the work.
No, but if they were advised, I'm guessing, and who's purchasing them? Gabe Plotkin?
Sure. Old Gabe.
Yeah, that's what it says. I guess he's
old Plotkin.
Some famous
what is that,
billionaire. It's something.
It's a line from a movie.
But he is a billionaire. He's currently a minority owner. And so he's now purchasing to become the majority owner. So he's been in the organization.
He's buying Michael out.
So he's been in the organization, and I'm guessing he has his idea of who he wants. He's been sold on somebody.
So you think he has told Michael who to take?
I think it's just part of like, hey, part of the deal of you getting this sale done is I want that guy. I don't want Scoot Henderson. I want him. I want Brandon Miller here. I would think so. I would guess that's why Michael Jordan, that he's getting the final say, is because it's part of closing the deal. If it's not, it's wild that this would be allowed even by the NBA. If he's on his way out, like I would think they should have some sort of, it's like the idea of Dan Snyder. Like
right, but have they approved the sale? Have they approved the new owner?
No, but if you know this is coming, then
yeah, it's just because it's still his team.
Right, but I mean, if you're in the middle of a pending sale, I would think there would be certain things you could put into place to freeze.
Right, like if
he could blow the thing up. He could say, "All right, I'm selecting whoever. I don't even know who.
Some
it'd be.
second rounder.
Yeah, he could take anybody he wants right there. And number two,
Right,
would just
I get it.
blow it up.
I get what you're saying. I mean, look, if I'm trying to sell my house and we come to a contract agreement and so the house is now pending, I can't all of a sudden, fill the pool in.
Right, you can't just go all right, I'm painting the walls yellow. Like you can't like I would guess if the sales penny, you can't just go hey, we're changing the entire paint on the exterior. Like there are certain things you wouldn't be allowed to do. And so I just think it's wild that unless he's just doing the wishes of whoever the incoming owner is,
you're
it's
right.
kind of funny that he'd even be allowed to do this.
That's an interesting take. I think it's an interesting point. I think that's exactly what is going on. One other thing that happened is apparently Portland is no longer taking calls on Dame Lillard.
Aw.
So they're either I think that means they're going to try to trade for some big name player today.
Zion.
Maybe Zion. Maybe is Paul George going to be available?
I mean, that'd be amazing if you could pair him with the GOAT.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty impressive. Bam Adebayo, maybe?
Bam, maybe it's Bam. Who knows? We'll see. All right. We got Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up next here on The Fan. But let's get that.
You're on the air.
Yeah,
we
I know
are.
it. I was making a joke about Derek Lively and Keon Clark.
How'd that go?
Hagee took it seriously, so I was having to explain it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll
It's not
find
a
out
good
tonight
joke.
if he's making a joke
We'll find
about
out.
the newest Mavericks player, Derek
If the
Lively.
Mavs take Derek Lively, I would compare him to the picks of Cherokee Parks and Chris Anstey. Big guys that the Mavericks needed at the time in the mid to late 90s, I guess more mid 90s there with Parks and Chris Anstey. And you're like, hey, maybe this will work out. We needed a 7-footer. And then you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah. But the
They
difference is
can't
Cherokee
play.
Parks could score.
Not in the NBA.
No, but in college he showed
Yes.
he could. And
Yes.
he stretched the floor.
Yeah.
Derek Lively, the only thing he stretches is his arms up to try to block a shot.
He's a significantly better defender than either one of those.
So
two.
am I.
I don't think he is.
You don't think Lively's a better defender than Cherokee Parks?
I think he's a horrible closeout defender who's going to foul a zillion times because he just jumps. He's just like, I'm going to block this shot. And then guess what? You have to give him space to land. So it's a foul every time. And then I think in the NBA, he's going to get early on in his career severely bullied underneath the basket. And then they're going to have to take him out of the game because 1, he's in foul trouble. 2, they don't know if he's physically capable of guarding big guys in the NBA. And so I think there could be development. If Derek Lively gets drafted by the Mavs, I'm going to think it's a major mistake, but I hope that they develop him into a stronger, more physical, more educated basketball player because I'm not sure he is a high IQ basketball player either.
Oh.
So I'm just like, please don't draft him. Please don't
Who
draft
do
him.
you want?
I'll tell you what, the dream scenario for me
They stay at 10.
is Cam Whitmore.
Oh,
if
yeah.
he falls to 10 because there's a medical issue with him, supposedly he has a knee thing, and more people are talking about Cam Whitmore sliding in this draft. But I'll tell you what, either one. You get Hendricks there or you get Cam Whitmore there, dream scenario for the Mavericks. If they take Derek Lively, I can't imagine, I'm going to be honest here, out of the top 20 picks in this draft, I can't imagine taking a worse player than Derek Lively. I'd rather have Cason Wallace out of Richardson/Kentucky. I know that the Mavs are not in need of a guard. I totally get you have most likely re-signing of Kyrie Irving. You have a guy last year in Jaden Hardy that you drafted who can probably come off the bench and give you 14 or 15 points a game. You have Josh Green, who's really a guard. He is a 6'4" guy. So sometimes you forget that he's really not that tall. He's really a guard and can't really guard power forwards that well because of his lack of height. But I think if you've already made a major mistake when you took Josh Green. You decided not to take a local kid who went to Kentucky and Tyrese Maxey. And I think that Cason Wallace, to me, reminds me of Derek Harper. I don't think he's going to be a dynamic offensive player. And Derek Harper wasn't. He was a nice,
an analyst.
solid, no comment.
I'm Cason Wallace.
But I think that he's going to be a great defender. He wants to defend. He's going to be an unselfish player. And this is way too high a praise. Derek Harper, Joe Dumars. He's going to be a guy that's like, if you only give me the ball 10 times a game, I'm fine with that. I'm going to give you great defense. I'm going to be unselfish. I'm going to do everything I possibly can to help us win. And if scoring's part of it, I think I can do it. But if not, that's fine. I'll let Rolando Blackman and Mark Aguirre and Patrick Ewing and all these guys do it, like how Derek Harper played. So that's why I get it. 6'4", 7'1". The Mavericks need a 7'1" guy. And I've seen a lot of people on Twitter go, hey, the Mavs need a center. All right, well, I can go find Pavel Pakolzin and, whatever the dude is we drafted from the country that never had a dude drafted from. Satnam Singh.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't.
He's a wrestler now.
Is he? You don't just draft a 7-footer because you need a 7-footer. It's usually, I would say most 7-footers that are drafted because you need a 7-footer are the biggest mistakes in draft history. And I think Derek Lively will be one of those guys.
It's funny you said like he could be like Cherokee Parks. So it made me go back and look. I was like, I felt like they drafted a lot of them. These were their first round picks in succession. Like this was every first round pick they had starting in 95. Cherokee Parks, Lauren Meyer, Samaki Walker,
amazing.
Kelvin Cato, which was actually Chris Anstey, Robert Traylor, which was actually Dirk, and then
Leon Wood, who decided to paint himself green and get high on drugs and then
Is that
destroy.
Leon? Was it Wood? White?
That was not Leon Wood.
It was Leon, gentlemen.
And his name is Leon.
But he didn't even make it.
And
in
then Eton Thomas. And then they finally picked like Courtney Alexander or something. But they went like 7 straight picks in a row picking big guys.
Well, I'll help you out in the Eton Thomas. This was Mark Cuban's first year as the owner of a draft. And he decided to buy a draft. I can remember this well. This is
4 guys in the first round. That was Darnell Harvey
Right.
Donnell Harvey from Florida. That was Courtney Alexander. That all turned into
Eton
Juwan
Thomas,
Howard.
and then ended up getting Eduardo Nahara in the second round. And he thought he could draft well and buy his players, and it didn't work out. And he immediately was like, I quit the draft. It's like, that probably wasn't the best decision for the next 20 years.
It definitely was not.
But that was like, as soon as he's like, I'm coming to the NBA, Peter Vesey, I remember Peter Vesey interviewing him during the draft.
Mr. Just throw things against the wall.
And Peter Vesey hated Mark Cuban. And so he's immediately attacking Mark Cuban. He's like, what are you trying to do, buy a championship? And he's like, yep, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm buying a championship through this draft of buying all of these picks. And it was like, oh, all these picks, they ended up stinking. But I remember just being so excited after having Perot Jr. and going, finally, right? The Mavericks had Kurt Thomas. They're like, no, he costs like $4. We don't want him anymore. And it's just like, somebody actually wants to have NBA players and he's going to really push him. And it was just a great time to get Mark Cuban. Now, none of those picks worked, and Mark Cuban did some really great things throughout that time. But I just remember Mark Cuban coming into the NBA going, I'm going to buy every pick I possibly can for $3 million and watch this.
Wow. Corey, what do we have coming up on the show?
My buddy's an idiot.
Yes, he is.
At 11:20, we will get into all the idiots of the world.
Kendrick Perkins.
Kendrick Perkins is on that list as well. So we got that coming up. What's that?
For which part?
You know what?
Oh, okay.
The combo platter. Well, it was the. I gotta get back to that.
Because he got fooled by how tall Kuminga, or he still can't believe Jokic won a championship.
The other day, he was talking, and somebody started grunting again while he was talking.
no.
And I was like, I thought he was the one that was doing this. And also the combo platter today. National Onion Ring Day, ladies and gentlemen. How will we get our onion rings served to us?
Okay. Well, there's only one way, right?
I mean
fried?
I meant today in this building.
a circle.
Okay.
I love onion
Are you all
rings.
following the Titanic submarine thingy?
They're out of air. Is that correct? Or like theoretically out of air?
6:08 this morning was the 96-hour moment, I guess. But they said there's still hope they were able to conserve energy by not panicking or breathing too hard. Because the 96 hours, I guess, is just an estimate. But it's definitely said. You gave a thumbs up. Does that mean that they're alive?
I'm showing Derek Lively in the NCAA. What is this? This is the ACC championship.
Yeah.
And just it shows at times his lack of education. They pass him the ball for a dunk. He's like, no, don't want to do it. I'm too scared to right now. Then he pivots back, re-pivots. He has another dunk, and he's like, I don't think so. Re-pivots back. And then pivots, and then but like at the whole time you had a 6'7" unathletic dude on you. You had 2 chances to dunk, and then the third time you do put it off the backboard and score. But that scares me. Of like, Kim Whitmore looks like he wants to destroy the earth when he gets the ball around the basket.
Did you continue to watch the play though, when he dove on the floor to get the loose ball and make an assist?
He did.
Did you see him score 4?
I'm watching. So like his last 10 games, right? Because he averaged 5 rebounds a game for his career at Duke for that year. He averaged 7.4. So I've tried it now. He still averaged 5 points in those 10 games.
Look, I'm not here to stand up for his offensive ability.
Dude, if you want to see an offensive masterpiece, go watch the Duke-Tennessee game.
That game sucked.
Didn't he score 0?
He scored 0. I don't even think he attempted a shot.
Right.
He got nothing. He was a big bag of nothing. He played 36 minutes and then attempted a shot.
And the reason I'm watching the Virginia game is I'm trying to be optimistic. Do you understand? So the reason I'm on Derek Lively is I think he's going to be a Dallas Maverick. And so I'm trying to get optimistic. I'm watching one of his best games of the year against Virginia to go like, so I know you're a big Duke fan. I think you'd be okay with Derek Lively at 10. Am I correct about that?
I would not.
He hasn't been too high on him.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, let me watch one of his better games to try to get optimistic on this kid.
Look, I do love Duke, but I've said all along, Derek Lively at 10 is, I think that's an overdraft to be sure.
Yeah, he was at best the 4th best player on that team.
Yeah.
Because
that's
Roach was better. Who's the 2 guard? Dang it.
The white dude who I think that might
Bobby Hurley
in the NBA.
No, he was the center.
He's not bad. He's not bad. Like
he's
I
not
watch
bad.
him and I go, can that work? He's a little bit slow motion, you know.
Who came back to the team. And Whitehead's falling in the draft. That was another big they had that was highly rated. And
Lively's just the reason teams are falling in love with him and not even falling in love with him. They're like, crap. After Wembanyama, there's nobody who's 7 foot tall in this draft. I guess now all of a sudden the dude who plays for
France.
For France, yeah.
His teammate.
Yeah. Belial or so, I forget his name, but he's all of a sudden going to be a lottery pick because he measures well. And you're just like, okay, I guess, why do they even play basketball? Sometimes I wonder when it comes to drafting players, why even play basketball? Is it just a measure of what did you do when we worked you out?
To answer your other question, I am invested in that submarine, and I hope those people are okay.
I hope they are too.
It sounds a lot like John Mayer's Walt Grace, the submarine story, where the guy makes his own submarine, and his family's like, "You're an idiot. This is never going to work." And then he
body's
disappears.
a wonderland.
Different song. And then he winds up on the other side of the world, and he has his own bar, and he doesn't have to deal with his stupid family anymore.
This is all in a song?
Yeah, it's an awesome song,
Whoa.
dude. Yeah.
If you want love,
All right.
we'll make
KMC Masterpiece.
Swimming
Coming up
deep
next, we'll see you
sea.
tomorrow morning. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Blankets.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where no less than 10 seconds ago, Corey said, and I quote, "This is why you're the worst." So welcome.
You can only say that to your friends.
That's true.
Well, you can't say that to you can say it to somebody you don't like on the road.
I told Jess a few weeks ago, this is how I knew she had made it as a stepmom, because Brandon gave like a really snarky response to her, and he's super nice to everybody, but like it's that level of comfortability with her family, and he just looked at her and he goes, "What?"
Yes.
And I was like, that's how you made it. You're good.
Well, and let me throw this out real quick. Like we can flip our best friends off, right? I just did that on accident.
Sure.
I hope that wasn't on the video camera on the Tawolo page.
I've done it before.
But like you can flip your friend off, and that's your sign of love towards your buddy. The other day, my son flipped off Avery, and she flipped him off back, and I was like, what is happening? And they went, "This is how we say we love each other across the room." And I was like, I don't know about this.
Your son avoided a slap because there's one time I thought my mom was going to slap me, and she goes, "Why are you always such a smart ass?" And this is when I was a teenager, and I looked at her and I go, "But it's better than if I was a dumbass, right?" And I thought she might slap me in the face, but then she cracked a smile.
Yeah.
I was like, "Ooh, you know what? I might be okay." You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Mike, what I would like to do right now is if you could spin your chair around and tell me who's running the show today.
No, man. He almost did it. Mike, who is that?
I believe in you.
Who is that man back in that room right now?
He's such a nice guy, too. I'm sorry.
Sandwich.
Ruben Sierra. It's Ruben.
Are you sure, though?
It is Ruben.
How
thank
positive
you.
are you?
99%.
Okay.
Not even 100?
Well, there's no others. BLT would not be a name. Tuna fish sandwich would not be a name.
Do you want to reveal
that's
that
ham
your
and
name
cheese?
Is BLT. Ham and cheese? Tell Mike Bassick who you are.
Ruben. I always forget your last name, Ruben.
Ruben Portillo, just like the fast food place, or you can consider a fast food place.
The mushroom, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can say
do remember it because you're usually on the weekends, and I'm listening on the weekends, and I always remember your last name as Tortilla, but just change the T to a P.
I feel like
and change the end, and it's an O instead of an A.
Oh.
I feel like I'm back at high school again.
Just like that, Mike. Good job.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Mike mean girls us all at one point or another, so don't worry about it. But it is, as Ruben told us right as the show is going on air, happy draft day, everyone. The NBA draft has arrived. Trade, specific player pick. What do you think the Mavs will do? 877-881-1053. We're not doing dream scenarios right here. Tell me honestly.
They can't get Wemby.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Definitely not.
That's my dream scenario.
Is what do you think will happen tonight? And if you think it is going to be a trade, I want to hear about what that would look like as well.
And Mike, I don't know what yours is, so I don't want to step all over here. But my real feeling is they make the pick and they try to pick up some names throughout free agency. The Mavs haven't been able to pull off something that I really love in quite some time, and I just don't have the faith in it right now. So,
just real question about this. We'll probably get into this more at 12 with you have a really interesting topic. When you say pick up names, do you think the Mavs are going to be like, well, we picked up Kyrie? Like, I feel like that's what they're going to sell.
Kind of like they did with Tim Hardaway Jr. when they were like, look, we brought Timmy. He's healthy.
Yeah.
So,
don't you think that sounds like...
Yes,
okay.
I do. I would love for a lot of the rumors that look positive for the Mavs to play out.
Sure.
The random rumor that I can't understand. I saw Zero last night at Bally's. And he's a big Utah Jazz fan. It's really weird. Honestly, the only Utah Jazz fan I know.
He loves Utah.
And I was like, does the rumor make sense that Utah would trade pick 16 and 28 to the Mavs for Davis Bertans? I can't figure this out.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. But those are the rumors you're like, why wouldn't you do that right now if you're the Mavs? We have pick 10, 16, and 28, and we got rid of Davis Bertans. That sounds too good to be true. I'm like, there has to be way more to that rumor that somebody forgot to type. There was another sentence they forgot to type.
Right.
And so there's rumors like that. Or the Mavs don't have to trade the 10th pick, and they get DeAndre Ayton for, let's just say, Tim Hardaway Jr., JaVale McGee, and something else. And you're like, yes,
Great.
why haven't the Mavericks done this yet? Even if like DeAndre Ayton is an 18-point, 10-rebound guy, and he struggles to ever assert himself in the playoffs as a great player. He's just an okay playoff player. Like, all right, fine with me. We don't have to give the ball to the guy who wants to shoot the ball 30 times and who's like the 180th best player in the NBA, Tim Hardaway Jr. JaVale McGee, who is worthless to the Dallas Mavericks. Like, this trade makes too much sense not to make.
I think one of the things I was hearing last night about Utah is they are interested in taking at least one of those aforementioned picks, packaging it with 9 to try to move up, because supposedly they're really interested in Anthony Black, who, we've talked about Anthony
Duncanville
Black.
zone for a whole year.
Yes.
Kind of half a year.
Anthony Black plenty of times as a pseudo-local or a local product.
Yeah, I think he went to
right
Coppell
there.
before,
And
if
so
I have
definitely a local product is, so maybe one of those picks is available as opposed to both, but I don't even understand that either.
Right.
Why
So-
would you take that player and give him a draft?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I guess what you're hoping is somebody falls to 10 that a team falls in love with, whether it's Atlanta, Utah, and you can trade down and pick up a lot of assets and maybe dump a Davis Bertans or dump a Tim Hardaway Jr. off of your team to even get that done. So you're like, wow, we picked up multiple first-round picks. And we got rid of a player that we find somewhat worthless to a Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving-led team. My thinking is, I think I'm going to see at about 8 p.m., maybe even 8:30 p.m., the Mavericks have taken Derek Lively, have not traded the pick, and that's the NBA draft for the Dallas Mavericks. No trades were made.
Sure.
Nobody was picked up as a veteran in a trade. They didn't get rid of any bad contracts or bad players, and then you're just like, all right, so here we go again.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because the NBA draft is a lot different than the NFL draft in terms of, do you feel like you have to stick around a few picks afterwards too?
Because of all the trades?
Yeah, because then they'll be like, the Mavericks have traded the draft rights of Derek Lively to... I feel like that happens quite a bit.
Yes, it can. Like, for example, Atlanta has the 15th pick, and they're shopping it hard with players to try to move up in the draft. And the Mavericks select Derek Lively, and you're like, oh, at least for me. Maybe there'll be Maverick fans that are super excited. But
I will
be
tell
like,
you, I think 10 is an overdraft
Mike,
for sure.
Real quickly, though, like that seems like a name that it seems like it makes sense and we would expect that. I can't think of the last time the Mavericks drafted somebody we expected. Like we were hoping for Dennis Smith Jr. If we're all honest, in that room that night,
I wasn't.
We were all like, man, we watched this dude against Duke and that guy. But I'm looking back at names and I'm trying to figure out when was the last time they did something that we were just like, oh, that's what we expect. I can't think of one. Like Josh Green was even kind of like one of those, when you're looking at who was there, there were other names we all wanted more.
Yeah. I don't know.
To convince Donnie.
But the reason Derek Lively, because everybody has him rated on their draft boards at like the 20th best prospect. So like,
yeah, maybe that's
because
I think that's fair.
Because he's rated as the second best center in this draft, all of a sudden he moves
Positional
up
need, yeah.
10 to 15 spots in a draft because of positional need. And so many teams need big guys, and he's the second best. I guess he's the second best big guy in this draft. But to your point, all of a sudden somebody falls to 15 that the Mavericks were really hoping, and it was kind of like, hey, we'll take Derek Lively. We'll be happy if he's there and keep him. But if Atlanta pick falls to 15, a guy that we really like, we will trade you Derek Lively for the 15th pick in, let's just say, DeAndre Hunter.
Right.
And I would be really happy about that. I honestly would be really happy if the Mavs got DeAndre Hunter and the 15th overall pick
and
for the 10th pick.
This might be unfair, but Bilal Coulibaly, who is a teammate of Wemby, feels like in the past a prototypical selection for the Mavericks to outsmart everybody by going overseas. I might keep your eye on Jalen Hood as well. That's another name. If you were to move back, whether it's to 15 or wherever. I've heard Jalen Hood's name come up a few times. I have not asked specifically throughout the Mavericks organization how they feel about him, but he might be somebody who fits the profile that they're looking for as well. Look, I'm going to stick with... I'm going to go with Taylor Hendricks somehow, some way. Now, I might be cheating a little bit because I said, what do you think is going to happen? I might be merging a little bit into what I want to happen as well. Because a lot of mocks I've seen have Hendricks going off the board like 1 to 2 picks ahead. But that's not like crazy. It's not like he's going 4th and I want him down at 10. You've kind of seen him in that 8 to 11 range. And so I'm with Corey. I do think at this stage in the game, they end up keeping the pick and making the pick.
I'm with you. You said Jalen Hood, and I clicked on Tankathon, and it says stat strengths and stat weaknesses. What are his stat strengths?
Kevin, those are very small.
Oh,
letters.
no. Oh, I was looking at looking at the things and not the categories ahead. Oh, no, they have everything as a weakness.
Yeah.
That's not good.
But I'm going to be honest. I have not looked a lot. I haven't looked at all about Jalen Hood. And then he has a dash last name that I can't pronounce.
Is it Shafino?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm just like, all right. Like that'll be the other thing too is like, to give you an example, Jaden Hardy. Mavericks didn't have a pick last year. And so I studied it, but not much. So I actually called one of my buddies who's an agent and I was like, hey, what do you think of Jaden Hardy? And he was lukewarm on him at best, right?
Yeah.
And then after the Mavs drafted him, I watched 3 G League games, and that's when I was like, oh my God, this Scoot Henderson kid's amazing. Amazing.
It's fun to watch.
And I watched Jaden Hardy early in the year play point guard, pathetic at it. And that's why he fell to 36.
Yep.
And then I watched a game later in the G League where he was off the ball with Scoot Henderson on. I'm like, he's making every 3-pointer as long as Scoot Henderson sets him up for the 3-pointer. There's a lot to like here as long as you're not making him play point guard. And we saw as long as he wasn't like the main ball handler, there's a lot of ability in there and he can get better at that. So look, I was after them drafting Hardy, I liked the pick going and watching more stuff. So if they took a kid like Jalen Hood, who right now you go, oh my God, Tankathon has him as he has 0 strengths in his game and only weaknesses.
Which I would argue like against 0 strengths.
Yeah.
I feel like that is
Yet they have him ranked as the 3rd best point guard in this draft.
I think he's got great length. I think he's strong.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you he's going to change the world, but I think that's unfair. Here's my concern. If I'm a Mavericks fan, or I don't know if the front office cares at all, and quite frankly, I don't know if they need to care, but we ask what are they going to do tonight. I'm going to read you the beginning text. From the 469, Cuban will somehow F it up. From the 214, whatever the Mavs do, they will blow it. From the 817, my dream scenario would be Luka trading Mark Cuban for Mike Bassett. From the 214, whatever they do, it will be the worst possible decision. And so, like, that's just at the beginning. Other people are saying you go ahead and draft Brady Dick, which, you know, we've talked about him for quite a while. It felt like that was the lock for a while before a lot of push went towards Derek Lively. And then a couple other folks are suggesting that Koulibaly out of France will be the selection, but it seems like we've got a smaller group of names this one.
Is there any way, because like now I'm going to throw my dream scenario at you, Kevin. Can I do that now?
Yeah.
That they can pull off a Lauri Markkanen trade with Utah?
He played so well.
Because the other day we saw
he's possibly
we saw the rumor the other day that Utah was willing to take on the Davis Bertans contract,
right?
Or something similar to that, and they wanted to work with the 16 and 28 pick. Would the Mavericks want to trade the 10 and be able to work something with them? Because isn't Lindsey the guy that was there with Utah for a while? Now maybe he has a connection. I don't know. I'm trying to make contracts work out, Mike, so I'm trying to figure that out.
I would say this. At the end of last year, the reports were Lauri Markkanen's untouchable.
Okay, all right.
That I get it.
I was looking through
if all
Utah's
of a sudden the Greek Freak became available, I'm pretty sure they would trade Lauri Markkanen for the Greek Freak.
Sure.
But they're pretty much saying like,
he's
oh my
what we're
gosh,
building around.
we found an all-star that teams struggled to figure out how to truly develop, and he's our guy. Not you're going to build your whole team around. They want to get lucky in the draft and find a guy better. But I think Lauri Markkanen would be a guy like, you can't trade for him.
Gotcha.
Like they're not trading him unless you're trading another 20-something-year-old superstar to them.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I'm just kind of looking at their roster and just trying to figure out if there's a possibility.
Last
there.
night, real quick,
Sexton's in there. You know, like,
I think Sexton could be available.
Right, and there's been reports that he could be, but I was looking at the Spurs supposedly want to trade into the top 10 so they can get Wemby's teammate. They're really intrigued with Bilal.
It's Bilal Coulibaly,
who's 6'8" with a 7'2" wingspan, who's only 18 years old. And so they're like, these are the two guys we want to build around. So I'm like, all right, well, what about the kid from Baylor that they drafted 9th overall? Like, if they do want the 10th pick because he's there, all right, well, you have to give me something, because there's a few Spurs fans like, you're crazy. Well, I'm like, how are you getting into the top 10? Like, if you want a 10th pick without having another pick to trade, because your next pick is 33 in the draft, how are you getting to 10?
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, heck, I'll take a 6'8" guy who's shown some ability to play.
Jeremy Sochan, is that who you're referencing?
Yeah.
I'd be interested in him.
You get him, you get the 33rd pick in this draft.
Yeah.
You trade them the 10th pick and Davis Bertans. So you're like, here's Davis Bertans and the 10th pick, and we'll take Sochan in the 33rd pick. Would you guys be willing to do that?
Yes. I like Sochan.
Yeah,
So,
and he's a 6'8"
yeah.
wing, very athletic, needs to work on his three-point shot, who's 20 years old, who averaged 11 and 5 last year.
I would be interested in that. And at some point throughout the show, we'll need to talk about what I'm going to call the Marcus Smart trade. I know people are trying to call it the KP trade, but I'm going to go ahead and call it the Marcus Smart trade.
I got you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's switch gears just a little bit inside the NFL gambling policy. And is it time for general sports gambling policies to change? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Blasting.
And this segment is brought to you by Window Nation. And this segment is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Little two-man bunch split right. Here's one of them in motion to the left. Snap to Prescott. Little play action. Standing. Deep post. Caught. Lamb. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk about the NFL. I want to talk about gambling in general here with my basic question to start, and then we'll kick around the specifics of it. Is it time for major sports to perhaps reconsider some of their gambling policies? We're going to focus specifically on the NFL. Now, this came out a couple of days ago, and we've continued to see story after story. ESPN put it up, Pro Football Talk put it up, that the NFL is working on reinforcing its gambling policies to players. I told you a couple days ago that they were making that part of the mandatory training for rookies. But here is the NFL's reinforced gambling policy. And I want to know if y'all think perhaps we should change a thing or two on here. Key rules for all players. Number one, don't bet on the NFL. Now, this seems like the most logical to keep in place. Do not bet on your sport. That feels fair.
But I know the sport. Like, I feel like this is how I can win at gambling because I know the sport so well. Why don't I just not bet on my team? I just bet on other teams.
You know what I wonder? Because there's never been a, help me out here if I'm wrong, there's never been a major gambling controversy with the NFL. Like, you have the Black Sox. I know that's 100 years ago, but there's movies about it. You obviously have Pete Rose, the all-time hits leader, who's banned for baseball for life, not in the Hall of Fame, this and that. You have recently in the NBA, Tim Donaghy, which then David Stern covered up.
Yeah.
And
would you call Calvin Ridley major or just like?
I feel like I don't know, because it feels like multiple players have seen the Calvin Ridley thing, goes, you know what, can't help myself.
I mean, they did just have, you're right, like 6 people like a month or two ago.
I mean, he's on a team that I'm rooting for in Jacksonville.
Right.
But honestly, if you really wanted to make a statement, you're like, Calvin Ridley's banned for life. Hey, guys, guess what? Calvin Ridley, solid NFL player, never going to play football again. Why? Because he bet on the sport. I think all of a sudden, a lot of players will go, is it worth me trying to win $100,000 in this deal, in this game I've bet on? Or could I have a 3 to 5 year career, make a few $1 million and have pension? So when I'm 60 years old, the NFL is paying me $25,000 to $50,000 a year because I live to be 60 something years old and I'm taking pension. Like, I think all of a sudden you'd go, it's not worth it. You have to make it not worth it. You have to, I hate saying this, you have to ruin somebody's life to send a message to the rest of the players.
Yep. He's right about that, man. I mean, look at Pete Rose.
Yeah, no,
I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know how, if there is baseball gambling going on that we don't know about, but for the most part, sounds like because that sign's up every day, nobody's doing it.
So that one, I get it. Don't gamble on the NFL. By the way, it's really spelled out. Your team's games, another team's games, outcome, points, parlay, prop, draft, combine, Pro Bowl, not even $1. That feels clear.
Mm-hmm.
Do not gamble on your sport. Now, when we go from there, this is where I start to have some questions and issues about this. Don't gamble at your team facility while traveling for a road game or staying at a team hotel. I struggle with this a lot in light of the last few years. Like, for example, FedEx Field opened a book at the field. And so the NFL can enjoy the spoils of that, but you as a player cannot bet on other things. And that was part of the suspension, Mike, is people were gambling at their team facility on not football. They were, I can't remember if it was like college basketball or whatever the case was, but they were gambling on not football, but they were at the team facility. Not acceptable.
And I'll say that's very tough. I'll just, break it down. Maybe people don't like that I'm saying this. Tons of baseball players are betting on football in September. I mean, 50% it feels like of the players in a clubhouse are making bets. Now, sometimes with each other, You know, the Cowboys are about to play. I'm a big Cowboys fan. Let's just say, Kevin, I mean, you're a big Steelers fan, and they're playing.
There's a drop of you saying that.
On opening day. And I'm like, dude, my Cowboys are going to beat your Steelers, you know? Or, you know, and you're just like, all right, and we are making, you know, major league salaries. I'll bet you $1,000 today that the Cowboys win. You're like, I'll take it, right? Now, that's just betting between friends, but there's a lot of betting going on. So... I
have an issue.
But you're betting, right? You're not betting on today. We're taking on the New York Yankees, and I'm betting we're going to lose to the Yankees today.
But that would happen at the team facility, and that will get you suspended.
Right.
Now, Rule 3 on here, again, goes back to Rule 1. It makes sense to me. Don't have someone bet for you. I do agree with that. Is like, let's say,
how am I going to get my bets on?
Okay, well, I think
you're telling me I can't bet myself
on the NFL. So if you're in the NFL, Corey, I still think it violates rule number 1. If you're like, hey, Kevin, will you go drop $50,000 on this NFL game for me, or even $5? I do think that very much violates.
What if your friend comes to you and says, I need $50,000 to make this bet? Is it a good bet? And you say, sounds good to me. And then he takes the 50, and then you give him $50,000.
You know what,
and then
Corey?
he pays you your money back.
You just violated rule number 4.
Oh,
Don't share inside team information. So, Mike, I've got an issue with the other last 2 rules as well. But here's where I'm coming from, Corey.
All right.
I agree. Don't bet on your particular sport. We're focused on the NFL here. But don't bet on the NFL. Don't have someone bet for you, and don't share inside team information. I think all of those are acceptable policies. But the last 2, I also think are wrong. Don't enter a sports book during the NFL season. So even on your bye week, you're taking a trip to Las Vegas, you can't go into a sports book at all.
You play in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Yes.
And like during the season, dudes have appearances and all sorts of things, but do not go into a sports book.
Yeah.
I guess it's easy to go into a casino and not a sports book. I guess that's an easy thing to accomplish, especially if you know the consequence is going to be severe. Like, I guess that's okay. Or if you're like, hey, you know, it's only going to cost me this much. Like Mike said earlier, you got to make it worth it. But I'm going to make this much off my appearance, so I'm going to do it anyway.
And then to pair with that,
can you create a fantasy football convention? In a sports book?
Man, you remember the NFL acted like that was the worst thing that had ever happened.
So ridiculous.
Because they hadn't thought of it yet.
Yeah, because they were like, hold on, we can't profit off that?
Where's my pie?
And then the last part of this is don't play daily fantasy football. So I wanted to isolate, while I think 3 of the rules are good, I think 3 of the other rules, especially considering the NFL runs ads for gambling. They have sponsorships with gambling companies. There are books inside stadiums. That means if you're a Washington player, technically, if you walked into the wrong part of your own stadium, that is violating the rules of going into a sports book. But don't have someone, but the rules I think are absurd. Don't gamble at your team facility or while traveling, even in a team hotel. Don't enter a sports book, and don't play daily fantasy football.
I see how you say it sounds absurd, but we'd never heard of them tracking gambling on players at their facility until last year. Like, that's the first time we'd ever heard of this.
When they were digging up IP addresses.
And what was going on around that same time? The NFL was launching itself into gambling opportunities, casino opportunities. So maybe even more than anything, they were like, look, this is a time where people are going to start questioning a lot of things. They're going to have a lot of questions. We have to mind our P's and Q's here. We have to dot all our I's and cross all our T's, as they say. So maybe they're just saying we got to be overly cautious because of the integrity of the game.
Okay, and I totally get what you're saying there. Here's the issue I have with that double standard, is it makes it sound like betting's integrity is so tenuous you can't risk it. And they're like, no, we'll take the money. But like, hey, don't go to a book or it might look bad because people have negative feelings about gambling.
We'll take the money so that we can raise the salary cap.
Yeah.
That's what I would turn around to the players and be like, hey, we're going to raise the salary cap with all this money we're getting from the casinos.
This is why I have concern about the person who's negotiating all that, DeMaurice Smith. You sit down and be like, hey, our income is always going to go up this amount. By adding gambling, you've just increased our money this amount. How much of that is going to fold into the salary cap? Because I feel like they never got the big boost that they were promised. Whenever people go, don't forget the salary cap's supposed to explode. That was supposed to happen this year. And remember, all the complications lingering from COVID prevented that from happening. But the last point, don't play daily fantasy. That's where we're at.
I get it because Mike, you get a lot of eggplants by playing daily fantasy. Like it can,
Not
especially
as many this year. I struggled this year to get my eggplants.
But let me ask you this: if you were a teammate of a lot of players on that team, and you were like, "Oh man, yeah, he's actually not playing this week. I got to go." Like that makes sense. Like you can make some money doing that. Can you make big money playing that way?
The professionals obviously enter tournaments, enter daily fantasy where enter for $25 and the first place person will win $100,000.
So that's a significant amount. I understand, Kevin, where you're going with
one
that.
person wins that, but I mean, to that I would say you shouldn't be able to do it in your own sport. If in a weird way, if somehow the Dallas Cowboys had a fantasy league where it's a yearly fantasy league and they all put in $100 and the winner at the end gets 1,000 and the second place person gets 200, not that big of a deal because you can't manipulate your lineup on a daily fantasy basis where you're picking on Thursday afternoon or Sunday morning who your team's going to be. But at the same time, I'd be like, let's eliminate that too, just to make sure.
Quick question for you guys. What would the teams do? This daily fantasy league exists.
All right.
Whoever finishes last is cut from the team.
Oh, do you
think management starts to interfere?
Yes.
When they're like,
1000%.
holy crap, CeeDee Lamb is in third to last place. They're like,
dude, what are you even doing, CeeDee? Like, why are you even doing this, man?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I do get this, and somebody texted this in. Their employees, the NFL. Betting is for non-employees. This isn't hard. Comply or get a different job. I understand that logic, but doesn't that also assume that you look at every job and never question any of the rules?
Yeah, man, that's the way it's supposed to be, right? In a perfect world.
I do not think the NFL is going to change these rules, but I don't think that means you can't question these rules.
Valid.
Coming up next, it's Tom for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
All right, a good series. We carry it into New York. Maybe next.
Coming up in the next.
This segment right here on The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverados, Trax, Equinoxes, Malibus, and much more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
3 hours and 8 minutes as Jonah swings and hits one to deep right. Frazier going back. He's at the track looking up. It's gone over the Rangers bullpen. Jonah Heim says, take all the time you want. I'll turn that fastball around and make it a 3-run home run. Jonah's blast makes it 6-1 Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers win, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so last night, good win for the Rangers. They win the series. They're better than the White Sox. They had a chance to sweep them. Obviously, you know, the call that did not go the Rangers' way hurt them, but also giving up 2 runs before that base hit somewhat hurt them too. So it wasn't like that was a winning or losing situation. It was to extend the game situation. But great win yesterday. Martin Perez really had his first good start on the road this year. When you just look at his splits, that was a really big back-to-back start for Martin Perez. So he takes the start in Texas and against Toronto and then goes on the road and continues the success. And I think that's big for the Rangers as, let's just face it, Eovaldi was not going to keep pitching like the May Eovaldi that we saw, because then you're looking at arguably the best pitcher in all of baseball. He's going to drop off a little bit. You just look, he's 33 years old. You look at his career and go, hey, can he keep doing this? Now, he could have a career year. I get it. Martin Perez last year had a career year, but you just kind of need those solid starts. I think over time we'll look at and just go, not devastating, but we'll go, gosh, I wish DeGrom was healthy, right? He could help us out right now and right here. Because Eovaldi's probably not going to be the best pitcher in baseball throughout the whole season. John Gray is going to have some ups and downs, and Martin Perez has had his ups and downs, but we're like, hey, Martin, we can't have you drop back to old Martin Perez. You know what I'm saying there? We're just super inconsistent. We understand you're not going to be 2022 Martin Perez, but we need you to be better than what you've been the first 2 months, and these last 2 starts are very positive.
Boach said something the other day on Tuesday when we had him on his show, and we ran into a few number ones during that stretch where they had their losing streak. And Mike, I don't know how often you're like, man, we missed a bunch of number ones this year. Wow, we were so lucky that we faced mostly number 2s all year, or number 3s or 5s. And I don't know how much that affects it, but do you feel like whenever you run into those number 1 pitchers that you're going to be okay and survive those with the pitching you have right now? Because that limits runs.
I mean, right now, I'd say Sunday, you're going to be a heavy underdog.
Yeah.
Why? Because Garrett Cole's pitching against you.
Yeah.
Like that. So you just look at it. Doesn't mean you're going to lose, but you also look at matchups too. When you're number 3, 4, or 5, seasons change throughout the year. There's off days. There's days where guys get put on the injured list and then they get put back in a slot where it wasn't pitch game 1, game 6, game 11. If you get what I'm saying, you pitch every 5th game, and all of a sudden you're running into number 1s where your number 4 or 5 are pitching, and you're just like, this is not a favorable matchup.
Exactly.
What's been great for the Texas Rangers this year, for the first time in a very, very long time, you look at a 3-game series and you go, ooh, we're better in all 3 games than they are right now. Sometimes it doesn't work out. 3 out of the 4 games, you kind of looked at the Angels and go, yeah, besides Shohei Ohtani, and you did have a Eovaldi matchup in that game where you still felt like, hey, we can win this game. But, you know, sometimes you have series where you just look at the 3-game series, and I kind of warned us about that Angel series of like, this could be a bad series because of the pitching matchup now where you're at. So, yeah, you look at it more, Corey, of, hey, in this 3-game series, let's look at our matchup.
Gotcha.
And let's look at their matchup situation. And you're like, oh, dang it, this doesn't work out well. They're 1, 2, and 3 are pitching in this series, and we're actually pitching 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
It's just the way it works out matchup wise. And it doesn't mean you're going to immediately lose the series or you're going to win the series because you're 1, 2, and 3 are pitching against their 3, 4, and 5. But you start looking at those things. And I think Bochy's
You feel good though with whenever our 1, 2, 3 matches up with their 1, 2, 3. Do you feel pretty comfortable most times right now?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. All right.
I would say obviously going to Tampa. And if it matches up where they have McClanahan, and I'm sorry, I know Taj Bradley's a guy who's a younger guy, right? That's their number kind of 4 or 5. But you match up against certain teams and you're like, oh, are they a little bit better than us? But it's going to be very rare that you're going to look at. That's what's been so fun about this season is you're not looking at it going, oh, this or that. It reminds me of this. Cody Bradford is still on the team. And the Rangers, after last night, did not put out their rotation in the Yankees series. I'm wondering if they're going to sneak Cody Bradford in this series. That's a very tough pitching on the weekend at Yankee Stadium. It's one of the most, it'll be the thing that you remember the most. I didn't get to do it.
Oh man.
But it's one of those.
The crowd is more amped up.
It's just, and it's Yankees, man. Like as much as we hate the Yankees or this and that, but if you ever had a dream of playing baseball and that dream is realized and you're at Yankee Stadium. Now I know it's a newer Yankee Stadium. It's not old Yankee Stadium.
It's still that.
And
energy.
I was old Yankee Stadium. I remember driving by it. I actually got sent down. I was on the Mets. And you talk about big series, Mets Yankees. Up there, and I got sent down the day of the Mets Yankees going to Yankee Stadium. I played the Yankees, but I played the Yankees when I was on the Rangers, and they came here. I was on the Mets when they came to Shea Stadium. So I was able to see the Yankees come into town. But I just think like a guy like Cody Bradford, hey, that's a big challenge to go to Yankee Stadium. In fact, a lot of teams put general managers put a lot into that start, as in this. I want to see how this young kid does in this big situation. And if you handle it well, it might be overblown. You go 6 innings at Yankee Stadium against a solid Yankees team with that environment, you're like, hey, this kid might be able to handle the playoffs.
Yeah.
I know that sounds weird, but that's how much. When I was with the Phillies, I never pitched in the major leagues with them. I was in AAA all year. But I had a 4-inning relief appearance in spring training against the Yankees, and I gave up 1 run in the 4 innings. That really put me on the map with the Phillies. Now, it ended up I just didn't have a great AAA year. I was just inconsistent, and I was okay in AAA. But they put a lot into, I remember going, wow, they're putting a lot into me pitching against the Yankees. And I pitched early enough in the game that it was in Tampa where all their starters were in. I wasn't facing their AAA Yankees. I was facing Jeter and A-Rod and Sheffield and Posada and stuff like that. So they put a lot into, can you handle Yankee Stadium and can you handle the Yankees lineup if you're a really young guy? So Cody Bradford, what I'm getting to here is Cody Bradford might be slipped into the rotation again for these 3 days.
Okay.
Remember, I asked about Heaney on Tuesday to Bochy. He's already pitched as many innings as he pitched all of last year for the Dodgers. He's already to his inning total.
And if I recall correctly, he did concede. He was like, that is a good question.
Right. So sticking Cody Bradford in there and knocking everybody back a day does help out with your overall innings total at the end of the year. John Gray is not a guy who racks up tons of innings throughout his career. He's not a short inning guy, but he's just a guy that's dealt with injuries. He's dealt with inconsistencies in Colorado. So you do have to watch some of these guys that now you're relying on more because of the DeGrom injury. You have to watch Evaldi's innings. You have to watch Gray's innings. You have to watch Heaney because he hasn't pitched a ton of innings the last few years. You have to watch his innings. So Bradford might be slipped into this rotation. I don't know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Here's another tough thing about this series with the Yankees coming up. Rain is expected every day at like 80 to 90%. Okay. So you might not be playing Friday or you might not be playing Saturday. There could be a double header situation on Sunday in New York.
Is there, I'm honestly asking, do you know if there's some sort of MLB policy for like, hey, we're going to keep this window open 3 hours past when the game was going to start, or 4, or like, is there a specific time window where they're like, hey, we got to monitor the weather that day, hang around, we'll figure it out.
So there's certain rules. Once a game starts, once one game is thrown, it is out of the team's hands. It is now up to the umpires 100%. Now they can get influenced by New York and them telling them, you got to get in this game. The Rangers don't go back to the Yankees. We see a window at 8 p.m. I know you guys have only played 2 innings and it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We want to get in this game. Both teams want to get in this game, and we're looking like we might restart this thing at 8 p.m. with no fans. The fans, hey, they already paid. So, I mean, that does come into play. In fact, let's say the Rangers get rained out on Friday. I guarantee you Saturday will not be a back-to-back doubleheader. It will be a split doubleheader.
So you can get both tickets.
Because they know Saturday they're going to get tons of people at Yankee Stadium, and they would go, yeah, we'll take that Friday crowd. You get to come at 1 p.m. on Saturday. The Saturday night crowd, your tickets are still good for Saturday at 7 p.m. You're not going to 2 games. So I'm wondering how much that will affect the Texas Rangers, that they could possibly have a day. They have a day off today. Then they could possibly have a day off on Friday without knowing you have a day off until you get to like 5 p.m. or 8 p.m. and they're like, we're just not going to play this game.
Do players track this at all? Is it up to the team to be like, hey, just a heads up, Wednesday could get rained out? Or like, how does that information pass?
Yeah, I know John Blake's all over that stuff a lot of times too from our side.
It affects Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy, and in that order a lot more, because you have to start planning on different rotation situations, because now you start looking. And remember, he said that he's going out to dinner tonight, right? They're having a staff meeting.
Yes.
So
I got to check it out.
Part of this staff meeting will be, all right, what are we planning on doing in this series? Do we need to give Cody Bradford a start here to keep him fresh, and then to also push back our guys a day? Hey, if we have a double header, if Friday gets rained out, or we play Friday, Saturday gets rained out, and we play a double header on Sunday, now you have to start looking at your rotation until the All-Star break. Because now you've doubled up 2 starters somewhat on a day. How do we manipulate the rest of up to July 10th, I believe, is when the All-Star break happens. So you just have to start having conversations on, if we get a doubleheader, it can now, for the next 10 days, we have to start planning out the next 10 days after a doubleheader we were not planning on. So this is tonight for dinner. They'll discuss it.
Yeah.
They won't really. The players are players, right? They play every day.
Sure.
The pitching staff is a little bit different, where you're getting prepared to pitch on a Friday night, and now you get pushed to Saturday at 1 p.m. That's not that big of a deal to handle. But if you're supposed to pitch on Sunday and now you get pushed to Monday, and it's not the Yankees, you were preparing for the Yankees. So for your 4 days, you have been getting your work in.
Charts,
you've also been
reports,
getting ready for the Yankees lineup, and now you're facing the Detroit Tigers, who you weren't expected to face because you're going to miss that series. That can change a little bit of your stuff.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be dipping in and out of the NBA all day, including the Knicks trying to pick up Paul George.
Yeah.
But coming up next, which Cowboys player is facing a make-or-break season? And is this the Cowboys' best duo? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're tracking all of the latest NBA rumors and letting our minds wander about the possibility of Cam Whitmore just sliding down to the board because either they're concerned about the medicals or he doesn't smile enough, and the Mavericks pick him up at pick number 10. But in the meantime, want to talk a little football. Cowboys. Which Cowboys player is facing a make or break season? Because I know USA Today talked about this. I know CBS Sports was talking about this, and I might have an answer that's a little different than a lot of folks.
Let me ask you a question about USA Today talking about it, Kevin. Did they have Stanzo tweet about it? Is that an option? That they...
No.
Okay, all right.
That is a good point. And I think this answer is that's fine, but they said Kelvin Joseph, and I'm like,
that's a fact.
Sure.
That is and I don't even know if it's a make or break season for him as much as it is a make or break training camp. This dude has to show something that he is, you know what? This is the sign that you are the dude we thought you were going to be, because the Cowboys can replace him just like that at this point.
Yeah.
When you were a draft pick with potential and were a good gunner on special teams, that was a perfect way of them going, no, and he is a serviceable cornerback in the NFL. Well, now you had your chance and you didn't show that you were serviceable.
Yes.
So that's where the Cowboys are they have to make the decision at this point. I am kind of interested in the Nashawn Wright situation. Does he have the pair of those cornerbacks that were drafted? That's starting to look like we had to trade to get Gilmore, or we traded and got Gilmore, and now you're pushed down even further.
But I think the first part of your statement is probably right, is if Joseph and Nashawn Wright are playing well, you probably don't entertain this trade, even though you got a hell of a value.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think about
so
this.
You can run Trayvon Diggs out the door. How are you doing this?
It was a 5th round pick?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, if they were playing if they got Deron Bland type stuff their rookie year, and then the next year they were like, man, they might be a starter next year, then yes, you're probably right.
Yeah.
But the name of Stephon Gilmore is something I probably would not want to pass up on. I mean, I totally get it, man.
So the person that popped to mind for me is, I hate doing this. I'm really sorry, from the 214, Dak Prescott, by far, in my opinion, no more excuses. All right, look, I'm not disputing the merits of that argument one way or another.
Yeah.
But every time I see an article that says this is a make or break year for Dak Prescott, I just exit out of the article, because it's not. It's just not.
You brought up yesterday the Kyler Murray, would the Cardinals take that leap of just moving on? I do wonder if there's something McCarthy has shown that he is willing to separate the Cowboys from other players and convince Steven and Jerry to do the same.
Sure.
I understand the economics.
Yeah,
the economics are the only thing, right? If you're really trying to win and you're like, dude, I can't win with this quarterback.
Okay, but it's paired with two other things, right? Is because you can definitely win at a certain level with this quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, can you go beyond that level? For Arizona, what I look at is simply like this. They had a quarterback. Cliff Kingsbury came in and he's like, I don't want that guy. I want this guy. And they're like, sounds good. Cliff Kingsbury, gone.
Yeah.
They cleaned house. And so the reason why I think it's so much easier for Arizona is because they're looking to suck. Right? Okay.
Hey, Ruben, one of the things you need to keep paying attention to is what you're supposed to mark.
I'm looking
And
at
that's one
Twitter
of them,
and
so note
reading
that for
all kinds of NBA rumors as you guys are having great discussions. And then I heard that sentence. Stop scrolling Twitter for all the NBA news and looked right at you.
Okay.
And you know how invested Mike is in this NBA news.
Okay. So if I had to rephrase, Arizona is fine with not being good at football whether it's Caleb Williams, Drake May, or looking further down the road for other draft
That's
picks.
more family
So
friendly,
they're
yeah.
okay with moving on from Kyler Murray, even if it's financially crippling. And Mike brought up yesterday or the day before, might actually be better that it's financially crippling because then they'll make your team even worse. The Cowboys aren't looking to do any of that because they're like, hey, we're pretty good right now. And the logistics financially of getting rid of Dak just don't make sense. That's what I'm keyed on.
We aren't there. Where I'm about to take us, we aren't there yet, and I'm fascinated by the question of if Mike McCarthy was like, look, I have proven that I can win 12 games every single year, but I can't get any further with this guy.
Look,
who would win? Would they go, well, then we have to find a new coach
I think
that can, or would they say, all right, Mike, go find you a quarterback?
You have to have a realistic conversation with Mike McCarthy and ask, how much longer are you going to be here? Because if you're going to move on from Dak Prescott, that is going to punch your salary cap in the face.
Yep.
And probably over the span of a couple of years. And then I always think back to Jerry being like, I don't have time for a bad time.
Okay.
And that's why I just fundamentally, I'm not disputing or weighing the merits of Dak Prescott as a quarterback. I'm telling you, economically, and
that's why it makes so much sense. I get it.
don't think they're going to do it. Mine is actually Terrence Steele. All right. Hear me out on this for a second, because I know that might be odd. People are going to be like, well, you're not going to cut Terrence Steele. Okay, but
you're starting right tackle, allegedly.
Allegedly. Now, I firmly believe he will be your starting right tackle. But then all of a sudden you're like, hey, Tyron's got some work at right tackle, and maybe we're going to use Tyler at left tackle, and we're going to see how all of that plays out. And you're like, oh, okay, well, what happened to Terrence Steele? Oh, he's coming back from injury. Hey, didn't you guys say he was making the fastest recovery from injury in the history of time? Yes. So he's good to go for the mandatory minicamp? No. We'll see how it goes at training camp. Okay, but fastest ever, still good to go. We'll see what happens when we get to training camp. Now, the other part about this is he's going to be an unrestricted free agent. And so I think this is a huge season for him to prove, because he was...
Do you think he's getting a deal done before?
That... If that happens, I'll be good with that.
Okay.
But I say no.
See, I think the Cowboys are pushing this to try and say, look, you're not that valuable. We may not even start you, dude.
Sure.
To try and lower, and then they'll be like, well, I guess I'll sign this 3-year, $16 million deal. And they're like, great, we got you.
See, and I don't
Look, we got a
conceive
right
of
tackle
that,
for cheap.
because I think Terrence Steele is like, well, I just proved last year I'm a $13 million right tackle, or whatever you think the appropriate number is. And so I'm looking for 4 for 52. And it does feel very Cowboys-esque to say 3 for 16.
Yeah.
Because it feels like the follow-up is, hey, this year you're only making $4.3 million.
Yeah.
We just bumped that up to $5.3 million. Like a very 2 to 3%-ish raise, which we're all familiar with that concept, is I think he's looking for, hey, I'm going to triple my payday if I match what I did last year, or if I can show that I can stay healthy. So I am really curious about this being a make or break season for Terrence Steele, whether it's here or whether it's getting paid in the rest of the NFL.
All right. I feel like whenever I listen to Bobby talk that Zach Martin has a make or break year upon him.
I retire.
Have you heard Bobby? Like, this is a real discussion I want to pay attention to, because he said, he's dropping off just a little bit. Listen, when you're dropping off just a little bit from Zach Martin, it's like you're still good. But
really good.
But then every year, does he have I don't know if I want to keep playing. I don't know if I can do this to my body anymore. And that's an interesting, it's more fun as a joke, but I think Bobby would be kind of in that mindset.
Hey.
What?
And I don't want to alarm people, but if Zach Martin did retire after this year, that's, let's say, a salary cap punch to the midsection.
See,
if I said Dax to the face, I'll say this one's to the midsection if he retires after this year.
And that's a problem I have with the salary cap is, like, as an owner, you can't control that. When a guy retires, it shouldn't affect my cap anymore.
Well,
they should change that.
I hear what you're saying. One of the reasons it affects the cap is they continually flip the switches on his contract.
Yeah.
So if they didn't talk to him before this year and they're like, hey, we're going to flip a switch, are you going to play more than 1 year? That's on them.
Yeah.
If he changes their mind, I get it.
The make or break person for me this year it's Jabril Cox.
Yeah.
I have met all right, we've given you had the first year, and that was your rookie season, and we had some things we were interested in, and then you got injured. There was a lot of promise. man, we saw the speed, dude. We saw that opportunity. Last year, I don't know if you didn't trust your knee or what. I know that the people were saying that he was still kind of wearing a sleeve and he was kind of protecting it a little bit. But if that was the case and you couldn't step on the field and be an effective player last year, okay, it's the year after injury. I get that. I'm okay with that. But now it's year 2 away from the injury, and you're getting further and further away from, Kevin, what we discussed with Jalen Smith, of the cheap contract as a rookie. And we're getting further away from that, and you're going to start wanting to get paid if you're being effective. I got to see it. If you want that in the near future at all. But here's the problem. He's behind people. So what is he going to do? Like, he's behind Van Der Esch, who makes more money, is more expensive, and you expect him to be out there. But he should get opportunities to be out there because Van Der Esch should not be playing 100% of the snaps. He shouldn't be playing probably 85% of the snaps.
Right.
Just because physically Van Der Esch can't hold up for a full season that way.
Michael Gallup is an interesting name. I've seen a couple of folks text in. I would be willing to agree with that.
Is that a financial, like, would the Cowboys cut him next year if he's not? Or financially?
I'm trying to
year 3?
check on that, but I think potentially that could be significantly more feasible.
Okay, all right. I think more fans are out on him right now, but aren't you out on him if you have a backup option and Brandon Cooks is that option, and you're like, oh, well, we're good because
sure,
and he's not his backup. But and also if Jalen Tolbert shows out, that's more likely that fans are going to be like, see you later, buddy. We got the Tolbert train we're riding here.
Oh my gosh. Well, I feel like more fans are out on Tolbert than they are on Michael Gallup, and our internet is at 1996 levels, so I'm not able to check his contract at the moment.
Michael Gallup.
To go along with that, the best duos in the NFL, I thought this was fascinating because it doesn't have to be your traditional quarterback, wide receiver, quarterback, running back duo. And I just thought this was fascinating because I never would have thought of these two as a duo. What do you think about the concept of CBS Sports saying Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs?
That's the best duo?
That's the best
this team
duo.
has? I guess so. I would still probably say Dak is the best aside from Micah.
Okay.
Do you put Trayvon Diggs as the second best defensive player on this team?
Yes. For sure. I do for sure.
Man, I like these safeties, and now do I like one of them or do I like all three of them together? That's probably my thing, but I like Trayvon Diggs a lot. So yeah, he's probably, and Mike, your probably next question isn't the defense the most important part of this team going into this year? And you're probably right about that because
you're not inside my head.
Okay. Oh no, Kevin, let's find out if you're inside of Mike's head.
I know that's okay.
What's his next question?
Because the way he's phrased that in the past still makes me kind of nervous. So I'll pass on that for now. But yeah, I think Trayvon Diggs is. So the combination of Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons makes sense to me. I'm sure I'm infuriating Eric Chiafalo right now, who's ready to get the hell out of the Trayvon Diggs business for anything in the neighborhood of $23-25 million per year. So I do get that.
Would you want by the end of the season, would you be cool if it was Diggs and Sam Williams? Or Micah and Sam Williams.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sorry.
I was about to be like, not really.
Micah and Sam Williams are the best duo, and you're like, wow, our pass rush is so good.
I think so, but that's going off the assumption of people rising up as opposed to further regression. If that's the case, because you're like, what the hell happened to Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah.
That would be problematic, but I can see that.
Let's go back to the other conversation just real quick. Out of the two, who do you think people are most willing to move on from quickly? Tolbert or Fehoko? Fehoko has shown essentially nothing since he's Nashawn Wright.
I think it's Tolbert just because Fehoko was drafted later and doesn't seem to have drawn the same ire, right?
Okay.
Like Jalen Tolbert, I'm not saying this is fair at all, but last year, Jalen Tolbert became like the poster child for draft failure, right? Just like Kelvin Joseph did. I'm not saying that's fair at all, but it feels like the fan base is ready to cut him before Fehoko.
From the 972, do you like Dak because he's a good person? Dak's not in the top 7, and I think they're regarding the top 7 Cowboys. And I can't agree with that because the position is too valuable. Like the position of quarterback is too valuable, and I think Dak has done a fine job of leading this team in a lot of different ways. Now, were there some frustrating interceptions last year? Absolutely. Frustrating losses in the playoffs? Absolutely, there have been. But I can't look and say that Dak isn't included in the top 7 on this Cowboys team. I just can't do it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they not going to draft Cam Whitmore? Let us know, 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk.
To learn more.
And this segment is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss stats soda and also Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, and it's time for my buddies and idiot 877-881-1053. If your friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers if they have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion.
I can't believe that Kendrick Perkins is in this. Like, that's one of the smartest guys I've ever heard talk.
Kendrick Perkins, who still is astonished that Jokic is good at basketball for whatever his reasons are, we're going to take you to cut number 2 in just a second. But first, do you know the setup of this Jonathan Kuminga bit, Corey?
No, I don't.
All right. So I know Andre Iguodala played a part of it, and there was multiple social media reports and everything saying that, hey, 19-year-old Jonathan Kuminga, 6'7", but he grew, and he's between 7 and 7'2" now.
Would you believe, Corey, if I told you this? Evan Carter just came back, and he went 3 for 4 last night with a home run, a triple, and a single. That sounds believable, right?
Absolutely.
That's true. That's actually true. That's what he did. What if I told you, man, you know what happened? Evan Carter went to the Arizona because he got hurt. He went on the injured list.
Oh, no.
And he came back to the Frisco Rough Riders, and you won't believe this. He's 6'7" now.
Oh, I thought he was already.
Well, he's actually about 6 foot.
Yeah, he's
6'1".
Yeah.
And within a month, really less than a month, he grew 7 inches. Would you, as a human being, believe that?
How old is he? Did he
He's
have
20.
another growth spurt left?
He is 20, which would make it even a little bit more believable, even though you're like, that doesn't seem right. That just doesn't seem right. But what if I told you that person was Jack Leiter, who's 23, and you're like, oh, man, you won't believe this. In April, he was pitching for Frisco. In June, he was pitching for Frisco, and now he is 6'8".
And Iguodala, I thought it was clear he was doing a bit, but then again, I screwed up on the USA Today thing, so I understand. Sometimes you don't see the bit in front of you. But
you're pretty sure humans don't grow 6 inches in 1 month.
That is true.
At 23 or 24 years old.
But Iguodala, and I think Kuminga is still only 20, but I understand your point. Iguodala made this worse because when somebody said, I heard he's as tall as 7 foot, Iggy jumped in and said, I just saw him. He's 7'2". And then some people were comparing photos and a picture of Andre Iguodala's son. And he responded, my son is also 7'2", case closed. And this led to cut number 2.
I love case closed, dude. That's one of my favorite bits.
Kendrick Perkins going on air, cut number 2, to talk about the Jonathan Kuminga growth spurt.
When I think about Jonathan Kuminga, right, you look at the Warriors, and I know every single season because they didn't got, satisfied and complacent with winning titles, you still have to grow and build for the future. And from reports, I'm hearing that Jonathan Kuminga is now 7'2". The kid has gotten better every single season. He has a nice skill set. His athleticism is through the roof.
And now that I hear
he's
that he's
7'2",
7'2", this has changed my mind on him completely.
Now, I do believe he's still approximately 6'7".
Oh.
So I do not think...
Did he grow a quarter of an inch?
Okay, perhaps, you know what? I'll give him that. We'll bump him up to 6'8". We're going to go ahead and say he's up to 6'8".
At
However,
20 years old, he believes that somebody in a 6-week span, remember, they were in the second round of the playoffs. So you just saw Kuminga play basketball a little bit against the Lakers in the second round. Somehow Kendrick Perkins believed that a 20-year-old who's going to turn 21 in October just had a 7-inch growth spurt in 6 weeks. Because he was growing an inch a week at 20 years old.
Because I've seen a couple of people are like, oh, my friend was a senior in high school or 17 to 18. I hear you on that, for sure. But if you knew a 20-year-old who just grew half a foot in like 6 weeks, feel like that'd be pretty astonishing.
Give that guy a new contract.
But I agree with that too.
You know, I mean, if he's growing like that, we got some serious potential in the
Like
future.
if somebody told us Jaden Hardy right now is 6'8", wouldn't we go, I need to see a picture of this. I need some major confirmation because that doesn't sound right.
Maybe we don't need more wing players. Let's do that.
Kevin.
All of a sudden, we don't need a center. Josh Green is a 7-footer. Like, this is amazing.
Kevin, I would like to call out my buddy who's an idiot. His name is Chris, and he's at Choctaw right now. And he asked for a shout out, but shout out Friday is tomorrow.
Good point.
So I can't shout him out.
That's a good point.
So is he an idiot for that?
And also, you're not really supposed to be on your phone a lot in the casino, right?
Oh yeah, they're like, hey, stay off
You
the phone.
can't
But
be,
he is-
just not when you're on the table.
I
gambling.
definitely.
You think he's sitting at the table with the stream up right now, and he's listening at the
He's like, I'm not using my phone. I'm just listening.
I'm just listening.
When
It
we go
helps
to
relax me.
Vegas, I'm going to record Corey. Could you play blackjack? I'll record you when we go to the Super Bowl. And I want you, when they deal the cards, I want you to do counting cards, but do it out loud. Go 1,
Right,
-0, -1,
Negative
0,
3,
1,
yeah.
2, 3. We're at 3 on the table right now.
Yeah.
And see how quickly I get ejected from that place.
And just look right at the dealer and go, I'm counting cards. I watched how to count cards in my hotel room, and they told me that the value of these cards are 1, the value of these cards are -1. So I'm just doing what they told me to do.
That sounds. I am in on this bit. I like it, Mike.
Now, my buddy's an idiot from the 469. Several people are saying Kendrick Perkins is an idiot. And then a question mixed in, since I mentioned this in the tease, why do we want Whitmore if he has an injury problem? Now, there seemed to be, for Cam Whitmore out of Villanova, there seemed to be conflicting reports, because I know obviously he did have an injury, but there are other people that are saying the injury recovery or is kind of giving them an idea of a potentially a degenerative condition or an ongoing condition. And then there are other people who are saying he didn't wow in the interview process because of his personality. And my kind of thought on that is,
because he's quiet.
yeah, who cares if he's a baller?
Yeah, I guess unless you're expecting the dude to be the face of your franchise, like if
but you have Luka, right?
Is Luka?
I think
personality.
I think you do maybe worry. I do think he does have. He has a lot of flash to his game. He has a lot of trash talk. I think that there's a lot of ways to sell.
When
Luka
he
Doncic.
when he smiles, yeah. For
Smiling,
Twitter, man, his
right.
smile is okay.
I think if you are, in a way, I think it would be a bad decision. But if you are possibly Houston, who does not have a face of their franchise, they're hoping that some of the guys they've drafted, Green, the kid out of Auburn, I'm forgetting his name, very forgettable rookie year, but
not much personality.
Yeah, whatever his name was, right?
yeah.
That's how forgettable his year was. That they might be looking for a guy who would be more of the face of the franchise, a guy that they can really promote and go, gosh, is he a guy that has a super flash to his game and then is going to have that smile on his face and really represent our team?
Which
I could
apparently
see
he does not.
I could see a president of basketball and an owner going, I don't know if he's going to be the guy to be our star.
I do wonder if Pop was looking at A, Tim Duncan, and B, Kawhi Leonard. It was like, I don't know, their personality just doesn't pop for me.
Does he seem like the outlier? He was like, I prefer dry individuals who will cut you apart without
he
raising
just wants
their voice.
assassins, dude. Like, he just wants guys that can play ball. He doesn't care about anything else.
Are the good folks at Wimbledon idiots? Because they are going to have some artificial intelligence commentators debuting this year. And how do you think that's going to go, by the way?
First off, it's Wimbledon. I don't know if you know, Kevin.
Wimbledon.
Based
Wimbledon.
on, I don't know. I've been listening to Mike for a long time. I trust him.
Don't y'all also think they play at what is Wembley Stadium, but y'all think is Wimbledon
They have a
Stadium?
soccer match there.
All right, let me ask you this: Who's going to be drafted first tonight?
Victor Wembanyama.
What do they also call him?
Wemby.
Yep. There you go.
So you tell me who's wrong here? Wimbledon at Wembley Stadium.
Uh-huh.
That it sounds exactly like who's going to be drafted first tonight.
I don't.
So I'm pretty sure they play at Wembley Stadium when they're playing that Wimbledon tennis.
Kevin, I was asking. I think Mike's 1,000% right here.
Do
you?
How could I be wrong? I just showed you how I'm right by doing Victor Wembanyama, Wemby, Wimbledon, Wembley Stadium.
Does he need to put it on a whiteboard? Does he need to get up there and do the formula for you, Kevin?
Do I need to spell it out? Because I will spell it wrong, but I can try to spell it out.
How much I would enjoy Mike in front of a whiteboard running out his thought process.
We'll get an overhead projector in here and get this done. I don't like it. I think it's kind of like it. I love the element of the human.
I just want to point out, this is not the main commentary.
But it's going to take, they're going to be like, hey, this is cheaper at some point, right? They're going to be like, why would we pay Tony Romo $12 million a year whenever we can just make this AI do whatever we want? It only costs us $500,000 to get the engineering for it.
Also, did you know that IBM still existed?
Yes.
Okay.
I see their commercials all the time.
Because the All England Club is partnering with IBM. I have to admit, I feel like I haven't heard an IBM story in a while.
No, dude, they're all over infrastructure. Like, we can help you with your infrastructure. Yeah, they're absolutely after. I mean, who's more important, them or Xerox at this point?
Is Xerox still going? Or is there other copying places? I'm sure Xerox did more than just make copying machines.
Workplace and digital printing solutions. So
Well,
they
you might have
made
been-
that transition.
If you heard us yesterday and you decided to put your life savings on Brandon Miller being the second pick because you thought it was a for sure thing, you might be an idiot.
It might start to switch again.
Because Sham Charania is now starting to lean towards the Charlotte Hornets. Could be leaning towards Scoot Henderson.
And that's why I didn't understand, or that's why I didn't understand. I wanted to know more about why it shifted so much to Miller, because we'd heard that Charlotte was going to have meetings with both of them and that MJ was still going to be there. And I just wanted to know more about what came out of that meeting. If they said, all right, this dude is the dude, and maybe somebody thought they heard that and they're like, yeah, that might not actually be the direction we're going for. Is Penny Hardaway an idiot? Or is it the NCAA? Okay, this is a choose your own idiot. Is Penny Hardaway just got suspended the first 3 games of the 2023-24 season.
For what? He's Penny.
For a pair of in-home visits.
It's just the puppet who got.
It's not Lil Penny.
Lil Penny.
But it was a pair of in-home visits to a prospect in Texas when he was a junior. Not allowed. But my question is, this happened in September of 2021. So is it Penny who's an idiot for violating the rules, or the NCAA for taking 2 effing years to figure this out and be like, ooh, 3 games?
NCAA.
They couldn't figure this out in 2 years?
Yeah, look, man, and maybe they were just all caught up with all the NIL stuff. You know, they were like, look, we got to take that on first, and then we can get to this. Or maybe they're still reeling from that time that Oklahoma had like 78 cents too much pasta.
Yep.
And they're like,
They had to pay it back.
Yeah, we got to figure all that out first. Yeah, no, I think, you know me, Kevin. Never ask a question where you're going to ask me to pit who's dumber
against the
NCAA because they are the dumbest.
And from the 325, is RJ an idiot? He saw that same Aaron Judge-less Yankees hit stat.
He did it too?
And read it out. That's why he got a Tolo. You would have heard me as an idiot on this show and been like, nope. Fake.
Without Aaron Judge, the Yankees are averaging less than 2 hits this year.
Look, they've struggled.
Mike.
Every game they've
struggled,
played.
Mike,
that is.
And how many hits did Aaron Judge have? 400 something?
Well, he's on pace to set a lot of records. It's been a big year for Aaron Judge.
What's 70 games?
Mike, I know
Aaron Judge has 400 hits.
We just blasted Kendrick Perkins for going, hold on, 7'2".
Yeah.
Hey, I admitted before I even read
At
that
least
Kendrick
it's a
Perkins
stat.
thing that
Kendrick Perkins has been around humans his whole life. What human did he see grow 7 inches in 1 month at 20 years old? I see my kid is sprouted up to 6 feet tall. I don't think he grew 6 inches in this. Like, he's growing really fast. I don't think he grew 6 inches in 6 weeks.
Dude, by the way, Evan Carter is awesome.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just watching him hit this triple right now. Good God. Hey, when's he coming up? Do we have room for him up here?
Nope. Don't need him.
We're too good.
We're so good. We don't even have
It
room
is great
for
that
him.
you don't need him. Because think of it, if you're just like, if guys were doing bad and you're just like, call up the 20-year-old and see what happens. Now you're like, let him keep developing. Let him keep figuring out his game. You might want to move him to left field a little bit in the second half of the season to give him more reps in left field than center field.
For the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy as we dive into the NFL urgency meter. Next right here on The Fan.
DFWSecurity.com.
This segment right here on The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverados, Trax, Equinoxes, Malibus, and much more. It's our way of tipping our half for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Barney Roads.
Here comes Allen. Looking long. Throws to the end zone. And the ball is caught! Of all people, it's Dawson Knox.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like how invested in the story of the submersible are you? I know you are, and Reggie is.
I'm definitely. This is one of those. It feels like something from when you were a kid. Whenever there was something going on, that like. It's hard to explain, but that intrigue level of it is
like when Jessica fell in the well.
Yes,
is that the right?
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
That's dead on. That's
Baby
exactly
Jessica.
how it feels. Because the news cycle turns so fast now, those kinds of things back then stuck for weeks and months and whatever. And this is one of those things because the search has been going on so long that is stuck.
We're the KNC Masterpiece, and it's time for some gridiron gravy.
God, I'm hungry.
Sorry, Mike. Let's try to fill you up with content. I thought this was a cool move by the NFL, which does a lot of things that I think are less cool. Is the NFL and the NFLPA are committing an additional $500,000 to fund studies about innovative pain management solutions, including CBD.
Love it.
We talked about this all the time with Ricky Williams before he flaked on our show, is that I think he was onto something when he was talking about why is weed not allowed. This is a while back.
Yes.
But opiates and things like that have far more, or painkillers that have far more addictive parts of them are allowed. And I thought that's a really good point. So I say bravo to the NFL and the NFLPA for continuing to try to push more alternate pain management for NFL players.
Well, I mean, think about this. How many we had Rashad Evans and Jake Plummer pushing mushroom protein bars for, hey, look, what we're finding is mushrooms help create, new neuro pathways for your brain. Maybe this is something that, I don't know. I haven't seen all the science on it, but we're at the Super Bowl and those dudes are there. Why? Because they are associated with the NFL. So like there's more room for that to grow and us to find better things than big pharma. Maybe big mushroom is the future.
Hey, I can't rule it out. Let's go from that to the NFL urgency meter. I wanted to just put a little bit more urgency on that last word.
Emphasis.
Is NFL.com has their urgency meter with 10 being the highest amount of urgency you can have going into a season. Which NFL team do you think faces the most urgency this season?
Cowboys.
It's not the Cow. Do you really think that?
Buffalo? The Jets?
Oh man, Jets are a good one there.
Mike?
Yeah.
Those are the top two answers. But which?
Did you read up on this?
No, I didn't. But you think Aaron Rodgers is 40 or close to 40? Sure. And then Buffalo, they've kind of been the darlings for 2 years and haven't made it to the Super Bowl. I'm going to go with the Jets because their time is a hair more limited because of the age of their quarterback.
I'm going to go with Buffalo just because we have to.
Well, Corey, you're going to feel dumb when you hear the Jets are at 9.8 on the urgency meter. However, you're going to feel less dumb when you find out that the Bills are a 10 on the urgency meter.
I'm out in this segment. I tried my best.
The first two.
See you later, punk.
Stop looking at NBA rumors or ordering pizza or whatever you're doing.
You guys can handle the rest, right?
Oh, my God. No. You stay right
Hey, just tell
here.
me your Mike likes it topic. We're good. We'll be
No,
good.
don't let him leave for the day.
He feels bad because he just missed on that one. I get it, man.
He named the top two.
I felt that way just a few minutes ago when Kevin was like, you're going to feel dumb. I understand.
Bojangles.
Oh, man, that sounds good.
Okay.
That's my topic for my classes.
Now, is my question, are you trying to find out if Bojangles delivers?
No.
Or are you trying to figure out if you could leave the studio for a set amount of time to find a Bojangles? And
Well, I know what I'm going to find. There's a 7-Eleven McDonald's right next to us, and that's what I'm going to find. It's the thing that I can walk to, grab a food, and then come back.
And maybe clear his mind from being so terribly wrong earlier.
Yeah, you have demoralized me. I lack confidence.
Yeah.
And the only way I can get confidence back is to you got a Big Mac me.
I could tell you that I guarantee you
And
the
the Big
Mavericks
Mac.
will draft Cam Whitmore and he's 100% healthy right now, and you'd be like, awesome. I am hungry.
Yeah. I am hungry.
Okay.
My wife got me a salad, but there's no dressing on it, and
Where are the
I like
Cowboys?
salad, but it has to have dressing.
Where are the Cowboys on
That's
that?
a great question,
on that
Corey.
meter?
Is the Bills are 10, the Jets are 9.8 on the urgency meter, then the Eagles, then the Bengals.
Okay.
Because we are starting to drift into that territory where the Bengals are awesome, but aren't they now drifting into Buffalo territory where you're like, no, that's super cool, but like, are you gonna win a Super Bowl or what's the story there?
Absolutely, they are. Yeah, yeah. This isn't. I like this. Who wrote this urgency meter? It's not Nick Shook, right?
Dan Hanzus.
All right, Dan. You just made your way into our thumbs up room so far.
Let's see if you stay with that, because fifth on the list is the Cleveland Browns and a 9.0. I don't get that. I know Deshaun Watson.
I don't think Super Bowl, but they got to win in the playoffs.
Okay.
I think that's for Deshaun Watson's career needs it.
Sure.
Not just because of the other stuff, but like look at his history with the Texans. It was, hey man, everything's good. You're great except for the
Yeah.
team. So I think that's legitimate for playoffs, not necessarily Super Bowl.
Now, you asked about the Cowboys, and I gave you the top 5. After that, Miami, San Francisco, and the Cowboys are at an 8.3 on the 10-point urgency scale. But they are also only 8th on this list, which I think feels about right, because the thing that's odd about the Cowboys is, I know Jerry Jones talks about how he's getting old, no time for a bad time, and you got Dak, and you got CeeDee Lamb, and Micah, and Trayvon Diggs, and all this stuff, and like, but we don't win the Super Bowl. So the urgency meter is like, I think that's to get to the NFC Championship game, where at least people would like chill out for half a second.
Yeah.
I would chill out for half a second.
I don't know, man. I think you get to the NFC Championship game, there will still be people that are like, see, told you Dak couldn't do it.
So my choice to you is you make the NFC Championship game and lose, or you don't make it that far. You're picking the NFC Championship.
Absolutely.
Right,
I will.
You're going to lose 49-0 to the Eagles.
Ugh. Why'd you do that?
All right, you want me to say that for this or that? Because it's coming back one way or another.
Save it. This is why.
Answer it now,
This
Corey.
is why you're the worst.
You make it. That's what he told me right before the show. You make it to the NFC Championship game this year and lose 49-0 to the Eagles.
Or don't make it.
Or you don't make it.
I don't want to make it.
I kind of don't either, Mike.
What?
Yeah.
No.
I kind of
Are
don't
you
either.
What's the
kidding
point?
me?
Yeah.
49-0 in the NFC Championship game.
Not only that,
wanna-
Mike, now the Eagles get to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they're going to the Super Bowl. You just lost 49-0. I'm not
made
doing
it.
it. I'd rather
You made
lose.
it to
I'd rather
them.
lose again to the 49ers.
Yeah, I think
in
Mike
the,
and I are on the same
in the
team.
divisional round. And just be like, all right,
Oh well.
took our medicine again.
Yeah. At least we lost 14 to 12.
I'm not. Yeah, it's fine.
That's probably what
they,
it would be.
They traded for Jimmy Garoppolo again. I'm fine with that. 49-0 against the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. I don't want to do it. I'll forfeit. I would rather not show up to the game and just be like, they get to go to the Super Bowl. I'm not watching 49-0 against the Eagles.
Facts.
What if it was against the Vikings?
I was too hungry to even think about
49-0 against the Vikings.
Still 49-0. Now it's to the Vikings.
Maybe that's a little more. I can take.
I can handle that a little bit better. I've watched that before. I remember we went to the playoffs. I think it was Brett Favre. We lost about 49-0
Tony
in the
Romo got
divisional
blasted.
round, right?
3, yeah.
And I'm like, all right, this stinks, but it's, if this is the worst thing that happens to Tony Romo's life, then it's all good.
All right. Let's
Man.
go from that to talking about the Cowboys. This has nothing to do with my scenario I just threw out. However, DeMarcus Lawrence was talking about the gap between the Cowboys and Eagles. Now, keep in mind, this has nothing to do with my fictitious scenario, so he's not going to say it's not like we're going to lose to them 49-0 in the NFC Championship. But cut number one, DeMarcus Lawrence, how big is the gap between the Cowboys and the Eagles?
You know, I don't feel like it's a huge gap at all. I feel like it comes down to, certain details of not just the scheme, but also of, your locker room. I feel like, through this time right now, when we headed the training camp, that, we make those adjustments. We learn those different things that we need to learn about our teammates so we can, fully function the way we should out there on the field.
See? So now we might lose, 30-14 in the NFC.
How'd you have felt if he was asked that question and then he was like, how big's the gap between Michael Strahan's teeth? And then you're like,
oh my Lord.
He did.
But
did he fix it?
What brought that on? Why did
Because I was trying to think of gaps.
Okay. Did he not get it?
I'm going to go look real quick.
It's part of who he is, though.
I had a friend in high school who had a gap between his teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next year he shows up and it's not there anymore. And we're like, what happened? And he was like, I just took some caulk and filled it in. And I was like, oh, that's a funny joke. But that's all I can ever think about now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how do you think you'll feel about the Mavs roster in another 24 hours? And what about a week from tomorrow? 877-881-1053. We'll dive into that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Tolos, you want to get involved? Also want to hear from the good people in our Twitch, the Twolos, and the YouTubers. How do you think you'll feel about the Mavs roster in another 24 hours? And then we could expand it out. And a week from tomorrow, when, remember, they've got the weird free agencies going, but there's a moratorium on signing, but you've pretty much got it done. And then don't forget, tomorrow we will have Dallas Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison on the show at 11 a.m. to talk about the Mavericks either pick or trade or however the hell it all shakes out.
I am kind of curious, Kevin, if you feel Harrison may not have been prepared for building a team and being the guy that's like, look, I know talent, but maybe connections were important to Mark Cuban because Mark Cuban didn't have any. And Donnie was a guy that had a little bit of both, right? Donnie Nelson was a guy that had connections, deep ties with old school NBA, and also he had the eye for talent. Now, Nico, maybe he does have some connections that he can kind of draw from to help make some of these things go through. He just doesn't have the eye for talent to build an entire roster. And I do wonder if some other, help around him can help him with that. But I've genuinely liked Nico Harrison, looking forward to talking to him tomorrow. I've genuinely enjoyed our conversations with him so far, and I hope that whatever they get looks like a big win for him tonight.
I have a terrible feeling that I'm going to end up looking like a chump tomorrow or feel like a chump. But right now, at least one more time, I'm still willing to give the Mavs the benefit of the doubt and say I am hoping that I will feel better about this roster in another 24 hours. If you ask me what logic that is based on, that's a great follow-up question. I don't have a good answer for you there. I've just heard enough about a variety of deals that I'm hoping the Mavericks can make a savvy move in addition to getting a usable player with their draft pick.
Like how you trade Marcus Smart, get Porzingis,
And
get two first-round picks.
That's the Marcus Smart trade, not the KP trade.
What in the world? How did they, good job, Boston. Even though I do think, in a way, Boston's going to go down the path of the Mavs and go, God, it just looks so good on a piece of paper.
And did you see last night, so many people were trying to say that Shams is saying Kyrie is interested in going back to Boston. And I'm like, neat. How do Tatum and Brown feel about that?
Right. I think I don't know. We'll find out. But I think Kyrie's trying to drop interest from other teams just to make the Mavericks add more money to the deal, right? It looks like there's not a team interested in bringing in Kyrie for $30+ million. So then, the Mavs will be out there by themselves. I wish I felt hopeful. I just have a bad feeling about this. I just think we're going to get to tonight at whatever time, 11 p.m., the Mavericks have added Derek Lively at number 10, and that's it. And we're going to go, crap, that's it. It's over. You didn't win the lottery. You got the 10th pick. You got a super-duper project big guy who maybe it'll work out in a couple of years. Maybe he will really help the team, but I don't think he can help it all next year, and then you're going to re-sign. I mean, it goes into the next week. Then you're going to re-sign Kyrie. Fine. You're going to re-sign Dwight Powell to a 2-year, $10 million deal, like 5 a year. And you're going to be like, so we're bringing back the same team and we got a project center we're hoping works out at some point. And that's what I feel like is going to happen. And maybe with that low of an expectation, I will be pleasantly surprised because at this point, you're setting yourself up, Kevin, for major disappointment.
For sure.
I guess I'm setting myself up for, hey, I can't believe they pulled that off. Because at this point, I feel like there's a good chance. And when I say good, I won't go that high. There's a 30% chance that the Mavericks are picking top 10 again next year.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Because
I think nothing works out. And they bring back their team's going to be Luka, Kyrie, and the rest of these guys that they had last year. And I don't see how that works out.
That does seem like, and I don't want to get too caught up on this because I know this is not really the point of the segment, but that seems kind of like a damning indictment of Luka and Kyrie right there. If you have those two and you're still one of the worst teams in the NBA, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just don't think they're going to mesh well.
Okay.
I think we're going to keep wondering about their, like, it should work better than this, right? And we should get rebounds and we should play defense.
I do wonder, and I was kind of having that discussion with Kevin, maybe off air, was like, if you're going to have a dude play with those two guys, that his focal point is Tyson Chandler type, I funnel their offense to me,
sure,
and I will stand here and collect every rebound and get us and keep us in games. You have to change the game up a little bit. You can't run into the season the same way you ran into last year. And then by the time the Kyrie thing happened, they were like, we haven't quite figured out how to use both of these best. You would presume that and hope that Jason Kidd and company can come up with a better plan and a full camp off season to work on. You would hope that they can. After the way things fell apart last year, there's not a lot of hope right now. But that would be like, that's the ultimate dream is, and also, Kevin, that guy has to make the decision that I'm not going to be a scoring star on this team. My job is I get rebounds, those guys score. I never get the benefit from this. I have to be happy with whatever I get. If I get a trailing dunk, then that's what I get out of this. But I'm not going to be a star. I'm just going to be a dude.
Yeah, I hope that's the case because it's going to be a team built around Luka and Kyrie, and I think that's a challenge for Nico / Mark Cuban. And if they just pick at 10 and the 9 guys that are supposedly going to go in front of you go, you're down to Derek Lively, Grady Dick, Cason Wallace. You know, you're kind of down to certain guys where you're like, don't love our pick of guys here. And that's why I think that I'm really hoping somebody falls that maybe you're not expecting to be there at 10, because I just think the Mavs are going to run into teams aren't as excited to get to 10 as they were maybe hoping they were.
And there's a variety of questions coming in for the 2-1-4. I thought we didn't have next year's pick. Well, that is, unfortunately, that would be a sad part of, you do keep the pick if you're once again
same
really
it's all the same scenario.
Really bad.
So if you're wondering about the first round pick going to the Knicks, it's all the same protections, top 10 protected. So if the Mavericks are sitting there with 5 games to go with the 10th worst record in the NBA, they will probably go for the 10th worst record in the NBA.
And then where does Anthony Black go in this draft? My best guess would be 6, although I have to admit, in addition to talking about the potential slide of Cam Whitmore, which I'm really interested in, I am epically fascinated in where the Thompson twins go. And like seeing what G League people, what Ignite, Overtime Elite, what all the different levels and teams start to create as an NBA product going forward. So I'm really curious about that. But my guess right now would be 6 is where Anthony Black goes.
Okay.
Now, the combo question with this then is,
will you be listening to the Get Right tonight?
I definitely will be listening to the Get Right, because I will tell you, not that they have to do the show the exact same way that we have, is it almost turned into at times kind of like a fun NBA draft show.
Dude. Yes.
As well, is a week from tomorrow is when free agency really starts. Now, like I said before, I know there's a weird moratorium and they're like, hey, you can sign like in a little bit. But for all intents and purposes, free agency is a week from tomorrow. And so that's the next part of the question.
It is a 100-meter sprint. If you forget, this is, by the time it starts, it is finished.
Yes, pretty much. And I think that's one of the reasons they changed it to 5 p.m. now Central, or 6 p.m. Eastern if you like, because it used to be midnight Eastern, and then you had to pretend like all those deals really got hatched at 12:01. Now you can just be like, I mean, look, 6:01 is a totally normal time to be doing regular people business.
If you're not hearing something within the first 5 hours,
yeah,
are you pretty much like nothing's going to happen?
I think we're taking the bargain bin.
First 3 hours.
Yeah, you go into the Monte Ellis situation.
Yeah.
Now, the Mavericks don't have much money.
Especially assuming Kyrie's
right.
back.
So, I mean,
I am.
You're very limited. But the sign and trade situation, if the Mavericks next week when free agency starts, if they don't have a sign and trade in place right now today, that we just don't know about, and nobody's then you get to, you're like, oh, maybe 2 days after free agency starts, they'll have a sign and trade in place for Grant Williams or for Harrison Barnes or whatever. No, it's all happening right now. That's all getting probably as soon as this draft is over, all the free agents will know where they're going for the most part.
From the 972, Draymond, Middleton as free agent signings. So look, if you bring back Kyrie, which it looks like that's the direction this is going, although to be fair with Kyrie, you never quite know for sure.
Yeah.
My assumption is that he's going to be back, and if he is, you're 1,000,000% out of that ball game. I know Draymond's preference is to go back to the Warriors, and supposedly they're working on that. And Chris Middleton just opted out last night. So I have to admit, I do not know if him and his agent's preference is for him to just go back to Milwaukee.
I will say this to the casual basketball fan. The rules do get confusing. They're even confusing. I've been following it forever, and there's a new CBA. But people sometimes say, no, you have $20 million to spend. You spend that 20, then you re-sign Kyrie. It doesn't work that way. Kyrie has, he has a cap hold at like $38 million or $40 million. If you sign a dude at $20 million, you lose all of his rights, and now you only have money and you don't have any money. So you don't have any free agent money unless you say, we are not bringing Kyrie back.
Have you read the entire CBA?
No, and thank God I didn't, because however Mark Cuban read it was the most wrong thing he's ever read in his life.
He read it backwards. That's the problem. That was the problem, Kevin.
From the 972, I will feel great if they keep pick number 10 and take on John Collins for another lottery pick. In all the trade scenarios I heard is it was not getting John Collins, not taking John Collins for their pick. It was a pick swap that moved John Collins on down the road. But they said that would be an A+. Hell yeah. If we end up somehow getting John Collins out of this and keeping the number 10 pick, I feel like I'll be pretty stoked about that.
Things that I don't think are going to happen, but would be dream scenarios for me as a Maverick fan. One, you trade for DeAndre Ayton tonight, and you don't even have to give up the 10th pick. You trade Tim Hardaway Jr., JaVale McGee, and let's just say Reggie Bullock. You trade those three guys, and you get DeAndre Ayton, and you're picking 10th still. Now I don't have to take Derek Lively. Now I can look way more at wing situations, and that would be great.
Throwing in one of your youngsters to make that deal happen?
Josh Green, yes.
Okay, but Hardy, no?
I don't really want to. Okay. Next scenario, you trade back to 15 and you get Clint Capella. So now I have a veteran big guy who I know can grab 12 rebounds a game on a pretty consistent basis in the NBA, protect the paint, and dunk the basketball when Luka gives him dunks. And then you pick at 15. Now you pick somebody at 15. So you've added Clint Capella. You've probably dumped Davis Bertans on Atlanta, and you've dropped back 5 spots. Those sound like things that would be really fun tonight to happen. Is that we pick up a center, a veteran guy who you know can play in this league, and you still have a pick. And you might have dumped some players that are somewhat... Look, I get it. Tim Hardaway Jr. can get hot. Phoenix doesn't see him as worthless. I see him as worthless on the Dallas Mavericks. Pathetic at defense, doesn't want to play defense, and wants 30 shots a game. How does that work with Luka and Kyrie? Two guys that don't play good defense or don't want to play defense, and that they need about 20 shots a game to be very successful. And I don't know how Tim Hardaway Jr. would work in Phoenix, but maybe they're dumb enough to think that he would be a really good teammate and just shoot the ball 7 to 12 times and play really good defense for them. And maybe he will.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's National Onion Ring Day, so it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is your favorite appetizer to order? And perhaps where from? 877-881-1053. We'll fire that up next as part of the Lunch Rush on 105.3 The Fan.
drive, high into the air, deep left center. Benintendi and Robert going back. Robert leaps at the wall, and he will not get it. Ezekiel Duran goes yard. His 9th home run of the season with a man on board gives Texas a 3-1 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, is that my headphones or is that the way the audio is coming out? 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved in that conversation.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But also...
I heard it too.
Okay. Dang it, Thank you. It is...
I think it was Ruben.
National Onion Ring Day. So
right.
it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite appetizer to order, and perhaps where from, if there's a specific place.
All right. I have a question. Are onion rings appetizers or sides?
They can be. Did you ever go to Tony Romo's and they gave you the big block of onion rings?
The rib place, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were...
Tony Romo's.
Well, it was an appetizer. You could get this big block. They would take the onion rings that they
I
made.
right there.
Okay. You know how when you fry things, it's kind of in a rectangle?
That makes sense.
They would take a whole bunch of onions that they've battered, and they would slam them all together, and they would put them in that rectangle to then fry into the oil, and then it would come out as this rectangular block of onion rings that you would pull from. Kind of like, you have your bloomin' onion.
Yeah.
So I do believe this is an appetizer. It can be an appetizer or a side because Outback Steakhouse, the bloomin' onion. So yes, I do believe onion rings can be an appetizer.
Our fries also, can they be considered an appetizer, or are those a side?
They're on the appetizer menu, and like you
right.
You
That's
bacon and
interesting.
cheddar them. You have your fully loaded fries on the appetizer
Loaded
menu.
tots,
You know what?
yeah.
That's a really interesting point, because if somebody got cheese fries as an appetizer, I'd be like, sure. If you just ordered like a regular, like a little side of fries for your appetizer, I'd be like, what are you
And if you
doing?
ordered cheese fries with your burger, you're like, you should have ordered that as an appetizer.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. All right,
Ooh,
I just wanted
that
to,
is
I
fascinating.
wanted to confirm where we were at the table here. I just wanted to figure that out. All right, there's a lot of texts coming in, Kevin, but a lot of them don't have
Well, that ain't the
sports
way
opinion.
that this works from the 254. And this is what I'm concerned about, because I see this semblance of an opinion a lot today. The Mavericks will screw up tonight. And that's just a general, just not even a specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
And their favorite is the Billionaire Bacon at Twin Peaks. It's great. Did you know the guy who...
Did you say that with frosted flakes?
Yeah.
Do they order with frosted flakes?
Did you know that the guy who did the voice for Tony the Tiger at one point was also a wrestling announcer? That's a fun fact for you kids out there. From the 469, Longhorns will win the Big 12 in their final Big 12 season, and fried pickles or jalapenos are the best. And then they also threw on a bonus, I don't get the love for onion rings.
Fried pickles are fantastic. All right, like fried. And here's the thing that I don't like. I don't like fried pickled spears. I like the chips. You agree, Mike?
I do agree.
Okay.
So the spear is like the
They're
long
not.
way.
It's
the
not
little-
bad, but it's a little bit too much pickle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want kind of a crunch, and I kind of want a crunchy fried pickle too to go along with it. So I do think fried pickles are a fantastic option. Here's my sports opinion. Not that the Mavs screw it up, but the Mavs don't draft somebody that's going to be Luka's running buddy for the next 10 years. They draft somebody that's a piece. And that's a disappointment to a lot of people, but that's what you get with the 10th pick when you don't tank appropriately. All right, if you're going to tank the right way.
Agreed.
Don't screw up your tanking.
Agreed.
But somehow they still did get Luka, and when they screwed up
because
tanking.
but they had to make a trade for that. I know it doesn't
they
matter.
still screwed it
you
up,
got
yeah.
Luka, but you had to trade away another first-round pick because you didn't tank right.
This is tough because I love apps. I love appetizers, dude. Like, I could probably eat an entire meal of just appetizers every day.
One has to go away forever. Appetizers or apps on your phone?
Apps on my phone. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I have to keep working, that's a problem, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could do without apps on my phone. I would love it. I guess I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with queso. And it's beef queso. It's the Bob Armstrong dip, dude. That's the king of quesos right there. I love calamari. I love pretty much every appetizer. Nachos, if you want to call that an appetizer too. Give them all to me. But I'll probably go with queso just because that is the thing that makes Lucy happiest.
Sure.
And I love to share queso with her.
Yeah, one of her little nieces would call it yellow dip.
Yes,
time,
yellow
and
dip is
like,
fine.
Don't care
Now, Kevin has asked for the waitress before to a
cup of mustard. And go, here you go.
Can you please take the red and green stuff out?
Fair question. That is a fair question.
Can I get it without the? And the guy looked. It was the waitress or waiter looked at him and goes, "You mean you just want melted cheese?"
Yeah, that's right. That was what I wanted in that scenario. But I was polite about it. I wasn't rude or anything. I never go, well, what the hell is this? And like flip over the bowl or anything. I just ask politely, okay?
And I don't.
What does the red and green, obviously peppers, taste like to you?
Okay.
It's not the taste.
Exactly.
It's just the fact that they exist.
Exactly.
Is it the texture?
Nope.
It's a mental thing, Ruben, and I can admit that, all right? I can admit that, just like I had trouble swallowing pills for a really long time. Because I get a scoop of cheese, and there's a chunk of red in there, like usually a tomato piece, I think, in this scenario. I don't like it. And I need to scrape that tomato piece off, or mentally, it will affect my enjoyment. I realize it is a mental thing more than it is a physical thing. I certainly concede that point.
I'm sorry, Kevin, I have to read this one, but somebody did say Spanish artichoke dip. So I wanted to make sure we got that in there.
For if you didn't know, because let's say you clearly don't indulge in a lot of dip, as we just discovered, it's spinach artichoke dip. I could see how perhaps leading into the Super Bowl, somebody might be confused and think it's Spanish artichoke dip because you've never had it before. That would be wrong. Can't say who that happened to, but it could have happened to somebody. In the 2-1-7, the Cowboys will make it to the NFC Championship and win. Unlike my scenario from earlier, toasted ravioli with ranch is the bee's knees.
Yeah.
You get the toasted ravioli with the cheese, or do you get the meat one?
Well, both.
You got to pick.
All right. I'll pick both.
All right.
That's not how this works.
Not so much my sports take, but I had to look this up because I couldn't remember the pathetic pick in 1999 after Dirk Nowitzki, the high school kid that painted himself green and thought he was a Native American on drugs and then went and crashed.
Oh, I thought you meant Paul Pierce. I was like, what? Okay, the next year. Gotcha.
That was Leon Smith the Mavs took in the first round after Dirk. So if people don't know this story, because some people weren't even alive in 1999 or barely alive in 1999. Right. So drafting high school players started to become like better and better as Kevin Garnett was the first one to kind of break that mold in a long time since Moses Malone, and he worked, and then Kobe worked, and Tracy McGrady worked, and all these guys started working as these high school picks. And the Mavs are like, we need to get on this. So they took in the last pick in the first round, like, we need to trade and we need to get this guy. We need to get this Leon Smith guy. He immediately came to practice and was like, they ran 2 like sprints and he's like, I quit. I didn't know we were going to have to run in basketball. I'm like, what's the deal, man? Like, what's going on? You're just going to walk out of practice? Like, yeah, you guys are running. And you're like, oh no, this isn't good. And then they're like, hey man, what are you going to do? He's like, well, I'm going back home to Chicago. And they're like, well, we need you to kind of practice. You know, it's basketball. We're going to practice basketball. He's like, no, I'm going to go back to Chicago. And then he painted himself green, started running through the streets of Chicago with like a baseball bat and destroying cars while he was high on like, I don't even think he was like high on like drugs. I think he was like, he overdosed on like Advil.
And is he still?
I don't even know if he's alive or not, but that was one of the mass picks. It was Leon Smith, as we were like Leon Wood, Leon White.
Good news. Can you guarantee the Mavericks will do better in the draft tonight?
No, if they take Derek.
Come on, Mike!
If they
Derek Lively will be better than Leon Smith.
I don't know if he will.
He will. I'm giving you My guarantee.
We got Sean Sweeney, dude. He'll learn how to play defense, just like Christian
He
Wood
is
did.
good at playing defense.
Oh.
That is what
We got Sean Sweeney.
Yeah, he'll.
The defensive coach.
Yeah. Look how great he was with Christian Wood last year.
There was a highlight of LeBron, and he was playing the Mavericks, and Davis Bertans somehow had to guard him. He immediately got by him, believe it or not, and then
I do believe it.
he's going in for like a layup or a dunk, and he's still dribbling the ball, and Christian Wood jumps to the baseline, just jumps up and is like, see, I jumped in the air. It's like, hey, dumb butt. He's still dribbling. He's not even decided to shoot the ball yet. And so as he jumps in the air, LeBron James is like, well, I guess this would be a good time to pick up the basketball now since that dumbass just jumped in the air out of bounds and then lay the ball up for 2 points. And he might even got an and one because then Christian Wood was like, let me kick my foot out a little bit just to show I made contact with LeBron James as I wanted nothing to do with guarding him. And so, no, Sean Sweeney did not get that guy to play defense.
It's your appetizer of choice.
Fried calamari.
Yes!
But it
Like,
can also be one
Mark
of
that.
the it can also be one of the worst appetizers if they rubberize it.
Yeah, if it's too rubbery, you're right.
So I guess there's that certain amount of cooking time you need to fry calamari. When you get good calamari and you fry it right, it is unbelievable, and you can dip it into so many things. Whether it's marinara sauce, whether it's like a little cocktail sauce, whether it's a little tartar sauce, whether it's a ramelon sauce, it is great. But if you overcook it, and I don't know by how many seconds,
I don't either.
then now you are eating rubber bands.
Mike, there is a place called Alfonso's. Has one of my favorite pizzas. It's over off of Buckner.
Do that dance.
That is where my favorite fried calamari is from. It's right over here off of Buckner next to Flagpole Hill. We got to get over there and snag some someday. It's phenomenal.
I had the worst calamari I ever had was at the airport. Believe it or not.
I do believe also believe that.
Love Field, Cool River, very good restaurant in Las Colinas. Cool River there. I think they went where all the rubber bands fall off of briefcases, and they said, we're out of real calamari. Just pick up all these rubber bands and fry them up and serve them to people.
From the 214, the Rangers will have 5 all-star selections.
Oh, we need to start voting there.
Yeah.
And they said his wife and he love fried mushrooms.
Okay. Fried mushrooms are good.
From the 817, Texas Tech wins the Big 12 football title this year. And cheese fries can be a meal, but their favorite appetizer is fried pickles on National Onion Ring Day.
From the 817, Quinn Ewers will throw for 4,000 yards, Kevin.
Balls.
And give me breadsticks all day.
Ooh,
Breadsticks and marinara, if done properly, like garlic bread and marinara, like the garlic roll kind of thing with the buttery garlic on top with marinara sauce.
I mean, like,
elite.
I know it's a little bit different, but Red Lobster's cheddar biscuits are great.
I think breadsticks in an Alfredo sauce can be.
What? Or, man, when you ask people who are 90 years old if you can get another thing of cheddar bread or whatever it's called.
I get it, Mike. Old people like Red Lobster, and I do too.
Listen, man, I know that it's tough, right? I mean, bodies just don't work as good when you get older.
Mike,
but I would like this unlimited bread thing to be way more unlimited than super limited because of the time it takes to actually bake these things.
Mike, I recently bought the box of cheddar biscuits because y'all said that they were out there in the world. I was like, whoa, I didn't read the instructions well because I poured the garlic butter packet into the mix.
It's not
it's different.
Oh, it is?
It was just different.
Okay.
Instead of like putting it with butter and having that on top.
They seem we've had them at our house before. They seem very easy to make. I mean, you just have to throw in your mix, whatever it is, water
and some cheese
and oil, and you're like good to go pretty much. But hey.
From the 817, the Mavericks are going to go get Chris Middleton. That would be great. And fried mac and cheese from Pluckers because he wants a longer-term deal.
Dude, the fried mac and cheese is dope from Pluckers.
Is that the Holy Mac or is that a different thing?
I think that is the Holy Mac. That's fantastic.
I took my kid to Pluckers the other day. after I took that day off on Friday, played games, and then I was like, hey, you want to go get something to eat? Went to Pluckers, and we had the fried mac and cheese balls, and he was like, I think that was my favorite thing from Pluckers.
And there's another vote from the 817 fried mac and cheese from Pluckers, and Texas will have a better season than OU by a wide margin in their first season in the SEC. And from the 817, the Rangers sweep the Yankees, and the turn T fries from the Dixie Chicken are where it's at.
I'm looking right now, Kevin. Dave Raymond, who was on with G-Bag Nation yesterday, did you see how he used his off day, Mike? He and CJ Nitkowski went to MLB Replay Operation Control and went to the Operation Control room and asked questions about how it's all done. So that's very interesting that they were like, hey, how do we get this information out of you guys after screwing up everything? Sorry, Kevin.
That is a good question. From the 214, the Mavericks will make a big trade tonight that will really help, and the bacon jalapeno cheese fries from Snuffers are the best. My wife loves the cheese fries from Snuffers. Those are her favorite fries on planet Earth, I do believe.
Are you a fan of cheese sticks?
Yes. My go-to.
Like fried cheese?
Because I feel like almost every place has some semblance of like a cheese stick. And
because you usually get two dips with that, ranch and marinara. I do like ranch better than marinara when I'm dipping my cheese stick, but I do like them both, and I'm sure that you want to make sure you choke on them.
I do like marinara sauce.
What?
'Cause it's on pizza.
On your cheese stick?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't like ranch at all. I'm sorry.
But ranch we did the bracket and ranch won.
Yeah, I know. I lost. I was team barbecue.
You never ranch?
And we lost. No.
You never like.
Never. If something is made with ranch, that's like one deal. I just don't want to know about it. But I would never dip something in ranch.
Nobody said wings so far. That's interesting to me. Wings are an appetizer.
I guess they are, yeah.
But
Good.
you
It
don't
can also be a meal.
Do you blue cheese or you?
No.
Yeah, I'm blue cheese.
Hold on, I'm fan blue cheese
Already
too.
has sauce on it.
I think anything, it's all that mayonnaise-based stuff is going to disgust him.
Oh yeah, okay, all right.
Plus, the wings already have sauce on them. Like, you're set. They figured it out for you.
Real quick, Deion Sanders is having emergency surgery tomorrow for a blood clot in his groin, according to Pat McAfee show.
And we were just talking about
His foot.
foot.
Yeah, so this is pretty serious. He's in some tough situation right now.
Holy moly, man. That is a lot of really tough stuff.
I don't think
there.
ranch is gross. Somebody just texted ranch is gross. I don't think it's gross.
To them it is. Like if you're not a fan of mayonnaise, right? I mean, it's a mayonnaise-based. I think most people that are don't like ranch probably don't like blue cheese, probably don't like tartar sauce. You know, like they probably don't like mayonnaise-based dips.
As a child, I hated tartar
Aiolis.
sauce. And then I got
They're
older.
out on aiolis.
Aiolis are great. When I got older, I was like, what is this? Let me try tartar sauce again. And I tried it and I was like, whoa, this is great.
I know it probably won't, but I never prohibit anybody from eating whatever the hell they want. I never go, there'll be no ranch at my table. I just don't want
You needed my grandfather in your life who told you to eat it and talk about it later.
I've tried that with my kids.
Yeah,
They
so
don't.
one day, I remember my mom has told me about this at the babysitter. I didn't want to eat what was for lunch, and she goes, you can sit there until you eat it. And I sat there the rest of the day until my mom picked me up. So, look, I've been the way I am for a really long time.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, there'll be some sports in here if we get past this conversation. Guys, a lot of my 19-year-old to 23-year-old person was on the East Coast playing baseball, whether it was in Burlington, North Carolina, or Columbus, Georgia, or Kinston, North Carolina, Buffalo, New York, Norfolk, Virginia. Well, there on the East Coast, their fast food fried chicken of choice is Bojangles.
Yes.
Have you guys ever had Bojangles fried chicken?
Yes. It was on a trip to South Carolina.
Okay.
We stopped. Can't remember if it was like Georgia or whatever, but somewhere along those lines. And somebody, I can't remember their name, Kevin, they brought us like Girl Scout cookies a long time ago when we were working nights. And they brought me Bojangles like fry seasoning.
Oh.
And I used to use that all the time. Yeah, Bojangles great.
I've had it as well. It's been a long time. I remember thinking it was really good, but I don't remember like specifically why.
So it looks like Bojangles is now in Euless.
Yep.
It's maybe now even in Lancaster. There might be a few other locations that are opening up now. They've moved, not from the East Coast, but just like Whataburger started to be a little bit more around the country, which has made it way worse here, is Bojangles is now opening up locations in our Metroplex. Guys, I'm going to give my opinion on this, and then I'd love yours, but it sounds like, Kevin, you're not going to have much of an opinion. I think Bojangles, this is going back way back when, eating it quite a few times from age about 18 to 24, is better than like Raising Cane's, Golden Chick, or Popeyes. I think it is great. Now, those other places are great. I like all of those places. But I just remember Bojangles being so awesome. Maybe it was because I was 20 years old and starving a lot, and it's just, now I might have it and go, oh, there's not much, there's different flavors to it, but it's not different than a lot of the, kind of chicken tenders places that you go to now. But I am excited that possibly while in Euless, I might stop by a Bojangles.
I think you absolutely should. I will say, of the options you listed, I think Golden Chick is my top.
Okay.
And then I'm not a huge Cane's fan, so
they rely a lot on their sauce, which is a mayonnaise-based sauce.
Yeah, I love that sauce. I've found their chicken to be dry.
Bojangles or Cane's? Okay.
Yeah, that does make me rely on the sauce. Like, I'm like, hey, I need extra sauces. Basically, I'm just eating the sauce and the chicken. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes I'm like, oh man, this is just bad. Golden Chick, there's something about their chicken. It seems greasier, like inside.
I can see that for sure.
Inside of the breading, and I like that. Like, it seems more moist than other ones because of that. Bojangles, I liked it. I can't say, Mike, you ate it so much more than me that I kind of have a good, like, I was like, man, this is really good. I feel like they have more options too than a Cane's. Like, Cane's we have chicken tenders and fries and this piece of bread and some coleslaw. And you got sandwiches and the biscuit meals and all the dinners with the bone-in chicken and everything at Bojangles. It just seems like I have more options to work with. You give me a 2-piece and a pepper and I'm happy, man.
So now moving on from Bojangles, I move on to the College World Series, as you had two somewhat elimination games yesterday. TCU played a great game. It was enjoyable to watch after I got home from working. And the Florida kid in center field made a great play
to close out the game. That was a great play.
And when the TCU kid hit it, and it was 3-2 as Florida scored in the top of the ninth inning, 1 run on an infield hit to the shortstop. And there wasn't much the shortstop could do there. He kind of got to the hole, got the ball, was going to have to make a bullet throw, and a perfect throw might have got him, but he slipped as he was throwing the ball, so didn't get much on it. And then Florida closes it out, and they make it to now the College World Series final, where they will get to play a best-of-3 series against whoever wins.
Can I ask you a question about that? Because on the other side, both of those teams have 1 loss. Have you ever thought it's unfair that they reboot the series, thus somewhat penalizing an undefeated team?
They've changed the way the World Series has worked over times in college. I kind of like it because it used to be this. It used to just be 1 game. And then it used to be still double elimination. So let's just say whoever.
I would hate that.
The other thing, too, is it used to not be so bracketed where there was one side that would never play this side. So the 2 teams that would end up being 2-0 would play each other. And then you'd have a 3-0 team, and that 2-1 team would now have to drop down back to the losers bracket to beat the losers bracket team that has made it up to to this situation. So they've structured the tournament when it gets down to the final 8 differently throughout our lifetime. I'm okay with this.
Okay.
I will say this. College baseball is way more based off of your top end starting pitching than it is your depth. And then you get to the College World Series, and now they're like, if you don't have great depth, you're probably not going to win this. So it really changes things. In a weird way, Major League Baseball goes, if you don't have great depth in your pitching staff, you probably won't make the playoffs. But once you make the playoffs, if you have an unbelievable 1-2 combination, I mean, nothing against anybody else, but I barely remember who pitched for the Arizona Diamondbacks besides Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
It just felt like they pitched every game on their run, and you're just like, I don't know what to do, man. They're Boston Red Sox. Once they were down 3-0, but they had Schilling and they had Pedro, and they had, why am I drawing a blank? We just interviewed him at the
Lowe.
golf tournament. Yeah. Mark Lowe. Derek Lowe. Mark Lowe's hard and straight.
That's why he gets home runs hit off of him, Kevin.
What do we say about hard and straight?
I don't remember.
You remember. Great in the bedroom. Not on the mound. That's what we say.
Lord.
Okay, so
the music
anyways,
died so perfectly.
Back to the other game. LSU does beat / a little bit of an upset of number 1 overall Wake Forest. So we got close to like number 2 Florida has made it. It looks like number 1 Wake Forest is going to make it, but watch out now. I know we've concentrated a lot on the lottery today. Obviously, the Mavericks have the 10th pick, and we don't know what's going to happen with it. They'll just probably take Derek Lively and then just make my heart drop into my butt.
You will be so sad.
At 6 o'clock, I believe on ESPN2, I think it is. Obviously, ESPN is going to cover the NBA draft. They're not going to drop the NBA draft to the 2 for this. But LSU is playing Wake Forest. Guess who's starting now for LSU?
Skeens?
Skeens is starting tonight for LSU. So he gets his 4-day rest that you would get on a major league or minor league rotation.
But not in college.
Not in college.
Yeah.
He pitches every Friday night. This is where depth isn't as important. Tuesday night is your non-conference game where you work maybe your freshmen, your guys that are struggling a little bit, and see if they can be good enough on Tuesday that they can make their way to a Friday or Saturday, Sunday pitching situation. Your Friday, Saturday, Sunday pitching situation is your conference games. And usually those Friday night games are awesome because your best teams have a really good starting pitcher. By the time you get to Sunday, it's usually like 10-8 is kind of your final score a lot of times in those games. So tonight, I don't know if you'll do this, but you do have a little bit of an option before 7 o'clock when the lottery starts. That first hour, you could watch possibly about 3 innings of Paul Skeens pitch again. And I'm interested to see.
There's a little bit of an option, Mike. I think you have to, if you're interested in baseball, I think you have to watch this kid.
I'm interested to see what he looks like on normal rest, what I call 4 days rest as a professional, because Mitch Moreland said this, and I don't think it will happen, but I like what he said. It makes me feel better when I hear another professional player say, I wouldn't have Paul Skeens pitch 1 inning in the minor leagues. When I draft him, he's just going up to the majors. Now, I would not do that. I think that can be too much pressure. It's a different baseball. If people don't know, the college baseball is a very different baseball than the major league baseball.
Interesting. Kevin.
Even the minor league baseball's a little different than the major league baseball.
Isn't the baseball in Japan a little different too?
The baseball in Japan is a little bit different. So in college, your seams are raised more, which makes it easier to throw bigger breaking balls. You get better break. The higher the seams are, the better. There's a way to cheat a little bit is when you're rubbing up a major league baseball. If you wanted to, if you felt like you needed more seam, higher seam, you take your fingernail from your thumb, and as you're rubbing the ball, you're not rubbing the ball, you're scraping the red seams as hard as you can with your fingernail. It will raise the seams or feel like it's raised the seams. So now when you get your middle finger, the inside part of your middle finger on that seam, it'll feel like it's barely anything, but you can get the feel of like you can rip down on that breaking ball more. So that's the one thing, like if you draft Paul Skeens, you're like, just throw him to the majors. Yeah. He would be throwing with a little different baseball. All of a sudden, he wouldn't have any seams pretty much that he's been used to most of his life. Yeah. So he's an interesting guy. The other thing, did I talk about Ben McDonald and the grip yesterday about Paul Skeens? Ben McDonald. I think so. Okay, so I've been talking about this because this was interesting to me. Mm-hmm. Paul Skeens was showing his grips on his pitches. He throws 100 miles an hour with his fastball, and his fingers are spread out. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube or anything, you get to see what I'm talking about.
You talked about this off air yesterday.
Spread out. The further you spread out your fingers, the slower you throw the pitch. That's why on a split finger fastball, it's approximately like 7 to 9 miles an hour slower than a fastball. The closer you get your fingers, the harder you will usually throw the ball. Paul Skeens is throwing in between a fastball and a split finger fastball at 100 miles an hour. Now, he gets a little bit more movement on that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering
tails.
if you get him inside the runway, the smallest part of a two-seam fastball where you can barely fit your fingers in between the two seams, I'm wondering if he can hit 104. So you might be drafting a guy that if you get his fingers a little bit closer and he gets comfortable with that he can spread his fingers out a little bit more, still throw 100 with a little bit more movement, and then when he wants to rev it up a little bit more, get his fingers a little bit closer, get him comfortable with that, and might be able to throw the ball about 3 miles an hour harder than he already is.
Because of some of the descriptors that you had, if you have the first pick in the draft,
right?
Is this your guy?
I think it is. Look how I'm not saying easy, but when Corey Seager got hurt, it looked like, oh no. And I guess this isn't the best example, but the Rangers were able to even score more runs with Corey Seager out. Corey Seager has been unbelievable this year, not taking anything away from him. As Jacob deGrom has now missed time and time and time again, we got to trade for another starter. Do you see how but Bruce Bochy has talked about, man, replacing good starting pitching during the season is a lot more difficult than replacing a good hitter. It's difficult, but it's more difficult to replace great starting pitching. So for me, if I had the first overall pick, I would lean towards Paul Skeens over Dylan Cruz, his own teammate, or I've heard Walker Jenkins could be the top overall pick, the best high school player this year. And if Paul Skeens gets to 4, I think there's a small possibility that if the Rangers drafted him, that he could be in your rotation next year. That maybe not to start the year, but I do think he's going to go number 2 now. It's just starting to lean towards probably going number 2 to, I believe, the Washington Nationals.
Do you know if Rhett Lauder is pitching tonight against Skeens?
I believe he is.
Is that the Wake pitcher?
He's 15-0.
Yeah. Is he a sophomore?
With a 1.77 ERA.
I think he might be a sophomore because I was talking to somebody and I think they said he is possibly the number 1 overall pick in next year's draft.
This could be a phenomenal pitching
I mean, that does sound like a phenomenal pitching matchup.
If I have the Wake Forest kid right, I'm going to be honest, I have not followed Wake Forest's pitching staff to know their draft status and all that, but I had heard from somebody close to the draft situation saying Wake Forest, I think, has a pitcher who might go number 1 overall next year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Top wide receivers, maybe some Bill Burr, and the sex championships. Next on the Fan.
The Rangers enjoy
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, you get C-Block starring Cordy Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that introduction as always. And I want to get to some audio real quick because I think Bill Burr's a funny guy. He's made Mike laugh, and Mike has used some of his jokes as arguments and debates.
He's kind of me.
Yeah. Yes. There are times when
He's
Bill
a lot
Burr,
funnier.
The anger level, I could see that for sure.
when he gets into that, like he quickly moves into that anger level. It's very fun to watch him. But he was in Minnesota. It was Minnesota and Boston were playing, and I don't know the call. I'm going to be very honest. I don't know what the call was, but when it went against the Twins, and the Twins fans were not happy. All right, so this is kind of reverse of what happened with the Rangers, where the White Sox fans were very happy. And Bill Burr had this thought. I really do enjoy this thought.
Yeah, well, that's Casas, right? So Casas over there,
After review, the call on the field stands. The runner is out.
Oh, nice. Nice. Wow.
Not enough to overturn it?
Maybe. That is huge for the Red Sox.
Yeah, it's the first out of the inning, second and third.
Hey, this is a part of life. Not everything's going to go your way.
These fans are crazy.
Cora is
And that's
out.
it right there. He just yells out at the fans that are booing. He takes the he's up in the booth, takes the helmet off and the microphone away and just starts yelling, "It's part of life. Not everything's going to go your way."
I wonder if you're in the crowd, if you look back and you're like, hold on, did I just get heckled by Bill Burr?
Yes.
What just happened?
Probably most likely that's the situation. But that also led me to this moment too in Bill Burr's career of being in the booth where he had this thought about stats.
Just out of curiosity, what's the record? There's got to be some nerd here with the laptop. Can you give us that answer? You go to the baseball reference.
Oh my gosh.
Is that Mike? Look
Yeah.
Hey, look at that nerd over
It's
there.
baseball savant.
Yeah.
That you go, baseball reference, good stats. Not going to give you as inside of numbers as like baseball savant seems to do better. And then when I wanted those numbers on what guys hit with 5+ pitches, there's like websites that people pay for to give you quick stats, like stuff like that.
Yes, they're like even Baseball Reference has a deeper stat version of what you can do, but you have to pay for that stuff. So
You go to the baseball reference.
See, that's the voice that I think of when he's like, "Oh, Shlomo Glitzstein" or whoever it is. That's Mike's playing version of that.
All right, so I'm gonna let y'all spin the wheel of options here. Where we go next? Ocean floor or the moon? Top 10 wide receivers in the NFL, or sex championships?
I pick ocean floor of the moon.
All right.
I'm with you.
Okay. So this morning, Peyton asked this question, and I was like, oh, I love this question. So I'm stealing it from RJ and Bobby, who were missing Sean this morning, and Peyton. Would you rather go to the floor of the ocean in a submarine or a submersible, or land on the moon?
You have to pick one?
You
do. I'm going moon.
Okay.
I feel pretty good about my decision.
Mike's like, I like land. Land is nice. I'm a land body.
You've picked the wrong one.
Are you going to the bottom of the ocean?
I think so. I know how bad it's gone for however many people are in that mini submarine that
Yes, it
are
is.
probably dead.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But there's been a lot of submarines, and I mean a lot of submarines, that have submerged, gone deep into the ocean, and come back on top, and they give thumbs up, we are alive.
Yeah.
There have been some NASA spacecrafts
Yep.
that have gone up in the air and did not make it back to Earth. And I feel like my percentage of going into a good submarine, not the crappy one that those people went into, and coming back up on top, thumbs up. Me going on that space shuttle, no.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, and you make some really relevant points. However, counterpoint.
Oh, wow.
If you stop and talk with somebody and they're like, oh yeah, hey, what's the coolest thing you've ever done? You're like, I went to the bottom of the ocean. Wouldn't you be like, oh wow, that's neat? But like not sarcastically. I know the way I talk sounds sarcastic.
I think I see where you're going with this. I don't think people would respect that enough.
But you're like, I went to the moon.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, cool. Wait, what?
Because you can see the moon.
You went to the moon?
It looks far away.
That's true. Like, because everybody has been in the water. I'm not saying that means you've been to the bottom of the ocean, but everyone's like, I've been in the water. I swam underwater. None of y'all have been in space.
I don't think everybody's been in water.
A lot. Don't you agree, though?
Aren't we
Certainly you will
born out of water?
concede way more people have been under the water than in space.
I'll concede it.
Okay.
And I do, there is, don't you feel like, though, if you told people, hey, I went to the bottom of the ocean, they're like, oh, yeah, me too. Look, I just walked into the water here.
Yes,
and they're like,
I
the
do.
bottom of the
I
ocean.
do. And touched it with my hands.
Yeah. Or I think you're going to be like, yeah, I got a 10-foot pool. Neat. Like, I do feel like they're going to give you some sarcastic answer. And don't get me wrong. I think if you made it to the bottom of the ocean, I don't even understand that. That would be incredible.
My understanding, based on a quick Google of CNN.com, is that there is a debris field found near the Titanic. The Coast Guard found a debris field, so that may mean that like they're still
Like
around
the submarine exploded.
Yeah, around 3 o'clock Eastern,
Well,
there will
debris.
be a briefing on the Coast Guard's findings.
What time?
3 o'clock Eastern. So I don't know.
It's 2 o'clock. You should be able to figure out time zones by now.
Why don't they just make it my time?
Well,
Yeah. Why
okay.
don't they?
I feel like you guys should know this. Fine. Which part of the world do you live in? Do you live in the part where it's dark at night, or do you live in the part where it's dark all day?
Is this briefing happening in the United States of America?
It's by our Coast Guard. Let me see.
If it's our Coast Guard,
Let me go back to CNN.com real quick.
I would say we'll have a press conference and a briefing at 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Central Time, 1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, and noon Pacific Time. And now everybody understands. You went through all the time zones that you could be in the United States of
Okay.
America, unless you're in Hawaii.
Or Alaska.
It'll be in Boston.
What's Alaska's time?
They maybe are 6 hours back. They're 5 or 6, I think.
The briefing will be held at the Coast Guard base in Boston. But I agree, Mike. Shouldn't internet be able to, at this point, if you type a headline or a story, it automatically changes it to whatever time zone the person viewing the story is?
I'm with you.
Thank
My
you.
next question during C Block is, how much
Gonna allow this?
did we screw over Canada or Russia when we bought Alaska? They're like, this isn't even close to the United States. We are going to buy this.
This is our ice.
Like, you come in, like, you're just like, how the hell did that person get this house? They're not even from here. They're not even going to live here. And you're like, yep, we took Alaska from you SOBs. Like, it had to be the biggest, like, pee on those two countries they could have had. They probably thought, all right, man, Canada, Russia, who's going to get this? The United States comes in and says, we're bidding an extra $1 million in your face. We got Alaska.
Is that how it happened? We just paid more money for the ice state?
Yeah, and who put it up for sale?
I'm sorry, I was not prepared for
the global-
proprietary Alaska questions.
Global real estate.
Oh, there's like owners like in sports, and they're
Pretty
just
sure
like
we made it there first and put a flag
we're
there.
expanding.
And they're like, you get it.
Well, yeah, but we didn't get Alaska till the early 1900s. I don't know when we got Alaska.
Alaska, I think, became a state in like 1950 or so. I don't know how long it was like a U.S. territory.
So was it Canada? Was it part of Canada? And we just said, draw a line right here. We're buying this.
I don't know.
And who did we buy it from?
Who would have been ticked off that we got Hawaii? Like, who's sitting there going, hey, that was ours, or we should have got
Can you
that.
imagine the real estate agent that sold that too?
I don't think.
Killing off of that.
All right, I have an answer for you. The United States purchased Alaska from Russia in 1867. So that's their own fault.
Russia. I bet they regret that.
Probably. They purchased Alaska for 2 cents per hectare, or $7.2 million in 1867. I don't know. Don't ask me that question.
It's a hectare.
I just told you I don't know.
Sounds like a hexagon.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know.
I will say this.
But it's full of air.
Russia regrets that.
Yeah. Because they would be closer
We
to us.
stole one from them.
They would be like, look how close we are to them now. We can really monitor them.
Man, that's a really good deal. It says that is only about $145 million in today's money. Can you imagine if you can just roll into like New Mexico and you're like, I would like to purchase your state for $150 million. And they're like, sounds good.
Yeah, it does sound awesome.
Why don't more people do that?
I don't know if it works totally like that again.
Why?
Oh man, and another source says it could be $433 billion. All right, Matt.
Who did we buy?
Get it together.
Now we're in the billions.
All right. Next
No, I
C
got
block
another
tomorrow.
one here. Okay.
How did we get Hawaii, and did we have to buy that from Russia too?
I don't-
And is that why they're doing that internet thing to us?
Based on this text, Mike, we don't want to discuss how we got Hawaii. So,
Okay.
yeah. We'll see. We'll look it up. Kevin will look it up for us. I did see this on Twitter. I guess yesterday, 34 years ago, yesterday was the day that Bo Jackson broke the bat over his head.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he got jammed.
Today, yeah, he got jammed and hit it right back to the pitcher, and then turned around and put the bat over his head and snapped it like a toothpick. Bo Jackson quote tweeted this post and said, I wouldn't allow that bat to betray anyone else ever again. And I think now Bo Jackson is my favorite Twitter follow in the history of Twitter, as I did not know this about Bo Jackson, that he was funny.
That is an amazing quote.
All right. Two more things here. Do you want top 10 wide receivers list?
How about wide receiver? I know
or
what
the
the other one
sex
is.
championships?
Receivers, even though I'm like, what in the world?
Hold on, you don't want to know about the sex, or you kind of
that's
want to
what
know
he's saying.
about the
He
sex
wants to know
championships?
what in the world.
I'll let you choose, Corey.
All right, we're going sex championships. The first ever European sex championship.
I would say in your face, Kevin, but that might be weird in this segment.
Yeah.
The story popped up a couple weeks ago. There were a Swedish strip club owner started a sex league that would feature 20 people from different countries competing in different a 6-week sex championship. To nobody's surprise, the project has failed miserably.
I thought you were going to say a lot of volunteers.
None of the people the girls thought they were going to get 690 pounds a day of money, 690 pounds of money a day.
Nobody can eat
for
that much.
every day that they stayed in the steamy pad, while men were supposed to get 345. So, uneven pay scale there, but whatever. There was also 860,000 pounds of hard cash promised for the winner, but evidently the guys that started this thing said, we're not paying you guys after everything went awry.
You're telling
saying,
me
like-
Netflix won't fund this? Don't they already with like Love Island?
Like it's how many times you can do it with your partner in a day? Like I don't get how you
Yeah.
win.
I need to know more of the rules, Corey.
Like I don't.
Okay.
You're saying there's a champion for this, and I'm
Yeah.
like, is it how fast you do it, how long you do it, how many times you
Probably-
do it?
it's
Like
probably not that first one though, right?
The championship would see 6 different disciplines practiced, including seduction, massage.
Yep.
What do you do before you have it?
4,
and then you play around, right?
but you can't. You can only measure the man,
What's the
right?
that's not measured. That's not measured here.
I do not believe I agree with
Also, what was that?
How are you supposed to measure?
I am not answering that question on the air.
They can just moan.
What's the baseball school? That
LSU versus Wake Forest.
no,
tonight?
the other one, Roberts.
Oral Roberts.
Yep. And also endurance. Those would be the 6 disciplines that were the request.
The disciplines.
Yeah, there were 6-hour sessions each day with individual matches in each discipline lasting 45 and 60 minutes. So that was how they went about their business. But because they weren't getting paid, everybody just started leaving. One person stuck around long enough to be titled the champion. They are the winner of the European Sex Championship. And now they will move on to another. I guess there's another.
How? They just said this
Yeah,
failed.
this one didn't even start.
There's another one that's going to be going on at in the next competition is in Asia, it appears. So there you go.
To be fair, the XFL has failed several times, and we keep bringing that back.
Exactly. So people are like, let's watch the sex
When we
thing.
go to break, I want you to tell me how you measure the other sex.
Should I just start walking down to Spittle's office right now?
No, it's on during the break. You tease right now. Your job is to tease, and then as soon as you get off the mic, I'm going to ask you a whole bunch of questions and question your answers.
We were just asked, bigger U.S. victory, Miracle on Ice or Alaska?
Alaska.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I agree.
Miracle on Ice is pretty awesome.
I'm going to go with Alaska.
It's a big piece of land.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the curious case of the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad number 8 pick in the NBA draft. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
And there's little Sherman Douglas in there to grab another rebound. Then Baker lays it in, and a foul on Tracy Murray.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And if you're wondering, why the hell did we just come back with a Vin Baker highlight? I'm really glad that you're wondering that.
Hey, why the hell did we just come back with a Vin Baker
I'm
highlight?
glad you asked that, because we're going to talk about the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad number 8 pick in the NBA draft. All right?
He is, or all of them in the history?
He's the only one who's keeping this thing alive,
Okay.
man. Do you know it has been 29 years since the number 8 pick in the draft was an all-star? Just think about that for a second.
29
years.
Number 8. 29 years ago would have been Vin Baker.
Correct.
Yes.
Have you ever
Corey,
heard of Vin Baker?
you would have never got that one.
Probably not.
Not even with the highlight. Is since then.
You're telling me Franz Wagner.
Wagner.
Oh, he's pretty good.
He is pretty good, but not an all-star yet. He could break the curse. But since then.
So don't trade up to number 8?
Don't trade up to number 8 because it's going to go poorly. Every one of the top 32 picks has yielded at least one all-star since 1994, except for number 8, 23, and 26. Now,
what pick has yielded the most all-stars?
Ooh, I'm going to have to get back to you on that.
Tomorrow.
I'd assume 1 or 3.
That does make a lot of sense. So 23 and 26, you get that more, at least being towards the end of the first round. But pick number 8, no all-stars. In 1998, the 2 best guys in the entire draft were taken 9th and 10th. You've had multiple second-round picks be all-stars, and on and on and on. Why is it that the 8th pick is so god-awful? And I can run through some of these amazing names if you would like.
Are you to the point, Corey, where some general managers or coaches go, let's take a big risk reward here? The top 3 players obviously have been taken. That there's usually a lot of consensus in the top 3, whether they go 1, 2, 3, usually get to drafts. Right now, we know who the top 3 picks. I guess I've seen recently on Twitter in the last hour or so that Miller could slip to number 4. But for the most part,
who do they have going 3 then?
Thompson.
Amen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess you really like that guy a lot.
No, that is his name, Amen
Okay.
Thompson.
Oh, I thought like
Praise the
I was
Lord.
like, wow.
That is his name.
Okay. I'm wondering if that's about the point where teams will take big risk going, hey, instead of going for the, let's just say a junior, I know this is not good in relevant times, but let's go for the 21-year-old who we know is probably going to come in the NBA and get you 12 points and 6 rebounds, but that's probably what he's going to be. He's never going to be a guy who can make an all-star team. You start going, this guy could be as good as the number 1 overall pick. He might be as bad as the undrafted players. Let's take a huge swing here.
I also can throw in a scenario in where I don't know how often this happened, but your team was pretty good, but your star player got injured and you ended up having a tough season. And you end up in that spot, not quite 1,
right,
but 8. And you kind of landed in that area where you just missed the playoffs, but you also got a pick.
Yep. Or maybe you've picked, is it Orlando who has 8 right now? Or they have 6?
I thought they
No,
were
it's Washington
6.
who has 8 right
Correct.
now. So I was just thinking of Orlando. If you get taken by Orlando at 6, it's going to be really tough to be the best player because they just got through picking number 1. They're building their whole organization around Paolo Banchero, right?
Yeah.
So no matter what you do at 6, you're going to be the supporter of Paolo.
Now, I was reading an article on The Ringer about this, and I think you guys have really honed in on what it is basically there's 2 different lottery strategies. And pick number 8 kind of almost sticks you in that no man's land where You're still hoping to get one of the guaranteed or, likely elite talents versus is it okay to go a little bit more outside the box and go prospect hunting? It just seems like this boggles all numbers and likelihood and common sense. In those 29 years since Vin Baker, pick number 9 has given you Dirk, Tracy McGrady, Amari Stoudemire, DeMar DeRozan. Pick 10, Paul George, Paul Pierce. Pick 11, Klay Thompson, Domantas Sabonis, Shea. Pick 13, Kobe, Devin Booker, Donovan Mitchell. Pick 15, so just in case we do make a trade down, Steve Nash, Kawhi Leonard, Giannis. Let's go into the second round.
Could you imagine if Giannis would have fell to 17? The Mavericks just had no chance to get him.
Unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah.
They just didn't have a shot.
We definitely had a chance to get him, but we had to save, what was it, $600,000, or I don't even remember.
Maybe nobody in the room knew what he was capable
We had to
of.
take Shane Larkin at
Yeah.
17 because we just didn't have anything higher than the 15th
Your
pick.
so-called GM at the time knew everything about this player, had scouted
say
him.
anything?
He did, but they needed the money to. Was that the year they needed for Deron Williams
or Dwight Howard?
Dwight Howard.
Dwight
Yeah.
Howard.
Yeah.
Okay,
The other thing
They
is-
were trying to pursue both.
Dirk didn't want a bigger guy. He wanted a point guard. He said, we need a point guard.
He's like,
So
what's
all
this
right.
Giannis guy
Dirk said
gonna
we need
do
a point
next
guard. Rick Carlisle doesn't like the footage. It's too grainy.
So-
I'm not lying.
that's so frustrating. Now,
And Mark Cuban wanted to save the money to give 50
Yes.
more cents to Dwight Howard.
keep this in mind. Well, nobody from pick 8 has been an all-star. There's been 3 all-stars at pick 35, 2 all-stars at pick 47, and an all-star at pick 60, which didn't even exist until 2004.
Is that Isaiah Thomas?
That is Isaiah Thomas. Well done.
Thunder, 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 cats.
Do you know any of them at pick 35 who were all-stars?
Draymond Green?
That is correct.
You know why I know that? Because we took Bernard James, who is 47 years old from Florida
28.
State.
I remember that.
Hey!
Was that Sarge?
He has a grandkid.
He did not.
And Jay Crowder.
He did not. That is not true.
Yeah. They were selling canes. They're not talking about the chicken.
That is not true.
The team shop. They're like, hey, you want a walking stick like Bernard James? We just drafted him.
That is not true.
I don't know who else was 35.
Hey, can we also chalk
DeAndre
this up
Jordan,
to it seems
Carlos
like a
Boozer.
lot of these people stink at knowing what a good basketball player is coming out of the draft? Like sometimes people just stink at it. They're not very good.
One time we took Nick Fazekas. He couldn't even run. We took a player who couldn't run. It looked like he had broken legs.
That's true.
But at least that player couldn't run, unlike Leon Smith we brought up earlier, just didn't want to run. So that's a different thing. I think the best shot, maybe some people think it's Obi Toppin, but Franz Wagner might be your best shot at All-Stars. In the
I think
meantime,
Obi Toppin tried to punch out everybody in the playoffs.
supposedly, I've heard that Tom Thibodeau does that to people. Here are some of the other number 8 picks after Vin Baker. Honestly, count these in your head, how many of these you remember. Or you can say it out loud. Brian Grant, Sean Respert, Kerry Kittles.
Sean Respert, Michigan State.
That
Kerry
is true.
Kittles, Villanova.
Donald Foyle.
Colgate.
That is correct. Larry Hughes.
St. Louis.
Andre Miller.
Utah.
Jamal Crawford.
Iowa State. No, Jamal Crawford. Sorry, I was thinking of Jamal Tinsley. Jamal Crawford. Michigan.
That is correct. Sagana
Look how
Diop.
proud he is. This is awesome.
He's high
Sagana
school.
Diop. What high school?
The famous one in Virginia that like Jerry Stackhouse, Carmelo Anthony, and all those.
Called?
Oak Hill Academy.
That is correct.
Good God.
Brandon
crap.
Jennings, Nolan Smith from Duke went there.
Chris Wilcox. 2002.
Well, I know he was Clippers.
That is correct. Where did you go to college? You're in trouble.
Maryland.
That is correct.
Dude, Mike, take the rest of the day off, man. That is amazing.
People think I need to stick to baseball, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I feel good about this, so the people that think I don't really follow basketball or I'm just a baseball guy, just so I can tell you, this is how much I remember the 8th overall. I couldn't tell you who's the next 8th overall pick. I don't know. But if you tell me who it is, I might have an idea who drafted him and where they went to college.
TJ Ford.
Texas, that's easy.
Rafael Araujo.
Puerto Rico? I don't remember him.
Louisville?
BYU.
Oh,
Okay, I do not remember him at all.
Channing.
Who did he get drafted by?
The Toronto Raptors in 2004.
You look like a Raptor.
Channing Frye, skinny dude, could shoot. Phoenix Suns is where I remember him getting burned by Dirk a lot in the playoffs. Villanova?
Arizona,
sorry.
Wow. Hey, let's stop, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Satnam Singh.
Well, I mean, he was not the number 8
From
pick.
parts unknown is where he does
Just
now.
because he's wrestling now does not mean. By the way, the biggest violator of the number 8 pick is the New York Knicks. They took Channing Frye, Jordan Hill, Frank Ntilikina, who I know.
Frankie smokes.
And
Hey,
now Obi Toppin.
he gives us depth, man.
He really,
Whenever you need 2 points in 20 minutes and 1 assist, he'll always be there for you.
So it's a good thing that you don't have the number 8 pick because, like I said, you're coming up on 30 years now where you haven't had an all-star for the number 8 pick. Now, there are more optimistic things happening at the number 10 pick, if that's what you're thinking of. In that same time, in the Vin Baker time frame, Paul Pierce,
Kansas,
Jason Terry,
Arizona,
Joe Johnson,
Arkansas,
Karan Butler,
UConn.
That is correct. There's been a lot of good players. Paul George.
Ooh, he went to a smaller school, New Mexico.
Fresno State.
Was he Fresno State?
Yes.
Dang it.
CJ McCollum.
Oh, you know what I was thinking of? Danny Granger. Didn't he go to New Mexico?
I think that might be right. Do you know CJ McCollum? That's a tough one.
He went to the school in Philadelphia area because they beat Duke as a 15 seed.
That is correct.
Lehigh.
That is correct.
Yes.
But just to give you an example, and like depending on how much mileage you get out of Mikal Bridges, CJ McCollum,
Michigan State.
Paul George, even Brooke Lopez, Karan Butler, Joe Johnson, Jason Terry, Paul Pierce. These are all 2 picks after pick number 8, which fails, and that's where the Mavericks sit right now. So
Derek Lively.
And I know
he sounds like a number 8 pick to me.
You do not feel good about that, but I will just tell you that is a positive if you do stay at 10, and it just shows you the mind-bogglingly terrible run of luck that pick number 8 has had for the last 30 years.
Man, that is and none of the other picks have something this atrocious.
No. There's always picks that have, because somebody's like, oh, you left out Jokic. I wasn't going down every pick because obviously he's an MVP and everything, but there are picks where you're like, what the hell happened that year? But there is no pick this high that is anywhere close to this bad.
That is wild, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth. We will do that next right here at The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger.
This segment right here on The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverados, Trax, Equinoxes, Malibus, and much more. It's our way of tipping our half for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to the G-Bag Nation in just 1 second, but a couple other quick notes for you is for the Jets. Safety Chuck Clark has a torn ACL he suffered during a practice earlier this month, which goes back to what we talked about, getting through all of that healthy. And then did you see the chain that McCole Hardman got? 100+ carat diamonds for the Jet.
For the Jet?
Yeah.
What do you mean for the? What does that mean?
That's his nickname, the Jet.
Oh, okay. I don't think I knew that.
He has a giant chain, and it has like a big jet on the bottom, and then 2 smaller jets on the side. More than 100 carats.
That's a great purchase.
Yeah.
You do not believe that is a great purchase,
Diamonds and gold never go down in value.
Yeah, when you personalize something like that, I think it gives more value to the public.
Yeah, to Mark. Like that's what you want on an autographed baseball.
Okay.
If your name's Mark.
I note the sarcasm for sure there. All right. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, we take you out to D&M Leasing in Fort Worth for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
In paradise, Hagee, how are you?
We're doing excellently. Well, I'm doing excellently. Mike has lots of fear and dread about Derek Lively and how the draft is going to go down for the Mavericks this evening.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's well-founded fear. We don't have a lot of evidence over the years that the Mavs know exactly what they're doing when evaluating bigs, and I think Lively would be a continuation of the mistakes they've made. So I hear Mike, you need 2 bigs. You can't throw any of these opportunities away. You're going to have to trade for one and draft one. And if Lively's the best one, I would just take a pass. Mike, yesterday I said that would be the Taco Charlton of the Mavs draft picks.
It would be.
I know you can't disagree with that.
I mean, it would be, to me, it would be going back to Cherokee Parks, Chris Anstey, just to Mavericks Day of like, you need a big guy. Okay, yeah. I get it. They do. They need a center. I get it. It doesn't mean you take the 20th best prospect at the 10th pick because you need a center. Those are usually, this is why centers bust the most, is because they're actually ranked in the draft, some of the lower players. But teams are so desperate for a 7-footer, they will reach 5, 10, 15 picks. And then you're like, gosh, I can't believe Willie Cauley-Stein's not good at basketball. Yeah. Because did you not watch him play at Kentucky? It wasn't that impressive. It was okay. It's just being 7 foot is just a skill you can't teach.
Yep.
So teams will just draft it going, I hope it works because we need one.
Your dead ball's on right, Mike. And it's terrifying. The Mavs might be the latest team to make that big mistake.
Well, and my question around the horn for you guys was going to be, what do you think will happen tonight? Not dream scenario or anything like that. What do you think in terms of making the pick, who they'll pick, will they trade?
I think they'll trade back.
Yeah, that's what I would go with.
And take a big guy later and hopefully acquire a big and get rid of Bertans in the same swoop. So that's what I'm hoping for, and that's what I do think is going to happen. I guess Mark Cuban said earlier, if there's multiple players available at 10 they will trade back. But if it's just 1 or 2, then they'll take the player.
Yeah, I kind of co-sign with that. I think Atlanta is the team that ends up making a trade with the Mavs. That's what it seems like, right? They've got the most to offer when it comes to the bigs, whether it's Capella, John Collins. They got another young center that has a very difficult name to pronounce. I'm not going to try and do that right now. But I think that would be a home run for the Mavericks. If you can go ahead and just move from 10 back to 15, you get a Clint Capella, and then at 15 you're still able to make a pick. Now, I don't know who the hell that's going to be. I don't know who's going to slide. And I think the Mavericks right now are really at mercy of the board and what ends up dropping to them.
Yeah, I kind of feel like just talking to some guys over there that they're taking a lot of calls and they're trying to figure out what order this thing is going to fall in. And I know, Hagee, you brought up that Taylor Hendricks yesterday, and that seemed like the one guy when you were kind of asking around over there that they really kind of like, but they didn't feel like that he was going to be there at 10. So we'll see. Maybe that's one of those ones that you're holding on and hope he gets to you at 10. If he doesn't, then maybe you just dance that thing back if you can and hope somebody will want to come up and take your pick.
Yeah, depending on where you look, I've seen Hendricks between kind of the 7 and 12 range with more emphasis on picks 7, 8, and 9. So he definitely might not be there. Have y'all been fascinated by the slide or supposed slide of Cam Whitmore down the board?
Well, Heggie, again, talking to folks over with the Mavs about this, the medical stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some knee issues there. And, kind of talking to some other guys, I have a friend in another team. I asked about him. I said, give me some other info about him. And he goes, he doesn't particularly shoot very well. And, and maybe the personality issues there might not, they're really sticklers over at the Mavs for, like Mike likes to get on them about, they have to be perfect. They don't want to coach these guys and they have to have high basketball IQ and this, that. They want ready-made players. And it just didn't seem like to me this was one of those guys that has as a ready-made player. You're dealing with medical. You're dealing with maybe the fact that he doesn't shoot as well as they like, and then the personality that fits in with Kidd and the others on that staff. Those are all things I think that are boxes you clearly have to check if you take a player like that.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, like, how many ready-made players are there in this draft, especially where you're going to be drafting, whether you move back to 15 and you're right outside the lottery, or if you're picking at 10. I just don't know that you're going to get one of those guys. There's probably going to be flaws. You've just got to find the one that fits what you want to do the best. And to me, if they end up getting stuck there at 10, that's where the fear comes in. And that's where, the taco comparison came from. I think they might be looking like, we need a center, we want a big, and let's just go ahead and take whichever is the best one there.
Well, they kind of feel like I'm sorry, Hagee, I'm going to take it from you a little bit. But
sure.
The thing about it is that, that's it's a little bit of a different situation with Lively because they kind of feel like that, that he's a little bit more of a guy that could fit into the rotation that they have. And so that's kind of where, maybe it's a young guy at that spot at 10. It'll take a little time, has talent. I mean, they believe the further you get back in the draft, that the more chance of taking an upperclassman, they'll be more ready to play. But they kind of feel like that this guy might have that ability to, Lively, that he can immediately get into the rotation. That's something kind of go in his direction, according to them. Mike, I heard the groan from you. Right
No, I think you're giving great information. I think your information is amazing. It scares me to death. I'll tell you, watching Cam Whitmore, if there's a person in his way on a fast break, he's like, I don't care if it's Shaquille O'Neal, I'm going to try to dunk it on you. You will see this Lively kid have a 6'7" dude on him, 1 foot away from the basket.
Yeah.
And he's just like, I don't know what I'm going to pivot away from you because you're close to me. And I'm just like,
that's offensively though, right?
Right. There's no assertiveness at all when he's around the basket with the ball. Like he has to catch it and in the same motion of jumping, put it in the basket. If not, he won't make a basket in the NBA next year. And just Cam Whitmore, you watch him switch on bigs in college, and they can't get to where they want. Like, example, P.J. Tucker is 6'4". P.J. Tucker scares Cat half to death. Karl Anthony Towns, when P.J. Tucker guards him at 6'4", will go stand in a corner and quit basketball because he's like, I don't want to deal with this physicality. I hate it. I can't stand it. I would rather face a guy like Derek Lively who's skinny and doesn't want to touch me. And Cam Whitmore has a lot of that P.J. Tucker defense in him where he's just a beast, and he's like, I don't care if I'm guarding Nikolai Jokic. I'm going to try to force him out of this area. I don't know how successful he'd be against him, but he has the attitude of, you are not going to bully me. I am going to bully you.
Mike, real quick, I know we're up against it, but do you feel like that you'll sacrifice the medical and potentially anything else that we've talked about to get at that type of defensive player on this team?
No, if they tell me his knee's going to explode in the next 3 years. Because, like, as good as Kumar Rocker looked in independent ball for 30 innings, I mean, I don't know. There was obviously the Mets doctors were kind of right? They're like, man, I don't know if we should take him. Like, after now really pressing on these medicals, I don't know if he can pitch here anytime soon because of this, and they were right. And if Cam Whitmore, if my doctors tell me in the next 5 years his knee will explode, and I don't know if it'll ever come back the same because he is an athletic freak. He is jumping over people, dunking on people, guarding whoever on the court. He's a 40% three-pointer at 19 years old from the corner. That's somewhere. I mean, in this Luka offense, you have to have two people standing in the corner at all times, and that's where he knocks down his most threes at 19 years old. So I understand that they might not be favorable on him, but he brings a lot to the table they need.
Well, I had a doctor tell me Jeremiah Trotter, I don't know if he's going to play 10 games or 10 years. He played more than 10 years. If you like this player, let's not let a doctor get in the way of what maybe making this team better.
Plenty of those stories. Ronald Leary, right? I mean, Larry Allen, you brought that up
Larry
the other day
Allen,
off the air, Mike.
Ron Wolf used to remind the Packer doctors, that's the guy you failed over there who's going to kick our ass all day today.
I mean, they could easily just take a player that doesn't end up being any damn good. So if this guy, I get the injury risk, but depending on where you're selecting, I don't know. It might be worth the risk there. I think Cam Whitmore could be a stud.
Where are you guys at again today, and what's coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We are live at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth. Now, this is a bit of a closed remote in that it's not open to the public, but some of the employees here at D&M Leasing, these fine people, have been hanging out with us, and they're sending their children to hang out with us. So you'll have to be jealous of them today if you're a Tolo that wants to hang out with the G-Bag Nation. But we'd love you to do is if you want or need a new vehicle, just call D&M. You know, they've been great clients and supporters of ours at the Fan for years, and it is the best way to acquire a new vehicle. So call D&M Leasing. We have Tim Cato coming up at 4 o'clock today.
All right.
We're talking NBA draft with Mavs insider and beat writer Tim Cato of The Athletic at 4.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Don't forget tomorrow we've got Dallas Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison on the show with us at 11 o'clock. But tune into the whole thing, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say go vote for your All-Stars Rangers, Kevin.
Rangers 5 times a day.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth, one of my favorite places. Some of the best people in all of DFW and all of North Texas, and the best leasing company in the entire country, as recently determined by Dealer Rater 2023 Leasing Company of the Year. Salute to my friends at D&M. I've been talking about these guys on the air for a full 10 years now, going back to September of 2013 when the G-Bag Nation went to middays after a glorious dominant run in the evenings. You were our intern in the middays, right, Wolchuk?
Yeah. Yes, I was.
Yeah, and a glorious time it was. But here we are at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth. General at your service. A lot of sports going on. There is Brian brought us across the broadcast table from me in his LSU gear. Triumphant last night. More on that here in a minute.
Go Tigers.
Lucius Alexander's back in the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 in Fitzhugh in Dallas, about 45 miles that away. Okay. Carter Freeman's coordinating the video. Wolchuk and Shia follow here at the broadcast position. And a good afternoon to you, fine young gentlemen. How we doing?
Fantastic.
Good,
fantastic. Man. Happy draft day, boys.
Yeah. Happy draft day.
Well, we do have the draft coming up, and we have a bet payoff tomorrow. Chia follow.
Yes, we do have a bet payoff tomorrow. I was actually thinking I might have zeroed in on one in particular. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts. If you want those thoughts now, I can give them to you.
Give me the thoughts. What are the thoughts? Let's talk this out.
I was not a proponent of Will Levis and his off-the-field decisions. On our payoff board are two different Will Levis options. One involves consuming a banana with the peel included. The other one, because that's what Will Levis did or does, or has done, which is the reason why he was off my board. It was a TikTok thing. Like he's proving that he's doing it. Yeah, he's chewing on a peel.
I think Orlovsky did it too. Bobby Belt's mortal enemy.
Orlovsky did a peel.
Like they tried to. They did a bid on him on NFL Live, and we're like, hey, everybody's doing this. In reality, they just had Orlovsky do it.
I like that. So then maybe I would pivot to that. I was kind of thinking the coffee with the mayonnaise, which is a Will Levis special.
The coffee with the mayonnaise might be doable, actually. As a mayo hater myself, even I think the bitterness might balance out the funk. I don't know how to exactly describe a mayo flavor, but that's what it is to me.
Yeah, I imagine it to be like, I didn't even think it would be necessarily easy, other than it's a rip the Band-Aid off. I let the coffee cool down a little bit, and then I just hammer that thing home. It's a rip the Band-Aid off kind of deal. I imagine it to be disgusting, and I think there's a vomiting chance involved with it.
I think so.
But just the idea, like I've had these long, grueling ones, like the straw dog or the giant hot dog.
I think the banana would turn out to be grueling as well, because I don't think those bites would.
That's the thing. I end up having to eat it the same way Dawson ate the pound of flesh, where it's just getting drug out. It's 5 hours of the tiny little bites of banana peel. I don't know.
Have you ever tried to eat a banana peel?
Never. That's the other thing. I don't even could I actually do it? Would it be a swing and a miss?
I think it's too. It's too stringy. It would be very hard to chew.
To actually chew it.
And then you couldn't chew it well enough to make it be able to swallow it.
No, I've only had accidental bites too, and it's got a very bitter punch
very,
to it.
Very bitter.
That almost
very
like
bitter.
numbs you. It's a weird deal there, that banana peel.
Man,
I'm surprised they're safe to eat. To be honest with you, I'm surprised they're safe.
Yeah, people do that. It's crazy. I'm voting the banana peel, though. I think if you hated mayo like Dawson did, the coffee and the mayonnaise would make sense.
Well, listen, the mayonnaise. I like mayonnaise in a way that I like, a nice little layer on my bread on a sandwich or a burger, not a clump of it into my coffee. I mean, I think that's insane for anybody. I wouldn't even want to do with even with mustard. I love mustard to death. Squirt a bunch of it in my coffee, that'd be terrible.
See, this is where I apologize for not playing well yesterday. So I'm putting you in this bad spot.
It was an us thing. It was
okay.
It's not a unit.
I'll take the blame. I walked
this
morning. I felt guilty of it. I'm going to do a bet payoff next week. I'm going to let you guys throw bags into my crotch area.
Yes,
those weighted bean bags.
Oh, you're doing the sack toss?
Oh yeah, sack toss. I'm going to do that next week,
bro.
So anyway, but what I'm thinking about is with the coffee situation with the mayonnaise. He really appreciates the coffee that spittle breaks out. That legendary. High-end
Indonesian.
Yeah, he breaks out some high-end coffee. If you ruin that experience for him with that mayonnaise and that high-end coffee, That might be.
You got your teammates back right now, and I appreciate that. Maybe a little bit of guilt coming in here. But
There's a lot of guilt. There's a lot of guilt. I just think the banana peel. He might choke on
it. Might be undoable. I would put it at a half a banana. I would accept a half a banana. Yeah,
half a banana peel.
Half the full on. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to take bets on this bad boy. Over under what? 2.5 bites, then he yaks. I'd go under.
My man yaks at the sign of yak.
He does.
Yeah.
Like
you
say the word
with the peel.
I think you're going to. Yeah, I think the taste.
I can't believe you guys are downplaying the mayo and the coffee.
No,
right now.
I don't want to downplay it. I think you'd be able to handle that though. Look, you
I'm
can do
just
both
saying,
if you really want to be a badass.
Oh, there you go. There's a suggestion.
You can do both, baby.
Oh, I thought there was going to be no bad ideas here. And
the high end coffee.
I know you can.
You got thrown out of the trust tree apparently.
Ruining high end coffee for somebody that likes coffee. That's a big deal.
I think that's a good point, Broadus. But I think
I'm the guy that's going to get hit in the nuts with bags next week.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's
we're gonna do a cup check before that competition as well.
I'll be ready to go. You guys just make sure you
We're gonna send you to Elephantitis Land. That's what we're gonna do. You guys ever seen Elephantitis?
Elephantitis the nuts.
Is that where things like get abnormally
like
large,
cantaloupe size?
Wow!
If you hit it just right with enough force. Okay, bet.
I'm gonna go Paul Skeens on his.
There
ass.
you go.
No! Wait a minute now.
Yeah.
Regulation distance, and also no slam dunks around the bag area.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm just going to pick up one of the putters.
No slams. That's fine.
No fastballs. No two-seamers?
No, I don't need you coming up there and dunking on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, you might have to get out of the way pretty quick if you want to avoid those kind of consequences.
I might throw that board on you there, Chief.
Okay, we do have the 6 o'clock sound-off coming up. Dave Raymond, by the way, won the pro broadcaster bracket for the sound-off yesterday with an epic rant about the call at 3:20 if you want to go back and listen to that. But the Tolo competition is going to be underway at 6 o'clock. We're about 10 minutes away from some submarine updates as they're going to have a press conference here shortly, and news is going to start flowing.
Yeah.
So we're excited about that. Mark Cuban on the Mavs flagship station today. Callie Kaplan was live tweeting it. We want to sign him, and hopefully he wants to come back. I'm not going to handicap anymore. I learned my lesson last year when asked about Kyrie Irving. I've considered Kyrie Irving in hand for a couple of weeks now since we pretty much found out the Lakers and Heat weren't going to make a serious move for Kyrie Irving. So I'd be shocked if the Mavs don't end up with Kyrie. You guys?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like it's a foregone conclusion.
You take the Suns out of it, too, with the situations they made.
With that report.
Remember the Suns were a team that were involved now? Yeah.
Said the biggest offseason need is a center that can protect the rim.
Oh, no.
Need to improve our rebounding and offensive rebounding from the wings and power forward position. So, yeah, it seems like he's got a good understanding of what you need to do. I think the tone from MFFLs coming into the draft and then free agency is please don't force this.
Yeah.
Please just get a good player. You still want to do BPA. The great thing about quality big men right now is you don't have to overpay for them. I think that's why a guy like Grant Williams has value, and teams are kind of like, wait, an athletic guy who plays good paint defense, he doesn't break the bank for $20 million. You can find guys like this around the league if you're willing to be smart about it. You don't have to reach. You don't have to spend a serious draft asset. You don't have to spend $35 million. All you have to do is be patient and wait for the right guy to come to you.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've been patient with so many crap players. We don't need to suddenly get desperate here draft night 2023.
I totally understand everything you're saying. I think the one big thing is you are now going to construct your team, and you have for a while, where you're taking you're just ripping the defense from it, and you're bringing back a Davis Bertans, and you're bringing back a Kyrie Irving, and you're throwing money at Christian Wood, and you're bringing back THJ at big money, and it's just like, you don't care about defense. And now you're obviously building around Kyrie and Luka, not much care of defense. Like, hey, dudes, the offense is going to have to kind of be on you guys. We need defense.
Hell yes.
We got none of it. And it was one of the worst defenses ever last year.
It's
and
so
so
weird.
you need instant impact defense. I don't even care about your offense today. I need somebody that can step in day one and actually impact the defensive side of the floor.
Thank you.
So whatever that means. Maybe
agree.
it's a big or maybe it's a wing guy, but somebody that can come in today and play on an NBA level, legit defense.
And it's bizarre because your head coach, that's what he's been stressing for the last couple of years, and it worked when he finally got them to buy into it, and you go to a Western Conference Finals run, and then you're right. You start moving away some of your better defenders. To me, dream scenario, they make this flip with the Hawks, you get Clint Capella, and then somehow also get Grant Williams. And now I think you're fixed.
That'd be great.
I
Brian,
think you're
what do
well
you
on
got?
your way.
No, you know what? I mean, we talked about Grant Williams a little bit yesterday, and some people in the organization were saying that Grant might have lost his way. I mean, hey, whatever losing his way is,
it's getting in the face of Jimmy Butler when you shouldn't, and it's saying I'm going to make both of them at the free throw line when it matters most, and then of course you miss them both.
I know that organization. If they think some guy's not good, maybe they should just go ahead and bring him in because a lot of the guys they've thought are good. That has been.
I want to ask you guys.
I like that idea. What should we do?
Well,
and then you go to the other door and you say, okay, we're going to do the exact.
I mean,
opposite.
the stories we've heard the last few years, it's been mind blowing.
Do you feel like that they've gone away from what Jason Kidd wanted to do?
Yes, everything Eric just said is exactly anti.
So,
what Jason
so this
Kidd
is
preaches.
all. This is Nico, Mark Cuban.
I mean, I would think.
Since we're
I
pointing
think that's
fingers,
how Jason Kidd got so aloof in the post-game press conference.
I agree with
But
you.
not Kyrie.
I agree.
But Kidd's on board with the Kyrie trade,
Sure,
right?
probably.
I don't think Kyrie is wanting to stay without Jason Kidd. Yeah.
Yeah, so Kidd was on board for that, and that was
But he
sending
got rid of
away
all
a
those
dodo.
defensive players that you guys were talking about.
Yes, but I guess maybe when they had the conversation, and I have no idea, but just theorizing, maybe this isn't a finished product yet, right?
Yeah.
We'll see how this is. We'll see how Kyrie and Luka can play off each other, but obviously we're going to have to rebuild the defensive mindset of this team in the offseason, which they're clearly trying to do from the reports of what they're looking at with their centers now.
Yeah, I just think they might be a little locked in on the idea of getting a center. Like, we need a 7-footer. And I agree more with Chief, where it's like, we need good defenders.
Yeah.
And that good defender might be 6'4", like Marcus Smart. He might be like 6'8", like Dorian Finney-Smith. And he might be 7 foot. But you definitely can't reach because you can't afford a mistake. Here at 10. I saw Matt Moore report the Mavs are expected to pursue Kyle Kuzma in the offseason. We'll talk about that one a little bit later on. That's a guy who can play good defense when properly motivated and can give you some good offense as well. Rangers win another series, taking out the White Sox last night, 6-3. Jonah Heim with the 2-out, 3-run Bombski in the fifth. And he and Duran carry the mail on a night that Seager, Simeon, and Young combined for one hit. So.
I loved his trot around the bases.
How about Josh
Epic.
Spores again coming in there and getting a couple of
and Martine, big road start. He pitched really well.
Yeah, he's not last year's version, but
you got the breaking news.
Oh, we got breaking
Well,
news.
it's just NBA draft day. It's a beautiful thing, and trades are happening. Washington, Golden State are close, according to Shams, sending Chris Paul to the Warriors for Jordan Poole.
Washington and Golden State are close to doing that?
Yes,
Okay.
Washington Wizards sending
that's right,
Chris
he
Paul.
went to, yes.
Yeah, because
okay,
Chris
for
Paul
the Bradley Beal.
Guys,
Exactly.
The Golden State dynasty is over if that happens. Chris Paul can't win a championship.
Yeah, it's over.
It's
Right.
done.
They're
that's
stuck
a
at
good
4.
point.
Draymond's out of there. He's their culture. He's their heart. He's their soul. And now CP3, the guy who is just, I can't win a title, it's done.
Dang, this is very, very interesting just off the top of my head because Chris Paul's making big money right now. But I guess Jordan Poole was making big money,
Yeah.
so they're just
that's
they're
true. They
trading
just
those
paid him.
dollars.
I was never convinced Jordan Poole was a good player. I think he was in a great situation to produce some stats, and he's obviously talented, but like a championship guy. I was surprised that they went so hard at him last offseason to keep him, and I think they regret that obviously in a big way. But to trade him for Chris Paul, that is fascinating. And I'm not sure if it makes them any better or worse, or just changes the situation that they're in. Like, Chris Paul has been a really great player, but it's almost always with him in total control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the less control they've given him in Phoenix, the more of a replaceable asset he's become. That's why they got rid of him, and he wasn't playing a lot in important playoff games. So I don't even know what Chris Paul is right now.
I don't either. I think it's extremely interesting. I'm excited to see the fit there and how they use him. I'm sure they'll find the right way to do it, and they're always sort of in win now mode with the guys they got on that team for sure. But I also think this is even more big picture. Chris Paul's going to come off the books within a season, and then now we're not tied to Jordan Poole money as the CBA and everything becomes so much more difficult. So it's a little bit of a big picture move, honestly.
Would you guys have wanted either of those players? Which one, if you could have tried to make a play for one of them, would you have rather had?
Totally out on CP3. I'd have considered Jordan Poole. The one guy from the Golden State Warriors, if I could pick somebody to go after, would be Andrew Wiggins. When we're talking about trying to add some 3-and-D wings.
Yeah, I'm all defense right now, so I want nothing
Is
to do
Paul
with either
just
one
no
of them.
good in the fourth anymore? That used to be his calling
It was
card.
his thing. I don't know.
I mean,
feel like
closers, get to the elbow, knocking down shots. He doesn't do that anymore?
He didn't do it last year.
Yeah, it
But
was
he
the reliable
could.
guy to create shots. He
Yeah.
became more of a spot-up dude.
He's going to have to be more of a bench player there. There's no question about that.
Okay, we got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Press briefing for the submarine gone live. What are we learning? We'll react to it instantly coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation. Live from D&M Leasing in Fort Worth. It is a little bit of a closed remote. Okay, we are out here. You cannot come see us, but you can call D&M Leasing and get a great deal on a new set of wheels. You're going to love it, the easy lease process. Okay, so we're coming back with the G-Bag of the day and some sub-updates here next on 105.3 The Fan. But, man, I really need to tell you about Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, because if you've not gone into Men's T Clinic and you're getting a little bit older, you've been listening to The Fan over the years, and now here you are, you're approaching your 40s, maybe even you're into your 30s. It's, great day. Coming up at 2:30, we have the G-Bag of the day. Right now, we are looking at some submarine updates coming across Twitter. The segment is brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, there is a press conference there with the Coast Guard giving updates on what might be happening with the Titanic submersible. Chief, what do you have for us?
So they found some debris earlier, and the Coast Guard confirmed that that debris did belong to the Titan sub, and that it was consistent with what they describe as catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber, of like an explosion, basically. So they found the debris, I guess, a couple hours ago. They've since realized, okay, this is definitely from the submersive, and it's consistent with catastrophic implosion of the vessel, basically.
Wow.
6,000 square pounds per inch in that thing. So when you get to that depth, when you start to talk about that, it just, I mean, I've seen numerous videos talking about when pressure gets that intense.
So the experts didn't even think it would be able to tolerate the depths that it went to?
When it got to that point, that it's something that they felt like that if there was something that happened, that was the one thing that they worried about the most, that the pressure would. If
like the hull is solid, but if something goes off a little bit,
something malfunctions, then you get that pressure, and then boom, you're pretty much. It self-destructs is what it does.
And Lucius was telling us earlier in the week, that's like an instant liquefying of a human body.
Yeah, that's something that happens very, very quickly.
Very quickly.
If it's a pressure situation like that, then that's going to happen very, very quickly. And they did say in their statement, OceanGate did, that they believe that all 5 are deceased, obviously.
And there was very little suffering. I think other than if they knew that over a period of time this malfunction was happening and a loss of pressure was about to happen, we don't know any sort of the timeline.
Yeah, we don't know any sort of the timeline, at least not from what I'm seeing at this point. I'm like refreshing to get live updates.
Yeah, the only thing I'm saying, it suffered a crack, they think, and then imploded under the water, and then the debris was found 1,600 miles away from the Titanic. But they don't think it made it to the Titanic. It imploded before, and then the debris just went ahead and now is laying near the Titanic.
Okay, 1,600 miles. Wow. It's a fast-moving current.
Wait, what did you say?
Did I say miles?
1,600 feet.
It was feet, not miles.
Okay,
1,600 feet from the Titanic is where they found.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, in all hopes, it would be something to where it was just an all-of-a-sudden
so creepy,
pressurized and then this thing and not having to, like, wait out the obvious. That would be obviously miserable.
Well, and into the story with certainty now is what we get, and we'll see how much this holds as part of the Titanic storyline for years to come, and what results. I think primarily it's got to be a bunch of lawsuits, right? Like how is this possible? Even signing off on something like that, I can't imagine people being this negligent, and going on an underwater excavation like that and not having some sort of liability.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, it sounds like to me very extensively these legal, that you're waiving your rights really when you go on
everything.
When you go on these missions. You're going with the only guarantee is that, hey, we're going to try and get you there.
So what happens to the people topside? I mean, there is an expectation that you have some sort of an expertise.
There needs to be a government hearing about this whole thing is what they need to do. And you need to get some of the
create new rules, probably regulations,
the maritime experts and stuff like that.
There's like a maritime law.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I mean, this is one of those things that, to me, when something like this happens, very much, I'll use a sports analogy here, very much what happens with safety in NASCAR. Dale Earnhardt Sr. passes away during the Daytona 500. What happens after that? Safer walls, Hans device, better built cars, all these things. So now what we're going to see is if you're going to be an adventurer, or you're going to, we're very fortunate that nothing happened with Elon Musk's rockets going up, or Sir Richard Branson's rocket going up.
No, you're right.
Where you lose people, you lose celebrities, or here is a situation where it's like, okay, what are we what are we looking at here? What's regulations?
Yeah.
Was this thing built soundly? Was it built to the specifications?
It doesn't sound like it was built soundly.
No, and the other thing is, I mean, that's all on the front end of it, right?
Yeah.
But then once they went missing, I mean, this Ocean Gate Expeditions company is getting slammed for allegedly delaying for 8 hours a report that the vessel was even missing. So that's the other thing.
So that's probably where they can get them at. Because you're right. I mean, when you sign that waiver, and Lucius played the audio, like it says risk of death in there, right? So maybe that ends up being a case closed deal. But this stuff, this is a follow up they can use.
Insurance companies too could look at this and like, listen, you're putting yourself in harm's way. We don't have to pay a claim if you're the one. If they tell you could die. Yeah. Insurance companies will argue that all day long.
I wonder if there will be more attempts to go that low because, I mean, we've put a man on the moon. We've sent stuff to Mars. We've done all this remarkable engineering.
Yeah.
We can make nukes. We can go the speed of sound, but we can't get down there, bro.
No.
I think it is beyond the limitations of our modern understanding of engineering and physics. There needs to be some sort of a breakthrough for us to survive down there.
Like we said, though, the people who've talked about this said that, there was this gentleman who was an underwater expert. He was a diver and all these things. He said more people have gone into space than gone into the depths of the ocean.
Yeah.
There's a reason why. I mean, they can't. There's a reason why they couldn't go rescue these people because they didn't have the damn equipment to go do it.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it all imploded before they even got down, but that's what it is.
We should just mind our damn business and not get down there.
Yeah,
That's what we need
let's
to
leave
do.
the Titanic alone.
There is the breaking news: debris found from the Titanic submersible, and the story has pretty much concluded with the Coast Guard having a press conference. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Back in the Pimp Cup. 75 and Fitz here. Here's Lucius.
That's awfully sad. I wanted to see a happy ending just so we can get the Netflix series, and they can tell us what was going on down there.
Yeah.
Like the kids in the cave.
Yeah, exactly. That 8 hours of not telling anybody that we lost contact with the vessel. Oh, that's awful. That's negligent right there. You thought you was going to fix it? You thought you was going to get it together? We'll fish it back out. Hold on. It'll pop up any second.
Well, because the last one got lost for 4 hours.
I'll get it together now.
Nobody.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Nah, that's awful, bro. That is awful.
Well, you know what might have happened though, Lucius? It might have already might have
I think
disintegrated.
So too.
It disintegrated, and now they were trying to figure out how they were going to explain that.
I think I think it might have disintegrated when they lost contact.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's really sad, bro.
Very much like
God.
what we see with the shuttles, and stuff like that.
Yeah. But like the man said, if it did disintegrate, it happened so fast that they didn't even realize it.
Yep.
Today's G-Bag of the Day is brought to you by our travel agent and Tolo. Yeah, he's a Tolo, Mr. William Campbell over there at Travelmation. Book your next getaway with him at William Campbell, Mr. WilliamCampbell.org. Go ahead and take a flight. Just don't go down to go see the Titanic or nothing like that right now. Leave that alone.
Newfoundland.
And Mr. Campbell, if you got any trips to Titanic, go ahead and cancel them too, bro.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, don't cancel them.
I'd like a cool trip right now. Like Alaska sounds great right now, doesn't it?
Absolutely, man.
The hotter it gets, the colder I want my vacation.
I don't think so. Let's see.
There's a man that has a robe and a cigar waiting.
Hey,
right
man,
now.
I can't wait to get off work. I'm going right to the pool and I'm going to smoke that cigar with some tequila and have Mama wear a bikini that she probably shouldn't wear outside. Let's see. Adolis Garcia hit a long home run the other day. It has some YGG on it right here. That's our winner in Steel Champ.
The sliders had the joie de vie?
Joie de vie.
Joie de vie.
First pitch to Garcia misses for ball one.
We went through this a few years ago. I couldn't say that, and I still can't. Joie de vie. That's it, right?
Pretty close. The 1-0. It's low. Make it 2 balls and no strikes.
Give it to me one more time.
Joie de vie.
Joie de vie.
De vie.
And what does that mean?
There you go. The joy of life.
Okay.
The 2-0. Joie de vie. Adoli Garcia. La Rangers are on the board. It's 2-1. What a shot!
What a shot! I like that part right there.
Hicksy's the best.
Yeah. It's the first day of the summer solstice, right?
Yes, the 21st, right?
Is it today? Longest day of the year, or was that
thought it was-
yesterday?
I thought it was yesterday, Lucius.
Oh, okay.
I think it was
Well, is
yesterday.
today the longest day of the year? Which one is it? Today or the day after?
I thought it was the 21st, the first day. I thght yesterday was.
Today is yesterday was
I
the
don't know.
longest day of the year day.
Oh, okay.
That's what today is.
Yeah, I ain't mad at that. A lot of baseball on deck right here. A lot of baseball on deck. My best friend Bill Burr was in the broadcast booth for the Red Sox again.
Yes.
There we go.
I got a little clip. He was making fun of the
Winner.
umps. You know how the umps will wear the shoulder pads?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always hit my son's shoulder pad. Poof, when you're walking out the door. All right, get focused, dog. Here he is talking about the ump shoulder pads.
So Castro will go into the game to
Jeez,
play
he's
left.
got enough pads on. He looks like Lindy Ruff. It's an NHL reference from 40 years ago. I'm sorry.
I'm old enough to get it. So
This ex-NHL player told me what his nickname was. It was Lindy on the road, rough at home. How great is that? He was a gentleman in your building, but
right.
at home the stick would come up. Back in the
beautiful.
yard.
I
Back
love
in the
that.
yard, yeah.
That Bill Burr.
Lindy on the road, rough at home. That's funny to me. Well, let's see what else we got. Oh, we got a pastor that wants to educate folks.
Uh-oh.
There's a lot of fornicating and whatnot going around in the city. And he wants to know, well, he wants you to know, don't get involved in these acts.
I got to tell the people what 69 is.
Oh, no.
Oral sex. You buzzer chew. Amen. Your head one way and his head another way. You're a lying devil, you. You done got sexes all over.
What the hell's going on in church, bro?
I tell you what, it sounded like the congregation was into it.
They was excited.
They
Provocative.
were into
It got the people going, baby.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they were so excited.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's
They like that.
overrated. It's really overrated, honestly. You got to be like 21 to enjoy it. Let's see. Yeah, you too old for that. Get off me, man. Hurt my back, bro.
Stay out of the pool.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here for you boys. Oh, this is not one, but did you hear this guy? This is for Broadus. I know it's his last day. He's going fishing tomorrow. This guy was fishing and caught a stingray.
Oh.
Instead of cutting the line or something like that, he wanted to pick up the darn stingray and take a photo with it.
Oh no.
Got a barb.
Yeah.
Oh, God. California round stingray. Ow! Ah!
Got what you deserve, bro. That's right.
Right? Do you bite it? Do you bite your finger? Huh?
Yeah.
Stung you?
Yep, got him.
Yeah. Got what you deserve, sir.
What kind of a sting is that? Is that an electricity sting?
It's no,
The barb.
those barbs.
Venom?
Those barbs just.
What does that mean, barb?
The point.
Yeah, like a knife that comes out of their body.
Just like cut you?
Yeah. Oh, jeez. It could just go right through.
Yeah, killed
That's
the crocodile hunter.
Yeah, it
what's
did.
Steve, what's that guy's name?
Yeah, Irwin.
Steve Irwin, yeah. Steve Irwin.
Right to the heart.
Right in the chest.
Yeah.
Right in the heart.
Right in the heart. How about this one? Eric sent me this one right here. LSU baseball player. Griffin Herring. 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 Hey, what's the coach for LSU? What's his name?
Jay Johnston.
Apparently, he's like hyping these kids up, getting them,
He is.
getting
He
ready
is.
to play.
He is.
We throw weekly bullpens. Coach Wes Johnson, he does a great job with us. Really good catch play, a lot of intent with everything that we're doing, and pure adrenaline. This place is awesome. I think I kind of was able to feed off the adrenaline instead of letting it get to me, kind of like steroid shot. Pretty cool.
Steroid shot.
Get back over here.
We'll make sure the adrenaline is not on the NCAA banned substance list.
Whose laugh is that?
The players.
That's a
around him,
great
yeah.
laugh. That's got to be in our bracket.
Not on the NCAA banned substance list.
Woody Woodpecker. Yeah. How do you know what a steroid shot feels like, though, son? That's what I want.
He's a freshman. He's a freshman. I mean, he'll learn.
What? Did they get steroid waivers?
Yeah, they'll get that. They don't get
They're in
waivers.
trouble.
They're in trouble,
high school
yeah.
Coming after your program, I see
Yeah.
how they got that extra power.
Let's
at the plate.
not talk about that.
Shrivel
you
the
know?
nuts.
Yeah. What?
What do you say, Lucius? You want to vote?
Yeah,
or?
let's wrap it up.
Is it Pastor doing some educating for the masses? Bill Burr at the Red Sox game. Joie de vie is our current champion. or the LSU steroid kid. I'm gonna go with Bill Burr at the Red Sox game. How about you, Chief?
I'll go Joie de Vie.
Lucius.
Yeah, YGG.
Broadus.
Yeah, let's go with that one again as well.
Joie de Vie. Wilchuk.
I'll Joie de Vie.
Joie de Vie. Score of 3-1. And you're still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler on the call. Now, Krusty's Corner is coming up next as we broadcast live from D&M Leasing. Call 972 or 817-35-LEASE and step into the Easy Lease, the best leasing company in America, as determined by Dealer Rater recently. Where are we going with Krusty's Corner, buddy?
Guys, we have 3 Cowboy positions that might not be very deep. I'll discuss that with you guys next.
Coming up tomorrow morning on
It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road to Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on Silverados, Trax, Equinox, Malibus, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road who haven't stopped driving. All right, this is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. We're live at D&M Leasing today, the best leasing company in America. You want a new vehicle? Call D&M Leasing. They'll walk you through the whole process and get you the vehicle and the payment that makes the most sense for you. Seriously, it's the best way. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Again, thanks to D&M for having us out here, man. This is a great setup.
Yeah,
I could do this every day. So this chair is coming home with me.
This is fantastic.
Somehow, some way, I got to figure out this chair. Maybe I can lease it from them or something like that.
We got to give Odyssey Dallas D&M's chair people.
Yeah,
yeah.
They know exactly. Their studio is great. It really, really is. Okay, I know I teased some stuff here about the Cowboys and maybe 3 of their weakest position groups. This comes from Blogging the Boys, which I can't say it enough. Thank these guys and gals over there for all the content that they put out. When those dead months of football, they throw a lot of interesting things your way, and I know my guys like to talk about it here. So, but they listed 3 positions that might not be the strongest for this football team, and I want to run through them with you guys and get your thoughts as well.
Okay.
And see if you agree with them, or see is there another position that you feel like is really more of a pressing issue. The first one I'll start with, I'm going to mix around their order a little bit because I want to save one of them for last because I kind of feel like I know what you're going to say. But one of the positions they mentioned was the tight end. And they say the tight end is a position for the Cowboys that isn't necessarily lacking talent and potential. Rather, they're lacking true experience on the field. The Cowboys currently head into the season with tight ends Jake Ferguson, Luke Schoonmaker, Peyton Hendershot, and Sean McEwen on their roster. While all possess talent as vertical threats in this Prescott-led Cowboy offense, they have yet to prove they're legitimate starting tight ends in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's certainly fair. They don't have the experience, but they they didn't get, they being Ferguson and Hendershot, didn't get a ton of opportunity in the passing game last season. They were mostly there into block, but the glimpses you got to see them in the passing game, you came away pretty impressed. So I think there is some level of projection because it's just been a small sample size, but I feel comfortable even if Scooney's not very good, if Scooney ends up being more of just, hey, you're kind of the blocker guy, I'll be annoyed that they spent the second-round pick and all that kind of stuff, but I still think you're in a good spot with Ferguson and Hendershot.
Yeah, I think this is maybe – I don't know, Blogging the Boys does a nice job, but like you got to look at the sample size of what they were given an opportunity to do last year. Both those boys are making plays.
Yeah.
And now you're bringing in a guy who was such a badass blocker in college that you took him with a 2. Yeah. Like, these guys are going to complement each other really well. I think it's a strength of the team.
I agree. I think we felt like it was a strength at the end of last year. And granted, that is with Dalton Schultz, but without him, I think you saw, hey, in the games that he missed, say the Giants game Monday Night Football early in the season, these tight ends are very capable. Peyton Hendershot's a guy that you've talked about they like a lot. I'm very high on Jake Ferguson. I think Jake Ferguson can have a really good year. And we like Schoonmaker. And Schoonmaker's going to add to that 12 personnel being able to block. I guess playing devil's advocate for the sake of them putting tight end here, this is kudos to the Cowboys roster. What other position would you replace tight end with? Do you think wide receiver is quite not as good of a group as tight end? Because you got the top 3 guys, but then after that there's a lot of questions. But I don't know if your top heavy is as good as, say, it's probably better than what you have at tight end.
It's much better. Your top heavy is much better because I think Lamb and Cooks are going to be
same thing with running back.
So right? you're asking the question, what position would you replace the tight ends with?
I can understand them putting tight end at 3 just because the rest of the position groups are pretty damn strong.
Yeah, I think wide receiver has a bigger depth issue than tight end does. Because I think you're top 2, and then I have a question mark with Gallup, and then everybody underneath him.
Yeah, after listening to you guys talk about this, I mean, we'll get to the other ones too. I would think that linebacker is more of a pressing issue than
100%.
than I would tight end.
You know what? I absolutely would replace linebacker there, and I like Damone Clark, but still, we got you talk about experience and their whole explanation of the tight end thing. Right behind Leighton Vander Esch, you've got nothing.
That's what I'm saying. You've got it's Vander Esch, and let's hold your rear and hope for the best right now that these guys. So, I think the tight end. I think they're saying this because of the lack of experience. Nobody started. Okay.
Don't you have faith, though, in the idea of Dan Quinn? And even if he finds himself with one legit linebacker in Leighton Vander Esch that's actually worth a dang, and then with all these guys that we've seen now with McQuamu and some of these dudes that it's like,
so you're saying
even a Marquise Bell, he can make Jaron Kearse a legit, and he already is basically a linebacker.
Parsons, Kearse,
they got
Vander Esch.
He's got so many chess pieces that I think he can mask that. I mean, as long as you do have Vander Esch, healthy, if that happens, because you got to have at least one legit linebacker on the field.
I don't think it'll be an issue because I think Damone Clark's going to be good. But just for the sake of this conversation, without knowing right now, I think I would probably put linebacker as a bigger roster weakness than tight end.
Absolutely, linebacker, running back, and kicker would be my three.
Okay.
Is that cheating? Is that cheating?
No, it's not.
But let me say this. If you want to be a great defense, you have to go get good linebackers.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, I trust Dan Quinn to put it together with what he has, and we're going to steal a little from here and a little bit from there.
Yeah.
If you want to be truly elite, you're going to need a stud in there.
You guys are making great points. The whole thing with masking. He's masking the fact that he could put Kearse down there or Wilson down there and make up for somebody like Cox or others that aren't ready to play.
Life should be made easier for those guys now with a consistent either Mozzie or Hankins on the field. At all times from a run defense standpoint.
The next position, left guard.
Yeah, for sure.
While the Cowboys front office did an incredible job bringing back key free agents this offseason, they were not able to bring back every player. They felt the loss of their former starting left guard, Connor McGovern, when he decided to sign a 3-year, $22.3 million contract with the Buffalo Bills. While the loss hurts the Cowboys' depth, it's understandable that the Cowboys front office opted not to match the value of Buffalo's offer.
I thought about guard, but then I'm thinking Tyler Smith is probably going to be over there, and if that's the case, that's an epic strength. So I'm assuming health.
Yeah,
I'm assuming health going into this.
Assuming health, I'm with you there. I just think with Tyron, gosh dang it, we can't do that. And then is it Farniak?
Sounds like they're banking on the fact that Tyron Smith is not gonna hold up.
Yeah, it's safe to do that.
Because if you said Tyler Smith is your left guard,
you feel great about the starting five.
Would you feel good too about Farniak behind him?
Yeah,
as a backup, sure.
Yeah,
you got to plug and play him for a game or two. Yeah, but if he's got to end up being your starting left guard, then you've got just as many questions as we've talked about with some of these other unproven players.
Power rank if you had to play. Say Tyler Smith plays left tackle. Farniak, McGovern, and Connor Williams. Have you gotten worse every year playing at left guard?
Boy, yeah, I think you have. McGovern and Connor Williams. I mean, I think you have. I think Connor Williams might have been the penalties is what might tilt this, but in terms of just consistency of play, I wanted Connor McGovern to be so darn good, and he was really disappointing for me.
Scouts did too, by the way. They felt like that Philbin let him down on that one.
Yeah, man. I thought Connor McGovern was going to be an upgrade,
but there was
really wasn't.
Yeah, but there were some really brutal penalties on Connor Williams, and he's a guy that can get ragdolled.
Sure.
I don't know that it was necessarily a drop-off from Williams to McGovern, but from Williams to McGovern now to Farniak off an injury, I think you're talking about a downgrade more than likely.
The final one for this group of three. These are all the problems that Blogging the Boys kind of feel like the Cowboys are going to have to overcome. It's Gavin, you're right. It's the kicker. The kicker. The position group that currently lacks the most talent on the Cowboys offense is one of the most important positions in the league, kicker. Currently, the team only has one kicker on their depth chart, Tristan Vizcaino. Vizcaino has limited experience on the field. By the way, I think his limit is only about 52 yards. Watching him kick. Vizcaino. I think he's only about 52 yards. But
can't get one they draft too well, Brian.
Yeah, well, that's where they're at right now. So those were the three position groups that they feel like. Do you have any thoughts on the kicker? You guys kind of all agree that's a big unknown right now, right?
Punt on field goals. How about that? Just go score touchdowns, dude. Get some first downs
Well,
when you find yourself in a
sign
bind.
me
Let's
up.
just, let's go 4 downs, man.
Well, this coach likes to, he does like to go for it, but he also likes to kick
He
long
likes to-
field
he
goals.
does.
And
He loves it.
And you watch Vizcaino, there's not the pop.
Yeah, and I don't
in
think
his
there's a guy
foot.
out there unless they find a USFL or XFL guy, maybe,
Or
but
a MLS guy.
maybe an MLS guy. Hell, I'm still pining for Harry Kane to come over here and do something. But I think it might end up being Robbie Gould still at the end of the day. I'm holding out hope.
Yeah, the one player that's out there I think that might make the most sense for the Cowboys right now is Robbie
Gang of
Gould.
7
Yeah.
was talking about Robbie Gould, though, doesn't kick
The
off
kickoffs,
anymore, and
I
he
get
doesn't
it.
want to kick 50-yard field goals. That's another thing.
Well, the NFL doesn't want to do kickoffs either. Well, we can come to an agreement.
What
here.
really became brutal was the shorter distance field goals that Maher had trouble hitting.
Yeah, the PATs and stuff. He had a massive case of the yips. I do feel like if you're going to spend for a kicker, he's got to be a boomer, though, because that's one of the few places where you get stuck in these decisions where it's 3rd and 7.
Right.
And it's the end of the half, and it's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
If you have a kicker, that's a weapon. Take an extra half touchdown right here.
Yeah.
So I think the Cowboys are massively undervaluing it because they are so strict with their salary cap management. And, hey, to each their own. Hopefully their process results in some postseason success here pretty soon. It's been going on, 9 years? This window's been open since 2014. They've been managing the cap like this, and making the playoffs every other year. Now they're making the playoffs every year like this for a decade.
We need to have a super kicker like this Ariza guy, the punt god.
Yeah.
There's got to be a guy that can also be a dueling kickoff guy.
Yeah.
Like you can punt the ball and
I hear
field goal
ya.
kick it.
It's
You don't have
kicking.
enough
Yeah.
hours in
Brad
the day
Wayne-
to figure out both of these.
Did Brad Wayne do that at LSU?
Yeah, but that's the problem is San Francisco, because they had Robbie Gould, who doesn't miss in the playoffs, they had to carry it. They had to have an extra guy.
A
or
kickoff
punter.
specialist?
Yeah.
What's David Beeler up to? It's time for the NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, where are we going with that?
An incredible stat of the day, more fuel to the Brady to the Raiders fire, and how about some rules when it comes to gambling, players? We'll do that next on The Fan.
All righty, I would love to chat.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. No Rangers tonight. Reggie and KG, the Get Right, are going to have you covered for the best NBA draft coverage. And we'll be talking around the Mavs here coming up in just 20 minutes. We'll give you the big picture questions about the draft, what we'd like to see the Mavs do, and the very latest that's been said today. But yeah, thanks for making us part of your day. We're live at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth, their corporate offices. Just an amazing place to be. You go into a dealership, you're going to get excited about a vehicle, and you're going to try to make that vehicle fit your budget and your lifestyle, right? Oh, I like this look. I like that. You call D&M Leasing. They have access to every make, every model. They're going to say, what kind of vehicle would you like? Do you have something in mind? Here's the best we could do on a payment for that. How about this payment with that vehicle? Foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV, it does not matter. It's why I've loved D&M for years. For 10 years I've been talking about them, and I'm going to keep on talking about them and telling everybody how amazing D&M is. So if you want or need a new vehicle, give them a call. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you very much, General, and shout out to Nick and Nora Schramm. Their dad is here going ahead and busting his butt so that, Nick, you can one day play in the NBA, and we can see you get drafted on a night like tonight, buddy. We're pulling for you. All right, I got a stat of the day for you, gents.
No, you don't.
Brian, because I don't know. Eric, maybe Gavin, you guys can answer this, but do you know who the all-time leading receiver in Chicago Bears history is?
Alshon Jeffrey.
That's a good guess, but no.
I will go with...
Wow, that's a great question. I would have said maybe Willie Gault, but no, that's probably not Willie Gault.
I mean, the Chicago Bears, a wide receiver. Wow, they haven't really.
But they haven't had a quarterback throw for 4,000 yards ever. I
think
believe
you can make a case that they are an organization that has had the worst quarterback and wide receiver play in the history of the NFL. When I tell you this stat.
Well, they haven't had a 4,000-yard passer.
So,
I'm not.
You're not going to
know what this is. Yes, I do.
Oh, you know what the stat is, but you're not going to know
who the player is.
Oh, you do?
I know who the player is.
Who is it?
The Bears?
Yeah, the Bears. I am 99% sure I know the answer to this question. Leads them in receiving.
Yards, yes.
Yeah, receiving
Oh, it's
yards.
probably a running back.
It's not.
Oh, well, then I don't have it. I was going to say Matt Forte.
That's a good question.
That was there you go. Yeah.
But Chicago's all-time leading receiver is Johnny Morris, who played from 1958 to 1967.
Go F yourself right now.
In 121.
Johnny Morris, the guy that owns
making this guy up. Johnny Morris seems like a great fictional
when
character.
all they were doing is running the football. Johnny Morris is out here and he's still holding the record. He had 5,059 receiving yards.
Billy Wade, who's throwing the ball? Billy Wade?
Hell, I don't have the answer to that one, Brian. But
well, it was probably Billy Wade, bro.
Or Jack Kincannon.
Jack Kincannon sounds like a good name to me.
Billy Wade would be a good name too.
He accomplished 5,059 yards in 121 career games. Let's talk about Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings.
Was it? I mean, my dear God, dude, this is insane right now. Was it Bill Wade? Was it Jack Concannon?
Jack Concannon, I think, was a little bit later. Jack Concannon played with Gale Sayers and Brian Piccolo.
Unreal.
So, but Billy Wade was, I think, late 50s.
Mike Tomczak?
Mike Tomczak's a good call. How embarrassing
Mike
is this?
Oh, it's Tom Zach?
Tom Zach.
I thought it was Jack.
No, but he played. Mike Tomczak played.
Tom Zach.
He played. I competed against him.
I thought it was Tom Jack too. Tommy don't jack and I don't care.
He was a backup. He was a backup quarterback.
Ridiculous.
Well, they're all pretty bad, and Justin Jefferson, their rival. All right, he's only played 50 career.
He did it in 10 games.
50 career regular season games. He's already got 4,825 receiving yards. 24 out of those 50 games he's gone over.
Oh, it's probably George Blanda.
100 yards receiving. He is 235 yards away from surpassing the all-time leading receiver in Chicago Bears history.
Who is?
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson is?
By himself.
Oh, my dear Lord.
Did you figure out who the quarterback was?
That's got to be the most embarrassing stat for the Bears ever.
I have not.
Hang on, I'll look it up.
What we need to do is we need to find out, let's see, he was playing in,
the late 50s.
58, late 50s and into the 60s. I mean, he had a nice run. Old Johnny was, I mean, he had a 10-year career?
They must have been slinging the rock.
He popularized the telestrator as well. Oh. You thought Marv Albert was the czar of the telestrator. Turns out it was Johnny Morris back in the day.
Are you kidding
popularized
me?
it?
He was a beast in the booth as well.
Huge TV career.
I think Johnny Morris founded Bass Pro Shops.
Oh, wow. This guy's rich.
I think this guy.
Oh, that's a different Johnny.
Oh, is that a different one? No,
that's a different.
I'm just throwing it out there as like I know what I'm talking about.
That's Johnny Morris, businessman.
This is Johnny Morris, all-time leader.
Man, it wasn't Billy Wade. He was a Rams quarterback in 59 and 6. Oh, he became the Bears quarterback in 61.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, we got a lot of good guesses on the text, and I appreciate everybody playing the game. But, man, I thought that was embarrassing and an indictment on just how bad the quarterback and wide receivers have been in Bears history. Y'all need to get it together.
This is crazy. Okay, was it Ed Brown? Could have been Rick Caceres?
I mean, it could be
he was a
all
fullback.
Yeah, maybe all
of
the
Rudy
Bukic?
like
Rudy
DeAndre
Bukic.
Hopkins with the Texans.
Rudy
Right.
Bukic,
They're
yeah,
just,
there
they're
you go.
just cycling through a bunch of Joe Schmoes. Now, let's talk about Tom Brady, who we know has thrown for a ton of touchdowns, and he's got the best balls, deflated, of course. His maybe future teammate, Max Crosby, Colleyville Heritage Zone, was on the Voncast with Von Miller. And Von asked him, hey, what do you think about the Brady stuff, man? Brady's now your new owner. There's a lot of rumor-rooskies out there. Could he join you guys in Vegas with the Raiders? Max Crosby, maybe adding some fuel to the fire. Take it away, Max.
Speaking of the GOATs, Brady is now like a minority owner in the Raiders.
Yeah.
What are the odds that he comes out and throws a pass out there? Do y'all see him around? Like, have you had any conversations with Brady at the facility?
I have. It was a couple weeks ago, and it was super casual and random, but I was not expecting to see Tom Brady on that day. It was like a Wednesday or something, and he walked in, and he was awesome. But, yeah, the possibility, I'm honestly, obviously we got Jimmy G. He's coming back. He's going to be healthy. You never know what's going to happen. Tom Brady's a competitor, the greatest of all time. So, at the absolute worst, if everything doesn't go the way it's supposed to and we need him, I would not be surprised if Tom Brady shows up in a Raider jersey.
Okay, don't you need him right now? I mean, you can hear him talking about Jimmy G there. He's like, yeah, he's supposed to be back. He's supposed to be healthy. I don't think anybody's got faith in that guy. I think you need him day one. I think Brady shows up and just takes the opening snap for the Raiders.
Man, that would be really, really
no
epic.
training camp, of course.
Yeah, no. This is just show
not
up.
needed for Tommy.
100%. Yeah, this isn't a Monday to Saturday gig for Tom. This is just a show up on Sunday and let's go find a way to get this victory, and that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. I just think.
Do we
Tom's
have to
too
get a
smart.
vote again? Do we talk about that?
Yeah, we got to get 26. Is that it?
He knows this. He knows this roster is just too bad, though.
It's pretty bad.
Tom is too good for the NFL for them to deny this. This is what the NFL is all about, marketing around quarterbacks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jerry would slap all 31 others across the mouth if they're like, no, we don't want Tom Brady
He'd
back.
slap the lips right off him.
Yeah, he would. And if he couldn't do it, he'd have Steve do it.
Tell you, Tom Brady throwing touchdowns to Devontae Adams would be pretty fun. Pretty fun. Now, their defense is very, very ugly.
No, he's not going to be throwing them all to Devontae Adams. It's in his. He's just going to be finding Renfro 6 yards at a time.
Hunter Renfro probably would be his boy.
Touchdown.
140 grabs.
It'll be 15 play drives, and it'll be Renfro to the right, Renfro to the left.
I'm kind of pulling for Adams to break the Randy Moss record that they set together.
Oh, wow, that would be cool.
Just heave it deep down the field. Devontae, go get it. All right, let's go to the running back position. Dalvin Cook is starting to get the Jets fans a little bit football horny, if you will. He's liking and sharing all the SiriusXM articles, the Pat McAfee, Adam Schefter posts where they're linking the Jets to Dalvin Cook, that makes sense. So now there's a lot of rumblings. I think Dalvin Cook says, no Miami, no Buffalo. I'm going to be a New York Jet and playing with Aaron Rodgers.
I think whoever forks up the coin that Dalvin Cook wants, the most coin, gets Cook.
Yeah. I totally. The Jets though were one of those teams that Breece Hall and stuff like that.
Breece Hall's fantastic.
They were doing really well before he got hurt, and weren't they the ones that also were coming out there because the whole thing about Zeke, and they were all saying, "Nah, our room's good."
Yeah,
I don't think we're hearing that very much. Maybe they think Dalvin's a little bit better than Zeke.
Well, he is for sure.
I mean, geez, when you think about, you got Kareem Hunt out there who's saying he's being patient. Leonard Fournette's out there. Zeke, Dalvin Cook. It's a who's who of big name running backs that are just out there on the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it absolutely is.
And I think if you're a team like the Jets that's got a good one and some other young guys, I don't want to go bring in a big name that wants the ball.
Yeah,
we like what we're doing. Our salary cap situation is good. We're not spending $5 or $6 million on an aging running back. It's ridiculous. And I appreciate all the stories, but this is just evidence. All these guys are 26, 27, 28 years old. The NFL now knows the Cowboys were the last brain-dead team on this situation.
Yeah, Breece Hall's 21 years old. He's averaging almost 6 yards a shot.
He probably would have been the offensive rookie of the year last year.
I mean, they're getting him ready to play is what they're doing.
So the Chiefs got their Super Bowl rings last week. 629 diamonds they put on each piece. Kadarius Toney gets one of those rings.
Why 629? There's got to be some.
There's
level
probably
of-
something on it,
Okay.
and it's just a statement to say, hey, we're awesome and we're flexing. And Kadarius Toney
It gets
really,
to the point where you can't wear that ring.
it's too heavy.
Can't wear it. It's
Yeah.
too big.
Yeah.
Too big. I mean,
When are
Lombardi,
they gonna
Mike
do the
Lombardi.
double finger
Did you
ring?
guys see Lombardi's
I like that.
Super Bowl
Brass
ring?
knuckles.
Oh, it's huge. It's
Did you see
beautiful.
Mike Lombardi? I don't know.
Yeah, it was
Gavin,
basic.
Yeah, no, they had that New England Patriots Super Bowl ring. It was too big. It like took up 2 fingers.
Yeah,
and
it
I'm
did.
like,
No such
bro,
thing.
you can't wear that.
But it was gorgeous. Still, at the same time, it's like you're in awe whenever you see one of these things. Even yours, buddy. Even yours, Brian.
Yeah,
Maybe they should make crowns.
Oh, like well, the Cowboys just took some pictures.
Would you
of their
rather have
guys
a
in
ring
crowns,
or
and
a crown?
It did not look good.
That's a good question.
I'm going ring, man. The crown I don't think fits.
Yeah, I'm going.
I like
going
the idea,
ring.
but I mean, they just put pictures up of like Dak and CD and Tony Pollard wearing crowns on social media. To me, it's very
Doesn't
awkward.
I'll tell you what.
It's very awkward.
You know what I'd
Okay.
rather have? A watch.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Give me a big time watch as opposed to a Super
Oh,
Bowl
okay.
ring.
Super Bowl watch.
A Super Bowl watch.
Yeah, I wonder if they could give you like, hey, you get to choose as the player or whatever. Like, here's 3 or 4 different things you could.
Well, the ring
you
is
could have.
traditional. The
Yeah.
ring is traditional in
So-
all sports.
Yeah.
But if you said you get a choice,
You want a whole
between-
package?
No, I
Ring
want
and a watch?
No, I want a choice.
Little
I want a
bracelet?
choice. Give me a Super Bowl watch as opposed to the Super Bowl ring, and I would be in.
Okay.
I would give it up. I would
Well,
give up the Super Bowl
for
ring.
Kadarius Toney, that wouldn't have worked for what he wanted to do to taunt the Giants. And, of course, he gets traded from the Giants, wins the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. And for him, he puts a picture and a video up, said, I got the Super Bowl ring coming through this finger right here. Puts up the bird.
Oh, jeez.
For everybody in New York right here. Hey, for everybody in New York, this is for you.
Everyone,
Yeah.
even the people just going on a summer vacation
Prob-
that happen to be there right
The
now.
Jets fans, too. This is for you, baby.
Even the dudes that bought his gals that bought his jersey. This one's for you. Yeah.
I love it. That's like when the Pistons won the championship in 05 or whatever. Rasheed Wallace had his championship ringer sized to his middle finger.
Mm-hmm.
His
Yeah.
championship ring sized to his middle finger so he could put that on.
That's amazing.
And flip people off. Because, he got like 47 tags a couple of years earlier, and he was the most hated man in the
Yeah.
NBA, so he's flipping everybody off.
Ooh, I like this as an idea. Summer top 10 list. Top 10 most technical fouls in NBA history.
Okay. We can do this.
Who's been teed up the most?
Probably Draymond.
I think Rashid might. hell,
Rashid's gotta be up
Luke is
there.
probably in the
Luke is-
top 10
yeah.
right
Luke
now.
is getting there.
Luke has got to be sitting top 10.
Luke is getting up there.
Shoot, that'd be interesting because they made the limit now like 15 or 16. Like I don't know when that rule came into effect, like 2010.
Yeah, I was going to say like maybe
Yeah.
a
30
decade
Pistons.
ago.
I don't know.
I think from like 90 to 2010 is probably everybody inside the top
Don't
10
you go
on this
cheating.
list.
We're doing this top 10 list.
yeah,
That's
you-
beautiful.
I'm cheating.
He's
I
cheating.
don't
He's,
care.
looking. He's like,
cheating.
I don't want to wait for this, but we can do this. We can bust that out. Now, the NFL has issued 6 gambling rules to players so that they can better understand this is what you
Do a
can't-
better job
this
of
is what
it?
you can't do. They said 1, don't bet on the NFL. 2, don't gamble at your team facility while traveling for a road game or staying at a team hotel. 3, don't have someone bet for you, Calvin Ridley. 4, don't share team inside information.
Good luck with that.
5, don't enter a sports book during the NFL playing season, which I imagine is probably tough for the
wow.
Vegas Raiders players. 6, don't play daily fantasy football. Can't do any of those things.
But
So they can do
please,
season long.
It doesn't specify.
I think players do season long because I
Might be
hear
a
players
loophole.
talk about the idea of like so and so on my fantasy team, or I always make sure I draft myself. Or
Yeah.
like Pat Mahomes, there
I
was a
think-
thing about how his buddies
Right,
were like,
right.
Pat, you can't get yourself or
And
something.
it could be a hairy situation because, like, the league-long things you're kind of just doing with your friends. I think DraftKings has started to do that as well, but the daily is where all the money is. That's where you can enter, a tournament, end up winning $100,000, whatever it is. So I think that's where they're trying to limit this.
yeah, if there's betting involved, man, that's still betting on the league, isn't it? In some way, I would think.
And
that
the
would be
inside
frowned upon.
information,
yeah,
which they're frowning upon.
But maybe you have like some friendly fantasy leagues where there's no actual
Yeah.
gambling going on.
Just
That would
within the
be-
team.
That would be okay.
it looks like
You're going to be shocked who the number one technical guy in
I don't even
NBA
want to know. I don't
history is.
even.
You're going to be shocked.
LeBron.
This is all-time text.
All-time
That's
text.
a good guess.
I didn't say that.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
No.
Magic Johnson.
No.
Larry Bird.
Nope.
Bill Laimbeer.
Nope.
Give some hints.
Bill Russell.
Dennis Rodman.
Scottie Pippen.
This guy played in a state that people say it's okay. I'm going to do it this way. How about this? I'll do it this way. He played with another famous player that was an assist king.
Karl Malone.
Karl Malone.
Johnson. Oh, very good.
Yeah, his elbows. He dished out a lot of physical punishment. That was before the
Karl Malone is the all-time. He has 332 technical fouls.
He was an elbow guy. You're right.
Yeah, and that was before the flagrant, right? So they just used to issue you a T when you would overfoul somebody, and Karl Malone was constantly throwing his elbows into people's
How about
faces.
this one?
He was doing flagrant fouls off the court.
Yeah,
yeah, he was.
Number 2 is probably known better as a broadcaster than he was a basketball player.
Bill Walton?
Nope.
Mark Jackson?
Nope.
Steve Kerr?
Charles Barkley.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh dang it! I
A lot of text for him, too, talking.
And number 3 was Rasheed Wallace.
Out the South.
Number 3 was Sheed. Okay, very good.
All right, we're going to forget all of this, and we'll do this again in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, we're live at D&M Leasing here in Fort Worth. It is it's a private remote. Okay, we've come out here and we're hanging out with our friends at D&M Leasing, but you can contact them, especially if you want or need a new vehicle. It's 972 or 817-35 lease. Go to dmautoleasing.com. Big picture questions for you about the draft and the latest on the Mavericks plans. It's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan.
But Tolos, I need you to go see my friends over at Elite Skin Center. It's not always the most comfortable topic.
At 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And the incomparable Carter Freeman has been asking me throughout the show to get on Zoom, and I keep trying and it fails. But it sounds like we're good to go now. So everything is complete, both over traditional broadcast radio and digital as well. How much do you trust the Mavericks front office to execute here over the next 10 days to 2 weeks with the draft and free agency involved in everything? We talked about it briefly yesterday. We want your thoughts at 877-881-1053. We got some Mark Cuban quotes as well as he talked on the Mavs flagship station today, and a number of new rumor-rooskies as the draft is sitting about 3.5 hours away, gentlemen. How would you answer that question for yourself and for the Tolos? How much you trust this group right now to execute this player acquisition window?
I don't really understand how anybody could be overly high in their confidence right now with this new front office, and there's still they haven't accomplished too much. There's not much of a track record to speak of. And some of the stuff as of late clearly hasn't really worked out. Now, one thing that gives me positive reinforcement is the idea that there is clearly some self-awareness in there this offseason in regards to, hey, Jason Kidd's going to need some help on that sideline with a veteran guy who knows what he's doing. Yeah, they're swinging for Van Gundy or they're swinging for Nate McMillan. They're missing on those, but there's a clear understanding there needs to be some help here. And then the Dennis Lindsey thing with Nico and understanding, okay, Nico probably, you maybe bit off a little bit more than we can chew. So there is some level of what looks to be self-awareness in there, which is encouraging, which is why I arrive at a 5.5 in confidence.
5.5 is a solid number. They did make the conference finals 2 years ago, but it's like everything they did last year just neutralized that because it was so pathetic and dysfunctional at times. Hopefully they're like halfway through a rebuild that started on the night they traded for Kyrie Irving, and we're about to see the rest of this fall into place, and they'll gloriously rise back to the top of the standings. But I can't assume that. You know, I think this has been rough post-championship. This is 12 years of roughness, so I'm right there with you, around a 5 or so.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with a 6, and the only reason it's that high is they just had a good pick last year in Hardy, right? So I love everything you said. I think communication, which is what the Cowboys have been preaching, I think that is clearly improved with the Mavericks front office, and I think maybe there was a lack of communication. Mark Cuban could be cruising around like, shut up, you're a dumb bleep. That's very fair. But it seemed,
and 100% accurate.
It seemed like Jason Kidd wants something else in a basketball team than what the construction of the team ended up being last year, because he is stress defense, and they certainly did not give him anything to work with in that area.
Yeah, that's weird how the coach wants to be defensive, and you're like, well, hey, how about we get rid of all the good defensive guys?
7, if together, 4 if fractured. And I say this in a way of fractured. If the question I asked you guys earlier about Kidd and trading away guys and moving on from pieces, if this is a fractured group where Kidd feels like, it doesn't matter, you guys pick the players, I'll coach them, whatever, that kind of thing, I think if they're unified, they got a shot. I do. I think they've got, it's one of those things that maybe, they brought some guys in to kind of help with some things. But you mentioned about the Hardy pick last year. I just feel like, though, that if it's one of those things where Kidd is a little butthurt because they moved on, they got Kyrie, but great, but I lost all my defenders. My team fell apart once we made the trade. We couldn't put it together. If there's still some of that lingering, like, hey, you guys think you're so damn smart, and you think this, that, and the other. I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, there's two sides to me, right? And I'm not trying to ride the fence. I'm just saying, if he is butthurt
and resentful
that he had a team that was sitting in the 4 seed, and then all of a sudden they make the trade and they completely fall apart.
I know Mark Cuban's a great business leader and they've won a championship, but at the end of the Vegas Bob and Donnie Nelson thing, it seemed like the lack of leadership at the top and ability to get everybody on the same page was the common theme that was dragging everybody apart. And they're just like, I don't know exactly who's in charge of this. I'm just the GM, was the general tone from Donnie Nelson. And it did not leave me with a lot of confidence that sort of a distracted Mark Cuban. I mean, he's Shark Tanking. He's doing the pharmaceutical disruption, which is fantastic. He's doing some amazing work there and also trying to run a team. I just think it's so fragmented.
I just think the fact that they're trying to bring more people in to help.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
I don't know. I mean,
you don't want too many voices, right?
Well, the thing about it is, though, like and I've been in organizations where all of a sudden you're we're bringing in the guy, the consultant guy. And consultants are always the pigeons that fly in and poop on everything and then fly away.
And that's just a continuation off of too many chefs in the kitchen.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I can see that.
when you're a scout and you're in a room and all of a sudden they bring this Lindsay in.
Yeah, Dennis Lindsay.
Lindsay, they bring him in and all of a sudden he's got an office. You're a scout at the end of the day, like, hey, man, you got a minute for me? You walk in there, you close the door and like, do you see what I'm talking about these players? He goes, yeah, you're right, but you got to think about, now you've got guys kind of meeting, talking. Maybe they go on a jog together. Maybe they go to lunch. A lot of things going on that maybe they could be fracturing this thing.
Sure. You're right. Let me get in some of these headlines and things that have been said and developing throughout the day as we hope, and we'll get your feedback here in just a second. We hope this front office is good, but I trust him dead last in all of the DFW teams. We want to sign him. Hopefully he wants to come back. I'm not going to handicap it anymore. I learned my lesson last year. That's Cuban on Kyrie Irving. On the biggest need, a center that can protect the rim. And he said, we want guys that can stick around for multiple years. It depends on who's being offered for us, who's the player available when we pick. And said chances are if there's multiple players available, like more than 2, they'll trade back. But if there's only 1 or 2 guys available that they like, they will not risk trading back. And that kind of goes along with the top rumorooski right now. Grant Afseth tweeting about it earlier. The Mavs and Hawks have previously discussed trade frameworks involving 10 and 15, and that deal reportedly still has a chance to transpire. So trade back to 15 is possible. Real GM with the story, Mavs will keep 10 if Cam Whitmore or Taylor Hendricks are on the board.
There you go.
Then at that point, bang, they're going at 10. Hendricks, a guy that I think is the ideal guy who can defend the perimeter and the paint and give you some offensive firepower. Like, all of your big non-ball handling guys have to be some sort of a combination of that.
All right, I got some update on Whitmore. Okay, and because remember we were talking about people were saying potentially that the personality might be a little different. I'm always leery of the personality questions. Do these guys hate this guy? Do they like him? Anything? I asked somebody else in the league about Whitmore and personality, and this is what this guy told me. I said, heard his personality might not be great. And this guy said to me, he's just very quiet, Brian. He's from the D.C. area, kind of shy and reserved.
That's fine.
Yeah, what's
See,
wrong,
that's what I'm saying.
what's wrong with that?
See, that's what I'm saying. Is a coach, scout getting his feelings hurt because this guy doesn't smile and this guy's not, he's just got a different type of personality. Yeah. I would hope that somebody in that room would say, well, I don't like his personality all that much. Why? Do you like him because he's not hugging you right now, or that kind of thing?
Yeah, what happened? Was there an incident like we've heard with Jalen Carter at Georgia?
Yeah,
where maybe it's fair.
Yeah,
something like that sounds absolutely BS, man. I think that's terrible to put that label on a kid for just being shy and quiet. And
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe.
Some teams might hate a guy, or not. I shouldn't say hate. Some teams might not like a guy because they don't feel like he's an outgoing type of a personality.
Yeah.
But this kid Whitmore, other than the knee, sounds like a hell of a player.
Well, sometimes people just socially aren't that advanced.
Exactly.
And it gets put on them like you're
Don't
disrespectful.
smile,
yeah, it's like you don't want it or something.
Yeah.
It's like, well, maybe you just have social anxiety.
Right.
But you give me a basketball and, all of that goes away. NBA executive says nobody wants Otto Porter Jr. He's always one layup away from being out 6 to 8 weeks. I just wanted to put that out there as a name. Yeah, that's tough.
That's a great
Very injury
quote,
prone.
man.
Yeah. But with the Mavs needing 3-and-D guys, Otto Porter Jr. when he's healthy is one of the better ones. But yes, he's always a layup away from being out 6 to 8 weeks.
Something my guy would say that I'm scouting with right now here.
Jared Allen, Bojan Bogdanovic, Draymond Green, Grant Williams, Clint Capella. Those are like the top 5 names that have been circulating and will be, players of interest with the draft starting tonight at 7 o'clock. The Get Right has you covered. Reggie and KG, they'll be rocking the house 7 to 11.
Basketball guys on that draft tonight.
Yeah, all night long during the draft, so they'll give you instant reaction with the Mavs again picking 10th. All right, here we go, Nation. Live from D&M Leasing in Fort Worth. Call 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Get you an easy lease. It's the best way to acquire new vehicles in the Metroplex. Now, Chief, some of these segment names, I'm never quite sure what to make of them, but on the show sheet today, we have Around the Psychedelics from you. Is that correct?
Yeah, Around the Psychedelics with Aaron Rodgers, plus a couple of football questions before we get to Tim Cato at the top of the hour. That's next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We're live here at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth, home of the Easy Lease, home of the 2023 Dealer of the Year, determined by Dealer Rater, the best leasing company in America, right here, D&M Leasing. We're so blessed to have them, and we're blessed to have the Chief as well with a segment about psychedelics and Aaron Rodgers. It's back. Here's the Chief.
It is back. We remember a few months ago, we got word that Aaron Rodgers was going to be one of the keynote speakers at a Denver, Colorado psychedelics conference.
Psychedelic Furs?
Psychedelic Furs?
Yeah, it's a musical group.
Oh, no, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay.
Anybody else?
No, I've heard of the Tall Furs.
The Psychedelic Furs.
Psychedelic Furs.
I'm going to go down this rabbit hole. You know I love a good furry.
Yeah.
Look at true. Sounds like some tree huggers to me.
Excuse me?
Well, yeah, the conference that Aaron Rodgers was to speak at, the psychedelic conference, it's underway now. I believe it's still going. It's like a 3 or 4 day event. He spoke yesterday, though. And so the NFL world was awaiting some of the. Now I haven't seen any video clips. I've just seen direct quotes. So some of the direct quotes are they're pretty funny. I believe this to be the best of the quotes, but you guys can be the judge. At one point, Aaron Rodgers said, words are so interesting. They have such power in their spells. There's a reason it's called spelling, because the way that letters are put together have such power. End quote. From New York Jets quarterback. So that one certainly jumped out at people, where he's just basically kind of just like sitting around and thinking words, bro.
Yeah.
And then
He's having some pretty deep ideas.
He is, man.
These days.
I would think I'm surprised he wasn't the inventor of the corn dog chili dog.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think he was actually on during this psychedelic conference?
Oh, like was he actively in the midst of a ball tripping?
You gotta be
while on stage.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think so.
He likes to go secluded in the darkness. He's got a couple of his buddies. He's on like a ball tripping island, and he's reserved it for him and his couple of bros. I don't know that he wants to get on stage.
Microdosing.
Maybe a little micro.
Maybe a little micro. Maybe a little micro.
Maybe a little DMT pen. 10 or 15 minutes in La La Land, come back to reality. I could see something like that, but I don't think you would approach a podium like that in a serious topic. No, you wouldn't want full.
It's everybody.
Sober
Everybody
mind.
in the crowd's that way. What does it matter?
You're with fellow supporters.
Well, I'm saying
but it's vulnerable.
It's not like you're speaking at the Democratic convention or anything like that.
No, it's actually very Republican. I believe Rick Perry is one of the keynote speakers, if you can believe that.
But this thing?
Yeah,
I can.
Former governor of Texas, I believe, Rick Perry.
Yeah, good.
He was.
He's taking a turn on
former governor of Texas, I believe.
I said that with a question mark, so I wasn't totally sure.
No, you're right, man. You nailed it.
Confident. Thank you.
You crushed Texas history.
Jaden Smith as well, son of Will and Jada Smith. Was one of the keynote speakers as well, so he's sort of a veteran ball tripper himself. But nonetheless, this is about Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, this is a who's who. And we need more of who was in.
Yeah, give me the list. Who else is speaking?
Those are the. I don't know if those are the only noteworthy ones, or those are the only ones that I've seen to this point. If you guys want to hop on the googly,
the only confirmed ball trippers.
I wanted you to confirm this.
I mean, I do think that would take the intrigue. Like I would be at that conference right now if I knew that Aaron Rodgers was going to be actively tripping balls on stage.
Yeah, John Machota would be there,
But
Machota would be there, getting sound from something.
This is a Sunday right after Mass for you. This is right in your wheelhouse.
Machota would be like, I have a question over here.
Yeah, what do you think about McCarthy and the West Coast thing they got going on with Schottenheimer? They're calling it Texas Coast. Just your thoughts, Aaron.
Trent Trim, the independent here, Aaron.
Check it out, though. I am with what he's saying, and I know it's kind of out there, but humans are social, and words are the building blocks of social communication and building relationships.
Okay, Plato.
I know, but it's real. It absolutely is real. And I think if you would go trip balls, it would make sense to you. Portland.
You'd have to go trip balls to listen to him talk.
You would, and then you would have a different perspective on what he was saying, and you'd be like, "Oh, now that makes sense." because you've tripped balls. You know, I think if you haven't tripped balls, maybe you're missing out on some, you know, realities. Not crazy drug, induced manias, but some actual like profound insights into the human experience.
Now that's what we call Dan segue there,
Thank
Gavin
you.
Dawson,
Thank
because
you.
we get to direct quote number 2 from Aaron Rodgers at the psychedelic conference in Denver, where we believe he was not actively on any hallucinogens, but we really don't know for sure.
I'm
we haven't
betting the
confirmed
over
it.
on that, sir.
It's a really legitimate and fair question there from Walchuk earlier, and I'm actively on this beat to try and get to the bottom of it.
Thank you. Not really.
He's quoted, and think about what Dawson just said. He says, quote, "I guarantee you all these bums who want to come after me online about my experience and stuff, they've never tried it. They're the perfect people for it," he alleges. Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
We need to get these people taking it. So now he's starting to do some level of
Was he
demands
banging
here.
his shoe on the podium?
And then he asks, well, I'll let you guys go ahead and deliberate on that portion of it if you want to. But then he starts questioning, then now he's got the bigger questions. And this is something that I think every person has to address at some level, unless you just want to actively avoid it your entire life, and then you'll dissolve into something that maybe you weren't expecting in the afterlife. But he says, quote, "Success in life was holding the Lombardi Trophy." This is where he starts to, if he is tripping balls, there's a point where you start to get very euphoric. Just like sentimental,
sexy.
And I don't know how happy he is here. He's starting to really realize that some of these material grabbing onto and I can touch it. Is it that great? We've all experienced this. Nothing is really all that it's cracked up to be, 9 times out of 10, unless it was undersold like a mofo, and then you come out of the movie going, I thought it was going to suck. It wasn't that bad. But still, you're saying it wasn't that bad. It wasn't like this holy, heavenly sort of moment. And that was supposed to be raising the Lombardi. Maybe Broaddus felt this at one point as a Super Bowl champion. Success in life was holding the Lombardi Trophy. Now I've done it. Now what? Now, what's the purpose of all of this?
Well, I would be terrified to hear that as a Jets fan.
It's like Malone and Belichick up there.
There's the football guy in you, Walchuk.
Think about
bringing
that.
it back to football.
If
and
my
I appreciate
quarterback
that.
said that, I'm thinking, holy crap, this guy doesn't care about winning anymore.
Well, look at the coaches that win it. The next day they're saying, we're at it again. They enjoy it for like 2 seconds, and then it does not bring any real satisfaction to them because they're automatically thinking about accomplishing the next thing.
Which is a great picture for all of us in life, like Christmas morning is amazing when you open those presents, and then 3 days later, if that, you're peeking
Half
around
of
the
them are
corner.
broke.
I got a million different stuffed animals in my living room right now because none are actually good enough for my daughter. You would think, or daughters plural, like you would think. I mean, don't you have enough? No. Now I'm at Dollar Tree and I see this one and I want that one. Man. I want the Rhino one, Daddy.
Dollar Tree's
I always
the hack,
want something new.
Dollar Tree's
Dollar
still getting
Tree's
it
the
done.
toy store.
Dollar Tree's still getting it done for my 2 and 3 year old
you
baby.
keep it that way.
I'm not looking forward to when they go like 8, 9,
Man's
10,
got
whatever
12
it is.
jobs over there. The hack.
But yeah, so Aaron Rodgers, and I guess he's turning. I mean, I don't know what he's. He's asking the now what question and what am I supposed to do after I've won the Super Bowl? I don't know that he's finding it. He's certainly on whatever journey that he set out to try and find it. I don't know that any of these drugs have given him the answers that he wants, but he's at least using it as. That's the thing he's leaning into to try and discover whatever it is he's looking for, which is at the soul of all of us is something that we're all looking for at the end of the day. When you really think about it,
just a nice cup of ayahuasca.
Yeah,
that's right, man. And that's what it is, right? You drink that stuff, from what I understand, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Or I believe a shaman makes a brew.
Could we actually get somebody on that? Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Bet payoff.
If any bet payoff situation might be a little over the top.
All right. Well, I was down.
But, I mean, we have gummies, but they're little nitro gummies.
I'll take the ayahuasca while I wear the adult diaper. That'll get real weird.
Walchuk is on the record, by the way, as I'm still trying to decide if I want to eat the banana and the peel or if I want to throw mayonnaise in my delicious cup of Indonesian pesticide-free coffee. Walchuk is already committed to wearing the adult diaper.
I'm going to do
so
it.
That's exciting. That's on the horizon for us when he inevitably loses in the first.
When
I would
Justin
imagine,
Fields and the
3 or
Bears
4
bleep
weeks
me
of the
against the
season.
Lions, I'll be wearing the diaper again.
Yeah, that's right. So now, but could somebody answer that question for me? Could somebody look and see what are the different ways of ayahuasca consumption? Because from what I understand, it's a drinking thing, but I'm sure there's a multitude of ways that you could actually go about consuming it. But
pizza.
It's it can also be smoked.
Okay, so it can be
the
smoked.
Googles. Yes,
Okay.
it's usually brewed into a tea or a concentrated liquid to drink. Yeah.
I just said pizza because it was kind of a mushroomy thing.
Okay. I like that.
I see where
I
you're
like
going
that.
with that. Yeah.
Now
Thanks for playing along today.
yeah, he went in to say that.
Sorry, I was tripping balls, Brian.
Like his way of doing things is now piquing the interest of others. He says, "I'm telling you, it is radically life changing, and it's wild to be in a locker room and look over and just know, like I've been in the Maloka." Which is an indigenous South American dwelling. He's like, I've been in there with you, guy. It's pretty special. It changes the dynamic, like a bonding. He's like basically saying, like, I want my teammates, instead of going on like a passing summer camp for 3 days where we work on things, we all just need to go trip balls together in South America, and then we will have a bond that no one else shares across the sport, and we'll raise that second Lombardi that will actually not be that fulfilling for me anyways.
So the old Jason
and maybe
Garrett,
not for them either. Now everybody doesn't want to win the damn Lombardi. My whole team's like, we're here to collect the checks, baby.
Wow.
This is effed.
Oh, the fan in Walchuk, man.
I don't think you want your football players going to ayahuasca retreats.
No, man.
I don't think it's good
Melissa
for the
Etheridge is
desperation.
on this
A little bit too much perspective, you know?
Yeah.
Can't be having that.
I want you simple-minded and desperate and believing that once you win the Super Bowl, everything in life will make sense, not on some sort of an Aaron Rodgers trip. I mean, he really needs to step away from the game. I've been saying that for months now. Like, all of this is telling him, you're not a football player anymore.
Yeah, he's clearly not liking it. It's not enjoyable to him.
You need to go, try to be a monk and let your hair keep growing up in a mountainous cave somewhere. You know, that's the station in life that you're currently occupying. We are currently occupying the luxurious corporate offices of D&M Leasing out here in Fort Worth, and these are some great dudes out here. I tell you what, and ladies, I've been dealing with D&M Leasing for 10 years now, and I've done so many easy leases over the years. If you want or need a new vehicle, just give them a call. Okay, looks like we have Tim Cato of The Athletic coming up. This guy is one of the best Mavs reporters, and he's been all over every storyline when it comes to personnel movement and what to expect in the draft tonight. And Tim Cato, nice enough to give us about 10 minutes of his time. We'll have a Mavs conversation with Tim coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. But, I want to tell you a little bit more about my friends here at D&M Leasing. You know, they just did it once again. Dealer Rater of the Year.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth. Give them a call. Get yourself a new vehicle for the summer. Any make, any model. What do you want? What do you need? D&M Leasing is going to get you taken care of. Now, that we've taken care of that little piece of business for you, we do want to let you know that it's time to talk Mavs draft. We are 3 hours away from the big event. Mavs, of course, picking 10th. And we've been talking about all the rumors and the possibilities, the speculation in the build-up to it. It's exciting that the day is finally here, especially because one of our favorite guests, Tim Cato of The Athletic, has agreed to join us, and that moment is right now here on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, Tim. How the heck are you?
What's up, fellas? I'm doing great.
Right on. Yeah, we're excited. We were just asking some of our listeners, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. How confident should we be that the front office is going to make this team better in the next couple, 2-3 weeks?
There's a lot on the table. I'll start there. I think that, we all know the Mavericks have the number 10 pick. What I've heard, I've had people telling me, like, there are a lot of options, and which route they go, I guess we'll see. Because tonight kind of kicks off the whole plan that Dallas has for this offseason and for this roster rebuild. I guess what I'd say is I kind of view it, I think tonight, if success to me is defined by the Mavericks being able to move off one of their big contracts, be it Davis Bertans or Tim Hardaway. I think the second thing that we're looking for is, if you're a Mavs fan, you're hoping to get back a rotation player, a veteran of some sort, if that's possible. And then I think the third option, and I think the Mavericks are really looking at this, is that even if they trade the number 10 pick, I really think that they're looking to get another pick back later in the draft. I think that is a goal of theirs. We'll see if they accomplish it. But I think those are the three things. And right now, with as much movement as there's been already this week, I think it's fair to have a little bit of cautious optimism that Dallas can get those three things done.
What are the most attractive specific things on the table for you?
This is one that has been reported a lot, has been a swap with Atlanta. The reporting on it by Mark Stein and by Jake Fisher, and I've heard similar things, is that it's on the table to an extent, but the Mavericks want Clint Capella. Atlanta wants to send John Collins. Clint Capella is a much better fit and more directly addresses this team's needs. And so I think one big question going into draft night is does Atlanta budge on that? And, that could be for any number of reasons, including someone like Cam Whitmore falling to 10, and maybe Atlanta really likes him. And so just the range of options and how much every single thing that happens in the first 9 picks, not just the players drafted, but the trades that happen and how that affects other teams around the league and what they're thinking about, that all eventually comes back and affects the Mavericks. And so, I think that Atlanta one is a big one I'm looking at. Grant Williams in Boston is one that I reported that the Mavericks in Boston have had discussions about that. I feel extremely confident from what I'm hearing that Grant Williams is not going to be back in Boston. So the question is, do the Mavericks try to get in on that? And so, I'm going to tell you right now, in the front office, that's probably like 2 of the 20 moves and ideas that they're kind of thinking about, right now, and seeing which one is most realistic and which one, they're most excited about and going to push for. But, there's a couple that I think are worth watching, over the next few hours tonight.
So, Tim, there was a report that the Mavericks want to overhaul the center position entirely. And one center, if it is Clint Capella or whoever they want to go after, John Collins, for instance, wouldn't exactly get that done. Is it possible for them to add a Grant Williams and, say, still make a trade with Atlanta and get a Clint Capella, for instance?
I think so. I think the hope is that with the confidence that Grant's not going back to Boston, the Mavericks can make some moves if they move off some salary to, reduce their payroll to the point that they have what you call the full tax or the full taxpayer mid-level. they've got to move off of salary to open that exception, blah, 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 a bunch of CBA legalese. Sometimes around these times, I feel like I do need a law degree. But the point is, if they move off salary, they can have about $12 million. It might be a little bit more than that with the new projections to offer just to a free agent. And Grant Williams is a restricted free agent. Boston would match. But I think after Boston's Porzingis deal, I'm not sure they would anymore. And so I think that is one option, and just, targeting Grant Williams without having to give anything up. But sign-in trades or, some sort of sign-in trade is also on the table. The question is just, can you do a sign-in trade and give something up and still complete all these other objectives? So, if I'm Dallas, I'm really looking at that and trying to see if, that type of exception offer that would happen without needing to make any sort of trade or send anything back to Boston is something that could happen. Now, that would be July 1st, but they're thinking about July 1st. They're thinking about free agency while they do everything tonight, because it's all interconnected in a lot of ways.
Tim, do you feel like the Mavs front office and the coaching staff are on the same page when it comes to the plans that they're talking about?
I think so. And I think you're probably asking because of Christian Wood last season.
Yeah.
I still think that trade made some sense. They moved off a bunch of contracts. They ended up drafting the player they wanted to draft. They traded last draft's first rounder, but then they traded back up for a second rounder, and they eventually drafted Jaden Hardy. That was their guy. Cost them a couple seconds, but there was salary cap related advantages to doing that deal as well. We all saw how Christian Wood played out, and he's gonna go sign somewhere that will not be Dallas. I have full confidence in that. But I do believe that this front, that the coaching staff has influence and say over what the front office does. And so I do think that even going back to when Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison were hired, I do believe kind of the talking points around that it was a package deal and that they work really synergetically. So even if it doesn't look like it at all times, specifically with Christian Wood, I do think that there's a lot of synergy between those two.
Yeah, it just seems like, though, that we're starting to hear about them talking about adding assistant coaches and adding general manager helpers and things like that. It kind of reminds me of the vibe that they were with Vegas Bob and Rick, and it seemed like they had all these different groups in the front office, and maybe Mark Cuban creating some type of, well, I'm going to ask this guy and this guy, and he's kind of bouncing around. That's really the reason why I asked you this question. With all that, we're starting to see rumors of them adding pieces to this front office and coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, I've always described it as the most influential person in the Dallas front office. It's not Mark Cuban necessarily; it's who Mark Cuban's listening to, or whether he's just listening to himself. But I do think right now that my understanding is that Mark has not been involved ever since the Nico and Jason hires. Now that may be because their visions align a little bit closer with what he would do anyway. I can't say that for sure, but I think that's a reasonable assumption to make. But I think the hiring of Dennis Lindsey as a consultant, and then they really wanted Frank Vogel on the coaching staff, and I think they would have got him if Vogel did not get a head coaching job, but he did. I think those are more about bringing in voices, contrarian voices and experienced voices, sounding boards for, hey, have we considered all options? And just kind of firms up. To me, it doesn't represent like, oh, these guys are standing by in case we want to change, make changes at GM or head coach. I think it's more, in a weird way, kind of affirming support for Nico and Jason, but also understanding, hey, let's make sure that we are setting them up for success. I think that's Dallas's view of these hires and additions.
Again, you said for the NBA draft with Tim Cato of The Athletic here in the G-Bag Nation, out of the realistic options for the Mavericks at 10, is there a player that you think they'd love to be there that they would say, hey, we're not passing on him, we're not making a trade?
Yeah, there's a little buzz that they would consider Cam Whitmore if he falls. There's some buzz that they would consider Taylor Hendricks. I don't know to the extent that is possibly them saying that to make, the offers coming in for 10 a little bit more appealing. there's always, there's always multiple things going on all at once. And, a team that wants a player who's falling like Whitmore, which is the expectation tonight, that he probably will not be drafted top 9. If Mavericks have messaging out there saying, oh yeah, we might just take him, there's other teams around the league who are like, okay, well, we want him. And so, maybe they're incentivized to, toss a little bit more into some sort of offer. I think the pick gets traded. I feel pretty confident that they will not draft a player at 10, but I could be wrong in a player who was mocked as high as 5 and Whitmore falling rather unexpectedly because of some medical concerns. That's the type of weird situation that could really change expectations in Dallas. That said, I'm still sticking with my prediction that it gets traded.
So we saw the Porzingis and Marcus Smart trade go down. We saw Chris Paul, Jordan Poole today. What's the biggest, maybe non-Mavs NBA storyline for today and tonight that you're most intrigued by?
The ones that happened today were pretty big ones. It's going to be hard to top Chris Paul going to be Steph Curry's backup, which is just a funny thing to say out loud. This is a little bit down the line, but as Washington does a complete overhaul, I'm curious what Kyle Kuzma's market kind of looks like and what happens there. And then I think the draft. I asked some people actually on the Mavs, where does the draft begin? That phrase we love, and I think the picks that are really going to kickstart the trades. I'm not even so much talking about players drafted, but like, do these teams trade these picks, which starts its own series of, its own sort of avalanche. I think it's going to be 5 and 7. And so that's Detroit and that's Indiana. And I'm especially looking at Indiana and very curious about what they do because I think there's a good chance that, that pick is moved.
Tim, Cato Athletic, you mentioned Kuzma. He's opting out of like 15, right? Once the Mavs re-sign Kyrie Irving, what would be their pathways to try to acquire a player like that?
I don't think there's a good one. I haven't looked at the math specifically, but, it feels like he's someone who's opting out to go get, a big deal. I think it'd be really hard to get a sign and trade done. And it may be that when free agency rolls around that, the trades Dallas makes on draft night are to set up, that 12 million exception, that non-taxpayer exception. They've got to get under the tax line, which I want to say it's something like 20-ish over, the actual salary cap, which starts at 136. Like I said, this is all like feels like it's almost you're talking about something completely different than just like go shoot the ball through the hoop. But these are kind of the things they're thinking about, and I don't think that they're going to have a lot of room or flexibility or ability to go pursue someone for a big contract in the vein that Kyle Kuzma is looking for.
Where'd all this hype for Derek Lively come in the last 3 or 4 days? Am I just late to the party? It seems like there's been a surge on this, and do you think he's a player that could help the Mavs immediately?
Immediately, no, and that's why I don't think he's really a consideration to be drafted at 10. I heard, and again, this could be the Mavericks trying to angle for like, hey guys, we really might use the pick. Better send your best offers. I heard that there are a couple fans of Lively in the front office that, people have considered, what if we just took him outright? I still, like I said, I don't think that happens. I don't think he's a ready now player, even if, he has a lot of potential kind of as one of these modern big modern centers who, block shots. And so, yeah, the buzz has been, that he's been one of the big risers, certainly over the past couple of weeks. It feels like it all came from like some LA workout he did where he hit a bunch of threes. I don't think he projects as a 3-point shooter, certainly not in his first few years. And I'm just not sure how much he projects in a NBA rotation right away. But hey, maybe they do make that trade down with Atlanta. They get Capella. They move 10 to 15. Maybe Lively's still there. Maybe you have Clint Capella on a 2-year contract. He's your center for 2 years. And then if Lively's at 15 and they want to take him there, you've got your, kind of your replacement lined up for him, and you've got time to develop him. So I'm not sure that's, I wouldn't anticipate that's kind of the route Dallas would go if they complete that trade. I think they target elsewhere at 15, but who knows?
Wow, that's great stuff, Tim. Thank you so much for your insights. Fantastic job covering this team, and enjoy the evening. It should be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. About to head over to the facility to ask Nico Harrison some questions. You guys got any?
Ooh, perfect.
Any questions to ask?
Yeah, who we taking?
I will do my best. I think I'm going to lead off with a, hey, is Wembanyama going to slip to 10?
Yeah.
You think he's going to like that one?
I think he'll love that.
I think the most interesting thing right now that's happened is kind of what Brian was hinting around on. Like, Jason Kidd wants defenders so bad, and they've gone away from that. At least they did at the trade deadline. Are they going to – do they need to make a big push back towards defense? And, should that be the dominant factor? They'll have some more defenders
by mid-July. I assure you of that.
Right on. Well, Tim, thank you so much for your time. We enjoy all of your work, and we look forward to these questions you're going to ask Nico and responding to him here in the rest of our show.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Talk soon.
Take care. There he goes, Tim Cato in The Athletic, a must-follow for Mavs fans everywhere. I think this is the calm before the storm. There has been so much buildup around this team and so much talk around this team, and there's been, 8 different players on other teams we've talked about. Mm-hmm. And now as we get close to it is when teams go into much more of a silent mode. We don't want to give out any signs of weakness. We don't want to look desperate. If teams don't want to improve upon their offers, then that's fine. We'll do nothing. And they go privately and said, we're taking that offer, okay? But let's let this thing stay cool the entire afternoon. About 20, 30 minutes before the draft, I think the activity in the flurry is really going to pick up. The insider phones are going to start firing. We've already had a trade today, Jordan Poole to Washington for Chris Paul. But it is time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420, brought to you by the Alma Ted Procedure. Where are we going, sir?
National Onion Ring Day. Last year we did the top 10 fast food onion rings. Today, the top 10 fast food items, period. Does an onion ring make it? What's your favorite? That's next on the fan. But I do want to let you know, Tolos, if you're
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. We're live at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth. Call 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Get your new vehicle. You can get it done on the way home. Just call them. Takes about 10-minute phone conversation. It is time now for the Woolly Bullies Top 10 at 420, brought to you by the Alma-Ted Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. The segment is presented by our friends at the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, the Top 10.
Thank you very much, General. About to get into the top 10 fast food items on National Onion Rings Day. I heard KNC earlier do their combo platter, and they talked apps and sides. I thought about doing top 10 sides, but I pivoted after that. Wanted to give the people something new because I know you're turning it on and leaving it on all darn day. Thank you again to D&M Leasing for having us out here. Some sports news for you before we slide into the top 10. Congratulations to Ken Hitchcock, Stanley Cup winning Stars coach. He was elected to the Hockey Hall of Fame. Spent 8 seasons as coach of the Stars, so congratulations to Ken on that.
There's no hitch in his giddy up.
Had a couple of tours, right?
Yep.
Then he went away,
Yep,
came
came
back.
back.
Yep.
And we did confirm, right? He is related to Alfred.
No, 100%, yeah. They're distant cousins, but somehow they are in the family tree together.
100%, yeah.
No
there's,
doubt.
There's actually a lot more Hitchcocks in America than you would think.
They're growing.
Yeah.
Yep, they are more growers than showers. Now, here on your home of Texas Rangers baseball, Rangers got a big win last night. You can go to 1053thefan.com, and we have posted this, or the Twitter. We asked ChatGPT, who are the top 10 Texas Rangers of all time? Here's the list. You tell me what you think. Number 10, Ian Kinsler. Number 9, Rusty Greer.
Ooh.
Number 8, Fergie Jenkins.
Fergs.
Number 7, Josh Hamilton.
Oh, Hambone.
Number 6, Michael Young, Mr. Ranger. Number 5, Juan Gonzalez. 4, Rafael Palmeiro. 3, Adrian Beltre. 2, Pudge Rodriguez. And number 1, Nolan Ryan.
Man. Is there anybody that's missing off of that that's egregious? Off the top of my head, I mean, I would say no. Off the top of my head, I would say no.
I would probably flip 1 and 2 on this. I would put Pudge at 1.
It's a shame that they only put one Ranger from the 70s.
See, I can't.
In
I
the
can't
top
speak
10.
on that too much.
But see, but Jim Sundberg was an outstanding catcher, Gold Glove catcher. In the I believe late 70s and through the 80s, and it was an executive with the team and all that with Tom Grieve. But Jim Sundberg, he was kind of Pudge before Pudge, as far as
I thought
a guy.
Pudge was one of a kind, man.
Well, as far as Gold Glove catcher for the Rangers.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah. Throwing guys out.
Well,
stuff
then
like
he should
that.
have a bone to pick with the people because you go into Globe Life Field and it's just Pudge.
They've
in your
had
face.
some guys.
It is.
It's
It
here's
is
a
Pudge in
Pudge
your
statue.
face.
Here's
The
a
way
Pudge.
he likes it.
Yeah, video or
Oh,
here's
Pudge,
a Pudge.
Pudge was
portrait.
incredible. No, Pudge
Yeah,
was
for
incredible.
sure,
But
for sure.
like you say, before him was a Jim Sundberg that was very good at his job.
It'd be like walking into AT&T Stadium. You get a bunch of Troy, and Troy had the best balls, but there's no Raj. Where's Staubach?
Sure.
I'm surprised Beltre's so high, number 3, after spending so much time with 3 different organizations.
Yeah, and I think that there could be a case to be made, even though I can't stand him. But, I mean, Alex Rodriguez did great things in a Texas Rangers uniform.
Yeah, so is this ranked?
This is just ChatGPT.
Just your
they
top,
asked ChatGPT,
the best 10
who are the
Rangers
top
ever?
10 Texas Rangers, and
Yeah.
this is the list that they came out with.
Did they get it right? That's fun. We should do that with every team.
I'll tell you what, I think Josh Hamilton's the best guy to ever put on a uniform.
Talent-wise, it's hard to argue.
I got to win one game. I'm taking Josh. You can have anybody else.
Yep, that's hard to argue.
Like what type of Josh? Are we taking like bathroom Josh or
2010 Josh?
Prime Josh.
I'm taking like 5 dongers in one game, Josh.
Smack dab in between the pool table at spring training and Sherlock's. I think there's a 4-year gap. You get me square right in the middle, and I think that goes to 2010.
Night game only, though, right? Didn't he have the light eye
Yeah,
situation?
he did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Night game only.
Yep, absolutely. Sundberg's
And
getting
dipping.
some votes, and the dipping.
I need him dipping because when he tried to stop dipping, it really messed with him.
No doubt.
Yeah. Same thing that happened to you for a while.
Getting some love for Buddy Bell as well, absolutely. Kenny Rogers.
Third baseman, yeah.
Yep, no question. All right, so there's your Ranger conversation. We'll have more around the bases coming up, but let's get into the top 10 fast food items on National Onion Ring Day. First off, gentlemen, where does the onion ring rank in your overall fast food item list? Lucius, I'd like to kick it back to you there in the Pim Cup. How do you feel about this?
When it comes to sides, they're like maybe number 1 or number 2. It's that and the tater tot.
Yeah, the tater tot.
Yeah, I don't really like the fries. I'm not a big fry guy, but onion rings and tater tots I'm down for.
Now, if you had to just pick one, like your favorite, your go-to fast food item, period, what would it be?
Pizza.
Ooh.
I can make hamburgers at home. I can make fried chicken at home. I can make burritos and all this stuff at home. I can make pizza at home, but it's too much.
Dude, with the yeast and the sugar and getting the dough to rise and everything, it's a process. It's an afternoon.
Man, what a weak group I work with.
Well, we just, we don't
Guys
get
don't
off
have a
on
KitchenAid.
trying to make things from scratch.
Yeah, no, we're not chefs like you, but one day.
I'm not saying I'm a chef,
One
but man,
day.
I'm
You
really
are.
shocked. I'm shocked that the effort was just not really among us.
I feel like
right
you got to
now.
have a pizza oven to do that right. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
you do
totally
it-
wrong.
You do it pizza
I know
stone in an oven.
People
You
have
just
popped
put
it
a
on the
pizza
green
st-
egg. I've seen that.
Yeah, you just get a pizza stone. You can get your oven hot enough to do it. Yeah,
my mom does just old school.
Roll out your dough.
Old
Come on,
school,
man.
just classic oven, and her homemade pizza is down.
4 hours later, you guys get to eat some pizza. Congratulations.
Oh man, it
Hey, you
ain't
gotta
4
have a little
hours.
patience. You gotta have a little
Where'd she
patience.
get the sauce?
She
you
makes it herself.
Make it
Really,
yourself.
Yeah.
Now
That's
that
really
takes
the
some, that
secret.
takes some time there
Yeah.
with using the bones and stuff like that. Yeah,
It's hard to find the right pepperoni and the sauce and the cheese to bring it all together. Salute to your mom. For me personally, I'm offended that the onion is even a fast food item in any way.
He's right about the onion ring. Lucius is right. It's
man.
like my favorite.
I
would
love
rather
onion rings.
I would rather have an onion ring than a fry.
Whataburger's got good ones. I think Sonic has the best because of the sweet batter. But man, yeah,
Yeah.
good onion rings. They're on it.
I do like picking off the batter.
Yeah.
You pick
just
off,
have the onion?
Yeah.
Oh.
No. He doesn't have. He picks off
Oh,
the
you
batter.
pick
and
off the
eats
batter
it.
and eat
Gavin's
Gotcha.
a tempura guy.
I leave the onion.
He's
in
hoping
the
that the
bag.
tempura falls off the vegetable and he grabs the. Yeah.
Imagines he's eating like a funnel cake or something when he bites into it.
Yeah, man, that's interesting. Okay, do you guys have a go-to fast food item before we get into this real
It's
quick?
just it's so broad.
Just whatever you're feeling
I've
in the
written
moment.
down. I wrote down so many. I obviously want to show love to Whataburger with the sausage taquito.
Ooh.
You double sausage taquito that thing.
I thought it
it's
was just
so special.
no-brainer. It's the hash brown from McDonald's.
The
for
hash
you.
brown from McDonald's, my one seed, no doubt, and also the sausage McGriddle and the apple pie. I feel like from McDonald's is special.
Fantastic.
Popeyes blackened chicken sandwich. The Popeyes blackened chicken sandwich. Now
Okay.
the fried chicken sandwich is very, very, very good as well. But the blackened chicken sandwich is special, and the bean burritos, the party burritos, if you will,
the party burritos of Bueno.
from Bueno.
Let's party.
My gosh.
All right, here's your top 10. Now, this is a national list, so keep in mind that always means Whataburger is going to be lowered. They come in at number 10. with
Can I have a quick?
At least
vote?
we're getting national
I
recognition.
don't know because you're cooking your stuff. I mean, are you
No, I'm just going to say this. If you give me a if I was going to the gas chamber tomorrow,
Yeah.
they said, hey, you're done tomorrow.
Yeah.
Last meal, it'd be a Jack in the Box taco.
Okay, Jack in the Box taco was an honorable mention.
I should have.
Honestly,
Just give me a sack of those, and
Knowing-
I am super happy.
Knowing you, you're also a big fan of the Wendy's Dave's single.
I love the single with cheese. Yes,
And that's a good call, man. I think it's underrated.
What's your bone with the double?
I just like the single.
The proportion. You like the proportion of the meat.
I grew up with a dad that went out. I told the story about dad peeing in the yard. So there was a lot of times where dad was having cocktails before he'd come home. I grew up on sacks of Wendy's singles. Like he would stop by and not just buy one for himself. The next morning, there would be maybe 10, 12 Wendy's singles sitting there.
That's
how I
legendary.
grew up on the Jack in the Box
So
taco.
that's how you get it
the
done.
bonus Jack, the Frings. Frings and Jack in the Box world were onion rings and fries together. Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Frings.
Let's go.
Frings.
Actually, I saw Burger King is reintroducing that idea where
Well-
you can pull up to a Burger King now, and thank God for it. They got to pull out all the stops, to keep people. Customers and
You've been
whatnot.
going. You've been stopping.
No,
in.
I just read it the other day.
I could see it on your face.
You could pull up to a Burger King right now, I believe, and you say, I want the like they have it on their menu where you can get like half onion rings and half fries.
Frings.
Yeah, Frings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will
absolutely.
say their onion rings when I had them pre-soda, they're not real onion in there, but they still taste okay.
They're not real onion?
It's not real onion.
What are
man.
we doing?
There's no way.
Why are you throwing shade at
Why
them?
are we doing
I'm not,
that?
I still said that they taste good. Yeah, these might be your kind of onion rings. I think it's more like a Funyun than it is an onion ring.
Actually, now I'm back. Yeah, I was going to point
knew I
laugh
could
at
get
him.
like
I
Yeah.
say, like in the
Funyun.
70s, the food choices, that's why it shapes to where I am today.
With the
this-
heart problems and
Well,
stuff?
yeah, probably. Hey, I'm doing a lot better with the heart stuff.
No,
I
you
mean,
are.
Last,
Yeah, you've cleaned it
last
up.
couple weeks.
Last
I've
2
cleaned-
weeks, you've been on your
I've
game.
cleaned up.
Right on.
Yeah, I have cleaned up.
817 says Hooters have the best onion rings, and I don't doubt that.
Ooh,
We're
I need
getting-
to try those.
We're getting love for the egg rolls from Jack in the Box, low key. When I tried them once, they weren't bad.
I can't
That's
imagine.
not a great indict. They were better than not
They
bad.
have
were
a nice
good.
spicy chicken strip now, though. Jack in the Box
Oh, do
does.
they?
Do
Yeah.
they?
Yeah, they do.
Number
That's the best
9
meat.
is the McFlurry from McDonald's.
Yeah, unreal.
Yeah, when the machines
need more
working
Oreo
again.
though.
Yeah,
need more Oreo.
Can I? Okay,
They
this is
chintz on that.
This might be a topic for another day, but is there a more surprising menu item than Jack in the Box whipping out an egg roll on us?
No.
It's shocking.
They also have a chicken
No.
teriyaki bowl.
That's
No.
not surprising in
Chicken
any way
teriyaki.
to you.
Okay.
They lead the league. I mean, you
They got
seriously,
churros.
Just the variety
Seriously,
factor,
when you pull up there at
versatility.
3:48 in the morning and you're trying to read the board,
Yeah.
it's impossible.
Yeah, and they ask you like 4 seconds after you
Yeah.
stop. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just
overlooking. Can I have a minute, please? Thanks.
Yeah,
you know, and you're like trying to talk. I mean, you're trying to read the board.
Yeah.
They've got everything on that board.
And they
really
deserve
do.
praise because they are one of the few, if not the only, that does breakfast all day.
Oh,
McDonald's
the
did it
breakfast.
for a
Good
little bit.
point, dude.
They stopped.
Good point.
But they do breakfast all day.
Even our beloved Whataburger. It's like,
I know.
come on, man.
Chick-fil-A.
Why can't I get a taquito at 3 p.m. in the afternoon?
When I managed the Chick-fil-A, it was the most requested thing. Why can't y'all do the minis all day? Why can't you
Yeah.
do breakfast all day? I don't know. I
a
don't know what to
legitimate
tell
question.
you here.
Why don't you ask somebody in Atlanta, right?
Now,
Is
give
that
them a
what
call.
you
Give them a
said?
call. I'll get with the Cathy's.
Arby's curly fries coming in from the 817. That's,
Oh,
that's a good call.
That's on the list. So
man,
number
good
8 is the
call.
Wendy's Frosty.
Yes, I had that on my personal list.
Number 7 is the Dairy Queen Blizzard.
Yeah, probably in one seat.
Number 6 of the top 10 best fast food items, the Arby's Curly.
Beautiful.
That's
good fry.
Yeah, that's
5 is the Chick-fil-A sandwich,
The spicy?
the regular.
Oh.
The spicy's my one seed.
That's
good. Gavin, you punt that
I'm
pickle.
not going to fight you.
Oh yeah, no pickle.
Wow,
Yeah.
shots fired at the Chiking.
Yes. Yeah, well, the King got discontinued.
Yeah, it's not around.
okay.
Number 4 is Popeye's chicken, and that's like the actual bone-in chicken.
Okay, I mean, I'm not
Unreal.
going to.
Gavin can't wait to go back to Oxnard and order the fisherman's basket
You know,
or
this-
whatever that thing
the
he got
tackle
last-
box?
This might
Tackle
be
box.
That is the best Popeyes in
Oh,
America.
yeah.
if you're in Oxnard.
I've never had Popeyes like this in my
I want to
life.
see if they can replicate that.
my man,
I want to see if they're still getting it done high octane style without a working menu.
Right.
Yeah.
my man went in there and he didn't say a word. He got his tackle box and went away from the group. He'd
Yeah.
had enough of us.
Dawson in the fish basket.
I'm going to rip through the top 3. Maybe my favorite Popeyes item, though, is the biscuits. Their biscuits are
Yeah.
done. They do something that is magical with those biscuits.
It's amazing.
It's a good biscuit.
Number 3 is the McDonald's fries. Thought that might be number 1. It's my personal number 1.
a hell of a
Because
fry.
it's the McDonald's.
Is
Is
hash
it
It's
brown.
consistent as
salt?
hell.
Is it
The
some kind
McDonald's
of
hash
garlic
browns are number
salt? What's on it that
I
makes
don't
it
know.
Oh.
makes it so good?
I don't know what makes it so good, honestly, but I think
It's
it would,
probably not
it would
healthy.
probably-
Somebody told me
I think it would
was-
disgust you. In
Yeah,
every
somebody
way.
told me it's like the beef fat or something.
No,
Oh,
see, it used
tallow?
to be. It used
Tallow?
to be.
They
dude.
changed it?
It used to be beef tallow, and that was a way healthier way to do
The
it.
hell. Number 2 is the double from In-N-Out because the rest of America loves In-N-Out.
It's just in Gavin's face. He just said, "No, no
disgusting.
way."
I don't think the double is disgusting.
No, it's not
but
disgusting.
It's not better
but
than Whataburger.
It's not a 2-seat on the fast food.
It's definitely not better than the fries from
California
McDonald's.
list.
That's true. Number 1, though, and people do love this, and I work there, and I'll even go ahead and downgrade it. It's the Chick-fil-A waffle fries.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Here's the issue with
I
the
would
waffle
bracket
fry.
them with I'd bracket them with the Arby's ones myself. The
no,
way
it's
that
a
they
controversial
the way it
number
holds
one.
pepper and ketchup in
It's-
those crevices.
Absolutely. It's
Oh,
not to say that
man.
the Chick-fil-A waffle fries aren't delicious, but you have to eat them immediately or else they're no good. You give
Soggy?
them, you give them
Too
like
soggy?
3 to
Yeah.
5 minutes, those things are done.
Are you saying the more crevices, the better when it comes to the
I
French
think
fry?
that you got to be able to kind of get things inside of it. Yes,
You could load that thing up.
Yes,
Yeah, you really
it's
could.
got some. It's got some
You know,
heft.
and if they gave me like a cheese fry option,
Yes.
oh, that it could be dominant there with the
Wow.
waffle fries.
Hey,
I'm
take
surprised
the
it's in
waffle
top 10,
fries,
though.
cheese, and put up some bacon on top of that
Yes,
thing
jalapenos.
too. Yeah,
Ooh, let's get some
why
chives
not?
on that bad
You know what,
boy.
we
That might be
Okay.
the next thing I do this week.
Rangers won another series. It is a huge NBA draft night, and the draft is coming up at 7 o'clock, but we got to get the very latest on the Rangers. It's an off night tonight. Okay, you will have KG and Reggie full-time, 7 to 11, breaking down everything with the draft this evening. We do have an eye on Mavs Twitter. We'll pass along anything that becomes relevant. Instantly breaking news will happen here on The Fan throughout the afternoon as we build up to the draft and all the rumor-rooskies. But Wolchuk, around the bases coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, what's the Rangers' biggest strength? And I got some potential trade fits for you as well. But it is a Texas Thursday, and the Eagles Nest has all the Texas liquors and beers on special to wash down the all-you-can-eat shrimp. That is also on special.
And tomorrow, open a 3-game series against the Yankees. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler and me. Our coverage of tomorrow night's game gets underway at 5:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Welcome back, Nation. We are live at D&M Leasing in Fort Worth, the home of the Easy Lease, the product that made D&M the 2023 Leasing Company of the Year as determined by Dealer Rater. It's here for you. Any make, any model. Just call D&M and tell them what you want. Go to dmautoleasing.com. It's time now to get the very latest on your Texas Ranger. Zach Wolchuk here with the proper round tripper.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Wolchuk.
General, we got a couple of Rangers promotions that happened yesterday. Top prospects Owen White, Dustin Harris have been promoted from AA Frisco to AAA Round Rock. Of course, Owen White made his debut, I think it was last week, if not the week before. Everything's blending together now. He turns 24 next month, but he's got a 3.86 ERA this season, and he's been pitching really well. I mean, you could argue that he's right now the best minor league pitching prospect, maybe outside of Cody Bradford, that the Rangers have.
That's awesome. You know, I want to see some of these guys making it happen. You know, I don't feel like there's any pitchers down there right now where you're like, yeah, let's go, but you know, maybe Owen White is, you know, a guy that can develop into that if he gets a couple of more opportunities to figure out what it takes in the big leagues.
Yeah, and I think right now he's ahead of Jack Leiters, certainly. You know, Leiters a guy that had a great month of May. The issues are the walks. You know, that's one. He'll go through a stretch where his K to walk ratio is awesome, and then he'll have another start where it's like, man, he really struggled with walking free batters. And to me, that's something that he's really got to get under control before we're even talking about a promotion for him up to AAA Round Rock. Rangers also re-signed veteran pitcher Ian Kennedy to a minor league deal. So he's going to be in the minors. Rangers have another veteran arm down there.
Worth a shot. You know, can you get 6 good weeks out of him? That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, can we get something working for him? I think it is. Last stop, the ERA was over 12, though.
Oh, he was really bad with the Rangers at the beginning of the season. But we've seen, you know, the ebbs and flows. Some guys get really hot. Some guys then go all of a sudden and dip. And maybe you get Ian Kennedy in a great stretch for a month that you can utilize him. And who knows? Or maybe the Rangers don't have to bring him up. Right now, bullpen looking pretty good. Now, potential trade fits for the Rangers. This is MLB.com. Some of these names we've kind of kicked around, but they linked names that'll be available at the deadline and then the potential fits. They listed a few teams. 2 relief pitchers would be Scott Barlow and Aroldis Chapman, of course, of the Royals. Chapman's a lefty. Barlow's a righty. This season, during an 11-outing stretch, Chapman posted a 1.69 ERA, 23 strikeouts, and 10 2/3 innings as he's bounced back very nicely.
My goodness.
Yeah, he's pitching really well this year.
There was a great story about him, wasn't it, last year, about him like just punting on a playoff game or something to get a tattoo or whatever it was.
With the Yankees,
I need to get the details on that.
Yeah, that was a bad
He couldn't
divorce.
pitch.
Yeah,
he couldn't pitch because he got tattooed the same day.
Right, so he wasn't even on their playoff roster.
Yeah, he wasn't available, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's like, come on, man, have some situational awareness. Barlow, season-long numbers, not as good as Chapman, but he started slow in his first 7 outings. Since then, he's got a 2.37 ERA with an opponent OPS of 5.14, 28 Ks over his past 19 innings since April the 22nd. Both of those guys could be very attractive. You know the Royals will be sellers. Potential fits, they list the Brewers, the Dodgers, and, of course, our Texas Rangers. Another option, and this is a guy that I don't know that we've really talked about because we don't think that the Rangers need a ton of bats or outfield help as of now, but can you upgrade? Tommy Pham of the Mets. Tommy Pham's got 1 year, $6 million left, and that's a good value on his deal. He's 35 years old, so this isn't a guy necessarily that you're going to look at keeping long term. But since May 28th, he has an eye-popping 1141 OPS with a 352 batting average, 4 homers, 18 ribbies in 16 games. And the Mets are going to have to rely on their stars if they want to turn things around, but that might be a guy that they look to trade. I don't know how interested the Rangers would be in outfielders, but, you know, a guy like Travis Jankowski, can he keep up the pace he's on? Tommy Pham could maybe be an upgrade even over a guy like Robbie Grossman. They list the Blue Jays, the Guardians, and the Rangers. I know we're focusing on pitchers, but maybe they go ahead and try to add another bat or just an outfielder presence, a veteran in the lineup as well.
Wow, dude, that would be pretty legendary. Just add more strength to a strength.
I mean, I wouldn't be looking for it, but if I'm on the phone and a guy's like, hey, I have a guy that can improve you offensively and his glove is great out there, I think defense in the postseason can be a huge determining factor.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why the Rangers destroyed the Tigers in the 2011 ALCS. This Tigers offense was great. Their pitching staff was great. They would make a couple of plays per game that weren't even errors. They just couldn't get to balls.
Now, the biggest strength for the Rangers, this is from ESPN, and it's our buddy David Schoenfeld who wrote this.
It's got to be the hitting, right?
It is. But it's hitting, and I know that the last week or two, this is declined.
Clutch hitting.
But it's hitting with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
And I get it, right? Like, if you've been watching night in, night out, this definitely went ahead and kind of fell back down to earth a little bit, but their season-long numbers are still outstanding, and it's really the only category that they're ahead of the Rays in is runs scored. They've been fantastic in that area. They've got the potent attack. Of course, Corey Seager's been fantastic. Saw what Jonah did last night with that 3-run homer. Simeon's on an MVP-like tear. Dolis is a guy I'd like to see get going a little bit more, but he's, of course, been a clutch hitter for the majority of the season. Janko, Travis Jankowski. Can they keep it up? That'll be the question. We've seen that kind of cool off a little bit. I think that was, undoubtedly, much like Nathan Eovaldi, like they were going to come back down to earth a little bit, but they're still so dominant in that area. That's kind of what's been setting them apart and kept them in the pace as one of the best teams, if not the best team in baseball.
Yeah, they know it. They knew that pace they were on was unsustainable. The manager even said us and said, hey, it would be great if it could, and I guess anything is possible, but that's unrealistic. The great news is the Rangers are still better. Just reduce their offensive output and their runners in scoring position to an average level, and they're still going to be in great position. And this World Series picture is going to be decided by how aggressive the front office is and how clean their decisions are, how good the risks they take are as this trade deadline approaches.
Okay, the trade deadline, it was all the talk early with CY was about bullpen. Mm-hmm. Is it now about starting pitching? Do you feel good enough about the bullpen that you're like, I'm not focused on bullpen pieces anymore. I'm focusing on starting pitching pieces.
I need both.
Yeah, I think you need both too. As good as Josh Sborz has been.
Pick one.
Pick one?
Pick one.
If I can get one starter or I can get like two or three bullpen arms.
You could get a bullpen arm or a starting arm.
Then I'll take a starting arm.
I think I might go with the bullpen. I think that's what really set the Giants over the top in Bruce Bochy's World Series teams.
If it's Chapman, I want that guy. If it's a sub-2 ERA guy, I want that. But I think their need for a starter is massive. We don't know how good Nathan Eovaldi is going to be, and I don't mean any disrespect towards that man. I know he's beloved by the fans and the players. We don't know how good John Gray is going to be. Martin Perez had 6 swing and misses last night. In 100 pitches, only 6 times did the batter get fooled enough to not even make contact with the ball.
It's a good night.
That's
for him
terrifying.
Too.
That's a good night?
Yeah, he's a ground ball pitcher.
Yeah. That was a decent outing from him. But I think you're going to need so much pitching that they will acquire multiple relievers and at least one starter. You're a jerk for making me pick, Brian. I
kind of feel like, to me, like I'm a little bit nervous about Nathan Eovaldi. The last 2 times out, he hasn't, and maybe it's not sustainable.
Yeah.
And maybe I was hoping for, a 23-win season from him.
That was his high point.
But it seems like to me the last couple of times out, he hasn't been as sharp as he normally has.
No, he
been.
hasn't.
He set a high bar.
But yeah, I don't.
But that's your ace right now, right?
Is.
If they had to go play a playoff series tomorrow, he would be the opening starter.
100%.
Right?
It's very likely that even come October, he's going to be your ace.
Well,
You're probably not going to get better than that.
He's the only one that's got the experience, right, out of the bunch, and he's won a World Series. So you want he pitches well in the.
I was going to say he rose to the occasion big time for Boston.
Okay, the Mavs are answering questions about their draft plans tonight. The draft's coming up at 7:00. At 5:20, we're going to take you around the Mavs, give you the very latest on the rumorooskies and speculation. Brian, did you have something to add before we go to break?
Yeah, let's go to break. I got something about Tommy Parham. I asked my buddy at GM about him. Maybe I can give you a little Fam.
Tommy Chicken
Tommy
Parham.
Fam.
No,
Fam. Tommy Fam. I got a scouting report on my man. All
We're
right?
back with a hodgepodge, Chief. Where are we going with that?
NBA draft player comps. We'll get the update from Broadus there. And then we also have, in honor of Wemby making a baseball look like a marble in his hand, I have the 10 biggest hands in NBA history. Can you guess these guys? That's next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It is time now for a little bit of a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. A couple of significant developments throughout the day. Chris Paul traded from the Wizards to the Warriors for Jordan Poole. So maybe that clears the way for Draymond Green to stay and for the vibes to return. I don't know. And then Ocean Gate held a press conference along there with the Coast Guard, and they believe the 5 passengers on that Ocean Gate submersible have been lost, as they found some pieces of it, some wreckage, about 1,600 feet from where the Titanic is. And that appears to be the closure for now, at least on this portion of the story. Here's Eric Chiafalo with your sports hodgepodge, buddy. Take it away.
Yes, sir. I have a stat of the day for you guys that I believe to be the most surprising stat of the day in stat of the day history. Hopefully we'll have time for it. We got a lot to get to. I mean, are you kidding me? It's draft day, boys. Now, we'll get to the top 10 biggest hands in NBA history as well in honor of Victor Wembanyama. And he's going to be a Spur in the next couple of hours. But I have ESPN's insiders giving me the high-end and low-end comps, pro player comps for the lottery prospects.
Man, it's so hard to do.
It is.
When people always ask, hey, give me a pro comp. And that's the way Jerry Jones honestly understands what you have in a player. I mean, you used to have to come up with these comps.
Does he just want one, or does he want – I like the way they do this where it's like, hey, high-end, best-case scenario, he's this guy. Low-end, kind of worst-case scenario,
usually you give him the
high
high-end guy.
You just give him the high-end
guy. You give him the high-end guy, yeah.
Unless you don't like the player, then you give him the low-end guy.
Yeah, then you give him the low-end guy. Yeah.
That's a good move right there. Yeah. Okay, so Victor Wembanyama, you want to know how they describe him, who's supposed to be the greatest prospect in sports history? They say his high-end comp is offensively Kevin Durant and defensively
Kwame Brown,
Kevin Garnett.
Oh,
wow.
damn.
So he's got not one Kevin inside of him. He has 2 Kevins inside of him.
It's a double Kevin situation here with this Wembanyama guy.
His graphic.
Who would have known a Victor could do that?
Now, on the low-end comp, now this is how you know this is a special human, because they're basically giving you Victor Wembanyama's worst-case scenario, which I don't think is fair. I guess they're taking out the idea of injuries here, because obviously injuries could make him low-end comp worst player in NBA history. But they're giving him low-end comp, not factoring in for any type of injuries, I imagine. They're saying he would just be a taller, worst-case scenario, Anthony Davis, which I think everybody would be cool about.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be cool with Anthony Davis?
Well, here's why you wouldn't be cool with Anthony Davis. Because he's supposed to be Anthony Davis times 10. He's supposed to be from another planet. He's supposed to win all the titles, win all the games, and he's supposed to transcend the sport unlike any player we've ever seen. So when he comes in, a slightly taller Anthony Davis, which is amazing. Everybody's going to be – I mean, not everybody. A lot of people are going to go –
Davis, man.
I think you would find if you just polled Spurs fans across the world and said Victor Wembanyama is going to be, when it's all said and done, just a taller version of what Anthony Davis is. I think a lot of them would say, go bleep yourself. That's not enough for me.
The hype has gotten so big. You're probably right. But, man, I think he's won a championship. When he's on, he's one of the best, if not the best, defenders in the NBA. The dude's a freak show. It's health. Health is what's held him back.
Agreed.
Yeah, and it's rare these guys hit. You know, I think it's ridiculous the way we're talking about Wembanyama as a sure thing. I think, you know, when you talk about Anthony Davis, you're talking about a great athlete who can use speed and power despite being lean. When I see Wembanyama, I see a very finesse guy who plays with caved-in shoulders, and he's trying to escape and like find little spaces where he can go up and over, right? And with KD, you're talking about an ability to attack space very quickly and then rise up. Wembanyama is like
a little bit more.
He's slow-footed.
Yeah.
I'm relying on like rehearsed moves. You know, I'm pump faking and going around you the other way. NBA defenders are going to eat that up. Wembanyama is going to take a long time to reach any sort of potential because he has so much development physically to do. You know, it's one thing if you're lean, but if you're lean and a little bit plodding and slow, I think NBA defenses are going to devour you, bro. Everybody is 6'7" and incredibly fast. There's no weak links really to go and have a feast on.
Unless he's playing last year's Mavericks team.
Okay, sure, yes.
Right.
One out of every 10 teams or so in the NBA is going to let you have that layup line.
Is his ability to knock down 3-point shots going to help him to the point where you talk about the plotting and all that people are going to have to come out and maybe that buys him some space?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the comp's Porzingis. You know?
Maybe that's a more realistic
Healthy Porzingis.
comp. I think if we're talking
Probably is
like
a better comp than Kevin Durant for sure.
Yeah,
Let me ask you this real quick, too. With Porzingis, he now gets traded to Boston. Were we wrong about him?
No.
No.
I think Boston's cooked.
Yeah, this will be the end of the Celtics run. I think you bring
the
in a
fact
guy
that he played well for the Wizards last year.
That's fantastic.
Did that make you even go back?
It's Christian Wood. Hey, you put me on a bad team where I'm the best option and I'm happy. You get 3 weeks into the season, Porzingis is going to be pouting because they're giving the ball to Tatum and Brown a lot more than him.
And there's expectations, and that media is going to be grinding him. So, which is always
he might actually appreciate
might enjoy that actually. I think for Wembanyama, best case comp, and body type, not quite the same, of course, but they're talking about him as a 5 that can be a point guard, and to me, that's Nikola Jokic.
Ooh, okay. I mean, I think there's something to be said for that for sure.
You know,
absolutely.
if he reaches his ceiling, I mean, they're talking about him as dominant ball handling, as a big that can pass and dribble and create. That's something Anthony Davis can't really do.
No, for sure. I don't know if Wembanyama, one of the things about Jokic is his ability to feel like he's playing with like 9 eyeballs on his head and he can see everything and make the amazing pass. I don't know that Wembanyama has that feel, but I actually do like that quite a bit from you there, Wolchuk. How about Brandon Miller, Alabama's forward? He's going to go 2 or 3. Looks like from everything that is being reported, Scoot Henderson is now likely to be the favorite to go number 2 to Charlotte. But we'll see. We'll see how that ends up shaking out.
So that's changed since yesterday because it sounded like that Miller was the guy that Charlotte was kind of focused on.
Yeah, but then Brandon Miller said his GOAT was Paul George, and Michael Jordan said, you know what?
Get out of here.
We'll let Portland.
Well, Michael sold the team or selling the team.
He's still going to be the biggest swinging
he's making
stick in the room
final
for the
decision. Tonight.
What?
He's still he's going to be the final decision maker
tonight.
He is Nart Cuban for Charlotte.
That if I was buying that team, and please, sir, you may sit in the room, but you're not doing this.
Yeah, Michael Jordan
I'm sorry,
about
but
basketball.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's a fair question. I didn't say that.
Be a condition of the sale that I would negotiate in.
I would. I would say, listen, bro, you're on your way out. Your
track record's not good.
You're not picking my guy.
Yeah.
Who do you want to take?
It's a heady play by him, though, because what's going to happen is, like, in his mind, Charlotte turns this thing around, and it's like, oh, Michael Jordan was the problem in hindsight. But he's like, if I could torpedo this second overall pick one time, then when we look back in 5 years, you can't just blame me because they still suck. I think it's actually a heady play by Michael Jordan. Brandon Miller is high-end comp. Brandon Ingram, low-end comp. Marvin Williams. Scoot Henderson, high-end comp. De'Aaron Fox, who's become a beast. Low-end comp. Colin Sexton, which is still pretty, I mean, if that's your floor, then
in good shape.
Yeah, you're going to be a pretty solid
These
player.
dudes sound pretty good.
Yeah, Amon Thompson is going to be high-end comp, smaller Ben Simmons in a good way. Low-end comp, they say smaller Ben Simmons in a bad way. So hopefully he doesn't end up like bad way Ben Simmons, because that's a short-circuiting yip situation that is sort of one for the ages. Yeah, it is tough to watch. Really is. Jarris Walker, Houston's forward, high-end comp. Paul Millsap, it's a damn good player. Low-end comp, James Johnson. James Johnson's the guy who's the most feared guy in the NBA, not because he was so like vicious and violent, but because his background in like jiu-jitsu and karate was next level nasty, to where he could like do a roundhouse kick at the rim. He could roundhouse kick the rim.
We were so pumped. We were like, we got a guy that can go ahead and defend Luka. Come on, Clippers, go ahead. Let's start a fight.
That's right. That's what the Mavs were.
We got
our
guy.
Okay, Osar Thompson, who is the twin brother of Amon, he is going to be high-end comp. Andre Iguodala.
Ooh.
You know Max Kellerman's fired up about that. Low-end comp, taller Isaac Okoro. Taylor Hendricks, let's see, Isaac Okoro.
Okay.
We have Taylor Hendricks, UCF. This is the guy that you would love, right?
That's
Broadus?
my guy.
This is your guy.
If you read everything I've heard and seen about this guy, I want him in the Mavs. Yes, give me him.
Okay, he is high-end comp, Jaden McDaniels. Low-end comp, Maxi Kleba. Versatile defender, man. Versatile defender, stretch the floor, that kind of deal.
Mavs, I can see what's going on now. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm seeing in a way, if they see this guy as potentially like a Maxi Kleba, I could see why the Mavs
would be
kind of excited about this guy.
For sure.
Need more Maxis.
Need more maxis. Anthony Black, guard, Arkansas. High-end comp, Josh Giddey with better defense. Low-end comp, Evan Turner without the pituitary problem. Cam Whitmore, forward, Villanova. High-end comp, Miles Bridges. Low-end comp, Kenyon Martin Jr. So Cam Whitmore, it seems like he's got a pretty wide delta on what he could be and what he definitely don't want him
That's
to be.
the injury right there.
And then
Kmart's kid's already in the league.
Yeah, he is, man.
Time flies.
Derek Lively, the guy that is being heavily reported as somebody the Mavs will be taking, is high-end comp, Tyson Chandler. Low-end comp, I believe we discussed this
Willie
yesterday.
Cauley-Stein?
Willie Cauley-Stein.
Let's go. We
How
did
about
that.
that? Now, this guy I want to read his stuff on because he really could and might be the most likely to be the Mav if you buy into some of these reports, but says he has the size and physical gifts to be a starting caliber rim protecting center. More work to do to establish the consistency to be that, though. He could be a solid starter for a long time by simply doing the work on the inside like a Tyson Chandler did during his career, or he could see his role fluctuate should he not be able to handle heavy minutes. When he's out there, he should be able to help anchor the defense, as there aren't many players with his size and mobility, but what type of heights he can reach as he develops remains to be seen.
The Mavs might really like his ability to stay in position and understand what the opposing team is trying to do, so he can just be there. And that could be attractive to them. But the lack of production, should be shocking and stunning and prevent you from taking him top 10. I was encouraged by what Tim Cato said last hour. That was our guest, writer from The Athletic, and he just does not feel like the pick at 10 is going to be Lively, and I'm taking that to the bank right now.
Gosh, I hope
needed
so.
to hear that. I really needed to hear that.
Yeah. I honestly did too, because it's starting to feel that way. And hearing Bassick talk about him, and Bassick's done a lot of watching this guy, and he doesn't come away very impressed. So it's definitely been a little bit concerning. But some people, some scout kind of guys have made me feel a little bit better about him. And the need for defense is very, very, very real for the Dallas Mavericks. So I could get in on that. I'll say the stat of the day and the big hands for the rim sesh, but I did want to mention the potential fight brewing between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh, let's get
it. Have you guys seen this?
Dude, Elon Musk would eat him alive.
Are you serious?
Zuck is going to destroy Elon Musk.
No. Dude, we already have
Put
Vegas
some money
odds.
on it right
Guess
now.
what the Vegas odds are right now?
4-1 in favor of Zuck.
5-1.
Yeah.
Hey,
It is minus 500 on Zuckerberg, plus
Are you
300 on
kidding
Elon
me?
Musk. Elon Musk is...
Give me that bet all day.
He's old.
Give me that bet. I don't care if he's
Kind of
old.
doughy, huh?
Yeah, he's doughy.
Mark Zuckerberg has physical attributes?
Yes.
That's the thing about Mark
I
Zuckerberg
think
right
he's
now.
small and got
you got to
that
brush up
edges,
on your
yeah.
Zuckerberg.
He's been in the gym all of a sudden?
Yes, he has.
Elon Musk is South African, baby. Let's go.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Pride
bet
for
We
your
ain't
heart.
playing rugby, bro.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh,
Guess
well,
where Mark
guess who
Zuckerberg's
doesn't either?
from?
Mark
the pride of
Zuckerberg.
America,
He
the
can't
United
handle
Kingdom
this.
States.
Yeah, Zuck's been doing jiu-jitsu.
Zuck's-
He won a tournament.
He did the Murph Challenge, which
Great.
involves a weighted vest and more pull-ups and miles run than you could fathom in
I'm
a
sure
half
he's
hour.
paying people to say you did a
Dialed.
great job, buddy. Here's all your belts. I'm not
okay.
taking
And
Mark
what is Elon Musk
Zuckerberg.
doing? Elon Musk is the one who's self-admittedly...
Elon Musk has been shredded forever.
I saw a picture.
Go
of
look
it.
at him on a boat, and you'll be like, "Is that Jack Nicholson?"
Oh, yeah, what are
or
they gonna do? Give me Elon Musk.
Leonardo
Give me
DiCaprio.
Elon.
I think Elon
Elon
Musk
for the win.
3 nipples, by the way. Elon Musk.
Well, even more of a reason.
To what? Think he's going to win?
Any guy with 3 nipples, you don't want to fight that guy.
Actually, you might be on to something.
James Bond.
Thank you, Chia. Follow his sports hodgepodge most nights here in the G-Bag Nation. He mentioned the rim sesh. That's coming up at 6:20. Okay, the rumorooskies, the speculation reports are coming out about every 20 or 30 minutes, and the build-up to the NBA draft is on. We are now inside an hour and 45. It'll get underway at 7 o'clock. Reg and KG, the Get Right, are going to be on tonight from 7 to 11, breaking down everything of significance. Now, when we come back, it is time to hit the expressway. Nico and the Mavs are talking about their plans. We'll give you the latest on that. There's another NBA opt-out the Mavs are reportedly interested in, and the latest rumors. That's next here in the G-Bag Nation on draft.